At this very moment, the unexpected appearance on Hong Shan Star left Xiaoya's countenance darkened as he cursed under his breath. Without a second thought for the condition of King Kurd's body, he unleashed his most potent energy wave, reducing the corpse to mere ashes. Once he had completed this task, Xiaya steadied his mind and utilized instant transmission to return to Hongshan Star. Chapter 240, Super Saiyan Meiling. At this juncture, the atmosphere above Hongshan Star was palpable with tension. The winds rustled softly, and a heavy pressure enveloped everyone's hearts as if a colossal pot was pressing down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. Little's formidable power far exceeded anyone's expectations. In his presence, both Mei Ling and Edri appeared as though they were infants just learning to walk, staggering under the immense disparity that loomed like an insurmountable chasm, rendering all their efforts utterly futile. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air. Little erupted into maniacal laughter, his violet pupils glinting like a wolf spotting its prey. In an instant, he stepped forward with an ease that seemed to defy the very fabric of space, closing the distance to within a mere foot of Mei Ling. The sudden enlargement of his face sent chills down Mei Ling's spine, her body drenched in cold sweat from the sheer speed of his approach. Suddenly, her complexion turned pale as a wave of excruciating pain surged from her abdomen. With a gasp, blood erupted from her mouth like a crimson sword, the result of Little's iron fist crashing down upon her. The sheer force was akin to that of a roaring train, mercilessly propelling Mei Ling backward, uncontrollably. At that moment, Little sneered coldly, and a swirling vortex erupted beneath his feet, forming massive rings of shockwaves that extended from the sky to the ground, causing the earth to erupt violently. With a swift motion, Little soared towards Mei Ling, raising his arms with the intent to strike down fiercely. Boom! The very air trembled in response. A tremendous force radiated from his arms, penetrating the delicate frame of the young girl, generating a series of jet streams that grew smaller and smaller. Mei Ling fell like a marionette with severed strings, spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground. With a thunderous roar, it resembled a meteorite crashing down, resulting in the earth fracturing into a vast crater. Dark yellow sand billowed into the air, painting a desolate and wild landscape. The distant sky loomed ominously, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily on the hearts of all present. At this moment, the once lush Kaimei forest lay in ruins, devastated by the fierce battle. Observing the colossal trees that had been cleaved in half or uprooted entirely, the expressions of the onlookers turned grim. Yet, the Saiyans understood that driving the enemy away was their utmost priority. One by one, the Saiyan warriors gathered their strength, annihilating the extraterrestrial foes that had accompanied Little without mercy. Those invaders were no match for the Saiyans and were swiftly eradicated. After vanquishing the minions, the Saiyan warriors began to congregate, a dense mass floating in the sky. However, none dared to approach the battlefield where Mei Ling and Little clashed, not out of fear, but rather an understanding that their presence would only distract Lady Mei Ling. Thus, they could only watch from afar, fists clenched, silently praying for Mei Ling's eventual victory. Yet, the disparity in power between the Saiyans and the combatants was stark. The speed of the confrontation between Mei Ling and Little was breathtaking, and despite their wide-eyed gaze, they could only catch fleeting glimpses of flickering lights in the sky and the sudden eruptions of explosive force, unable to discern the finer details of the battle. Only when Mei Ling and Little occasionally paused could they glean fragments of the situation. As Mei Ling was struck down into the depths of the earth by one of Little's fierce blows, the hearts of the observing Saiyans rose to their throats, their nervousness causing them to swallow hard, realizing their mouths had turned parched. Lady Mei Ling, damn, that frozen demon! The Saiyans were filled with righteous fury, eager to rush forth and confront him, willing to face death without regret, for Saiyans do not fear sacrifice. Your power is insufficient to intervene in such a battle retreat at once. Edri admonished sternly. As a father, Edri harbored deep concern for Mei Ling's plight. Yet as a leader, he could not overlook the potential for needless sacrifice among his kin. Lord Edri, The warriors of the guard and ordinary Saiyan fighters were all aflame with excitement, but the realization of their own feeble strength rendered them silent. Elsewhere, in a different dimension high above, on a floating island, Gina stood at the edge alongside thousands of young Saiyans, anxiously observing the battle below. Golden-haired Lan Chi was also present, though her keen sight was unable to discern much. "Hey, what's happening down there?" Lan Chi shouted. Since arriving on Hongshan's star, the gravity had been several times greater than that of Earth, forcing Lan Chi to remain on the floating island. She spent her days tending to the senza bean plants and cleaning up with a few female Saiyans, and when her hair was blue, she practiced martial arts with other Saiyans. However, with the limited power she possessed, even a mere ordinary Saiyan warrior could easily overpower her with a single hand, leading Lan Chi to refrain from seeking a challenge. Excluding those ordinary warriors, her only sparring partners were 3- or 4-year-old Saiyan children, and her victories were few, leaving her exceedingly frustrated. After all, she had been a remarkable martial artist on Earth. How could she suddenly appear so weak on Hongshan's star? Bullied, even by children? Indeed, Hongshan's star was not suited for her. She longed to return to Earth. In truth, Lan Chi's growth over the past year had been significant, with a battle power of 180, equivalent to that of Tien Shinhan during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet, in a crowd of elephants, even a robust wolf would hardly stand out. "I can't see clearly, but it seems the other invaders have been eliminated, leaving only one remaining," Gina remarked, shaking her head, describing the situation below, which had surpassed her comprehension entirely. "Then victory is close at hand," Lan Chi exclaimed with a laugh. "It's not that simple. Can't you sense the energy below? That frozen demon's aura is terrifyingly powerful. Only Lord Xia, you stand a chance against him," Gina said, clutching her chest in fear. Lan Chi, upon hearing this, felt disheartened. I'm not very adept at sensing that energy." She then pondered, "Are you suggesting that only Xia can defeat him?" "Yes, the frozen demon is too strong," Gina affirmed. "Damn it." A crisp voice brimmed with rage as Mei Ling erupted from the ground. Compared to the battle between Shaya and King Kurd, the situation here was far more perilous. After enduring my attack, she still hasn't perished. The resilience of Saiyan life truly is remarkable, Little scoffed, casting a dismissive glance. Suddenly, Little's eyes widened in disbelief as he perceived a slight change in the woman before him. What is happening? When Little glanced back at Mei Ling, he was astonished to see her surroundings engulfed in swirling mist. Within a 1,000-meter radius, countless arcs of golden lightning descended from the clouds, creating a spectacle that seemed to connect heaven and earth. That is, in the distance, Adrian Bardock also noted the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Mei Ling. This sight, the golden lightning, could it be that Lady Mei Ling is on the verge of a breakthrough? Bardock's excitement surged. No one understood the manifestations of a Super Saiyan transformation better than he. He had witnessed Cockroach transformation on Kanasha's star, and the scene was strikingly similar, which steadied Bardock's heart. At that moment, Mei Ling's face was a mask of fury, her icy countenance radiating murderous intent as waves of golden light flickered around her. The golden aura surrounding Mei Ling intensified, fluctuating between brightness and dimness, yet remained unstable. Chapter 241, Female Super Saiyan. Little gazed at Mei Ling, his mouth agape as a surge of incredulity coursed through him. The golden light, this resembles the legends passed down from our ancestors. Could it be that this woman is about to transform into a Super Saiyan? Damn it, I cannot allow her to succeed in her transformation. With a fierce roar, Little's cold expression twisted into one of malice as he traced an arc in the air with his hand. Instantly, a torrent of crimson energy surged from various directions towards Mei Ling. Rumbling, the multitude of energy orbs converged in the sky, forming a terrifying net of power, which subsequently erupted into a cataclysmic explosion capable of obliterating the very universe. However, at that moment, it seemed those energies were rendered ineffective. A protective layer, seemingly composed of virtual substance, enveloped Mei Ling, shielding her from the onslaught of devastating energy that stirred a tempest, yet failed to inflict harm upon her. This moment. The hair, exhibiting an alternating pattern of black and gold, signifies a profound transformation occurring within Mei Ling as her aura steadily intensifies. This transformation imposes immense pressure on Rooter. Suddenly, a pale golden energy begins to ignite like a roaring flame, growing increasingly potent and deepening in hue over time, transitioning from a light gold to a resplendent golden yellow. Boom! The golden flames soared into the sky, enveloping the entire Hongshan star in an overwhelming presence. Crackle! The energy from Mei Ling clashed and rubbed against the surrounding air, producing a series of sizzling sounds. In an instant, her lustrous black hair radiated a golden glow, transforming into a shimmering cascade of gold, with strands of golden hair dancing at her temples, save for the long locks cascading down the back of her head. In that fleeting moment, her long hair and eyebrows gleamed with a golden sheen, and even her tightly shut eyes morphed into piercing emerald orbs. Super Saiyan. Mei Ling opened her eyes, the icy green pupils devoid of any emotion, exuding a chilling intensity. Amidst the golden flames, the graceful silhouette of the young woman was unveiled, her gaze clear yet commanding. "I have finally transcended into a Super Saiyan," Mei Ling murmured, her bright eyes suddenly igniting with a frigid, murderous intent as she fixed her gaze upon Rooter, suspended in midair. With a slight upward curve of her lips, revealing a beautiful arc, Mei Ling stepped into the void spirals of energy erupted beneath her feet, causing the ground to plummet several dozen meters. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Rooter, standing in opposition to him. Prior to her transformation into a Super Saiyan, Mei Ling was far from being Rooter's match, akin to the fleeting light of a meteor compared to the dawning sun, utterly incomparable. However, with her ascent to Super Saiyan status, the dynamics had drastically shifted. She now possessed the capability to look down upon her adversary, a true testament to the rapid turn of fortune. Rooter's expression darkened, an uneasy feeling creeping into his heart. In an instant, both combatants sprang into action, two brilliant beams of light darting across the sky. Their movements were breathtakingly swift, and the brief contact ignited a fierce clash. Boom! The surface of the azure-hued Hongshan star trembled, clouds of dust rising like dark curtains, swiftly obscuring the sky and blocking the sunlight, casting a dim pallor reminiscent of ink spilled across the ground. With a whoosh, the two figures zipped through the sky with incredible speed, occasionally colliding, then swiftly separating, only to entangle once more in a fierce struggle, one male and one female. The male was a diminutive alien, his entire form shrouded in pristine white skin, with devilish purple eyes. The female, in contrast, was a golden-haired beauty with striking blue eyes, her hair soaring skyward, ablaze with golden flames. Was this not the very scene Bardock had foreseen on Planet Vegeta? In the distance, an overwhelming pressure permeated the space, the gravity bearing down upon Adri and the other Saiyans, causing them to plummet from the sky. They gazed upward, exhilaration coursing through them, their faces flushed as if intoxicated. Mei Ling has transformed into a Super Saiyan, Adri shouted, brimming with excitement, his body trembling with fervor. Wonderful. So this is what a Super Saiyan looks like, golden hair, utterly breathtaking. Many Saiyans who had never witnessed a Super Saiyan marveled in awe. What tremendous power! Before a Super Saiyan, I feel as though my heart might cease to beat. Amidst the fervent discussions, a surge of excitement enveloped the crowd. At long last, the second Super Saiyan emerged on Red Mountain Star, breaking through right before their eyes. This revelation was akin to discovering a wide path after traversing a desolate landscape, infusing them with immense inspiration. Moreover, Mei Ling, a fusion of Shi Ling and Myers. Achieving this monumental breakthrough signified that Shi Ling and Myers were not far from the realm of Super Saiyans themselves. At this moment, a calm voice resonated, declaring, "Mei Ling has finally ascended to the status of Super Saiyan. My watchful guardianship has not been in vain." A figure materialized in the sky. "Lord Shaya, little Ya, you have returned at last." "In truth, I returned long ago. However, I refrained from revealing myself after observing the battle between Mei Ling and that frozen demon." Clearly, my instincts were correct, as Mei Ling has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. As Edri and Bardock processed this revelation, Edri exclaimed in realization. So you concealed yourself to allow Mei Ling the opportunity to break through under pressure. Indeed. Shaya's handsome visage broke into a smile as he nodded. In fact, shortly after Mei Ling and Rooter began their skirmish, Shaya had utilized instant transmission to return to Red Mountain Star, opting to remain hidden momentarily. He had discerned that Mei Ling was merely a step away from her breakthrough, and that Rooter was to serve as the catalyst for her ascension to Super Saiyan. When Mei Ling achieved her transformation, it was Shaya who had deflected Rooter's attack on her behalf. Your timing was impeccable. Edri chuckled joyfully. By the way, when do you think Mei Ling's battle with that frozen demon will conclude? Rebecca inquired, stepping forward. The aura of the Super Saiyan had far surpassed their comprehension. They could no longer discern the outcome of the clash. Yet, judging by Shaya's composed demeanor, it was evident that Mei Ling's chances of victory were substantial. Shaya remarked. Before her transformation, Mei Ling's combat power was 6 million, which surged to 300 million upon becoming a Super Saiyan. As for that frozen demon, his combat power hovers around 150 million. Then it's certain that Mei Ling will triumph. Alice exclaimed with delight. The disparity in power was nearly double, rendering any additional maneuvers futile, unlike the battle between Shaya and King Cooled. Indeed, victory belongs to Mei Ling. However, our primary concern now is whether Red Mountain Star can withstand such a ferocious battle, Shaya responded. Edri, Bardock, and the others nodded in agreement. They remembered how Frieza, with a mere combat power of 530,000, could devastate Planet Vegeta with a mere flick of his finger. Now, as Mei Ling and the frozen demon engaged in their titanic struggle, it felt as though they were fighting upon a ticking time bomb, with no one knowing when the planet might explode. This was reminiscent of the previous battle between Shaya and King Cooled, where the latter's home planet met its demise. The planet is far too fragile. Chapter 242, Defeat and Demise. Amidst the jovial banter of Shaya and others, the battlefield was shifting rapidly. Under the overwhelming force of Melon, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Rooter began to comprehend the terrifying might of the legendary Super Saiyan. It was no wonder that his ancestor, Ziddle, had passed down such words. The Super Saiyan was indeed formidable beyond measure. The sudden surge of power in this woman post-transformation left Rooter in despair, realizing that only his father, the great warrior, could possibly contend with her. In that moment, Rooter's expression turned grim, and he regretted coming to Red Mountain Star. He lamented that his greatest error lay not in arriving here, but in failing to eliminate these Saiyans sooner. There was no way Rooter could perish on such a minor planet. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, leading to a decisive conclusion: escape. It was not shameful to flee. Acknowledging one's limitations and seeking a retreat was a mark of wisdom. Rooter, recognizing his disadvantage, resolved to make his escape. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, scattering them across the sky like countless cannonballs, creating a vast net of destruction. The resulting explosions enveloped the heavens in a blinding white light. Seizing the opportunity offered by the chaos, Rooter smirked and turned to flee into the cosmos. Do you think it is so easy to leave Red Mountain Star? Stay right there, you Valice clan. Melon's cold voice pierced the air. In a flash of golden light, Melon's graceful figure appeared directly in his path. Rooter's heart raced with fear as he grappled with the sight of this formidable foe. His face oscillated between pale and flushed, and after a moment of tortured hesitation, he erupted with rage, charging at Melon in a desperate gamble. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Shaya coolly remarked, "This will soon be over." With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving behind only a faint afterimage, and reappeared beside Melon and Rooter. In dire situations, the struggle for survival often ignites unforeseen crises. He aimed to extinguish any potential threats before they could escalate. "Melon, why are you here?" she exclaimed, surprised to see him at her side, a flicker of astonishment in her emerald eyes. Shaya nodded at her and smiled. "Continue your fight. I will stand guard." With that, his hair transformed from black to a brilliant gold, and his tranquil green eyes fixed on Rooter, emanating a far more potent aura than Melon's. Melon nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of mischief dancing in her gaze. Rooter, however, was stricken with dread, frozen in disbelief, shouting, "What is happening? There is more than one Super Saiyan." He was momentarily stunned. If the previous woman had bested him due to his negligence, what could he say about this new adversary? The sheer intensity of her golden aura suggested she was significantly stronger, perhaps even beyond the capabilities of his father, King David. The Ice Clan could never triumph over a Super Saiyan. A thought struck Rooter, leaving him astonished. The Saiyan race was indeed terrifying. Sometimes, the essence of battle requires an unyielding spirit, while others prefer to thrust themselves into perilous situations to elicit a resurgence of strength. This was not necessarily a commendable habit. Yet the ferocity of one's presence can dictate the rhythm of combat. The early advantage is crucial. Faced with two Super Saiyans, Rooter's resolve began to falter, and he could feel the tide of battle turning against him. As Shaya had anticipated, Rooter was no match for Melon, whose power had surpassed his own. Within moments, Rooter was battered and bruised, resembling a cornered animal, stripped of the bravado he had exhibited upon arriving at Red Mountain Star. To prevent him from acting recklessly, Shaya remained vigilant. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted on the battlefield as a gleaming energy blade sliced through the air like a delicate ribbon, cleaving through everything in its path. In that instant, all defenses became futile. With a sickening sound, Rooter's expression turned to shock, his smile frozen in place. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his end on this distant planet, as the razor-thin energy blade penetrated his chest. How could this happen? Rooter's face fell pale. You sought to invade Red Mountain Star. This is your just punishment. You are the first to perish at my hands, Ice Demon, Melon stated coldly, her piercing gaze searing into Rooter's psyche. Damn Saiyan, I will kill you. Rooter, his body cleaved in two, summoned strength from the depths of despair, launching himself at Melon in a final act of vengeance. Fool. Shaya's expression darkened as he swiftly intervened, his iron grip seizing Rooter's head, and with a forceful motion, he crushed it. Crack. Melon gasped in astonishment as Rooter's eyes glazed over, his hardened skull shattered, spilling crimson and white liquids into the air. Is he dead? Melon exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, he is dead, Shaya affirmed, conjuring flames from his palm to cleanse the bloodstains. Oh, Melon exclaimed joyfully, twirling in the air before embracing Shaya's arm tightly. I have protected Red Mountain Star. Do I not deserve a reward? What would you like? Shaya chuckled. Melon pondered briefly, unable to settle on a specific request. Just remember this, and the fusion time is nearly over. With a playful smile, she unexpectedly kissed Shaya on the cheek. And in a flash of golden light, she split back into Shieling and Mel's, both of whom, exhausted from the fusion, plummeted to the ground. That girl, even in parting. She left me with this surprise. It seems the fusion of Shieling and Mel's preserved much of Shieling's emotional essence. Shaya shook his head, then swiftly moved to catch both women as they fell. At that moment, Edeli and others arrived. As he handed the two women over to Rebecca and Lisa, Shaya surveyed the ravaged landscape of Red Mountain Star, sighing, we should return. The collapsed buildings can be dealt with by the Fidaians, but the planet's recovery will take quite some time. Indeed, who would have thought that even a planet could become so fragile? Edeli reflected, having witnessed the battle of the Super Saiyans firsthand. The pace of change was astonishingly swift, often leaving one breathless. In the past, during my time on Planet Vegeta, even when exerting my utmost effort, I could hardly obliterate the continental plates. To my astonishment, within just a few short years, the entire planet now struggles to withstand the formidable combat prowess of the Saiyans. It is worth noting that the gravitational force of Planet Red Mountain surpasses that of Planet Vegeta, which, in a certain sense, implies that Red Mountain is inherently a more resilient planet than Vegeta. Perhaps I should enhance the strength of Red Mountain using the Dragon Balls, otherwise, its limitations are excessively pronounced. Shaya mused. Just like in this recent battle, had it taken place in a realm akin to the King Kai's world, even if it were not the King Kai's domain, as long as it were on a planet of greater fortitude than Red Mountain, he would not have to constantly fret about the potential collapse of Red Mountain. Chapter 243, The Reconstruction of Hongshan Star. The fierce battle has finally come to an end, with the invasion by the Frozen Clan culminating in a resounding victory for Hongshan Star. Despite the numerous crises encountered along the way, the outcome was undeniably clear. A second Super Saiyan has emerged among the Saiyans of Hongshan Star. Miling's breakthrough signifies that Shieling and Myers are not far from attaining the realm of Super Saiyans. Having experienced the formidable power of this transformation, they have effectively removed all obstacles to their future advancements. After instructing the Fidaians to assess the damages incurred during the battle, Shaya, along with Edri and others, returned to the Saiyan city. At this moment, Jinfa Lanchi and her companions, having descended from their floating island, began their return as well. Gazing at the city, which lay in ruins from the aftermath of the conflict, Shaya sighed deeply, knowing that considerable effort would be required to clear the remnants. Dakla, approximately how long will it take to repair these structures? Shaya inquired. Dakla surveyed the scene and replied, "While most buildings have not completely collapsed, their foundations have been compromised. If we were to demolish and rebuild, it would take roughly 7 days. However, restoring the forests devastated by the battle may take several years. The splendid natural environment of Hashan Star has suffered a tremendous blow during this war, and its recovery will demand years." Indeed, Shaya nodded in agreement. Aware that even with advanced technology, the Fidaians would still require a significant amount of time for rejuvenation. What a shame to see such a beautiful place destroyed. Isn't there a Dragon Ball on Earth? Why not use it to restore Hashan Star? Jinfa Lanchi remarked, glancing at the nearby devastated forest and buildings. Having heard about the Dragon Balls from Master Roshi while on Earth, she had even searched for them personally, albeit without success due to the absence of a Dragon Ball radar. Shaya shot her a sidelong glance, noting that Jinfa Lanchi remained oblivious to the fact that the floating island they inhabited was constructed from a crystal Dragon Ball. Although they shared a body, their memories seemed to exist independently, without interference. "I also intend to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish, but not the ones from Earth," Shaya stated. Jinfa Lanchi's eyes widened in surprise. "If not the Earth Dragon Balls, then what will you use? Are there other Dragon Balls?" However, Shaya chose not to answer her question and instead turned to Dakla, saying, "Please expedite the restoration of the Saiyan city to its former glory." "Yes, Lord Shaya," Dakla replied promptly. "By the way, during my trip to the North Galaxy, I have already eliminated Frieza and King Cold," Shaya informed Dakla, feeling it necessary to share this news with the Fidaians, having been a victim of Frieza himself. Upon hearing this, Dakla's emotions surged and his face flushed with excitement. "Thank you so much, Lord Shaya." He bowed respectfully. During the invasion led by Shanbua, it was Shaya who saved them, and now he had avenged them. Dakla was filled with heartfelt gratitude. "There's no need for such formality." Shaya chuckled lightly, offering words of encouragement to Dakla before sending him on his way. Dakla nodded vigorously and departed. Watching Dakla's diminutive figure retreat, Shaya smiled softly, recognizing the excellent synergy between the Saiyans and Fidaians, one possessing strength, the other technology. A truly remarkable combination that complemented each other well. "Look at how these people idolize you. Being a leader seems rather effortless." Jinfa Lanchi crossed her arms and said in a hushed tone, "Effortless?" Shaya raised an eyebrow at her, noting her remarkable insensitivity. He suddenly seized her by the neck, using his other hand to vigorously ruffle her hair, leaving it in a chaotic mess before releasing her. Jinfa Lanchi yelped in pain, clutching her head and shouting angrily, "You jerk! You always bully me like this." Fuming, her cheeks puffed out. She couldn't help but feel deflated at the thought of avenging herself against someone with such godlike strength. As time passed, nearly 7 days flew by. Under the industrious efforts of the Fidaians, the collapsed structures were swiftly re-erected, restoring order to Hashan Star. Shaya couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the Fidaians. Within just a few short days, a brand new city had risen again. Yet, the natural environment devastated by the invasion remained beyond the Fidaians' capabilities to restore. During these days, Shieling and Myers had not been idle either. Ever since Myling transformed into a Super Saiyan, the two individuals who composed her seemed to have gained tremendous inspiration. They immersed themselves in study day and night, and their progress was evident. In just 7 days, their battle prowess surged considerably. On an afternoon, several figures gathered on a distant planet away from Hashan Star. Upon closer inspection, it was Shaya, Shieling, Myers, Edri, Bardock, and even Lanchi among them. Their purpose for visiting this remote planet was to use the Crystal Dragon Balls to reinforce the core strength of Hashan Star. As the Saiyan powers continued to escalate, Shaya had noticed that the planet's strength was increasingly inadequate to withstand their might, especially after the recent invasion incident, which served as a dire warning. He certainly did not wish to return one day only to find Hashan Star vanished. A little over a year had passed since the last summoning of the Golden Flame Dragon, and the adjustment period for the Dragon Balls had concluded. They had reverted from stone back to their crystalline form. Although Shaya did not wish to use the Crystal Dragon Balls so frequently, he deemed them more suitable for the strengthening of Hashan Star. "Hey, Shaya, are we summoning the dragon here?" Jinfa Lanchi asked eagerly, beads of sweat dotting her flushed cheeks from the intense heat surrounding them. This was the very planet where Shaya and Shieling had often trained, and its desolate state had only worsened due to prolonged exposure to immense energy. Ever since learning about the Crystal Dragon Balls from Shieling, Jinfa Lanchi had been persistent in accompanying them to witness the grandeur of the dragon. Eventually, Shaya had relented and brought her along. "Indeed. But step back a bit when we summon the dragon," Shaya nodded. Given the grand spectacle of summoning the dragon with the Crystal Dragon Balls, Both Hashan Star and Maishan Star were unsuitable locations for the Golden Flame Dragon summoning. Thus, the chosen site was the training planet, not too far from Hashan Star. Honestly, while we have long known about the Dragon Balls, we have yet to see the dragon with our own eyes, Edri remarked cheerfully. I'll tell you. You all will be utterly astonished, Myers chimed in. Ha ha, Myers, we've seen all sorts of scenes. How could we possibly be scared? Alice shook her head. Recalling her encounters with the frozen demon, what could possibly frighten her now? Is the dragon even more terrifying than the frozen demon? You'll find out soon enough, Myers teased. Recalling the last encounter with the Golden Flame Dragon, when the colossal head of the dragon pierced through the atmosphere, resembling a celestial body colliding with the heavens. Mel's could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for the expressions of everyone in attendance shortly thereafter. Chapter 244. The Strength of the Star Core Shi Ling. It is your turn to summon, Shaya proclaimed as he presented 7 crystal Dragon Balls into her hands. As the creator of the Dragon Balls, Shaya had to serve as a bridge to maintain the dragon's existence and could not make the wish himself. With a gentle nod, Shi Ling accepted the 7 Dragon Balls and placed them upon the ground. Upon colliding, the orbs immediately began to hum softly, flickering with light. Come forth, Shenlong. Shi Ling called out loudly, reminiscent of the previous summoning by the blue-haired Lan Qi. As her words fell, the 7 crystal Dragon Balls erupted in a dazzling brilliance. And golden-hued clouds began to swirl around the planet, enveloping it in a celestial glow. Shi Ling and Myers exchanged smiles, witnessing the awe-inspiring spectacle. For Adri and Rebecca, it was their first encounter with such grandeur, leaving them utterly mesmerized, especially when the dragon's massive head emerged from the cosmos, dominating their field of vision. Is this what Shenlong truly looks like? It's absolutely magnificent, Alice exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Myers' shoulder, her voice trembling with excitement. I told you so, Myers replied, beaming with pride as if the dragon were her own creation. Wow, it's so enormous, it could almost encircle the entire planet. Lan Qi marveled, her lips moving in a daze. At that moment, the golden flame Shenlong spoke, its resounding voice echoing from all directions. Creating a thunderous resonance, the one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Shenlong, please use your utmost power to reinforce Hashan Star. But do not disrupt the normal lives of the Saiyans residing there, Shi Ling declared to the dragon. In her wish, she refrained from specifying the degree of fortification for Hashan Star, instead allowing the dragon to exert its maximum capacity, a clever linguistic maneuver, as instructed by Shaya. The distinction between a vague enhancement and a specific request was crucial. If she had requested the star to be as sturdy as the King Kai's realm, who could ascertain whether such a wish was simple or beyond Shenlong's capabilities? Yet, Shaya believed that fortifying Hanshan Star to the strength of King Kai's realm would not prove challenging for the Golden Flame Shenlong, indicating that her wish might be modest, and perhaps the star could be made even sturdier. Therefore, allowing the dragon to exercise its full potential was indeed the wisest choice. Your wish is quite simple, the Golden Flame Shenlong replied, its booming voice resonating as its enormous eyes glowed with crimson light. At this moment, Shaya, as the conduit of the wish, sensed a stirring force, a sensation absent in previous summonings. It seemed that when Shenlong exerted its full might, as its creator, Shaya could perceive certain ripples of energy. Meanwhile, on the distant Hashan Star, miraculous events unfolded. The sky suddenly filled with golden light, draping the entire planet in a resplendent, vibrant shroud. Gradually, the golden luminescence coalesced into droplets of liquid gold, cascading from the heavens like gentle spring rain, revitalizing the barren landscape of Hanshan Star. Miraculous transformations occurred across the planet. As if time itself had reversed, cracked tectonic plates began to mend, quivering and rolling as chasms closed, swiftly transforming into flat terrain. The pockmarked craters disappeared, and the soil surged forth, restoring the forests. Towering trees burst forth from the ground, and the wasteland blossomed back into a lush woodland. As golden droplets seeped into the earth, profound changes transpired within Hanshan Star. The once blazing magma of the star's core was gradually replaced by golden energy, and the planet's strength fluctuated continuously. Ultimately, when the entire star's core transformed into liquid gold, the initial fortification of Hanshan Star was complete. The latent energy would continue to nourish the planet's vitality, enhancing its strength. At this juncture, Hanshan Star had become comparable to the King Kai's realm, perhaps even surpassing it in resilience. If the Kai of the King Kai's realm were to learn that a star of greater fortitude existed below, they would surely be astonished. Your wish has been granted. The internal transformation of Hanshan Star is complete. I have imbued the core with the power of the dragon, and this energy will persist in bolstering the planet's strength. The golden flame Shenlong proclaimed before swiftly vanishing in a flash of golden light. Shaya deftly caught the 7 crystal Dragon Balls and instructed Shi Ling, after we return, conceal the Dragon Balls on the floating island. For no one will be able to find them there. Understood. Shi Ling nodded affirmatively. Let us return and assess the state of Hanshan Star. The effects of the crystal Dragon Balls are often exceptional. They may surprise us, Shaya suggested. Adri, invigorated, chimed in, yes, let's test the strength of Hanshan Star. If the planet's surface can withstand powerful energy attacks, we shall have no further worries. Belric smiled in agreement. Paradise playfully urged Alice, come on, let's go check it out. The grandeur of the crystal Dragon Balls had certainly broadened their horizons, but their current focus lay on the state of Hanshan Star. Since everyone is so eager to return, let us do so, Shaya replied, glancing at Shi Ling and Myers, who nodded in agreement. The group swiftly initiated their instant transmission back to Hanshan Star. As they re-entered the atmosphere of Hanshan Star, the refreshing air invigorated their spirits. They appeared atop a relatively remote hill, not far from the site of their previous battle. Gazing out over the landscape, they beheld a lush, vibrant primordial forest. The desolate remnants of the past now vanished. Everything has truly been restored. Everyone marveled, astonished by the sight of towering trees, each several meters thick, impossible to reconcile with the desolation that had prevailed just moments prior. Let us test the planet's strength, Adri suggested, conjuring a sphere of blue-white energy in his palm. The surging energy crackled as it interacted with the air, its formidable presence evident. In the case of an ordinary planet, such an energy sphere would likely result in catastrophic destruction. With a determined effort, he pressed the energy sphere downwards. Initially, the task was simple, but as it made contact with the heated surface, the ground vaporized, releasing a cloud of steam. However, as the sphere penetrated deeper, it became increasingly arduous to advance, and after reaching a depth of 5 meters, progress halted entirely, indicating that Adri had reached the limit of his energy. Chapter 245, The Awakening of Frieza. Haha. With all my might, I can only penetrate 5 meters into the ground. Beyond that, it is impossible. The transformation effect of the Dragon Balls is indeed remarkable. After witnessing the transformation of Red Mountain Star, Adrian laughed heartily. Let me give it a try. Shaya expressed his eagerness. Upon finishing his words, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his overwhelming aura causing the entire planet to tremble. However, this state lasted less than a second before the planet returned to tranquility, seemingly absorbing the pressure, and under the operation of its core. Red Mountain Star became even more formidable. Go! A radiant energy wave generated from his hand and was swiftly hurled into the sky, leaving behind a brilliant white trail. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently, and an orange-red mushroom cloud rose 1,000 meters away. After the winds subsided, Shaya gazed upon a crater no more than 10 meters in diameter, with a depth insufficient to reach 4 meters, less impressive than Adrian's previous endeavor. This was not to suggest that Shaya's energy wave was weaker than Adrian's. Rather, Red Mountain Star had significantly strengthened itself in mere seconds. Moreover, Shaya noticed that the planet seemed to exhibit greater resistance against more powerful attacks. To test this hypothesis, Shaya continued to manipulate his energy, and soon a tempest raged, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. After a sustained assault, he achieved the desired results. The intensity of the energy was no less than that of the King Kai's realm. Even an energy attack at the level of Majin Buu could not obliterate the planet. Shaya mused that, at least until reaching Super Saiyan 3, Red Mountain Star could rest assured. From a defensive standpoint, the current strength of Red Mountain Star was undoubtedly comparable to the divine planets within the King Kai's realm. Furthermore, considering long-term development, Red Mountain Star possessed greater potential than the King Kai's realm, as it had been transformed by the Golden Flame Dragon, endowing it with unparalleled self-adjustment and repair capabilities. As for the specific strengths and limits of the Golden Flame Dragon, even Shaya, its creator, could not ascertain. Meanwhile, in the distant North Galaxy, on Frieza's third administrative planet, Dodoria and Baff stood guard beside a green regeneration pod. Inside, Frieza floated silently in a crimson liquid, equipped with a breathing apparatus. Thanks to the growth serum provided by Baff, Frieza's severed lower body had regenerated. His pristine white skin appeared as though newly born, betraying no signs of the catastrophic assault he had endured. In this regard, the Frost Demon race truly deserved their title as the strongest in the universe, exhibiting astonishing vitality. In the original narrative, had Frieza been rescued promptly after the assault on Namek, he might not have needed to transform into Mechanical Frieza. Unfortunately, at that time, King Cold lacked the growth serum. Bath, when will Lord Frieza fully recover? Dodoria inquired, his dark purple lips quivering. Ever since the incident at Frieza's headquarters, Dodoria had been unsettled. He had never imagined that the invincible Frieza could face defeat. Moreover, recent reports indicated that King Cold had perished in the eastern region of the North Galaxy, leaving the eastern forces leaderless and fragmented. Who knows how that mysterious warrior managed to travel from the southern region to the eastern region in just a few days and kill King Cold? The unknown is the most terrifying aspect, a sentiment Dodoria deeply understood. Receiving a succession of grim news, both Dodoria and Bath were fraught with anxiety. They hastily traversed the universe aboard Frieza's ship, fearing that the mysterious warrior would discover that Frieza was still alive and come seeking vengeance. After several days of trepidation, they finally arrived at Frieza's third administrative planet, a prominent colony within Frieza's dominion. Bath shook his head, unsure when Frieza would awaken, as he had never encountered a similar situation before. Has the power under the Lord begun to descend into chaos? He asked. Indeed. Dodoria nodded. Those short-sighted fools have no idea that the Lord still lives. Just wait. When the Lord awakens, it will be their turn to meet their end. Sigh. Who would have thought that the mighty Frost Demon race would crumble so easily? I heard the Eastern forces have completely disintegrated, and the once strongest teams have begun to vie for territory, Bath remarked. They still had Lord Frieza, which provided a sense of stability, deterring nearby legions from acting recklessly. However, the further Frieza's forces were, the more tenuous their grasp became. Indeed, Dodoria gazed at Frieza in the pod, letting out a heavy sigh. Just then, Frieza's eyelids fluttered, and a series of bubbles rose from the liquid. Ah, Lord Frieza is awakening, Dodoria exclaimed in delight. Bath turned to observe and, indeed, saw Frieza's body stirring. Quickly, extract the regeneration liquid. Lord Frieza has awakened. Yes, my lord. The nearby extraterrestrials hurriedly operated the machinery. As the crimson liquid was expelled through the tubes, the transparent glass pod opened. Frieza opened his eyes and stepped out of the pod, reverting to his normal form once again. He lightly clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within, and cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds. With his blood-red eyes glaring, Frieza coldly demanded, Dodoria, recount the events of these past few days. I must know what that detestable ancient warrior has done after departing. Yes, Dodoria shuddered at Frieza's icy tone. In the past, Frieza had referred to him as Mr. Dodoria, but now he called him by his name, revealing the extent of Frieza's fury. Lord Frieza, that day, the ancient warrior returned from outer space and quickly launched a destruction bomb, obliterating Frieza's headquarters. Dodoria paused momentarily to collect his thoughts before narrating the recent events. He cautiously observed Frieza's reaction as he recounted King Cold's demise, finally relaxing when he saw Frieza's expression remain impassive. So, even my father perished at the hands of that ancient warrior? Frieza asked. Yes, the eastern forces have descended into chaos, and King Cold's legion has fragmented, Dodoria answered. Huh. I suspect it is more than just the eastern region that is in disarray. Tell me, what transpired in my domain while I lay in slumber? Frieza's cold gaze pierced through Dodoria, his voice frigid. Dodoria hesitated, glancing at Bath, who appeared lost in thought. Gritting his teeth, he relayed the events that had unfolded during Frieza's slumber. As expected, after hearing Dodoria's account, the chilling aura surrounding Frieza intensified. Chapter 246, Vegeta and Company, Those Damned Fellows. Frieza was enveloped in an icy chill, causing the temperature around him to plummet abruptly. Just as Dodoria and Berta sensed that Frieza was about to unleash his pent-up fury, he suddenly let out a cold chuckle, and the palpable frost around him dissipated in an instant. He waved dismissively, saying, Enough. These traitors are of no use. It is better to eliminate them swiftly. My lord, the entire northern galaxy is currently leaderless, should we? Dodoria cautiously suggested, leaning forward. Frieza shook his head. No, the time is not yet ripe. That ancient warrior, though despicable, possesses formidable strength. He has made me realize a crucial truth. In this universe, power is paramount. Compared to that ancient warrior, I am still lacking. Thus, Frieza resolved to calm his mind and dedicate time to rigorous training. My previous overwhelming power has prevented me from fully honing my abilities. If I apply myself diligently, that so-called ancient warrior will be no match for me. However, the morale of Frieza's forces was wavering. If you do not make an appearance, Berta interjected. Frieza calmly replied, the turmoil among the ranks is merely temporary. Even if we lose territory, we can reclaim it in the future. It is unwise to be too ostentatious at this juncture. By the way, who currently leads the 1st and 2nd Legions? It seems to be the brothers Abo and Kato. Then let them assume command of my forces for the time being. Maintaining 1/10 of our original territory should suffice. Through this conflict, Frieza had learned the art of concealing one's strength from his father, opting for a temporary retreat while entrusting his dominion to the 2 commanders within his legion. To prevent any potential power struggles, Frieza drastically reduced his influence by 90%. Yes, Lord Frieza. Upon witnessing Frieza's determination, Berta responded loudly. Dodoria, though reluctant, realized he had no choice but to acquiesce, understanding that Frieza's retreat would diminish his own power as well. As for the chosen Abo and Kato, Dodoria was somewhat familiar with them. It was said they hailed from a peculiar high-level planet, possessing immense strength, potentially surpassing even Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force. Rumor had it that the 2 brothers had a combined technique that rendered them exceptionally powerful when executed together, which explained their leadership of the 1st and 2nd Legions. In the later stages of the original tale, the Abo and Kato brothers proved formidable, having once pursued Vegeta's brother, Tarbell, to Earth, only to be ultimately defeated by Gotenks. The fusion of Goten and Trunks. Send out a cosmic broadcast to all personnel, instructing them to return to headquarters immediately. Record the names of those who fail to comply. I shall settle the score with them later. From this day forth, the leaders of Frieza's forces shall be the brothers Abo and Kato. Understood? Frieza narrowed his eyes. Understood. Dodoria and Berta exchanged glances, realizing that Frieza intended to elevate Abo and Kato to the forefront. At that moment, on a particular planet in the northern galaxy, the damp rainforest was utterly uncomfortable. Beside a fallen tree, a roaring bonfire radiated warmth and light, dispersing the surrounding moisture along with its smoke. By the fire, a colossal mammoth had been prepared and was now roasting over the flames. Hey, Vegeta, what are you holding? The burly Nappa tore off a piece of roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth, noticing Vegeta gazing intently at a photograph. Mind your own business and eat your meat, Vegeta coldly retorted, glancing up briefly before expressionlessly tucking the photo into his attire and reaching for a piece of fatty meat from the fire. Chastised, Nappa chuckled awkwardly. Despite Vegeta's youth, his battle power of 6,200 had left Nappa far behind. In the face of Vegeta's superior identity and strength, Nappa could only entertain thoughts of subservience. Nearly 2 years had elapsed since their last mission failure, and he vaguely sensed that Vegeta had undergone significant changes, though his disdain for the weak remained unchanged. Turning to Raditz, Nappa jested, you need to step up your game. Among us, you are the weakest. If you don't get stronger soon, you won't be able to join us on missions. Yeah, Raditz nodded meekly, lacking confidence. As a low-class warrior, he often wondered why he had been assigned to Prince Vegeta's team, especially since both Vegeta and Nappa were elite fighters, while he felt like a liability. Prince Vegeta's battle power of 6,200 dwarfed Nappa's 1,800, and Raditz had yet to even reach 600. Clenching his fists, he lamented his inadequacy in comparison to his 2 comrades. Raditz is such a waste, Vegeta scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at Raditz. A mere low-class warrior with no ambition to grow stronger was the most contemptible in Vegeta's eyes. Yet, reflecting on the rarity of surviving Saiyans, he considered that for the sake of preserving their bloodline, he could not allow Raditz to perish too soon. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds emanated from his scouter. A message from Frieza's headquarters. Are they assigning us another task? Nappa spat, furrowing his brow. These bothersome nuisances. As Vegeta munched on the roasted meat, he remarked, what a nuisance. Nappa chuckled, unfazed by Vegeta's reaction. In truth, Vegeta always expressed his disdain whenever a message arrived from Frieza's headquarters. Pressing the scouters button, a cascade of instructions soon appeared on the screen. Wait, I see something surprising, Nappa exclaimed, astonished. What is it? Vegeta, something significant has occurred. Frieza's headquarters has been attacked. According to the message, the leadership of Frieza's forces has changed hands to the brothers Abo and Kato from the 1st and 2nd Legions. They are summoning everyone back to headquarters, seemingly poised to relinquish a vast portion of their territory. Nappa's face was a mask of disbelief. Frieza is dead? Vegeta set down his meat, his eyes wide with surprise. Not exactly, Nappa shook his head. There must be more to this. Frieza is not so easily vanquished. A cold glint flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Nappa inquired, should we return? If what the message suggested was true, and Frieza's forces had indeed changed hands, it would be the perfect opportunity to sever ties with Frieza. Vegeta and his companions had never been fond of Frieza, but they had remained under his command solely to hone their combat prowess. Why not return? Vegeta stood up, snorting disdainfully. If Frieza is dead, that would be best. If he is alive, it won't affect us much. Moreover, I suspect this is all a ruse orchestrated by Frieza himself. What advantage would he gain from relinquishing such a vast territory? Nappa pondered. Who knows? Vegeta scoffed, then unleashed a surge of energy, intensifying the flames. Hurry up and eat. Once you finish, deal with this planet, and then proceed to the designated planet as instructed in the communication. Regardless of the circumstances, they remain indifferent. The Saiyans exist solely for the thrill of battle, unconcerned whether the ruler is Frieza or someone else. Naturally, deep down, Vegeta harbors a desire for Frieza's continued existence. For the one destined to vanquish Frieza in the future can only be him. Well then, Nappa and Raditz nodded in agreement, swiftly eliminating an entire mammoth. They then proceeded to finalize the tasks on this planet, as 3 spherical spacecraft descended into the cosmos. Chapter 247. The reclusive Frieza. Behind the curtain in a distant corner of the universe, within the western galaxy, lies the planet of King Vegeta. This is a frigid world, perpetually shrouded in temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero, compared to the biting winds outside. The icy palace of King Vegeta exudes an even more chilling aura. Crash! The sound of a wine goblet shattering on the floor reverberated through the hall as King Vegeta, his face darkened with fury, emanated a sinister chill. How infuriating! My son perished on that cursed red mountain star. Rudel, oh Rudel! How strong could the adversary be to have taken your life? King Vegeta uttered grimly. My king, stammered a creature adorned with fin-like appendages atop its head. Sensing the king's ire, I bring tidings not only about Lord Rudel but also concerning the northern galaxy. Speak. King Vegeta snapped, his words terse and laden with authority. According to the latest intelligence from our agents in the northern galaxy, following Kvila's demise, both Frieza and King Cooled have also fallen victim to a mysterious assailant, meeting their untimely ends. What? The king's countenance shifted, and he abruptly rose, mood oscillating between wrath and incredulity. You mean to say that even Frieza and King Cooled are dead? Indeed. Reports indicate as such. Then it appears the Ice Clan of the galaxy is left with but one ruler, myself. King Vegeta's voice rose sharply as he began pacing the cold confines of his palace. This revelation was far from fortuitous. Ordinarily, he might have relished King Cooled's demise, but only if it had occurred by his own hand. Now, with Rudel's death, he felt a profound sense of loss, a grim foreboding that an unseen force was targeting the Ice Clan. This thought gnawed at his mind, casting a shadow of unease over him. But who could this enigmatic foe be? King Vegeta pondered cautiously. The entities most desirous of their downfall would be the 4 kings governing the galaxy and the Galactic Patrol. However, he regarded them with disdain, believing them to lack the necessary might. The true powers capable of opposing them were likely the higher echelons within the Cosmic Merchant Alliance. Yet, as a member of the Alliance himself, he found the internal dynamics convoluted and fraught with conflicts. Despite this, a fade of tranquility seemed to persist. Contemplating further, King Vegeta could not fathom who was orchestrating this targeted assault on the Ice Clan. Was it mere coincidence that Rudel and King Cooled fell one after the other? Such serendipity seemed implausible. Yet, the intricacies of the world are often beyond comprehension. Little did King Vegeta know that the simultaneous deaths of Rudel and others were mere happenstance. Instigated by the Super Saiyans, Avide, dispatch a team to the Eastern Galaxy and eliminate that fellow named Kaluk. King Vegeta commanded, his demeanor suddenly resolute. Yes, my king. In an instant, a shadowy figure materialized from the cold corner, acknowledging the order before vanishing into the ether. Damn it, had it not been for Kaluk, Rudel would never have ventured to that accursed red mountain star, and thus would not have met his demise there. Kaluk must die, King Vegeta mused coldly. Rudel's death significantly jeopardized his aspirations for supremacy over the galaxy. The loss of such a capable ally, particularly one so obedient, escalated the challenges he faced in executing his grand designs. After a moment of silence, King Vegeta spoke again. Ned, prepare a fleet. I shall personally journey to the Red Mountain Star. At full speed, how long will it take to reach the Red Mountain Star? Ned, the alien, contemplated before responding. The distance from the Western Galaxy to the Eastern Galaxy is immense. If we traverse directly through the center of the galaxy, our most advanced technology would require approximately 5 months to arrive. Then we shall proceed directly through the center of the galaxy. But, my king, that is the territory of the Galactic Patrol, Ned cautioned. Humph, those inept fools. If they do not recognize their place, we shall eliminate them. King Davido's tone was frigid and rife with murderous intent. Seeing the king's determination, Ned nodded. I will prepare immediately. Red Mountain Star as he watched his subordinates retreat. King Davido sank into his icy throne, his violet eyes flickering with intensity. He closed his eyes and murmured to himself. Frieza's third administrative star. Upon receiving the news, Frieza's scattered subordinates from the northern galaxy returned in small groups, though the number of returnees barely reached 1% of the original force. The sheer magnitude quickly filled the third administrative star with a bustling crowd. Standing on a high platform, Frieza surveyed the throng below, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, quite a few have returned. Abbo, Carter, from this day forth, they shall be your subordinates. Lead them well. Frieza addressed Abbo and Carter with feigned cordiality. The brothers Abbo and Carter, one blue-skinned and the other red, possessed somewhat rotund figures adorned with fleshy tendrils atop their heads, presenting an unassuming appearance. However, one must not underestimate them based on appearances alone. In the original tale, they would emerge as formidable entities rivaling Frieza himself. They had once fought alongside the Ginyu Force and, after Frieza's demise, sought to usurp his position, conquering planets before eventually splitting territories with another faction of Frieza's subordinates. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Berta, you must assist Abbo and Carter diligently. Frieza instructed earnestly. Yes, Lord Frieza, as you wish. Dodoria and Berta nodded. Glancing at the brothers clad in the traditional battle attire of Frieza's army, their flabby forms quivering with excitement, Dodoria's gaze was filled with envy as he observed their newfound fortune. Who would have anticipated that the illustrious Frieza would choose this moment to withdraw? The unexpected boon showered upon the brothers left them momentarily dazed, their hearts brimming with elation, oblivious to the fact that Frieza was maneuvering them to the forefront, drawing the fire of rival factions toward them. Even if they were aware, they would likely embrace such an arrangement with enthusiasm. Amidst the crowd, one individual's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Frieza in the distance, his expression grave. Frieza has indeed survived. But what could be his motive for such actions? Nappa questioned, bewildered. It is foolish for a ruler to relinquish territory gained through toil. Who can say? Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Nappa chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Raditz, who repeatedly shook his head. I don't know either. Nappa remarked, I knew you were worthless. Enough of this. The 13 or 14-year-old Raditz pouted, feeling aggrieved, for whenever he was with Vegeta and Nappa, he seemed to bear the brunt of their frustrations, especially when Nappa was in a foul mood. Alas, he was merely a lowly warrior, and Raditz sighed deeply, dissatisfied with his own potential. Chapter 248, I Want to Return to Earth. The retreat of Frieza marks a significant event for the currently tumultuous Northern Galaxy. In the absence of a dominant figure to intervene and consolidate power with an iron fist, the various factions remain embroiled in a chaotic struggle akin to warring states. It is foreseeable that for a considerable duration, the Northern Galaxy will be engulfed in a power transition and restructuring of influence as a result of this upheaval. Although Frieza has nominally transferred authority to the brothers Abo and Kata, he has not explicitly ordered the other factions to submit to them. This ambiguous approach is evident in Frieza's failure to summon his subordinates in his own name, instead opting for the brothers' names, suggesting a lack of genuine succession. He did not personally hand over the reins but merely stepped aside for the brothers. Consequently, many factions remain resistant to Abo and Kata, and only Frieza could have quelled their dissent. Thus, the seeds of conflict have already been sown, and restoring tranquility will likely require a prolonged period. However, this may be precisely what Frieza desires. Given Abo and Kata's capabilities, maintaining control over Frieza's primary territories should pose no challenge, but with the surrounding warlords eyeing them covetously, they are compelled to continue relying on the reclusive Frieza. Of course, these developments are of little concern to Vegeta and his companions. Upon confirming Frieza's survival, Vegeta expressed no interest in the new leaders, Abo and Kata. Casting a cold glance at Frieza on the platform, Vegeta declared, Nappa, we're leaving. Eh? Aren't we going to wait for the new leader to finish speaking? Nappa inquired, surprised. Vegeta scoffed, since Frieza is not dead. What significance does this so-called new leader hold? Merely a puppet on display. It would be far more worthwhile to enhance our strength than to linger here. Vegeta had no desire to delve into the particulars of Abo and Kata, for the pride of a prince would not allow him to focus on mere marionettes. What intrigued him more was the reason behind Frieza's withdrawal. Could it truly be due to the threat of a formidable enemy, as the rumors suggested? Regardless of Frieza's machinations, whether rooted in fear or evasion, the one destined to defeat him in the future will undoubtedly be me, Vegeta vowed silently. In the past, the entire Saiyan race had served King Frieza, including his father, King Vegeta, who was forced to comply with Frieza's dictates. Yet the rewards were scant, to speak kindly. They were Frieza's attendants, but harshly, mere slaves. This was intolerable for the inherently proud Vegeta. He sought to prove through his might that the Saiyans were indeed the most superior race in the universe, rather than mere vassals of another. Nappa nodded thoughtfully, scratching his bald head. Though he did not fully grasp the meaning behind Vegeta's words, he resolved to follow the princess' lead. Raditz, go accept a suitable mission. Nappa instructed Raditz, who was typically tasked with such minor responsibilities due to his inferior strength. Understood. Raditz nodded, displaying no signs of discontent, and quickly dashed off to accept the mission. The three then appeared akin to mercenaries traversing the cosmos, departing Frieza's third administrative planet aboard their spacecraft. In the eastern galaxy, on Red Mountain Star, dawn's light crested the horizon, illuminating the dim mountain tops with a hue of pale fish white. The sun's rays dispersed the thin mist, heralding the arrival of a new day. Bang, bang, bang. Early in the morning, the door of the Shaya residence was knocked upon. Situated in the heart of a villa complex within the central city, Shaya's home was a modern establishment with exquisite landscaping. Typically, no one would knock so rudely at the residence of the leader. Who is it? Mel's rushed out in his slippers. Upon opening the door, he found a golden-haired girl in a grass-green tank top standing at the threshold, her brows slightly arched, displaying signs of impatience. Lanchi, what brings you here? Mel's asked, taken aback. Lanchi usually resided on a floating island and seldom visited Red Mountain Star, partly due to the planet's intense gravity, necessitating the use of a specialized gravity regulation device, and partly due to the overwhelming strength of the Saiyans, which deterred her from visiting. Consequently, her appearances on the planet were rare. Hey, is Shaya here? I've had enough. I want to go back to Earth, Lanchi declared, boldly stepping inside and plopping down on the living room sofa without a hint of hesitation. To be fair, having a human like Lanchi remain on Red Mountain Star for an extended period was unbearable for her. Everyone around her possessed greater strength, rendering her akin to a lamb among a pride of lions. Although she was not in any real danger, the oppressive atmosphere was stifling, devoid of fulfillment. What on earth was the blue-haired version of me thinking to end up in such a place? Lanchi lamented. You want to return to Earth? At that moment, Shaya approached Lanchi, noticing she was wearing the very outfit he had purchased for her the first time they met. The ensemble consisted of a grass-green tank top and tight denim shorts, complemented by a red headband in her golden hair, a signature look for blue-haired Lanchi. Her long, fair legs were exposed to the air, embodying the essence of youthful exuberance. During that shopping spree, he had entirely cleared out the store, acquiring various styles sufficient for Lanchi to wear for several years. Yes, I'm utterly bored staying on Red Mountain Star. The staff still have their holidays. You must let me return to Earth for a while, Lanchi exclaimed, taking a sip of tea. Indeed, you have a point, Shaya agreed. Keeping Lanchi cooped up on Red Mountain Star without personal time did present an issue. Even if blue-haired Lanchi bore no complaints, golden-haired Lanchi was a different story, clearly. She was quite dissatisfied. Right, employees must have their holidays. Lanchi's eyes sparkled as she leaned in closer, oblivious to how alluring her actions appeared. Sensing the fragrant aroma wafting towards him, Shaya coughed lightly and nodded in agreement. If you wish to return to Earth, it is not out of the question. But you must first complete the nurturing of the sins of beings. Upon hearing this, Lanchi joyfully thumped her chest. I've already accomplished that. All that remains is for Aunt Jine and the others to tend to them until harvest time. She promptly claimed credit for blue-haired Lanchi's efforts. She anticipated that the first-year yield of sins of beans would exceed expectations. Previously, while on Earth, Master Rashi's annual harvest yielded around 100 beans at most, with the possibility of total failure at times. The floating island was designed to optimize the growing conditions for the sins of beans, thus ensuring a better yield. This year, they could potentially harvest 500 beans. While this quantity might seem modest, filling a bowl only slightly, the cumulative effect over time would lead to an increasing abundance. Then it is settled. You shall be allowed to return to Earth for vacation each year after completing your tasks. Shaya chuckled, realizing he had inadvertently turned into a tyrannical employer. Yay, it's a deal. Lanchi beamed with delight, eager to ensure Shaya wouldn't change his mind. At long last, I can return to Earth. The Saiyans on this Red Mountain Star are simply too formidable. I've only been bullied here. Once I'm back on Earth, I shall be liberated, free to soar high and do as I please. Lanchi mused, Prompted by her thoughts, Shaya placed his arm around her shoulders and activated instant transmission. Upon returning to Earth and inhaling the familiar scents in the air, Lanchi was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, as if she had just emerged from the depths of an abyss. "Finally, I'm back on Earth," she exclaimed. "Lanchi, you can arrange your time as you wish. I shall come to retrieve you when it is time to return," Shaya said, releasing her shoulder. "Understood. I'm off then," Lanchi replied eagerly, waving her hand before soaring into the sky, joyfully shouting as she flew in a particular direction. Observing Lanchi's exuberant figure, Shaya shook his head in resignation. It was evident that she had been cooped up on Red Mountain Star for far too long. However, the inhabitants of Earth were about to face the consequences. Shaya felt no concern for Lanchi's safety. In fact, he believed Earth's residents were in for a rough time. With her current battle power of 180, there were very few who could contend with her. This was comparable to Tenshinhan's strength during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Calculating the odds, it seemed that only Tao Pai Pai might stand a chance against Lanchi, while Master Rashi and Kornshin were still somewhat lacking. Little did I know that my involvement would elevate Lanchi to the status of the strongest Earthling. Shaya smiled, shaking his head, but then thought about how Lanchi had undergone training under the Cat Master himself. It was impossible for her not to grow stronger. With these thoughts, Shaya also prepared to return. However, since he was on Earth, he decided to visit the Peninsula City, his other abode on this planet. Thus, he activated instant transmission. Arriving at the coastal Peninsula City, which was not far from Master Rashi's residence, a journey of just over an hour by speedboat. Chapter 249. Tai's request. Upon returning to the villa where he once resided, Shaya opened the door to find the expansive interior immaculate, untouched by dust despite the passage of over a year. This was thanks to a semi-spherical cleaning robot that diligently maintained the space. The cleaning robots of the Fidaians were indeed practical. Shaya smiled as he opened the windows to let in fresh air. A gentle breeze infused with the scent of the sea wafting in. Although it was a sea breeze, there was no hint of a fishy odor. Rather, it carried a refreshing and comforting essence. Shaya had no intention of staying on Earth for long. After assessing the villa, he prepared to leave. At that moment, a distant roar of an aircraft engine echoed from the sky. In this remote peninsula city, aircraft were quite rare. The sound grew closer, soon hovering above Shaya's villa, accompanied by a warm vortex. Looking up, Shaya noticed 3 concentric circles emblazoned on the aircraft. It was the emblem of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Who could possibly be visiting from the Universal Capsule Company? Shaya pondered, intrigued by the unexpected arrival. After all, the Universal Capsule Company had ongoing business relations with Red Mountain Star, and those aware of his villa's existence must be high-ranking officials from the corporation. Thus, it would be prudent to meet them. Before long, the aircraft descended, and a vibrant young woman emerged. She possessed golden hair, smooth and delicate, unlike the curly locks of Lanchi. Shaya instantly recognized her, murmuring, "Tai? What brings her here?" It had been many years since he last saw Tai, and she appeared even more mature now. "Ah, Shaya, you are truly here," Tai exclaimed, her face radiant with surprise as she rushed toward him. Despite the years that had passed, she approached him as if they were old friends reuniting. "Tai, it has been a long time. What brings you to see me?" Shaya inquired. Tai nodded eagerly, retrieving a beautifully wrapped booklet from her bag, seemingly a novel. "Shaya, take a look at this novel I wrote," she exclaimed, handing it to him. Tai's aspiration had always been to become an accomplished science fiction author. Could it be that her dream had come to fruition? Shaya, curious, accepted the book and glanced at its title, The Struggle of the Night Prince. The title was quite poetic. As he turned a few pages, his expression grew peculiar. He skimmed through the story, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Tai's novel primarily explored the theme of good versus evil, narrating the tale of an alien prince whose home planet was destroyed, forcing him to join a dark organization. Gradually, he succumbed to malevolence, viewing the weak as mere insects. Yet his conscience continued to struggle within him. Of course, the narrative was peppered with various science fiction elements. However, it was not merely this that piqued Shaya's interest. What astonished him was the characterization of the prince, jet black hair and a brown tail. Was this not a description of Vegeta? Even more bizarrely, the novel included a power level system. Tai, why did you characterize the male protagonist this way? Shaya asked earnestly, looking at her. Tai brushed her hair, tousled by the wind, and replied, "Remember when I asked you to get a few spaceships from the Fidaians? 2 years ago, I left Earth aboard one of those ships." Tai recounted her adventures in space, eventually mentioning a collision with a spherical aircraft near the planet Sway. "So, You encountered Vegeta? Shaya realized, certain that the spherical craft involved in the collision was most likely Vegeta's. How do you know his name is Vegeta? Do you know him? Tai exclaimed in surprise. Shaya raised an eyebrow, pondering how Tai had truly met Vegeta and why she had not been killed. Was Vegeta truly a Saiyan? Yes, he has a tail. Just like Gak said, Tai confirmed, nodding. Shaya rubbed his temples, speaking seriously. Miss Tai, if the individual you met was indeed the Saiyan named Vegeta, how did you survive? Given Vegeta's ruthless nature, how could Tai have possibly lived? Perhaps he was still young and not yet entirely heartless, but that seemed unlikely. Saiyans were notoriously precocious. Hey, how can you say such things about him? Although Vegeta appears cold, I know he has a kind heart, Tai retorted, hands on her hips. As though someone had insulted her brother. Vegeta? Kind-hearted? Those are two words that hardly belong together. Shaya stumbled, nearly losing his balance. How could Tai possess such an imaginative perception of Vegeta's character? Please tell me what transpired after your encounter with Vegeta. All right, Tai agreed, nodding as she recounted her experiences on Sway and the events that followed. Shaya listened, incredulous at her tale. Tai seemed remarkably fortunate, for according to her narrative, Vegeta had often contemplated killing her. So, because you damaged his ship, you naively took Vegeta to Frieza's colony? Miss Tai, how thick-skinned do you have to be? You willingly jumped into the fire. Shaya remarked, astonished. Yet surprisingly, Vegeta indeed kept his promise and let you go. Tai puffed her cheeks in annoyance. You're making me angry. Shaya chuckled apologetically and asked, did you come to see me just to show me this book? Tai gently shook her head, saying, my book has already been published. And the response has been quite favorable, at least more engaging than the previous story based on Gak. In truth, it was not that it was more engaging. The earlier tale based on Gak had simply failed to resonate. I believe there is still significant potential in a story based on Vegeta. But my understanding of the power dynamics in the universe is limited. Although I've heard Vegeta mention Frieza, it always left me confused. Since Red Mountain Star is also a powerful cosmic civilization, could you provide me with some insights? By the way, how do you know about Vegeta? Have you met him? At that moment, Tai recalled Shaya's earlier reaction. Her curiosity piqued. Did I never mention that Red Mountain Star is a Saiyan stronghold? Shaya replied, astonished. What? Red Mountain Star is a Saiyan stronghold? You never said. Didn't T-Gak claim that the Saiyans were nearly extinct? Vegeta mentioned the same. Tai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a new continent. Shaya shook his head and remarked, we migrated from Planet Vegeta long ago, so Vegeta is certainly unaware. You mentioned wanting details regarding Frieza's character? Indeed, the more comprehensive, the better. I aspire to craft a grand cosmic epic, utilizing real individuals as templates, incorporating elements of Frieza, Saiyans, and extraterrestrial beings. It is bound to achieve great success. As Taisi spoke, her passion ignited. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya replied, very well. I shall relay these instructions to the Fidarians and ensure they provide you with a thorough account of the Northern Galaxy's lore. Thank you so much. Taisi expressed her gratitude with satisfaction. Not at all. Shaya waved his hand dismissively. After all, the power dynamics in the Northern Galaxy had already been thrown into disarray by his meddling, rendering previous records of power merely suitable for fictional narratives. If Taisi were to pen a novel about the Northern Galaxy, it would indeed be quite an intriguing endeavor. Unbeknownst to Shaya, on an uncharted planet, Frieza, whom he believed to be perished, was engaging in rare training. The crushing defeat he had suffered instilled within him a profound sense of urgency, prompted by the peril to his life. Meanwhile, in a more distant realm, a fleet cloaked in ominous black exuded a chilling aura as it swiftly traversed the Galactic Police's domain at the center of the galaxy, relentlessly advancing towards the Eastern Galaxy. Faced with the menacing advance of the Dark Fleet, the officials of the Galactic Police, who prided themselves on maintaining order within the galaxy, could do nothing but watch from afar, too intimidated to intervene. Chapter 250. The female bandit time slipped away like fine sand in an hourglass. And in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On Earth, a vast expanse of land had become nearly desertified. The terrain was largely devoid of vegetation. Aside from the rolling yellow sands, one could only see towering stone pillars standing resolutely like sentinels. Scattered around were clusters of spherical sea buckthorn. The environment on Earth was remarkably diverse, and such a landscape filled with stone pillars was not uncommon. As the wind blew, tumbleweeds danced in the yellow sands. This area served as a crucial route connecting two cities, attracting numerous caravans and travelers, thus providing ample opportunities for desert bandits. Typically, these bandits operated in small groups, sometimes numbering in the dozens, driving jeeps while brandishing knives and machine guns. They would rob unsuspecting merchants along the way. The sounds of fierce gunfire echoed as plumes of smoke rose into the air. Once more, a group of bandits had struck successfully, returning to their hideout laden with stolen goods. "Hey, boss, this haul is quite satisfactory. It should keep the brothers entertained for a while," said a bandit in the driver's seat, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he took a leisurely puff. The bandit leader laughed heartily, gulping down a swig of strong liquor, and boisterously declared, "Next, let us all enjoy ourselves thoroughly for a spell, then we'll plan a bigger score." Following the boss is always a good choice, the bandits chimed, chuckling. "Those police are utterly useless. Do they really think they can catch us? What a joke." The gang of thieves laughed and joked, reveling in their ill-gotten gains. For them, a monthly heist was enough to indulge in a lavish lifestyle, free from the constraints of law enforcement. While the bandits reveled, several hundred meters away, among a cluster of towering stone pillars, there lay a cool, open space. In contrast to the heat outside, this spot was refreshingly cool. At that moment, a figure dressed in denim lay reclined in the shade. A gentle breeze stirred a curtain of golden hair, the brim of a cowboy hat obscuring her face, making her features indiscernible. However, the delicate curves suggested she was a woman. As the sound of a rumbling jeep grew nearer, the ground trembled slightly. The golden-haired woman adjusted her hat, awakening to the approaching noise. Suddenly, she sprang up, her dark eyes sparkling like stars, and exclaimed with excitement, "After waiting so long, prey has finally arrived." This golden-haired woman was none other than Lanky, who, after returning to Earth, had been wandering alone, exploring the mountains and rivers. However, as time passed, the novelty wore off, leaving her feeling aimless until one day she witnessed a bandit robbery. In that instant, inspiration struck her. Lanky finally understood what she desired. Free-spirited, exhilarating, unfettered. This is the life I seek. Lanky realized. I was born to be a bandit. Being a good girl is for another version of myself. In that moment, she comprehended that her purpose in this world was to embrace the life of a bandit. Of course, she would never engage in petty theft or bank robbery, as such acts were beneath her dignity as a martial artist, and she would surely face the wrath of Shaya if she were found out. "Well, I'll be a wandering rogue at the edge of the desert, living freely and flamboyantly, while avoiding Shaya's reprimands." Having made her decision, Lanky swiftly redirected her attention to the desert trade route. She would not target ordinary caravans, so her sights naturally fell upon the bandits. To counter evil with evil, that is how I can prove my worth. Lanky thought gleefully as she emerged from the stone forest, wielding a large iron hammer. Creak! The jeep screeched to a halt, causing the bandits inside to nearly tumble over one another. "Damn it, who was driving?" The bandit leader shouted angrily at the driver. The driver pointed at the figure ahead. "Boss, look, there's a woman blocking the road." Several bandits followed his gaze and indeed spotted a golden-haired girl approaching, her form partially obscured by the swirling sands of the desert. However, it was apparent from her graceful movements that she was a beauty. Yet, it struck them as odd that the girl carried no belongings, only a disproportionately large iron hammer. "Wow, what a stunning girl. Boss, we're in luck this time." The bandits drooled, grinning lewdly. "Get away. That girl is mine." The bandit leader snapped, his eyes wide with desire as he took another swig of liquor before leaping from the jeep, machine gun in hand. The other bandits quickly followed suit. 6 or 7 desert bandits converging toward Lanky, unaware that the seemingly innocent lamb before them was actually a fierce lion. Before the bandits could utter a word, Lanky boldly shouted, "If you want to live, hand over all your valuables." The bandits were taken aback, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that, boss? This little girl thinks she can rob us. She doesn't know we are the professionals here. I say, little girl, you might as well go back and be our captive princess." They jeered, laughing uncontrollably at the absurdity of a delicate girl attempting to rob them, as if she were an heiress from a movie who had lost touch with reality. However, this was advantageous for the bandits. With sinister smiles, they advanced toward Lanky. Seeing their approach, Lanky wrinkled her nose. The lecherous glances of the bandits were unmistakable, and a memory of the bandits she had vanquished in her childhood suddenly surged forth, igniting a cold glint of murderous intent in her eyes. "Fools," Lanky scoffed, gripping her iron hammer as she charged forward. In an instant, her graceful figure vanished from sight. The bandits' laughter abruptly ceased, their eyes widening in disbelief. Where did she go? Bang! The sound of the hammer crashing down was followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Turning towards the source of the cry, They were shocked to find the golden-haired woman had appeared behind them, having knocked one of their own unconscious with her hammer. What just happened? How did Benny fall? Oh no, we encountered tough opposition. Realizing their comrade had inexplicably collapsed, the bandits felt a chill run down their spines. Their nerves snapping taut. They quickly reached for their weapons, aiming at the girl before them. I only intended to rob a little, but upon seeing you, I couldn't help but want to kill you. Indeed, I have always detested bandits. Lanky declared defiantly, stepping forward. Don't come any closer. The bandits aimed their machine guns at Lanky, but she remained unfazed, advancing with unwavering resolve. Fire. Kill this woman. The leader of the bandits faltered, his eyes flashing with anger as he hastily issued orders, his finger already pressing the trigger. A series of gunshots erupted, flames belching forth from the barrel. Had it been an ordinary individual, such an attack would have likely left them riddled with bullets. However, they were unfortunate enough to confront Lanchi. With a combat prowess of 200, she was nearly invincible on Earth and had no reason to fear mere projectiles. Seeking death, Lanchi uttered coldly, her fair visage betraying her ire as she wielded a hefty iron hammer. The sound of metal striking metal resounded as the crimson fireballs veered off course. Countless bullets ricocheting away from her hammer. Sparks flew in a dazzling display, and the ground was instantly adorned with numerous tiny craters. Are you even human? The bandit's voice trembled in fear. In that moment, trepidation engulfed them. Lanchi adjusted her cowboy hat, her chilling voice reverberating through the air, delivering their death sentence. You need not know much. I am quite displeased at present. You shall all dutifully meet the King of Hell. Brothers, let us fight back, with no means of escape. The bandits steeled their resolve, igniting a spark of bravery within them, yet they remained utterly oblivious to the caliber of their adversary. Given Lanchi's current strength, even a battle against the aging King Piccolo would not be beyond her capabilities, and these bandits were destined for a grim fate. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, a glimmering brilliance darted through the air, followed by a cacophony of strikes, as several bandits succumbed, their eyes rolling back as they fell lifeless to the ground. Chapter 251. A new threat. What a troublesome fellow, after all the effort I put in. With a determined demeanor, the blonde Lanchi approached the bandits, crouching down to rummage through their belongings. Ultimately, she extracted a pouch filled with gold coins and a set of car keys. Weighing the coins in her hand, she scoffed. Humph, what a bunch of paupers. They barely have more than my pocket change. Lanchi worked on the Red Mountain Star, although her daily life could be somewhat mundane. The treatment she received from Shaya was exceptional. On this trip back to Earth, he had generously provided her with a significant allowance. Oh well, it will have to do, she thought. With a carefree smile, Lanchi commandeered the bandits' jeep and vanished into the vast expanse of the desert in a cloud of dust. At the Kailinta, the cat sage stood pensively before a water tank, observing the display within with a sense of helplessness. The scene revealed was none other than Lanchi robbing the bandits. It was astonishing that such a martial arts expert would stoop to thievery. Perhaps only Lanchi would dare to do such a thing. Lanchi's demeanor had become increasingly brash. Yet her prowess had clearly improved under Shaya's guidance. If only she could refine her character, she might be worthy of being recommended to the deities for further cultivation as a potential divine being. The cat sage stroked its beard thoughtfully, but then considered that Lanchi had now moved to the Red Mountain Star, where she would likely have little opportunity to return. Such a talent lost to Earth would mean she could never become its guardian deity. What a pity. If Lanchi had remained on Earth, she could undoubtedly have become its protector, if only she could temper her rough edges. The cat sage recognized that such thoughts were perhaps overly optimistic. Setting aside whether Lanchi would agree, it was certain that Shaya would never allow her to leave. She had become quite indispensable on the Red Mountain Star. The cat sage reminisced about the days when Lanchi was still at Kailinta, when meals were prepared for it, unlike the meager fare it endured now. Perhaps I should scout for another candidate? The cat sage mused. It had been over 3 centuries since anyone had ascended to Kailinta, let alone the celestial realm. The deities were aging, and their tenure would not last much longer. Should it not select a few pure-hearted earthlings for training? This thought, once conceived, stirred a flurry of excitement in its heart. Meanwhile, on the lower realm, Lanchi continued her audacious exploits against bandits in the arid wilderness until one day, Shaya found her. Are we going back to the Red Mountain Star so soon? Lanchi lamented, feeling a sense of dejection as she saw Shaya approach. Her carefree days seemed to be drawing to a close. Have you not had enough of Earth after half a year? Keep this up, and you'll become the leader of bandits. Shaya chided with a chuckle, observing Lanchi in her rugged cowboy attire. He couldn't help but laugh at the irony of having trained her as a martial artist only for her to turn to banditry. However, Unlike the original narrative of hijackings and bank heists, Lan Chi was merely focused on robbing robbers. Shaya thought it was hardly a grave concern. "Let us go," Lan Chi declared, carefully stowing her gear into her multifunctional capsule. "Where did you acquire that massive hammer?" Shaya inquired, having noticed the disproportionate tool in her possession. Taken aback for a moment, Lan Chi shrugged nonchalantly. "I had it custom-made. It weighs 3 tons. I initially considered using a gun, but ultimately found them ineffective compared to my fists." Shaya laughed. As a martial artist with a combat power exceeding 200, those firearms would only serve ordinary folk. They're no match for you. "By the way, can you perform the ki blast now?" Shaya suddenly asked, recalling Lan Chi's previous struggles with energy manipulation, particularly in mastering techniques that others with a similar power level acquired with ease. Lan Chi bristled at Shaya's skepticism, pouting defiantly, "It's merely a ki blast. I learned it long ago." "Really?" Shaya raised an eyebrow. "Of course. I can use both hands to unleash it. Aunt Gina taught me," Lan Chi retorted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she wondered why she had struggled with these techniques for so long. Shaya nodded, not dwelling on it further. He grasped Lan Chi's shoulder and activated instant transmission, whisking them back to the distant Red Mountain Star. Upon returning Lan Chi to the floating isle, Shaya was surprised to find an unexpected visitor had arrived. "Gark, what brings you here?" Shaya asked, taken aback. As a member of the Galactic Police, Gark had previously visited concerning matters involving King Cooled and Quila. Though Shaya and Gark were not particularly close, he knew Gark wouldn't be wandering the cosmos without cause. Indeed, Gark saluted Shaya, his demeanor frantic. "Mr. Shaya, we have a grave situation. An extremely malevolent individual is heading toward the Red Mountain Star." "What is going on?" Shaya inquired, his expression revealing concern. Before Gark could respond, Shieling interjected, "It's rumored that King Davido from the Western Galaxy is en route." When he traversed the Galactic Center, the Galactic Police dared not intervene, so they contacted Gark, who was on assignment in the Eastern Galaxy, to relay the message. "King Davido, why does that name sound so familiar?" Shaya mused silently. It dawned on him that it was the name Cooled had muttered before his demise. "Is King Davido also an ice demon?" Shaya's gaze sharpened as he turned to Gark. Astonished, Gark replied, "Yes, King Davido is indeed an ice demon, but he is not of the same lineage as King Cooled. 400 years ago, they were embroiled in a territorial dispute that left them both severely weakened, and they retreated to the Western Galaxy to recuperate. King Davido's arrival at the Red Mountain Star is undoubtedly linked to the previous ice demon." Shieling referred to the ice demon Rooter, whose demise had allowed Mei Ling to transcend into a Super Saiyan. It was also due to Rooter's death that King Davido was now heading toward the Red Mountain Star. "Indeed, that seems correct," Shaya acknowledged, recalling Rooter's distinct appearance that indicated he was not of the same lineage as Frieza. Thus, it appeared Rooter and King Davido were allies. If he was not mistaken, King Davido was likely the last of the ice demons in the galaxy. Contemplating this, Shaya fell silent, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Whatever the case, if that enigmatic King Davido dares to approach the Red Mountain Star, we shall eliminate him," Mel's declared, her fists clenched in determination. She couldn't believe that with both Shaya and Mei Ling as Super Saiyans, they would struggle against a mere King Davido. Exactly. Shaya always says to eradicate the roots, otherwise they will spring back to life." Shieling added, her expression fierce. Wait, you must be cautious. King Davido is far more formidable than King Cooled. The great galactic king has stated that even if King Cooled, Quila, and Frieza joined forces, they would still not be able to defeat King Davido." Gark interjected urgently. Mers rotated his glistening black eyes with a hint of skepticism, pondering the formidable nature of that frozen demon. How could such a powerful entity have once clashed with King Kurd, resulting in mutual devastation? Hadn't Jack mentioned that King David had been injured 4 centuries ago? Such an extensive passage of time surely allowed the opponent ample opportunity for rigorous training. Moreover, judging by the tone of the Galaxy King, it seemed that this King David had indeed achieved some remarkable prowess. Shaya gently patted Mers on the head, offering a serene smile. "However, since our adversary has set their sights on Red Mountain Star, retreating is not a viable option. Rather than waiting for them to come to us, it is far more prudent for us to take the initiative." With a cold demeanor, Shaya emanated an overwhelming aura, which swiftly transformed into a tangible force, manifesting as a series of fierce storms, akin to the relentless waves of a tumultuous sea, rising and falling in a ceaseless rhythm. Although Red Mountain Star served as our stronghold, Fortified by the golden flame divine dragon, Shaya preferred to avoid turning it into a battlefield. Indeed, we shall strike first. Shieling and Mers exchanged glances, synchronizing their energies to unleash an awe-inspiring and formidable presence that filled the air with palpable tension. Chapter 252. A proactive strike. It appears that the enmity between the Saiyans and the Frost Demons has persisted since the dawn of time, beginning with Bardock, the first Super Saiyan, vanquishing the cosmic pirate Shield. Whether it be the subsequent conflicts between Planet Vegeta and Frieza or the current tensions between Red Mountain Star and King Davido, the entanglements are inextricable and complex. It seems that only the complete annihilation of one party could liberate the other from this relentless cycle. Gak, you must be aware of the enemy's current position, correct? Shaya inquired of Gak. While the Galactic Patrol may not possess overwhelming might, their surveillance capabilities are unparalleled. Shaya is confident that they hold information regarding King Davido's vessel. Gak, wide-eyed with disbelief, raised his voice. Are you really planning to intercept King Davido? I've told you, that guy is exceptionally formidable. That is of no concern to you. Just provide us with the location of King Davido's ship, Males urged, placing a reassuring hand on Gak's shoulder. Fine, but this is entirely your doing, Gak replied resignedly. Moving towards the ship to extract the data from the computer. King Davido's ship is currently situated a month's journey from Red Mountain Star. It will soon traverse the gravitational field of the Draylon Star. After reporting Davido's position, Gak advised against a direct confrontation. In his view, since Davido would not arrive for another month, there was still time to retreat. Draylon Star? Shaya pondered briefly before consulting the Fidaians. He soon learned that it was a superstellar system not too distant from Red Mountain Star, boasting dozens of large planets, and at its center, the magnificent Draylon Star, a colossal celestial body that commanded attention. Isn't this an excellent choice for a battleground? Shaya resolved to ambush King Davido's ship within the Draylon system. Dakla, after we depart, you must closely monitor the situation in the Draylon system and take immediate action if necessary, Shaya instructed, fully aware of the potential for failure. Yes. Lord Shaya, Dakla, and several Fidaians responded solemnly. Shaya cast a final glance at Dakla before turning to Adrai and the others. Red Mountain Star is in your hands. Shaya. Be cautious, Adrai nodded gravely. Regrettably, our power is vastly insufficient. Otherwise, we could assist at this moment. Baruch and Bardock clenched their fists in frustration. From Gak's earlier words, they understood that King Davido was undoubtedly an exceptionally formidable opponent. Even a combined force of King Cold, Kvila, and Frieza would likely fall short against him. While there may be an element of exaggeration in this, it undeniably indicated that King Davido was a formidable adversary. The Frost Demons have always surpassed conventional limits. Such a race is exceedingly rare in the universe, and only Super Saiyans can contend with them, Shaya remarked. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to Bardock. Among those on Red Mountain Star, apart from Saiyan and Males, Bardock was the most likely candidate to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. In the original timeline, Bardock was supposed to have traversed to the ancient era when Planet Vegeta was destroyed due to the opening of a space-time rift, becoming the first Super Saiyan and leaving behind the legend of the Super Saiyans. However, due to Shaya's intervention, Bardock had not traveled to the ancient era but instead remained on Red Mountain Star with his wife. This interruption in fate meant that Bardock had yet to show any signs of breaking through to the Super Saiyan level. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya returned to the present, addressing Sailing and Males. Sailing, Males, we are leaving. As Shaya prepared to activate instantaneous movement to the coordinates provided by Gak, Sailing's eyes gleamed with determination. Since Gak claims that King Davido is so powerful, let us confront him. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she surged forward, her aura expanding dramatically, while Males joined her side, wrapping her arms around Shaya. With a thought, Shaya activated the instantaneous movement, and the trio swiftly vanished from Red Mountain Star. Simultaneously, several star systems away from Red Mountain Star, in the vast and tranquil expanse of the cosmos, lay the Draylon star system. Due to the immense scale of the universe, the distances between stars are staggering. Under such vast measurements, the distant starlight flickers like fireflies in the night, faint and delicate, but this certainly does not apply to Draylon Star. In the distance, a scorching supermassive star continuously radiated light and heat, ejecting vast plumes of coronal material. Its brightness, even on a cosmic scale, shone like a searchlight. Within Draylon Star's gravitational influence, dozens of massive planets followed their captured orbits, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that among the massive rocky planets, several fiery orbs glowing with a brilliant white light, orbited Draylon Star. Astonishingly, the gravitational pull of Draylon Star had ensnared other stars to revolve around it. At the opposite end of this stellar system, a pitch-black fleet raced forward, swiftly entering the gravitational range of Draylon Star. Due to the influence of the massive star's gravity, the fleet's speed was somewhat hindered as they struggled against its constraints while still dashing forward like lightning. Sailing, King Davido's fleet is approaching. Quickly merge into Myling. A chilling voice resonated in their ears. Sailing and males nodded earnestly, seeking out a relatively flat asteroid upon which to perform the fusion technique of Mitamor Star. In a flash, dazzling light erupted, and as the smoke cleared, a tall and graceful maiden emerged, clad in a black jacket and white trousers, with a red ribbon fluttering weightlessly at her waist. It was none other than the sole female Super Saiyan, Myling. Upon her appearance, Myling seemed liberated, transforming into her Super Saiyan form with a burst of golden energy ascending skyward, her golden hair billowing in the energy waves. Compared to her initial transformation 6 months prior, Myling had grown significantly stronger. Excellent. Upon witnessing Myling's striking figure, Shaya's eyes sparkled, and he too transitioned into his Super Saiyan form. The two Super Saiyans stood suspended in the air, their immense energy swirling like a tempest, causing the distant planets to tremble. Shaya conservatively estimated that Myling's power now exceeded that of future Trunks during his first appearance by a considerable margin. Though he himself remained powerful, he recognized that they were nearly on par. The fleet of King Davido has arrived, Shaya murmured, as his vision revealed a fleet of 10 flat-shaped vessels, all cloaked in black, glimmering ominously like demons. From one of the most fortified ships emanated a chilling aura, one that seemed capable of freezing the very soul of anyone who approached. Chapter 253, Confronting King Davido. What a terrifying aura. This King Davido truly embodies the formidable strength that Gak spoke of. A hint of a smile graced Mei Ling's lovely visage, her emerald eyes calm and undisturbed like a placid lake. Mei Ling, let us strike first. We shall directly assault King Davido's chariot and force him onto the distant planet, Shaya asserted with solemnity. The battlefield must be chosen wisely, as only on a planet can a Super Saiyan unleash their full potential. Although the vacuum technique had rendered the cosmic environment unable to impede the Saiyans' power, years of habit compelled Shaya to prefer combat on solid ground. Shaya's primary target was none other than King Davido himself. The lesser minions were of no concern. Very well, let us attack together. Mei Ling nodded, joining Shaya in gathering their energy. Suddenly, a colossal energy erupted forth as if from a collapsing star, swirling violently around the two like blooming flowers, their pale golden radiance expanding and intertwining. Time-space shattering fist. Ice and snowstorm. Shaya and Mei Ling unleashed their most formidable techniques simultaneously. The moment their boundless energy coalesced, it intertwined, flashing like two colossal dragons entwined in a furious dance, roaring toward King Davido's fleet in the tranquil, dark expanse of space. In an instant, a surge of destructive energy erupted, causing the entire starry sky to quake. Meanwhile, within the distant fleet, the atmosphere was stifling. From the moment King Davido's ship took flight, he sat coldly upon his throne of white stone, his face a mask of irritation and suppressed fury, his dark aura permeating the vessel and instilling a chill in the hearts of all aboard. Suddenly, alarms blared, shattering the tense silence, and the energy detectors on the ship were instantly incinerated. What is happening? King Davido inquired, his voice icy, his violet eyes devoid of warmth. Your Majesty, an immensely powerful energy is approaching. The ship's armor cannot withstand it. A crew member reported urgently, panic evident in his voice. A bunch of useless fools. Activate the defenses at once. King Davido scoffed, twisting his neck, the sound echoing ominously. He mused to himself, it seems the inhabitants of Red Mountain Star are indeed exceptional, daring to ambush me. But do they truly believe that a mere energy attack can harm me? Confident and unyielding, King Davido swiftly deduced the identity of his assailants. He was well aware of the intelligence capabilities of Red Mountain Star. Having passed through the galactic center, he anticipated their interception and awaited their move. However, he never imagined that the attackers would be two exceptionally powerful Super Saiyans. This singular miscalculation cost him the advantage. Just as King Davido braced himself for the energy assault, the golden energy descended like a torrential downpour. Upon impact with the ship's surface, the concentrated energy sliced through the armor like a knife through tofu, creating a gaping hole in the black alloy. The overwhelming energy erupted forth, filling the interior with a cataclysmic force. Not good. King Davido finally reacted, hastily shielding his chest with his arms. Yet it was too late. The violent energy exploded from within the ship, a thunderous roar resonating as a fiery orb ascended, reducing all matter to mere dust under the immense pressure and heat. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, King Davido found himself in a disheveled state, suspended in the void of space. Ugh! He spat blood, his body aching. The prior energy impact had indeed harmed him. Damn it! Who dares? His eyes gleamed with cold fury, a palpable wave of energy radiating outward. Suddenly, King Davido's violet eyes narrowed as two figures, a man and a woman, shimmering with golden light, materialized before him. Shaya and Mei Ling. Could it be Super Saiyans? King Davido's gaze flickered between uncertainty and realization. In that moment, he comprehended that his adversaries were the sworn enemies of the Frost Demons, the Super Saiyans. The existence of Super Saiyans in this universe was indeed a reality. And to his dismay, there were two of them. So, Rodel met his end at their hands, King Davido thought, a cold smile creeping across his face. The ancient warnings from his forebears cautioned them to be wary of the golden Super Saiyans. Yet to King Davido, they were merely stronger beings among the cosmos. His power eclipsed that of his ancestors, and he felt no fear. Super Saiyans are but a trivial legend, he mused. Even if they appear, they can simply be eradicated. At that moment, as Shaya and Mei Ling altered their course toward a massive white planet, King Davido assumed they were retreating in fear. Naturally, he would not allow them to escape, swiftly pursuing them toward the white celestial body. The prospect of an ambush did not faze him. He was undeterred. In the Drayan galactic system, a frigid white planet lay beneath a sky perpetually cloaked in snow and ice, its temperatures plummeting to well below freezing, and its size nearly 100 times that of Red Mountain Star, a veritable superplanet. As they descended rapidly through the overcast sky, Shaya and Mei Ling landed upon the surface, with King Davido trailing closely behind. Indeed, he has followed us, Shaya remarked with a smile, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. We shall attack together. Let us conclude this swiftly. Though they had only exchanged glances, Shaya discerned that King Davido's power surpassed that of both Cooled and Kvila, making victory a challenging endeavor. Thankfully, Mei Ling, another Super Saiyan, stood by his side. If they coordinated their efforts and struck while King Davido was still unprepared, they could inflict significant damage and greatly enhance their chances of success. Indeed, Mei Ling concurred, feeling the weight of pressure from this formidable opponent, cautious not to underestimate him. As Shaya and Mei Ling conferred, King Davido sneered disdainfully, slowly descending. So-called Super Saiyans are nothing but a farce. They even contemplate fleeing when united. My ancestors surely overestimated them. Very well, since they have come to me, I shall teach them a lesson, making it clear that the Frost clan is not to be trifled with. Now, with a fierce cry, Shaya's energy surged, amplifying dramatically. Suddenly, a tempest arose, the air vibrating with intensity as two streaks of light darted through the atmosphere, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 254. Fierce Battle. Are we finally ready to attack? King Davido's lips curled upwards, his violet eyes darting, fixated on the figures of Shaya and Mei Ling. Thud, thud, thud. Shaya and Mei Ling darted across the ground and sky, their speed astonishing. King Davido's eyes whirled as he heard the rustling of the wind. Suddenly, the earth split open with deep fissures. In an instant, a surge of energy swept through, the air thickening with a palpable tension, the oppressive atmosphere expanding rapidly. Within 1,000 miles, everything seemed to freeze, and the swirling snowflakes vanished in an instant. A cold, biting wind swept across the land, leaving no trace behind. Bang! Shaya appeared directly before King Davido, raising his leg for a powerful kick. The menacing aura thinned the air, creating a sharp sound as if the atmosphere were torn apart, leaving a faint white streak. King Davido's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily raised a hand to block the attack. With a thunderous crash, a wave of pain coursed through him, and he was sent flying backward. At that moment, a shadow loomed nearby as a striking figure materialized, delivering a powerful double-fisted blow toward King Davido. The impact echoed like a resounding bell, causing King Davido to feel pain once again as he plummeted toward the ground. What a formidable opponent! This Super Saiyan's strength is on par with mine. As he neared the ground, King Davido stabilized himself, channeling his powerful energy downward, creating a massive crater dozens of kilometers wide. Upon glancing at Shaya, who had previously attacked him, King Davido's expression fluctuated. The brief skirmish had revealed Shaya's considerable strength, which was equal to his own, filling him with both fear and rage. This damned Super Saiyan possesses such formidable combat prowess. Soon, anger surged within him. Turning his gaze to the other Super Saiyan, the female, King Davido scoffed. While her strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to his own, failing to instill any real sense of intimidation. Thus, his true adversary remained that male Super Saiyan, a threat that must be eliminated. Bang, bang, bang. Shaya and Mei Ling offered no respite to King Davido, and as he regained his balance in the air, they launched into another fierce confrontation. King Davido unleashed his full strength, while Shaya, in tandem with Mei Ling, intensified their assault. In an instant, shadows danced across the sky and snow-covered ground as the three figures moved like blinding light. Under the vibrant waves of energy, shockwaves radiated outward, creating deep chasms across the planet's surface, their terrifying power eclipsing even that of his battle with Kvera. If a warrior with a battle power exceeding 10,000 were to arrive here, they would likely be rendered unconscious by the overwhelming pressure. Mei Ling, push harder. Shaya urged urgently. King Davido's might exceeded his expectations. If they did not resolve him swiftly, the outcome would soon turn unfavorable once Mei Ling's fusion time elapsed. Understood. Mei Ling recognized the urgency and lifted her arms, channeling her energy into a grand display. Golden energy surged skyward, and the dim atmosphere seemed to darken, as if a storm cloud had formed, only to be violently torn apart by the overwhelming force. Shaya's eyes sparkled, and with a swift motion, he joined Mei Ling in their assault. Persistent nuisances. King Davido seethed with rage, unable to seize the initiative, forced to react to their relentless onslaught. How could he, the ruler of the Western Galaxy, be so easily led by two young warriors? It was utterly absurd. Suddenly, the clouds parted, and King Davido looked up, sneering disdainfully. This female Super Saiyan is weak. What trickery is she attempting? After a brief moment of silence, a serpentine bolt of lightning, shimmering with chilling brilliance, descended from the heavens. In the aftermath of the blinding flash, a deafening boom echoed as mushroom clouds erupted outward, the unleashed energy dispersing the air and amplifying the chaos of battle. Starstorm. With a fierce shout, Mei Ling spread her arms, energy swirling around her as countless razor-thin blades floated in the air, gleaming like stars against the night sky. With a powerful cry, the myriad of shimmering blades shot forth like arrows. Boom. They struck their target. King Davido's expression shifted as countless small wounds appeared on his white exterior, his defenses shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Shaya surged forward, his fists clenched, launching a relentless barrage of blows that echoed like hammering metal. The immense force coursed through King Davido's body, sending shockwaves rippling behind him, soon leaving him dazed and disoriented. Crack. The air trembled violently, and Shaya's eyes widened in shock as a massive white tail, tipped with purple spikes, lashed across his chest. Blood sprayed forth as pain engulfed him, and he was sent flying backward. Shaya. Upon witnessing Shaya's flight, Mei Ling's eyes widened, and she glared fiercely at King Davido. Her cold killing intent palpable, as if it could pierce through solid steel. You vile ice demon. Mei Ling roared, her eyes bloodshot with fury as she glared at King Davido, her emerald gaze filled with murderous intent. Whoosh, whoosh. The air crackled as Mei Ling's agile form darted forward, her limbs creating countless afterimages, closing in on King Davido like bullets. Just as her unpretty regrettably, I shall not grant you such an opportunity. A somber voice echoed in the air as Shaya unexpectedly appeared beside King Davido. How is it possible? With such grievous injuries, how can you still rise? King Davido's heart raced violently as a luminous orb of blue energy surged towards his chest. At the moment of the energy's explosion, a counterforce struck him, causing Shaya to involuntarily dry heave, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Boom. King Davido's body jolted suddenly, his feet unsteady, yet the soft earth beneath him abruptly sank, plunging the ground by 30 to 40 meters in an instant. An overwhelming force transmitted through his feet into the depths below, exerting pressure in a planar manner. The subterranean rocks and soil compressed, transforming into a colossal lake surface struck by a meteor, sending massive clumps of earth and stone flying in all directions. At that moment, two Mei Ling swiftly followed with a fiery assault from behind. King Davido sensed the imminent danger, but fully occupied with countering Shaya's attack, he was unable to react in time. Even if he had, evasion would have been futile. Under the relentless onslaught of Shaya and the two Mei Ling, who resembled three Super Saiyans in their ferocity, who could possibly evade such an assault? Uft! Bang! King Davido suffered a crushing blow, staggering precariously, nearly losing his balance. In a fit of rage, he roared towards the heavens, seemingly venting his inner fury, and then a cold smirk crossed his lips. He acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated his adversaries. The Super Saiyans were truly as formidable as his ancestors had claimed. Had it been the old him, he might have genuinely faced death at their hands. Yet now. Chapter 255, Overload Cough, Cough. It is no surprise that you are the ones who killed Ludel. if I am not mistaken. Even King Cooled was perished by your hands. King Davido suddenly regained his composure. Shaya and Myling paused, frowning as they observed without offering a response. Shaking his head, King Davido discerned the truth from their expressions. It appears to be you, he chuckled, Super Saiyans. Speaking of which, you have aided me in eliminating that worthless King Cooled. I ought to express my gratitude by showcasing my true power. Is this fellow's mind addled? He speaks nothing but nonsense. Myling leaned closer to Shaya, their voices harmonizing like overlapping notes, identical in tone. Shaya shook his head, his expression grave. Be cautious. The opponent may not merely be bluffing. A sense of unease began to gnaw at Shaya, for the frost demons are renowned for their shape-shifting abilities. While such transformations do not enhance combat prowess as dramatically as a Super Saiyans, they often suppress innate power. For instance, Frieza compressed his ultimate form by several levels. However, it seems that King Davido's exhibited form is already akin to Frieza's ultimate state. Logically, he should not be able to transform further, yet surprises do occur, as evidenced by Kvila, who could achieve another transformation atop his ultimate form. It appears that the Frost Demon's transformation capability is layered, contingent upon the Transformer's own prowess. At this juncture, King Davido's combat strength far surpassed that of King Cooled, and Shaya's concern was that King Davido possessed similar abilities. Indeed, almost in the blink of an eye, Shaya's apprehensions materialized as King Davido prepared to transform. This is bad, Shaya shouted, grasping Myling's hand as he launched an offensive. Determined to prevent the opponent's transformation. Too late. King Davido sneered. Power hidden within his being began to unfurl, a protective aura encircling him within a 3-meter radius, rendering Shaya and his companions' attacks ineffectual for the moment. The atmospheric pressure began to plummet, a chilling aura settling in as if the very essence of doom was striking at the soul, rendering the battlefield desolate. A brilliant light erupted in the air, accompanied by a thunderous boom, as though a switch had been flipped. In that instant, King Davido's body tensed, an oppressive energy radiating outward. With a resounding crack, the ground shattered like soft clay, suddenly sinking, the entire massive planet groaning as if it were on the brink of collapse. This is the true power of this king. To eliminate you now would be as effortless as squashing an ant. King Davido cackled, revealing his form. The once towering figure of King Davido appeared even more imposing, his azure skin on his shoulders and atop his head bulging slightly, slowly taking on the appearance of horns. His aura significantly amplified. Shaya frowned as he regarded the transformed King Davido, sensing the overwhelming, violent force emanating from him. A weighty relief washed over him. Fortunately, this King Davido has not mastered true transformation. At this moment, what could be termed as transformation seemed more akin to an explosive muscular state, resembling the muscle-bound form of a Super Saiyan. In the original tale, to combat the androids, Vegeta and Trunks entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Perhaps due to a lack of guidance from the Dragon Ball warriors, Trunks failed to grasp the authentic training methods and instead developed a grotesque muscular form of a Super Saiyan, gaining immense strength while sacrificing fundamental speed. Similarly, King Cooled had succumbed to this loss of reason, opting for a muscular form as his preferred choice. This King Davido, akin to King Cooled, believes that merely transforming into a muscular form constitutes a true transformation. Shaya exhaled with relief. He feared that King Davido would, like Kvila, attain the 5th form of the Frost Demons, exponentially increasing his combat prowess, rendering Shaya and Myling's efforts futile, and they would need to escape using instant transmission. Fortunately, King Davido's transformation was but a partial one. While his power had indeed surged, Shaya found this version of King Davido more manageable. Myling, how much longer can you maintain your fusion? Only 4 to 5 minutes. Myling replied, her brow furrowed, panting heavily. The half-hour fusion time had been severely shortened due to the previous intense energy expenditure, leaving her with merely 4 to 5 minutes remaining. Further exertion would deplete her stamina. Then we must resolve this swiftly. Indeed. Nodding, Myling retracted her doppelganger, conserving energy and stamina to unleash more formidable individual strength. In the icy wilderness, the biting wind swept across the land, the fierce gusts shredding leaves that fell from afar, surrounding scenery rendered eerily silent. A whirlwind of energy swirled around the three of them. Swish! A delicate tremor, divine light erupted as Shaya and Myling struck simultaneously. The resonating sounds of combat followed. As the fierce battle reached its zenith, the snowy expanse illuminated by flashes of gold, white, and purple. The sky itself seemed to tremble at the intensity of this passionate clash, darkening ominously, soon rumbling with thunder. With a colossal crash, torrents of vivid lightning, imbued with destructive force, descended vertically. The entire snowy field became engulfed in a tempest of thunder and lightning, as if the apocalypse had arrived. At this moment, vast, surging currents of energy began to pour forth like a tidal wave, cascading from the heights, the center's atmospheric pressure plummeting. A series of resounding impacts echoed, golden flashes flickering as Shaya and Myling moved with blinding speed, their actions imperceptible to the naked eye. In mere seconds, they unleashed hundreds, if not thousands, of full-force strikes. With Myling's fusion time dwindling, they seized every opportunity to attack, the swirling sands rising as if heralding a desert storm, enveloping everything in their wake. As their battle raged on, smaller particles of rock defied gravity, gradually levitating before suddenly accelerating, swept into the turbulent skies, scattering about. Due to the unrestrained release of energy, the planet began to tremble violently, the seas roiling, tectonic plates loosening. Why is it that every one of my attacks can be evaded? King Vegeta spat blood, his body racked with pain as the side effects of his overexertion began to manifest. In response to King Vegeta's query, Shaya scoffed, channeling his energy and launching a fierce assault. Bang, bang, bang. Crack. His hardened fist struck King Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to bend over in agony, as if his very insides were shattered. At that moment, Myling's assault followed. Cursed, cursed. King Vegeta howled in anguish, his icy aura unleashing vast energy recklessly. Shaya's expression shifted suddenly. While King Vegeta's muscular transformation had resulted in a loss of speed, his immense strength was undeniable. If Shaya were to fall victim to his strikes, the consequences would be dire. Shaya gradually began to comprehend that if this muscular form were wielded adeptly, developing a wide array of offensive techniques to confine the enemy with no avenue for retreat, rather than merely relying on speed for melee combat, it could indeed serve as a viable strategy in the face of formidable foes. Suddenly, a wall of energy surged forth, reminiscent of a tiger's roar or the cries of apes, overwhelming in its force. The density of this energy was on an entirely different level compared to before, with Mei Ling being the first to bear the brunt of it. She stood her ground, slightly hunched, her hands pressed against her forehead, striving to shield herself from the relentless onslaught. Observing this, Shaya quickly reached out and pulled her behind him. Given her abilities, it was rather audacious for her to confront King Vegeta's energy attacks alone. The ground began to crumble beneath them, layers of earth being swept away. Who would have thought that this King Vegeta possessed such an abundance of energy? Truly a terrifying adversary, if he were to regain his composure. We would be in dire straits. Mei Ling turned her head and spoke to Shaya. Then let us not allow him to regain his composure. Shaya gasped, his voice cold and resolute. The prolonged transformation into a Super Saiyan, coupled with the intensity of the battle, had nearly pushed his body to its limits. Chapter 256. The all-day star map canon. As time gradually passed, Shaya and Myling relentlessly sought opportunities to vanquish King Vegeta. However, they were met with frustration. For although King Vegeta had lost his sanity, the formidable barriers surrounding him, akin to armor, steadfastly absorbed their assaults. It felt as though they were racing against time. Shaya sighed ruefully. The contest was now a matter of endurance. Would they reach the limits of their Super Saiyan transformations first? Or would King Vegeta succumb to the burdens of his overcharged state? Everything remained uncertain. Exchanging a glance filled with determination, Shaya and Myling erupted into a fierce skirmish, momentarily managing to suppress King Vegeta. Yet, their stamina and energy had dwindled to the brink of their Super Saiyan limits, especially for Myling, whose fusion time was rapidly approaching its end. Damn the Super Saiyan, perish. A maniacal laughter erupted as King Vegeta stomped the ground, instantly shattering the solid rock beneath him with a brutal force. Small fragments of stone accelerated in an instant, glinting like sharp projectiles, transforming the scene into utter chaos. A cold light flickered in King Vegeta's violet eyes as he violently swung his tail. Although Shaya's rapid strikes failed to inflict any substantial damage, the oppressive atmosphere was intolerable to him. Shaya's expression hardened as he swayed side to side, abruptly pulling Myling away from the fray. Boom. The ground suddenly collapsed as a powerful wave of energy surged outward. Had Shaya not acted quickly, the blade-like cyclone would have caught them unawares. What is happening? This King Vegeta is growing stronger with each encounter. He seems to be adapting to his transformed state, Shaya grimaced. This was undoubtedly bad news. Should King Vegeta acclimate to his current power, Overcoming him would become increasingly arduous. A plan must be devised. Thinking of fleeing? King Davido sneered coldly, displaying his irritation before swiftly altering his trajectory and appearing before Shaya and Myling. He raised his foot and unleashed a savage kick. Shaya's face paled as he hastily shoved Myling away. Blood spewed forth as Shaya tumbled through the air, and just as he steadied himself, King Davido's next onslaught arrived. Dazed, Shaya endured a barrage of strikes. Damn it! Myling shouted in fury, her icy gaze fixed upon King Davido, ignoring her dwindling energy reserves. She launched an aggressive counterattack, her palms slicing through the air to create swirling arcs before thrusting her arms outward. In an instant, arcs of ethereal blue light coalesced into a singular force. All-day star map cannon. Her voice resonated with an icy detachment. Yet the brevity of her words carried an aura of authority. This was Myling's ultimate technique, one she feared to unleash due to the immense energy it required. Thud, thud, thud. Brilliant beams of light erupted, accompanied by a multitude of indistinguishable spiraling shockwaves, exuding a terrifying presence. At the center, radiant white beams pierced through the chaos, creating a cacophony reminiscent of thunder as the azure brilliance filled the sky. Countless sparkling lights cascaded like petals of snow, creating an enchanting yet perilous spectacle. Yet, the more beautiful the sight, the more fearsome the power concealed within. The all-day star map cannon diverged from Shaya's time-space shattering fist. Yet it shared a critical trait, formidable penetrating strength. One shattered space, while the other twisted the very essence of life out of its foes. Boom, boom, targeting King Davido. The all-day star map cannon unleashed its full might. Though it did not directly strike the ground, fissures cleaved through the earth in its wake. My power is now unrivaled. I fear not your trifling attacks. King Davido narrowed his eyes, his heart racing as he channeled his brutal strength. He initially intended to withstand Myling's assault. But upon contact with the all-day star map cannon's energy, he felt a searing pain that tore at his very being. He realized his grave miscalculation. The cannon's potency far exceeded his expectations. Not good. A sense of impending doom washed over him. King Davido desperately attempted to evade, but his reactions were insufficient. To make matters worse, Shaya, who had been sent flying, reappeared beside him. Space binding. Shaya bellowed, invoking one of his two extraordinary abilities. With his shout, an invisible, ribbon-like force immobilized King Davido, rendering him powerless to move. What is this devilry? King Davido exclaimed in panic. It was too late for him to escape. The all-day star map cannon's attack was too swift, and a potent binding force held him fast. He was utterly trapped. Spiraling energy waves cascaded down like blossoms from the heavens, each one slicing into King Davido, shattering his defensive layers and penetrating to the very bone. Crack, crack. The sound of his body breaking echoed as he was battered by countless miniature projectiles. King Davido howled in agony, his expression contorted by pain. He gasped for breath, his visage paling. Quick, strike again. Shaya shouted excitedly, disregarding his almost depleted energy as he unleashed his spatial abilities once more. His choice to employ spatial rather than time-space abilities was strategic. The former provided binding effects without freezing the entire area, which would have hindered Myling's coordinated attack. Sure enough, upon hearing Shaya's call, Myling roared with enthusiasm, consuming a Senza bean without a second thought. Here it comes, she exclaimed, raising her arm to trace a circle in the air. A deep hum resonated as terrifying power radiated outward, enveloping the sky in a hazy mist. Shaya focused intently, and with a stomp, the ground sank dramatically, channeling the resulting force into the energy wave that surged toward King Davido. Starry chaos, she declared coldly. With a single hand outstretched, a pale golden energy wave formed, and Myling smiled coldly as she hurled it at King Davido. Countless razor-thin blades hovered around her, shimmering like stars. Both the all-day star map cannon and starry chaos were area of effect techniques, capable of inflicting significant damage in group battles, though they lacked in single-target potency. However, with precise control, such widespread attacks could be directed at a single target, amplifying their destructive potential. Chapter 257. Almost insane humph, foolish beings. Attempting to extinguish my existence is no simple task. Now, brace yourselves and experience the depths of my despairing power. As the formidable attack approached, King Davido first felt a chill, then succumbed to near madness. Despite being riddled with wounds, he stood tall and defiant, embodying the astounding vitality of the frost demon. With a sweeping motion of his white tail, the hardened ground beneath him crumbled like loose flour. In an instant, the spatial confinement shattered. Shaya felt a jolt of his spirit, his vision momentarily clouded, and blood spewed forth. The air was filled with a tumultuous roar as King Davido unleashed the full extent of his power. In that fleeting moment, the previously weakened energy surged severfold, breaking free from the spatial restraints and an even more formidable aura entwined with the incoming cosmic forces. Boom! The two energies collided mid-air, exploding into a brilliant orange-red mushroom cloud. In an instant, the earth fractured, sand flew chaotically, and as the blinding light and deafening roar faded, the battlefield appeared as though it had endured the wrath of hundreds of nuclear detonations, transformed beyond recognition. Smoke, yellow dust, and debris swirled, presenting a scene reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, King Davido vanished from sight. Coughing, Shaya wondered aloud if King Davido had perished. Blood trickled from his lips as he slowly moved, his body battered and his strength considerably diminished. The violent rupture of spatial confinement had taken a toll on his spirit. Yet this time he had merely activated his spatial abilities, avoiding the severe backlash he had suffered during his previous confrontation with Quira. Nonetheless, although he had survived the psychic backlash, he was grievously injured, no longer at his peak. At that moment, Myling flickered into view beside Shaya. Her complexion pale as she whispered, "Shaya, my fusion time is about to expire. What shall we do next? Can you hold on a little longer?" "I'm afraid not." Myling replied with a bitter smile, having exhausted too much energy, significantly reducing her fusion duration. No sooner had she spoken than a dazzling white light enveloped her, causing her form to blur and swiftly split into Shieling and Myers. As Shieling and Myers appeared, they immediately felt drained, collapsing to the ground. Shaya rushed to support them, producing 2 senza beans and 2 spirit tree fruits to feed them. The senza beans replenished their stamina, while the spirit tree fruits restored their vitality together. They complemented each other perfectly. "What now?" Myers lamented, her face contorted in despair. Individually, their powers barely totaled a few million, insufficient in such a fierce battle. And the fusion technique imposed a cooldown period, preventing continuous use. Shaya, his expression grave, instructed, "You two retreat for now. I will handle the upcoming battle." "Understood." Shieling nodded vigorously, pulling Myers away swiftly. Shaya took a moment to steady his breathing, consuming a senza bean and a spirit tree fruit. Although his stamina surged to its zenith, the trauma to his spirit limited him to only a fraction of his full potential for the time being. In the distance, King Davido's form finally became visible, appearing utterly disheveled. His skin armor was in tatters, revealing ghastly wounds that sent chills down one's spine, some so deep that bone was visible. In addition to the explosive impact, his body was riddled with countless tiny holes, marks of Myling's energy beams. Any ordinary being would have succumbed to such injuries, yet King Davido stood defiantly, exemplifying the Frost Demon's robust life force. To extinguish him, one would need to shatter his very skull, as merely severing his body would prove futile. Curse that Super Saiyan! How could I be brought to such a state? A pale purple energy barrier swirled around him, and his lips twitched in fury as his body trembled violently. With a furious roar, dark, ominous energy ignited across his form. In truth, the earlier energy confrontation had ended in a stalemate. Myling, having consumed a senza bean, could barely hold her ground against the significantly weakened King Davido. Yet, defeating him seemed a distant reality. A blinding light radiated outward as the dark clouds in the sky thickened ominously, swirling and pressing downward amidst the thunderous roars. Shaya and King Davido stood resolute against the wind, their golden and purple energy waves colliding, erupting in thunderous explosions. The heavens were cleaved by the 2 colossal energy storms, and with a crack, the balance was abruptly shattered. Visibility became a blur, as the narrow confines of space dissolved the distinction between sky and earth. Boom! A deep resonating sound echoed in Shaya's ears, akin to the beating of a war drum. With a furious roar, King Davido charged forth, the sound of his body slicing through the air resonating menacingly. His speed was astonishing. Crystalline threads formed around him, and even the winds kicked up by his tail were clearly discernible. Shaya, alert, swiftly evaded, leaving behind indistinct afterimages. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He was thrust back hundreds of meters. Boom! The soil erupted like waves, shock waves spiraling up the sand and creating whirlpools as fragments of stone flew like bullets, piercing the air before embedding themselves deep into the earth. As their bodies weaved and dodged, both combatants rapidly exhausted their strength. In a flash, Shaya and King Davido collided head-on. Bang! 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 Their silhouettes were scattered across the sky and ground, each clash a brief encounter followed by a swift retreat, only to engage once more in a whirlwind of combat. Faint flashes flickered everywhere, generating powerful shockwaves. Is King Davido a monster? After such a lengthy battle, his strength remains undiminished. From a distance, Shieling and Myers observed, Myers shaking her fist in frustration, cursing, and glancing at Shieling, who towered over her. No, in truth, he is at his limits, Shieling stated, her brow furrowing slightly in relief. King Davido's transformation was a mere fade. Despite any gains in battle, it would be unsustainable. Indeed, shortly after Shieling's assessment, King Davido, 100 meters in the air, contorted in agony, enduring excruciating pain coursing through his body. He was at his breaking point, the relentless onslaught having taken a severe toll. He spat out blood, dizziness overwhelming him. His body felt as though it was on the verge of collapse. As the Super Saiyan drew closer, King Davido recognized that he was truly outmatched. In that moment, his expression darkened, and a frenzied glint ignited within his eyes. Chapter 258, Stellar Collapse in the Face of Insurmountable Odds. Let us dare to take a final gamble. King Davido's expression darkened as he suddenly broke into a sinister grin. His fingers morphing into claws as a large mass of energy, radiating a dark violet glow, swiftly coalesced. Super Saiyan. I wonder if you can withstand the force of planetary annihilation. Let us perish together with the planet. King Davido cackled madly, his visage twisted in terror, his eyes shrouded in crimson. This is bad. Shaya realized. King Davido intended to obliterate the planet. To be fair, Shaya could easily achieve planetary destruction himself, and the vacuum of space would pose no threat to him or Shieling. However, the sheer energy unleashed at the moment of a planet's demise would be overwhelmingly potent, far exceeding the energy that caused its destruction hundreds, even thousands of times more so. Just as when a star approaches its end, the energy released in an instant far surpasses all that it emitted during its existence, resulting from a myriad of terrifying and bizarre energy reactions. Shieling, Melis, we must leave now, Shaya shouted. But it was too late. The energy of destruction erupted in an instant. Unlike Frieza, who slowly destroyed Namek, King Davido was not playing games. His intent was singularly focused on annihilating his foe. At this moment, the battle was not merely a contest of strength, but rather a test of endurance against overwhelming external devastation. King Davido was utterly confident in the formidable vitality of his icy kin. Under normal circumstances, he would not consider the destruction of a moderately sized planet a significant threat to his opponent. Yet, he sensed that the Super Saiyan before him was nearly depleted. With just a bit more exertion, death would surely claim the other. Ha ha ha, let us wager on who will survive this clash. King Davido laughed maniacally. A thunderous roar echoed across the cosmos as, within a mere tenth of a second, the violent energy swept across the globe, causing the massive planet to begin its collapse. Shaya attempted to activate instant transmission, but the brutal energy saturating every corner of space interfered with his ability to teleport. Realizing the futility of wasting time in chaos to pinpoint a location for teleportation, Shaya unleashed his final reserves of power, swiftly darting to Shieling and Melis, embracing them tightly around the waist as they soared into the void of space. This was a race against the impending explosion. The searing energy surged behind them, a torrent of heat singeing their backs. Gritting his teeth, Shaya unleashed a golden aura that propelled him to greater speeds. At last, they burst through the atmosphere into the cosmic expanse, yet feeling it insufficiently safe, he pressed onward into the depths of space. A magnificent display of fireworks erupted in the starlit sky, vibrant fireballs streaking across the heavens, accompanied by a brilliant flash as the stars showcased their final beauty, only to fade like shattered crystals into darkness. The speed of gravitational waves travels at the speed of light. The cataclysm of a colossal planet disturbed the celestial order, destabilizing the Deland system. Numerous other massive planets began to veer off their trajectories, while distant stars captured by the Deland sun became agitated, plunging everything into chaos. The Deland system was on the brink of collapse. Once such a vast system loses its stability, it spells doom, even if they miraculously escape destruction. Restoring stability would take millions of years. It was clear that the Deland system would remain in disarray for an extended period. Surely King Davido must be dead now? A faint voice reached Shaya's ears as Shieling delicately controlled her energy to communicate. Shaya smiled faintly, his brow relaxing slightly. Logically, a blast of such magnitude should have been fatal for King Davido, yet the resilience of the icy race was formidable, leaving much uncertainty. Could it be? Even a Super Saiyan might perish from such energy, yet the icy kin could endure? Melis gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shaya chuckled ruefully. The vitality of the icy race was indeed remarkable. In the original tale, Frieza, exhausted and reduced to half his form, survived the explosion of Namek. It was likely that King Davido, boasting even greater power, would not easily succumb to death. Why not sense King Davido's energy to ascertain his fate? Shilling smiled, her beauty radiating. Indeed. Shaya paused, momentarily chiding himself for forgetting such a simple yet effective method. He concentrated, and, given their distance from the Deland system, the remote sensing required considerable time. Gradually, Shaya's brow furrowed. King Davido's energy was still present. He had not perished so easily. What puzzled Shaya was that King Davido was moving slightly, not rushing towards them. Could it be that he was lost? It made sense. The icy kin had not learned to sense energy, and their current distance from the Deland sun rendered it normal for King Davido to be unable to locate them. That fellow is remarkably tenacious, still alive. Melis exclaimed, her small hand covering her mouth adorably. Strange, King Davido's energy is moving away from us. Could he be attempting to escape? His path seemed to lead toward the central star of the system. Shilling pondered, sensing the situation. If King Davido could not sense them, and thus lost his way, it would be understandable. However, that direction was towards the heart of the star system, and there was no reason to head there in search of the fleet he commanded. Shaya's expression suddenly shifted, alarm overtaking him. Surely, King Davido would not be mad enough to attempt to destroy the entire Deland sun. Shaya murmured. In truth, the icy race was indeed a crazed breed, capable of any act to ensnare their enemies, even if it meant mutual destruction. Realizing Shaya's sudden change of demeanor, Shilling instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. We must leave immediately. King Davido's intentions are far more sinister than mere planetary annihilation. His true target is the Deland sun, and the collapse of that star is no trivial matter. The destruction of a small planet unleashes immense energy, but the devastation from a large one is unfathomable. What then? If it were a star or a giant star? A massive star like the Deland sun, upon collapse, would almost certainly become a powerful black hole, indeed, a supermassive black hole. Such supermassive black holes typically reside at the centers of galaxies. The Deland sun, without a doubt, possesses the potential to become the central black hole of a new galaxy. Both Shaya and Shilling understood the cataclysmic force of stellar destruction. It was no laughing matter. Even Melis, known for her carefree demeanor, felt a rising tension. Shaya, we need to hurry. Melis's voice trembled. Very well. Shaya nodded immediately, preparing to activate instant transmission, but soon realized something was amiss. Startled, he attempted once more, yet failed again. The entire space had become thick and viscous, as if countless invisible threads were entwining him, rendering him unable to teleport. The space was disrupted, and my instant transmission is hindered. I too cannot sense any presence from other planets, said Shilling, her expression grim. Shaya's instantaneous movement requires the surrounding space to be stable, while Shilling and Mel's teleportation from the planet Adrat also necessitates sensing the aura of other celestial bodies. At this moment, their abilities had both failed. What on earth is happening? Mel's lamented, his face a mask of despair. It seems that King Davido has succeeded. The interior of the Duran star has collapsed, Shaya replied, his countenance darkening. A massive star like Duran, upon collapsing, would inevitably form a black hole. King Davido's objective had been achieved. The seed of a primordial black hole had already formed within the star, though its outer shell had yet to collapse, preventing a supernova explosion. There remained another possibility. The star might have indeed collapsed, yet the visual phenomena of the collapse had not yet reached them through light. As for the failure of Shaya's instantaneous movement, it was likely due to the gravitational influence of the central black hole. Although the speed of gravitational transmission should synchronize with that of light, they were in the world of Dragon Ball, where bizarre occurrences were commonplace. Who could ascertain whether the Planck constant here mirrored that of their previous world? The definitions of microscopic physics might differ entirely. Perhaps the radiation fields of black holes had already permeated through higher dimensional spaces. This is terrible. At that moment, Shaya was consumed by anxiety. A fierce expression etched upon his handsome features. Suddenly, he glanced at Shilling and Mel's beside him, as if making a resolute decision, and he stepped forward to embrace them tightly. He then concentrated and summoned two disordered spheres of energy against their backs. Chapter 259. There is no soul of his in the netherworld. What are you planning to do, Shaya? Xiang asked, her expression changing dramatically as she sensed the rising energy behind her. Calmly, Shaya replied, teleportation is no longer an option. I shall attempt to propel you away before the stellar explosion occurs. Without a counteracting target, the shockwave would struggle to achieve its intended purpose. This meant that relying solely on key waves for propulsion in the cosmos proved exceedingly difficult, even if aimed at a planet. The force generated from its destruction would be insufficient to liberate them from the black hole's radiation. No, you cannot do this, Saiyan cried out in anguish, her eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, no other alternatives remained. Shaya's voice was resolute, and before they could react, a torrent of energy erupted from his hands, enveloping both Saiyan and Myers. No, their voices faded, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the vastness of the starry sky. Shaya's control over the energy was precise, ensuring that not a single fragment would harm them while guaranteeing their escape over a great distance. Calculating the time. Another violent surge erupted, causing the key wave in his hands to swell. Breathing heavily, Shaya glanced back at the blinding light emanating from the central star. Next, he would confront the black hole. A chilling glint flashed as Shaya gazed intently. The scene from the center of the D-Land star system transmitted to him, revealing a massive projection piercing through the poles, which abruptly collapsed inward. An indistinct dark entity suddenly lingered at the center of the star, the grand D-Land star having vanished, consumed almost instantaneously by the central black hole. The center appeared as an impenetrable black disk, surrounded by a powerful gravitational pull that warped the light, forming a distorted ring. The lensing effect rendered the surrounding starlight hazy, while colossal planets and yellow dwarf stars were drawn inexorably towards the galaxy's core. In that moment, the dark, indistinct sphere resembled a ravenous beast, opening its gaping maw and, with a single belch, swallowing a massive planet whole. Upon witnessing this, Shaya broke into a cold sweat. With renewed determination, he bellowed, unleashing a shockwave towards the center of the galaxy, attempting to exploit the recoil from a yellow dwarf star to escape the black hole's grasp. However, he had underestimated the black hole's energy. The infinite expanse of space felt like rowing upstream. Although he moved outward, the space continued to collapse inward, gradually pulling him toward the black hole. This was dire. The gravitational force of the black hole was overwhelmingly immense. Not only was he unable to escape, but the entire spatial dimension was also plummeting toward the center. Realizing he was on the brink of being consumed, Shaya gritted his teeth and, disregarding the potential backlash of his abilities, began to channel his powers through time and space. In an instant, a radiant glow surged forth, only to be distorted by the overwhelming gravitational force, the space taking on bizarre, winding shapes before fracturing. Deep, terrifying crimson rifts appeared, resembling tiny worms writhing in the dark cosmic void. Utilizing temporal powers near a black hole was something no one had ever contemplated. The surroundings were engulfed in a suffocating scarlet hue, the searing energy battering him with excruciating pain. As the silvery temporal energy struggled against the overwhelming pull of the supermassive black hole, Shaya found himself increasingly powerless against its effects, with a sound reminiscent of fabric tearing. Just as Shaya exerted himself to wield his temporal powers against the black hole's entanglement, the space suddenly tore open a larger fissure along the cracks. Massive sections of space shattered. A terrifying energy storm surged forth from the fragmented dimensions, sweeping outwards like an avalanche. The once smooth, dark starry sky shattered as it expanded along intricate patterns, rapidly transforming into glowing crystalline fragments that glimmered brightly, drifting away like vibrant shards of light. Temporal rifts? Staring at the sudden appearance of the crimson domain, Shaya was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by elation. This was his chance. Spitting blood, determination flashed in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and dashed toward a nearby shattered section of space. Rather than succumb to the black hole, he would plunge into the rift, seeking a glimmer of hope. After all, he had traversed such rifts before, and with the temporal energy coursing within him, perhaps salvation awaited. However, once inside, Shaya quickly realized he had underestimated the rift's intensity. A relentless wave of energy crashed upon him, and he stumbled, becoming engulfed by the overwhelming force of the temporal energy. From a distance, if one were to gaze upon the black hole, they would witness a fleeting shadow forever lingering along the path consumed by the abyss. This was because time around the black hole had slowed to an excruciating crawl. Although Shaya felt he had entered the rift in an instant, to those outside, he would eternally remain a spectral silhouette traversing the rift, on the periphery of the D-Land star system's gravitational field. Two girls looked on in sorrow and fury as the D-Land star system faded from existence, their expressions filled with grief. Shaya is dead, Myers sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Saiyan, too, gazed mournfully, her delicate fist trembling with rage, the pressure causing her skin to pale, oblivious to her nails digging into her flesh. I will use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Shaya, Saiyan declared coldly. Myers, wiping her tears, replied, but if Shaya is truly gone, the crystal Dragon Balls will be useless. We still have the Namekian Dragon Balls. If those fail, we will seek the Super Dragon Balls. Regardless, I will resurrect Shaya, Saiyan asserted resolutely. I will join you, Myers vowed. But before that, I have something to accomplish. Saiyan's tone shifted, becoming chillingly indifferent, her expression fierce. The forces of King Davido are in the West Galaxy. I shall annihilate them all. Saiyan's voice was laden with lethal intent. Count me in. Myers' eyes suddenly ignited with icy resolve. All powers associated with Shaya's demise must be eradicated. Thus, in the distant West Galaxy, two vengeful spirits descended upon the remnants of King Davido's empire. Their first target was the headquarters of King Davido, which trembled as a colossal energy blast streaked across the sky, effortlessly reducing the snow-covered planet to cosmic dust, extinguishing all life in its wake. Before long, the West Galaxy was engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. As King Davido's forces crumbled, the West Galaxy faced a tumultuous reshuffling. Seizing the opportunity, the Galactic Patrol dispatched a legion of mercenaries into the region. In the North Galaxy, on Namek, a shroud of darkness enveloped the sky, not due to nightfall, but rather an ominous presence. Near the residence of the Grand Elder of Namek, a verdant dragon, Purunga, towered majestically hundreds of meters in the air. Below, a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl stood nearby, transformed into a Super Saiyan. She was none other than the fusion of Saiyan and Myers, smiling. At this moment, Nelu, the Grand Elder's guardian, was hesitantly making a wish in the Namekian language, his heart heavy with reluctance, as the ethereal beauty before him threatened the safety of Namek, rendering him trembling in fear. He never anticipated that within just a few years, Namek would witness the emergence of such a formidable figure. Great Dragon Purunga, please resurrect Mr. Shaya, the leader of Red Mountain Star. Nera made his wish in the Namekian language. After a moment of silence, Purunga lowered his head and replied, I'm sorry. I cannot fulfill that wish. Why? Nera inquired, astonished. Because that individual is not yet deceased. His soul does not reside in the afterlife. As long as a person is dead, regardless of the circumstances of their demise, their soul will inevitably reach the underworld, where it will be judged by the King of Hell. If there is no soul in the afterlife, it naturally indicates that the person has not died. Neru relayed Purunga's words to Melina, who, upon hearing this, was filled with joy and quickly urged, then let us hasten to have the dragon bring Shaya forth. Neru nodded and, following Melina's wishes, made another request. I'm sorry, but I cannot ascertain the location of that human, nor can I bring him back. Purunga stated once more, shaking his head. Despite the dragon's vast knowledge and abilities, it truly did not know Shaya's whereabouts. Across the entire universe, there exist 12 realms. And while Purunga may have been unaware of this before, the search for Shaya's location revealed these truths. Yet, Purunga still could not locate Shaya. Chapter 260. A despairing world. This is a city in decay, desolate and forlorn. The collapsed buildings exude an indescribable sense of ruin, while the sky looms ominously, as if it might descend upon the earth. The biting cold wind ceaselessly sweeps across the barren ground. This city has been abandoned for an unknowable length of time. The towering remnants of its architecture hint at a once thriving metropolis. Alas, the splendor of yesteryears has long vanished. All around, there are crumbling structures and enormous craters left by artillery, with shattered walls strewn about like remnants of a forgotten past. What calamities have befallen this place? Is it the end of the world, or the aftermath of a great war? In truth, such scenes are not confined to this city alone. Every moderately sized urban area across the globe bears witness to similar devastation. Even rural locales, where crowds once gathered in vibrant revelry, have succumbed to brutal destruction. Over time, humanity has grown fearful of congregating, scattering instead into small groups, eking out a meager existence in the corners of the world, relying on radios to communicate their dire situations. The genesis of this plight can be traced back 13 years. 13 years ago, two terrifying demons emerged, and from that moment, peace on Earth was irrevocably shattered, leading to an unending cycle of slaughter and the resistance of the Earth Alliance. Gunfire erupted violently, fiery serpents shot forth intermittently, accompanied by the thunderous booms of artillery. In a corner of the city, tendrils of black smoke spiraled into the sky. Ha ha ha, these pitiful humans still dare to resist, exclaimed a young man with black hair, a scarf wrapped around his neck. He wore a haughty expression, toying with the humans hiding behind cover, searching for an opportunity to strike. With a flick of his finger, beams of white light emanated from his fingertips. Such useless beings perish. He sneered, and with a casual gesture, a torrent of white beams pierced the air, creating deep craters in the ground ahead. Ah, those two demons again. Quickly report to the frontline command. The androids have begun their assault on humanity. Why do they always find pleasure in hunting humans? Observing the retreating human forces, some who had been rescued cried out in despair, and panic ensued. Over the years, the ferocity of the androids has instilled deep-seated fear. They know that once targeted, their fate will be grim. This is not mere hearsay, but a grim reality born of accumulated experiences. In such circumstances, fleeing is the only recourse. Thus, everyone scattered into the distance, with the more astute recognizing that open ground offered little chance of survival, and they made their way towards underground shelters. Haha, run, run. I shall grant you 10 seconds to escape. After that, I will strike. The black-haired youth watched as the crowd fled from behind a dilapidated building, his eyes narrowing with a cruel smile. This game of harvesting the lives of the weak was exceedingly amusing. Nearby, a blonde girl perched on a crumbling wall chuckled disdainfully but did not intervene in her brother's antics. Her golden tresses shimmered in the wind, and her porcelain skin was exquisitely beautiful. Her eyes, alluring yet devoid of warmth, mirrored her brother's cold indifference towards life. Number 17. You are indulging in such senseless theatrics again. They are merely earthlings. Why complicate matters? She remarked, resting her chin upon her hand, observing her brother's murderous game. Ah, 18. You fail to appreciate this, Number 17 replied with a grin. Life reveals its most exquisite glow in moments of utter despair. Look at those desperate humans fleeing. It is rather entertaining. 18 licked her crimson lips, her azure eyes sparkling with unusual intrigue. It is indeed amusing, but I dare say you are wasting your efforts. Look. They have all vanished. She pointed to the now empty street with her delicate, snow-white fingers. Indeed, they do run quite swiftly. Number 17 chuckled, but his expression quickly turned cold. He extended his palm, sweeping his fingers through the air as though parting water with a rod, unleashing a torrent of radiant energy that soared high above the ground. With a resounding explosion, it transformed into countless indistinct points of light, cascading down like a torrential rain, creating a myriad of tiny craters across several kilometers. These small openings penetrated deep into the earth, extinguishing all life hidden beneath in that singular moment. See? They're all dead. Number 17 turned to his sister, smiling, then sighed. These earthlings are simply too fragile. They hold no interest for me. 18 nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Ordinary humans can be disregarded. Even the martial artists possess little worth. It is a pity that Sun Wukong's companions were eliminated so early on. Years ago, Number 17 and Number 18 awakened in this world, following the directives of Dr. Gero to eliminate Sun Wukong. However, upon reaching his dwelling, they discovered that he had perished 6 months prior from a heart ailment. Frustrated by this setback, they sought vengeance on Sun Wukong's allies, leading to the demise of warriors like Vegeta and Piccolo. Afterward, there were none left on Earth capable of confronting them. Hey, you killed those individuals too. Don't lay all the blame on me. Number 17 retorted, realizing his sister was shifting the culpability onto him. 18 waved her hand dismissively and leaped down from the crumbling wall. By the way, doesn't Sun Wukong have a son? It has been ages since I last saw him. Do you think he might show up this time? She suddenly recalled Son Gohan, contemplating that his arrival could offer them a modicum of unexpected amusement. And those martial artists left on Earth are far more interesting than these ordinary humans, she mused. Who knows? They all conceal their energies. We can hardly detect their presence. Even that Son Gohan, even if I let him use one hand, he still wouldn't stand a chance against me. Number 17 shrugged nonchalantly, his tone dripping with disdain. Of course, he was irked by their ability to conceal their energies. The martial arts techniques passed down among the Dragon Ball warriors eluded the understanding of androids Number 17 and Number 18, rendering them unable to ascertain the whereabouts of Son Gohan and others. In recent years, their rampage and slaughter were attempts to draw them out. Look, there's a straggler over there. Number 18 suddenly smiled, pointing to a wall not far from them. She had just spotted a miniature periscope peeking out, indicating someone was observing their actions. To her surprise, a human was hiding just behind the wall, embodying the saying, "The darkest places are often the most illuminated." The human was clever enough to understand that the most dangerous place could also be the safest, yet at this moment, intelligence led to folly. The android's keen observation skills were not to be underestimated. Dead. Discovered. The earthling, concealed behind the wall, suddenly realized he had been discovered, causing a cold sweat to break out upon him. He concluded that he must find a more secure location. No sooner had this thought arisen than he hurriedly grasped the periscope, preparing to relocate. Yet, in the presence of the androids, where on Earth could one find true safety? With a swift motion, a beam of brilliant white light pierced through the air, trembling as it penetrated the wall behind the Earthling. Emerging from his chest and passing straight through his body, it was the work of Unit 18. 18, you've snatched my prey again. Unit 17 exclaimed in dissatisfaction, though he felt powerless against his sister, who was always so independent. Unit 18 patted his shoulder with a grin, saying, "This Earthling was my discovery." At that moment, on the opposite side of the city, hundreds of meters beneath the ground, soldiers of the Earth Defense Force were fervently guarding the dwindling number of Earthlings. Since the emergence of the androids 13 years ago, warfare had been a constant, marked by battles against the androids and the relentless infighting among humans, with unending agony and sorrow echoing in the air. Damn it. Another city has been destroyed by those two demons. A burly sergeant's hand slumped helplessly on the table as the surface quivered, witnessing the Earthlings perish at the hands of the androids, while feeling utterly powerless, inflicted a profound anguish upon these soldiers, who had vowed to protect humanity. Were it not for the whimsical intentions of these two androids, the Earthlings might have faced extinction years ago. Perhaps Unit 17 and Unit 18 were aware that if the Earthlings were to become entirely extinct, Earth would transform into a savage, uncivilized planet, an outcome unacceptable to them as they could not leave. Thus, when choosing destruction, they would strive to preserve a remnant of humanity, awaiting its resurgence, only to reap devastation once more, akin to harvesting crops. "Have we made contact with Ms. Bulma?" the sergeant inquired of a nearby soldier. The soldier shook his head, replying, "We have yet to establish communication. All lines are completely severed." West City was among the first to fall, and despite several rounds of reconstruction over the past 13 years, it could not keep pace with the rate of destruction wrought by the androids. Chapter 261. The world has changed. What news from Master Wu Tian? There has been no word from him either. The martial artists sent to him remain unaccounted for. With each passing moment, disheartening news arrives, and the bearded officer can only feebly wave his hand. If external supplies continue to be unavailable, they will soon find themselves devoid of resources. Presently, there are but two feasible methods to defeat the androids. One involves harnessing technological advancements to develop weapons of greater potency, while the other seeks to identify the weaknesses of the androids. In this regard, the scientists, spearheaded by the Universal Capsule Initiative, have begun their efforts. Unfortunately, the emergence of the androids has led to the demise of numerous scientists, causing the remaining researchers to progress at a painfully sluggish pace, rendering hope exceedingly dim. Aside from technological means, the alternative approach is to cultivate exceptional martial artists. Legends speak of a formidable group of Dragon Ball warriors from 13 years prior, who valiantly fought the androids to safeguard Earth's peace, yet tragically fell short in their endeavors. Compared to the first method, the likelihood of success with the second appears more promising. If warriors capable of contending with the androids once graced this planet, surely such champions can arise again. The bearded officer harbors a fervent hope. Although he has never witnessed the heroes of yore, he has had the fortune of meeting their successor, Mr. Sun Gohan. A warrior indeed worthy of challenging the androids. Master Wu Tian, once revered as the god of martial arts, is undoubtedly capable of training such martial artists. They cling to this hope. Whether self-deceptive or a mere sentiment, Earthlings must not relinquish this flicker of optimism, for the moment hope is extinguished, it heralds the impending doom of humanity. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the planet lies an island, encircled by the vast ocean. This small isle, measuring a mere 10 kilometers in diameter, is engulfed by the tumultuous waves, creating a majestic spectacle. Within this unassuming locale resides humanity's final hope. Diligent practice is the essence of martial cultivation, characterized by relentless self-improvement. You, and you, your movements are too rigid. Strike with greater speed. No, do not exhaust all your strength when you punch. The cultivation of ki is a protracted journey. Patience is paramount. Scattered across the flat island are a few modest structures, with a modest training ground at the center. Over 100 young boys, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, tirelessly unleash their fists under the blazing sun. Each face bears beads of perspiration, yet they utter no complaints, remaining steadfast in their training. Not far away, a group of young girls engages in rigorous exercises, executing punches and kicks under the guidance of their instructor. These boys and girls, divided into two factions for training, have been selected from around the globe as martial practitioners, their youth lending them immense potential. Miss Fidaia, when will we be able to defeat those androids? During a brief respite, a striking girl with short hair approaches the instructor. Fidaia opens her mouth, only to let out a rueful smile as she shakes her head. The might of the androids far surpasses our imagination. Your current strength is still lacking. Dedicate yourselves to your training and success will come in due time. She encourages the girls. At that moment, Fidaia's thoughts drift back over a decade, to a time when the androids had yet to emerge and the world thrived in peace. However, the advent of the androids has transformed that earthly paradise into a veritable hell. The young girls training now are mostly minors, having never experienced such tranquility and uncertain if they will ever witness it in their lifetimes. With a sigh, Fidaia redirects her gaze toward the fervently training individuals in the arena. Aunt Chi-Chi, where's Gohan now? Fidaia inquires of a middle-aged woman beside her. This woman is Chi-Chi, the wife of Goku and the mother of the savior's son Gohan, who rescued Fidaia from peril. Without Gohan, she may have perished long ago amidst the chaos. Over the years, Fidaia has learned that Aunt Chi-Chi is also an accomplished martial artist, though her years as a homemaker have dulled her skills. It was only after Goku's passing and the emergence of the androids that she resumed her training, now serving as the chief instructor for the girls' camp. Chi-Chi sighs as she gazes at the youthful Fidaia. Gohan is currently training with Bulma. I cannot say when he will return. Both Chi-Chi and Fidaia are among the few martial artists left on Earth, yet they are acutely aware that the only true contender against the androids is Son Gohan. With the potential addition of the young Trunks, both of whom possess Saiyan blood and a growth potential far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Indeed, Fidaia sighs, feeling increasingly disheartened. Aunt Chi-Chi and I currently possess combat abilities below 500. We stand no chance against the androids. All we can do is train these children alongside Master Wu-Tin and Kalen. Perhaps among them, we may find talents akin to the esteemed Krillin or Tien Shinhan. Earth now faces an unprecedented crisis, reminiscent of the havoc wrought by King Piccolo centuries ago, yet far more perilous. After all, King Piccolo sought dominion over humanity, and many survived. Now, the sole purpose of the androids is annihilation. Due to their relentless slaughter, the human population has dwindled to fewer than 10 million, a staggering decline from billions. The brutality of which is unimaginable. Particularly infuriating is the reality that many survivors are engaged in a struggle for survival, often divided and rife with treachery. Well aware of these grim realities, Fidaia understands that should circumstances deteriorate further, humanity could face extinction within the coming years. Chi-Chi, let everyone take a break. An elderly voice interjects as the weary Master Roshi approaches, his beard now a cascade of white. Very well, Master Wu-Tien, Chi-Chi replies. In the past, she had opposed Gohan's pursuit of martial arts, hoping he would become a scholar. Yet, in the face of an impending apocalypse, she realizes that scholars are of little use. What is needed now are formidable warriors. Master Wu-Tien, do you believe there are any promising talents among these individuals? Fidaia inquires. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi gently shakes his head. In another time, they would have been commendable, but our adversaries are the androids. They fall far short compared to Goku and Krillin. Are you suggesting there are no promising candidates? A flicker of disappointment shadows Fidaia's eyes. Having lived for centuries, Master Roshi knows that if not for the dire shortage of martial artists on Earth, he would have long since engaged the androids in battle. Regrettably, Piccolo has also perished. Otherwise, we could have used the Dragon Balls to save everyone. Oolong laments nearby. Enough of this gloom. Not long ago, I heard Gohan mention that Bulma's research has yielded new developments. Perhaps she can forge even more powerful weapons. Launch exclaims, brandishing her submachine gun. More than 20 years after departing from the Turtle Hermit's abode, blonde-haired Launch found herself in pursuit of Tien Shinhan's footsteps. However, Tien remained wholly devoted to martial arts, neglecting matters of the heart. It was not until the emergence of the androids 13 years ago that Launch reunited with Oolong and the others. Do not overestimate your abilities. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against the androids, Oolong remarked. What are you saying? Do you believe I won't roast you like a suckling pig? Launch retorted, brandishing a machine gun as a threat. Observing the playful banter between Launch and Oolong evoked memories in Master Roshi of scenes from decades past within the Turtle Hermit's dwelling. Alas, time has elapsed, and the days of yore have faded. The individuals and circumstances of that era have irrevocably transformed. Chapter 262, Son Gohan in West City. This city, once the most prosperous on Earth, has lost its former glory after enduring several cycles of destruction and reconstruction. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, 300 meters underground, arcs of ethereal blue electricity flicker intermittently. Bulma, wearing brown sunglasses, is engrossed in her research at a cluttered workbench, strewn with diagrams of android body structures and an array of minuscule components. At this moment, she is diligently working on a small device resembling a heart, striving to develop a formidable power output mechanism to create a weapon capable of countering the androids. Deeper underground, in a training chamber buzzing with a low hum, a young man is engaged in arduous training. With gravity set to an extreme level, the cramped chamber is enveloped in a suffocating dark red hue, and glistening beads of sweat trickle down the young man's handsome face. A soft sound breaks the stillness as a golden aura suddenly envelopes him. Son Gohan's ebony hair rises, radiating a golden glow, while his eyes transform into a vivid green. After a brief pause in this state, the energy dissipates abruptly. Gohan, with a wry smile, shakes his head. It is evident that he is yet to reach the realm of his father or Vegeta and remains incapable of confronting the androids. Having missed the optimal training period and lacking guidance after reaching advanced levels, Gohan's progress has been painstakingly slow. Over the past decade, his strength has scarcely improved, barely reaching the level he possessed at the time of Goku's passing. Undoubtedly, this power is grossly insufficient to face the androids. Just as Gohan sits cross-legged in meditation, the door to the training room swings open, and a young boy with lavender hair enters. "Brother Gohan, are you done training?" The boy, appearing around 13 or 14, is none other than the youthful Trunks, who shares Bulma's lavender hair. "Yes," Gohan replies with a nod. "How did it go?" Trunks' eyes suddenly brighten with curiosity. Gohan sighs and gently shakes his head. "Not well. While I have reached a level comparable to my father and your father Vegeta, it is still insufficient against the androids." "Oh." A flicker of disappointment crosses Trunks' expectant expression, but he quickly regains his spirits and encourages, "Don't worry, brother Gohan. I believe you can do it." Gohan smiles and nods slightly. At that moment, Trunks lowers his gaze and curiously asks, "By the way, can you tell me about my father? Mom never tells me anything." "Vegeta?" Gohan wipes his face with a damp towel. "I haven't interacted much with Vegeta, but he's an incredibly proud individual with an intense sense of self-worth." "Mom said the same." Trunks nods. "I don't quite understand why your mother chose to be with Vegeta either, but it's best to leave adult matters alone." Gohan abruptly recalls something and trails off, then steps out of the training room to don a martial arts uniform. The attire resembles that of the Turtle School, in the same vibrant orange-red hue. "Right?" Trunks nods and follows suit. During dinner, Bulma concludes her day of research and notices Gohan wearing a martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for rice. She exclaims in surprise, "How astonishing! The way you wear that uniform, and even how you eat, is just like your father, Goku." As she speaks, a nostalgic expression graces Bulma's face. The passage of time has etched its marks upon her, and despite her family's seemingly ageless genes, she is not immune to the ravages of time. Her youthful appearance has faded. Gohan chuckles, adjusting his attire. "I wanted to become as powerful as my father, which is why I made this outfit. But alas, I have yet to achieve that." Bulma shakes her head, sipping from her teacup. "Haven't you been single-handedly dealing with the androids? That is already quite remarkable. Trunks admires you greatly." Gohan shakes his head with a bittersweet smile, clenching his fist. "If the androids hadn't held back from killing, I wouldn't be here now." "Let us eat," he suggests. "All right," Trunks replies. And soon they are devouring their meal. Saiyans are notorious for their enormous appetites, and within moments, half a pot of rice has vanished. Indeed, just like him. Bulma watches with interest, memories of the past flooding her mind. The girl of yesteryears has aged, and the boy of those days is long gone, leaving only the echoes of a world transformed under the shadow of impending doom. Days later, a violent tremor resonates from the far side of a distant planet. Even in the darkness, beams of light akin to dawn can be seen, as yet another large city falls victim to the androids. 17. Didn't you say you wouldn't destroy this city? Such a lovely clothing store will be lost forever, 18 remarks, frowning at the distant inferno. Her beautiful face contorted in displeasure as she glances at her brother, 17. Unfazed, 17 waves dismissively. "Hey, 18, haven't you already collected plenty of clothes? You have enough to wear." "Humph." 18 scoffs, but then her eyes brighten with a playful smile. "Look, someone has come attracted by your commotion." Lifting his gaze in the direction 18 points, 17 soon spots two figures soaring toward them. As they draw nearer, he grins widely, laughter escaping him, his eyes glinting with a cold, godlike disdain. It is none other than Son Gohan, son of Goku. Another round with this defeated foe, he taunts. Oh, if it isn't Son Gohan, back for more, and this time you've brought a little one along. Gohan, now in close proximity, is met with 17 scornful gaze. The androids have always toyed with him, and he remains one of the few who can provide them with any semblance of amusement. The others are mere weaklings, offering no sense of achievement even in their defeat. Let us see just how much stronger you've become since we last met, 17 provocatively proclaims, preparing to initiate a confrontation. Damn it, how many more must you kill? Trunks shouts in anguish, gazing at the devastation surrounding them. Trunks, remain calm, Gohan interjects. Positioning himself protectively in front of Trunks, his dark eyes coldly fixed on the androids. Through previous encounters, he has learned that these two monstrosities possess a terror that surpasses his imagination. Now is not the time for Trunks to act recklessly. 17. I'm in a foul mood today. Eliminate them all. 18 commands, her irritation palpable. Just like that? You're not going to play? 17 inquires, surprised. Previously, they had refrained from killing Gohan out of concern for their own entertainment. It seems 18 is genuinely displeased today. For beings of their immense strength, they have transcended the realm of earthlings, existing as invincible entities in the universe. Keeping humans around is merely a means of seeking amusement. I find it utterly mundane. I have grown weary of my existence on this planet. Once we eliminate them, we shall seek out a spacecraft to venture to other celestial bodies. Number 18 tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes glinting with a cold light. The Earth is not devoid of spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. Even if they are malfunctioning, it would be a simple matter to request repairs from those humans. Do they dare to refuse us after the carnage we have wrought over the years? Number 18 has become thoroughly disenchanted with life on Earth. It is simply too dull. Indeed, number 17 reflected, realizing that with their formidable power, they should not confine their sights to this insignificant planet. It is said that the vistas of the universe are breathtaking. It is high time to explore beyond. With this thought, number 17 erupted into laughter, then turned coldly to Son Gohan and the others, declaring, "You have heard. Today marks your demise. Trunks, step back. I shall handle them." Son Gohan raised an eyebrow, urging Trunks to retreat. "Brother Gohan, I can fight too." Trunks protested, unwilling to remain a mere spectator. "Stand back. You are no match for them." "Yes," Trunks replied reluctantly, his voice low as he stepped aside, fully aware that he truly could not contend with the androids, though a sense of injustice lingered in his heart. P.S. My heartfelt gratitude to Xiangzuan for the generous reward of 10,000 starting coins. Chapter 263, Another Earth to confront both of us alone. Is your mind in disarray? Number 17 leisurely stowed away his movements, casting a glance at number 18 before striding towards Gohan, bending slightly to scrutinize him. A delicate breeze brushed against his face, carrying a slight chill. Suddenly, number 17's smile faded, his expression turning cold and frigid. Although he could not sense the energy emanating from the androids, Gohan's complexion grew grave, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon his heart, rendering him breathless. With a low growl, a vibrant golden flame erupted fiercely, transforming Gohan into his Super Saiyan form. As his combat state shifted, the surge of power caused the very earth to tremble. This is Gohan's energy. Is he battling the androids? On an island surrounded by the sea, Chi-Chi and Videl sensed the energy radiating from the other side of the planet, their expressions tightening with concern. Chi-Chi paced anxiously, muttering that Gohan, always causing worry. He should be training more. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, Gohan's power is immense. He will be fine, Videl quickly reassured her, though her finely sculpted brow betrayed her lingering anxiety, silently praying, "Gohan, please be safe." Meanwhile, in a city reduced to ruins, fragments of long-decayed posters danced in the air, stirred by a gentle breeze. After a few circles, the tattered remnants, as if inebriated, fell back to the cracked remains of the buildings. An overwhelming sense of desolation permeated the city. Within the underground slums, a stout middle-aged man lay drunkenly on a makeshift bed of cardboard, his unkempt beard and disheveled hair a testament to his neglect. Sensing the distant rise of energy, he opened his eyes briefly, then turned over to continue his slumber. That Gohan, always stirring up trouble. Grasping the large knife in his possession, Yachirobe stifled a yawn, staring vacantly at a bottle in the corner. At this moment, as one of the few martial artists remaining on Earth, he should have stepped forward to fight. Yet fear had gripped him since over a decade ago. With Goku gone, There was no one left to defeat the androids. Yachirobe murmured to himself. Ever since Goku vanquished Demon King Piccolo decades ago, Yachirobe had regarded him as Earth's savior. Goku lived up to that belief, defeating the subsequent threats of Piccolo Jr., Raditz, and Vegeta, repeatedly saving the planet. However, Goku's death came not at the hands of a formidable foe but due to a heart condition. Then the androids appeared. And one by one, Piccolo, Vegeta, and others fell. It was then that Yachirobe realized no one could stand against the androids anymore. He chose to evade responsibility, remaining a mere spectator since the era of Demon King Piccolo, and now he hid in the underground slums, surviving on charity with the gods gone. What could be done? In the vicinity of the polar ice caps, a luminous effervescence suddenly appeared in the air, and amidst the dazzling brilliance, a young figure emerged on Earth. This youth, lean and upright, was none other than Shaya, who had been swallowed by the rift in time and space. After struggling within the rift for what seemed an eternity, Shaya finally burst forth from a weak point in the fabric of space. Upon returning to the cosmos, he hurried towards planet Red Rock, eager to inform Shilling and the others of his safety. Yet, upon arrival, he was met with an unexpected sight. There were no traces of Saiyan life on planet Red Rock, which remained in its primitive, untouched state. Had he, like Bardock, traversed through time? A sudden realization struck Shaya, and to ascertain the timeline, he hastened towards Earth. However, upon his arrival, he was confronted with scenes of devastation and desolation. What calamity had befallen this Earth? Shaya was certain such disasters were rare on Earth. And at that moment, he sensed a powerful energy in the northern hemisphere gradually waning. With a thought, he pursued that energy. The chilling winds howled from the north, carrying icy moisture. Near a massive circular crater, Gohan, in his Super Saiyan form, faced off against number 17, while Android 18 idly played with her golden hair, seemingly uninterested. Again in this form, it appeared that the Saiyans' power could increase exponentially. Number 18 narrowed her azure eyes, her voice icy and filled with malice. Number 17. Stop playing around and finish off Gohan quickly. Yes, I'm on it. Number 17 lazily replied, stretching his neck with audible cracks. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted from nonchalance to seriousness. In an instant, he darted forward, leaving behind only an afterimage. Even for Gohan, capturing the fleeting shadow of number 17 was a daunting task. A cruel smile crept upon number 17's lips as he extended his hand, transforming it into an iron fist just inches from Gohan. The air was pierced with a resounding whoosh. Gohan, startled, felt a surge of gravity in his chest as he swiftly adjusted his stance, launching himself hundreds of meters away just in time. The ground trembled violently as number 17's fist grazed Gohan's previous position, sending shockwaves that cracked the earth like a spider's web, delving deep into the ground. Quite the reflexes. A cold voice echoed in his ears. Suddenly, Gohan caught a glimpse of number 17 soaring close to the ground, his features twisted in mockery. Then, in a flash, he vanished from sight. Gohan's expression turned to one of horror. Although his leap was meant to evade the attack, he had been hyper-aware of number 17's position. And now that he had vanished and reappeared, the psychological impact was immense. What to do? Number 17 is astonishingly powerful. Could it be he had never fought at full strength before? His eyes darted in every direction, desperately searching for his opponent. Without the androids possessing any human energy, he could only rely on his eyesight to track them. Losing sight would make the situation exceedingly precarious. There, Gohan shouted, swiftly adjusting his posture and swinging his elbow towards the side of his body. The human arm's strongest points are the fist and elbow, the most commonly employed parts in combat. Gohan understood that landing a successful strike was vital to his next course of action. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Clang, clang, clang. Gohan and number 17 exchanged blows in a relentless back and forth. At times Gohan gained the upper hand, while at others, number 17 prevailed. However, more often than not, number 17 dominated the exchanges. Both fighters restrained their strength, mindful of the planet's integrity, ensuring their attacks were controlled, thus maintaining the structural integrity of the Earth while honing their assaults. Upon reaching the formidable level of Son Gohan, every gesture he makes is imbued with immense power. With a single misstep, a fragile planet such as Earth could easily be reduced to ashes in the aftermath of his attacks. Son Gohan, mindful of the human inhabitants of Earth, refrains from unleashing his full might, while Android 17, having yet to find a means of escape from the planet, is reluctant to obliterate it prematurely. However, Son Gohan is unaware that the most significant distinction between Saiyans and androids lies in the limitless stamina of the latter. Whereas Super Saiyans experience a temporary surge of power, particularly in the absence of a seasoned mentor, Son Gohan's Super Saiyan form resembles a reckless expenditure of energy, leading to an excessive and wasteful display. Gradually, he begins to find himself at a disadvantage, while Android 17 maintains a perpetual, mocking smile. With a thunderous clash, their fists collide, sending shockwaves through the air. Blood spills from Son Gohan's mouth, and his spirit begins to wane. In that moment, Android 17 strikes again, delivering a precise blow to Son Gohan's arm, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bone. A heart-wrenching scream escapes Son Gohan's lips. As beads of sweat form on his brow, his consciousness wavering. His gaze becomes unfocused, causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan state. "Brother Gohan!" Trunks exclaims in desperation upon witnessing Son Gohan's downfall. At that moment, Android 18, who has been observing from the sidelines, strides over with her arms crossed, a cold smirk adorning her face. Without hesitation, she delivers a swift kick to Trunks, sending him crashing into a wall hundreds of meters away, obliterating it upon impact. In an instant, she appears before him, brushing her hair aside as she coldly inquires, "Who permitted you to raise such a commotion?" Grasping Trunks by his light purple hair, she hoists him effortlessly. Android 17, "Is this boy not the son of Vegeta?" Android 18 asks, glancing at Android 17, who is poised to strike Son Gohan. Android 17 confirms, indeed, he is Vegeta's son, and his mother is said to be the brilliant scientist Bulma. A sinister smile crosses Android 18's face. "Perfect. We shall use this boy's life to compel Bulma to construct a spaceship for us." Her seemingly innocent smile belies a cruel intent, reminiscent of a vibrant poppy flower that chills the soul. "You shall not threaten my mother." Trunks stammers weakly, struggling against her grip. "Silence." Android 18 snaps, lifting Trunks and delivering a knee to his abdomen, forcing a bitter taste from his mouth. His eyes roll back as he loses consciousness. Trunks. Son Gohan, with his arm hanging limply, struggles to rise. Android 18 carelessly discards Trunks to the ground and turns to Android 17, instructing, "Keep Trunks alive, but eliminate Goku's son. His rapid progress poses a potential threat." "Understood." Android 17 replies with a chuckle as he approaches Son Gohan, smirking. "It is indeed regrettable that your father did not perish at our hands, but fret not, as Goku's son, your demise will suffice." With that, he raises his arm, a glimmering orb of energy forming in his palm. Yet, at that moment, solar flare. A resounding cry reverberates as if a second sun has materialized in the sky. Blinding brilliance scorching the earth. Both Android 17 and 18 shield their eyes, crying out in discomfort as the searing light temporarily robs them of sight. When the radiance subsides and they reopen their eyes, they are met with an empty battlefield. Son Gohan and Trunks have vanished, spirited away by an unknown savior. "Who the hell is that?" Android 18 seethes, her face a mask of frustration as she stomps her foot in anger. Chapter 264. Son Gohan and Shaya. Who would have thought that such formidable experts still existed on Earth? Number 17 wore a gloomy expression, his handsome face darkened with frustration. It was unclear whether he was infuriated by his failure to eliminate Son Gohan, or if the revelation of another powerful being lurking on Earth plagued him with turmoil. Regardless of the reason, he felt as though he was attempting to extract a tooth from a tiger. To his astonishment, there existed another individual, aside from Son Gohan, who posed a threat to him. In that fleeting moment, albeit merely a fraction of a second, he sensed his life was in peril. The existence of this human being represented a significant threat that needed to be eradicated swiftly. Number 17 mused, only to find his own trepidation somewhat absurd. That solar flare technique. It seemed to be Tien's move. How could anyone else possibly know it? Number 18 licked her lips, having regained her composure from the earlier frenzy. Her beautiful face now adorned with a cruel, devilish smile. Number 17 soon steadied himself and remarked to his sister, his expression impassive, "It seems we have miscalculated this time. Had we known, we should have eliminated Son Gohan beforehand. If those two join forces, it could indeed cause us some trouble. Of course, it would only be trouble." As number 17 believed that with his inexhaustible power, he remained invincible against anyone. I'm feeling rather irritable. I think I shall go destroy a few more cities." Number 18 said, her hands stuffed in her pockets, sulking. Do as you please." Number 17 replied nonchalantly, glancing at her. Sometimes, he found his sister's childishness amusing, though he too would wreak havoc over a game lost. This world was merely a playground for the two of them, a realm for their unrestrained amusement. On an island surrounded by the sea, when Chi-Chi sensed Gohan's energy suddenly wane, she realized that a sudden change must have occurred at the front lines. And she fainted helplessly. Bitterly hurried to support her, exclaiming, "Aunt Chi-Chi, please wake up. What happened?" Master Roshi and Corinne approached. Master Roshi, Corinne, Gohan. Bitterly's face revealed her anxiety, her expression one of disquiet. Master Roshi sighed deeply, appearing suddenly aged, his cane weakly tapping the ground as he shook his head. "Gohan may be all right. Let us first assist Chi-Chi indoors." "Yes." Bitterly nodded vigorously, joining Lan Chi and others to help Chi-Chi into the house. Since Goku's passing, Gohan had been Chi-Chi's pillar of strength. Now that pillar had crumbled, and the impact on her was unimaginable. With a soft sigh, Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses. Gazing at the clear blue sky, which appeared pristine yet felt desolate to him. Perhaps it was time to seek a new refuge. Meanwhile, in a refugee encampment beneath the ruins, Yachirobe curled up, trembling, murmuring, "Another warrior has fallen." The nearby refugees shook their heads, dismissing him as another deranged individual. They knelt before a shrine, hands clasped in fervent prayer. Yachirobe watched, a mixture of deadness and scorn on his face. These pitiful souls might not even realize that there were no gods left on earth to heed their prayers. How pitiable! In the northern hemisphere, amidst a desolate rock forest, dry winds stirred up yellow sand, a place that had not seen rain for years, where even wildlife rarely ventured. A brief flicker of light revealed three figures appearing atop the stones. They laid Gohan flat on a slab and arranged Trunks' body, examining the two with sorrowful expressions. The young man squinted. "Son Gohan?" Upon seeing a youth strikingly similar to Bardock, Shaya concluded the era in which he found himself. This was undoubtedly a future world. Albeit not the future of Shaya's original realm, but rather the future of the original or similar narrative. No wonder there were no Saiyans on Red Mountain. This was not the world he had previously inhabited. With his light purple hair and the Capsule Corp logo on his attire, this individual must be Trunks. Shaya observed Trunks for a moment before turning his gaze to son Gohan. At that moment, although gravely injured, Gohan had not yet lost consciousness. Upon noticing a stranger beside him, he instinctively tensed but soon relaxed, recalling that this person had rescued him and Trunks from the terrifying androids. "Do not move," Shaya cautioned. Extending his hand into his pocket to retrieve a small cloth bag, from which he produced a Senzu bean and offered it to Gohan. He knew Gohan must still possess another Senzu bean. In the original narrative, he had given his last one to the less injured Trunks, demonstrating Gohan's character as a caring older brother. However, strategically, this was not the best choice. Gohan's power far exceeded that of Trunks at that time. And since Trunks was not yet a Super Saiyan, trading Gohan's well-being for Trunks' safety was not a rational decision. "This is a Senzu bean?" Gohan's pale face expressed astonishment as he struggled to partially open his eyes, exerting all his strength to reach for the bean. "Indeed. You should be quite aware of the effects of a Senzu bean. Do not speak. Eat it quickly." Observing Gohan's struggle, Shaya gently placed the Senzu bean in his mouth. Gohan chewed, feeling the fractured bones in his arm mend, and he was astonished while contemplating the identity of his savior. Who was this young man, and why did he possess the most precious Senzu beans on Earth? The supply of Senzu beans had dwindled significantly since 20 years ago. And following the destruction of Corinne Tower, their source had been cut off. The last bean on Gohan was a precious reserve, sparingly used. Who was this person? He bore a human aura, which ruled out being an android, and he had casually offered the valuable Senzu bean, indicating no malice. However, when had such a figure emerged on Earth besides himself? Though Gohan was filled with questions, he recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. He lightly leaped to Trunks' side, carefully extracting his last Senzu bean to feed him. Shaya watched with narrowed eyes, shaking his head but refraining from stopping him. Trunks' life was not genuinely at risk, and using a Senzu bean here seemed wasteful. However, it was Gohan's choice, and he had no right to voice dissent. After consuming the Senzu bean, Trunks' injuries rapidly healed. "Gohan, are you alright?" Trunks inquired with concern upon awakening. Gohan smiled and replied, "This gentleman saved us and used a Senzu bean to heal my wounds. By the way, this gentleman." Shaya slightly furrowed his brows and smiled. "You may call me Shaya." "Then, Shaya, may I ask who you are, how you possess Senzu beans, and what you used earlier? Was that superpower?" Gohan questioned in a flurry, and even he found it incredulous. A moment that traversed miles, was it not superpower? To be continued, at the end of April. There will be an additional 20 chapters based on the original foundation, as a significant promotion is forthcoming. This is excellent news. Everyone should take note. Moreover, the story ahead still has a long way to go, with an estimated additional 100,000 words. I shall continue to maintain a schedule of 2 updates per day, with occasional extras. Chapter 265, What on Earth is a Golden Flame Warrior? My ability is known as instant transmission, which allows me to lock onto spatial targets for free movement. Seeing Gohan's astonished expression, Shaya smiled and patiently explained that the Goku of this world never lingered on Yardrat. Thus Gohan was unfamiliar with the skill of instant transmission. As for why I possess Sinza beans, the origin lies on Earth, although the planet I currently reside on also cultivates them. Isn't Mr. Shaya a human from Earth? Trunks expressed his surprise. Indeed, I am not from Earth. Like your father, I am a Saiyan, Shaya replied. Upon hearing this, Gohan was momentarily dazed, unable to believe that Shaya was a Saiyan. But Vegeta said there were only he and Dad as Saiyans in the universe. There used to be Nappa and Raditz, but they perished during the Saiyan invasion of Earth 18 years ago. Shaya raised an eyebrow and smiled. What Vegeta said is not entirely incorrect. Indeed, in this universe, there are only he and Goku left, though now they are no longer present. However, did I mention that I am a Saiyan from a different timeline? Gohan's face darkened at Shaya's mention of the absence of Saiyans in the universe, but he was momentarily stunned by Shaya's latter statement. Mr. Shaya, what do you mean by a different timeline? Are there parallel universes? Soon, Gohan's disbelief transformed into realization. He had aspired to be a scholar in his youth and had some exposure to related knowledge. Additionally, years of interaction with Bulma had enriched his understanding. Shaya shrugged. It means exactly that. I am not a Saiyan of your timeline. Rather, I was accidentally cast into this world. In my original universe, time has not yet progressed to this era. Your grandfather Bardock worked alongside me, and your father Goku is still under 9 years old. Gohan stood there, stunned. The revelation that Mr. Shaya hailed from a past parallel world, with his father still a mere child, took a while to sink in. If this were true, perhaps there was still hope for the past. Gohan urgently exclaimed, Mr. Shaya, you witnessed the power of those androids. Their strength far exceeds our imagination. If you could return to your original world, please ensure their emergence is prevented. Gohan understood that his world had little hope left, but at the very least, he wished to save the past timeline. Shaya observed Gohan with a hint of surprise. The boy was quite astute. If I return, you can rest assured about that. He continued, by the way, I noticed your Super Saiyan form seems a bit unrefined. With your battle power, you should not have struggled so much against the androids. Shaya had previously used his Mystic Eye technique to gauge Gohan's battle power, realizing it was approximately 500 million in Super Saiyan form. While it fell short compared to himself and Androids 17 and 18, it was still formidable, especially within the context of Dragon Ball Z. However, for some reason, Gohan's power always appeared scattered rather than concentrated, giving an elusive impression. In the original narrative, given Gohan's potential, this should not have been the case. Was it perhaps due to a lack of guidance? Super Saiyan. Mr. Shaya, what are you talking about? Gohan asked in confusion, having never heard the term before. You don't know what a Super Saiyan is? That's the state you were in during battle. Shaya was taken aback before suddenly transforming into a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan form. A vast and overwhelming aura surged forth, creating a powerful energy wall. Gohan raised a hand to shield himself from the energy wall, his eyes wide with astonishment. Shaya's golden flame state emanated a much greater total energy than his own, but more importantly, it possessed a weighty and dignified quality that set it apart. What an incredible aura, Trunks exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. This energy is as profound as my father's and Vegeta's, if not stronger, Gohan murmured, a look of excitement gracing his face. With Mr. Shaya present, perhaps those two androids were not invincible after all. Mr. Shaya, so you are also a golden flame warrior. Gohan shouted in exhilaration. This left Shaya momentarily speechless. What on earth is a golden flame warrior? I just transformed into a Super Saiyan. Does this world lack the term Super Saiyan? Wait, Gohan, did you just refer to my form as a golden flame warrior? Have you not heard of Super Saiyans? Shaya inquired. Gohan paused, puzzled. Super Saiyan. Shaya rolled his eyes. It was evident that Gohan was unaware of what a Super Saiyan was. Rubbing his temples, he asked, is there no legend of Super Saiyans among the Saiyan race? Then who was the first to transform into your so-called golden flame warrior? Of course, it was my father, Goku. When he transformed into his golden-haired state in a fit of rage over Uncle Krillin's death on Namek, he became the golden flame warrior, enveloped in golden energy. Gohan recounted. After listening to Gohan's description, Shaya discerned the source of the confusion. It seemed the issue lay in the fact that there was no legend of Super Saiyans in this world. However, If this world lacked such a legend, why had Frieza still destroyed Planet Vegeta? Why did the subsequent events unfold as they did? Shaya pondered this, suddenly recalling a rumor he had heard. Frieza's destruction of Planet Vegeta was supposedly at the behest of the god of destruction, Beerus. This theory made sense. Regardless of the existence of a Super Saiyan legend, Planet Vegeta was destined for destruction. Wait a moment, if this timeline lacks Super Saiyan legends, does that mean Bardock never traveled back in time? Shaya's expression grew peculiar. Could the formation of this parallel world be attributed to the fact that he saved Bardock during the destruction of Planet Vegeta? Thus, this parallel world was the closest to his original one, making it the first destination he reached when crossing through the time rift. He had previously wondered if saving Bardock would lead to a world devoid of Super Saiyan legends, and it was evident that such a parallel world had indeed emerged specifically. The very one he currently inhabited. When he traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, it had spawned a world with his existence, and now, by saving Bardock, it had created a world of Golden Flame warriors. In this way, excluding the known parallel worlds from the original narrative. Shaya now realized that he was aware of 3 parallel timelines. Gohan, why is your Super Saiyan state so weak? Based on your usual battle power, you shouldn't be this feeble in Super Saiyan form. While you may struggle against the 2 androids, you should at least be able to hold your ground for some time. The androids in this timeline were significantly weaker than in the original narrative. Shaya believed he could handle one of them, and though Gohan was not as strong as himself, he should not be rendered entirely ineffective. Son Gohan remarked with a wry smile. Although he had encountered various battles in his youth, he had not undergone systematic training and therefore lacked a solid foundation. Later, due to the demise of Uncle Piccolo and Vegeta, all his training was conducted through self-exploration. Upon hearing this, Shaya finally understood that both Son Goku and Vegeta had also navigated their paths as Super Saiyans through independent exploration. However, unlike Son Gohan, they possessed a strong martial arts foundation, allowing them to progress steadily and methodically. In contrast, Son Gohan had only trained diligently under Piccolo for a year during his childhood. Thereafter, he had scarcely engaged in proper training. On Namek, the Elder had bestowed upon him an overwhelming surge of power, which, although harmless in terms of potential, was detrimental due to Son Gohan's excessively weak foundation. Following that, with the continuous loss of Dragon Ball warriors, few remained to guide him. Consequently, he had strayed from the right path, squandering many years in vain. Had he adhered to his original trajectory, Son Gohan would ultimately have met his demise at the hands of the androids, thereby wasting such remarkable potential. Chapter 266, Bulma from Another World. Meanwhile, on an island surrounded by the sea, Master Roshi stood at the shoreline, leaning on his cane, observing the waves crashing against the rocks, sending up frothy sprays of water. On this modest island, hundreds of young boys and girls were diligently training. Master Roshi, you must have sensed it. Gohan's energy has returned, exclaimed the cat sage, his tone filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, Gohan's once faint energy, akin to a flickering firefly, had suddenly regained its strength. Master Roshi was equally elated, his white beard fluttering in the wind as he expressed his excitement. Yes, indeed. Gohan's energy has recovered, and nearby, that is Trunks' energy. They could also feel an immensely powerful presence alongside Gohan and Trunks. They had never encountered such a formidable force before. Even the legendary Goku and Vegeta paled in comparison. This profound, invincible, yet commanding aura belonged to a Golden Flame warrior. But when had such a powerful being existed on Earth? Uncertain of whether this entity was friend or foe, the cat sage murmured, his tone imbued with an inexplicable complexity, recalling the Saiyan invasion of the past, leaving him ambivalent about the nature of the Saiyans. It is undoubtedly a Golden Flame warrior. Does this imply there are other Saiyans on Earth? Master Roshi sighed, agreeing with the cat sage. Regardless, it seemed Gohan's immediate crisis had passed. Moreover, the weight and purity of that energy indicated that it was at least not malevolent. That was enough for him. In fact, from his perspective, the emergence of this mysterious Saiyan had brought a glimmer of hope to what seemed like a hopeless battle. Not to mention that Gohan had regained his strength following the appearance of this energy, the fact that Gohan, Trunks, and this enigmatic individual had remained together without conflict suggested they were engaged in conversation, which opened up possibilities. Indeed, the cat sage nodded. Earth could no longer withstand turmoil. No more evil could arise. However, if this individual were to be an ally, it would be most fortuitous. Master Roshi, and Chi-Chi has awakened. Was that energy a sign that Gohan is safe? Videl emerged from the dwelling, her expression fraught with anxiety. Yes, please inform Chi-Chi that Gohan is now safe. Master Roshi affirmed with a nod. With the endorsement of this esteemed authority, Videl exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as if countless burdens had been lifted. Shortly after, Chi-Chi also emerged, and upon learning that Gohan was no longer in danger, she covered her face, overcome with tears of joy. By the way, we haven't been in touch with the outside world for quite some time. I wonder how the resistance forces are faring? Videl recollected, addressing Master Roshi and the others. The resistance forces on Earth were primarily composed of soldiers left behind from the former Earth Kingdom, although referred to as a resistance. Their role was limited to searching for the injured and had little impact when confronting the androids. However, in this chaotic era, their greater purpose was to stabilize the morale of the people and prevent them from losing hope entirely, while also deterring those who would exploit the chaos. Master Roshi pondered for a moment, glancing at the boys and girls diligently training not far away, and stated, once this phase of training concludes, let's allow these children to assist the Earth Defense Forces in searching for the injured. With their participation, the Defense Forces will undoubtedly be more effective. Understood, Master Roshi. I see the wisdom in that, Videl nodded, realizing that this was indeed the only course of action available to them. Meanwhile, in West City, deep within the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma was intensely focused on her design sketches, constantly revising as the computer hummed and multicolored indicator lights blinked rhythmically. Engaged in calculations. With a hiss, the metallic door slid open along its axis, and as it fully opened, Trunks and Gohan entered alongside an unfamiliar figure, someone in their early 20s, appearing even younger than Gohan, with a slender yet upright stature, likely a martial artist. Mom, we're back, Trunks called out. Bulma lifted her gaze and, upon seeing her son and Gohan return safely, her weary brow relaxed. However, she soon noticed the stranger beside them. And Bulma. This is Mr. Shaya, a powerful golden flame. Super Saiyan. Trunks and I encountered those two androids while returning with parts, and if it weren't for Mr. Shaya's timely appearance, we might not have made it back. Gohan briefly recounted the events. After hearing Gohan's explanation, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had not anticipated that Gohan and Trunks would encounter the androids so fortuitously. Her gaze softened with gratitude towards Shaya, recalling Gohan's mention of Shaya's origins. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Shaya, you truly hail from a parallel timeline? She understood the concept of parallel timelines, and a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. With a knowing smile, Shaya recognized that Bulma was likely contemplating altering time. However, he cautioned her against such thoughts. As Bardock had once warned that tampering with the timeline was strictly prohibited, a careless mistake could lead to the creation of a parallel timeline, which might result in the catastrophic collapse of the entire universe. To clarify, there existed mutually parallel timelines, where the people, objects, and events within each were remarkably similar. Yet, once a parallel timeline was formed, it signified a complete separation. Events in one timeline would not interfere with the other. Thus, utilizing a time machine to alter the historical course of this world was impractical. Shaya's words effectively dismantled Bulma's hopes of changing the timeline. Is there truly no way? Bulma asked, her disappointment palpable. Altering the past would merely create a new parallel timeline. It would not change the existing world, Shaya affirmed, subsequently sharing the cosmic deity's prohibition against time travel research. Alas, it appears this avenue is truly unfeasible, Bulma conceded, nodding in disillusionment as a sense of confusion enveloped her. Observing Bulma's weary face, with her light purple hair slightly frayed, Shaya sighed. Time had undeniably left its mark on her. He recalled the young Bulma from his original timeline. The last time he had seen her, she was merely 6 or 7 years old, and now, in this unfamiliar world, he was confronted with a woman in her 50s. By the way, where is your sister, Thais? Shaya inquired. Bulma lifted a cup of water to her lips, taking a sip before responding. My sister passed away several years ago due to illness. She then added wistfully, perhaps it is for the best. At least she no longer has to struggle on this apocalyptic planet. Shaya fell silent, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, he spoke again, Bulma. I hope you can develop a device to traverse other parallel timelines. In return, I will stay and assist you in defeating the androids, while also training Gohan and Trunks. He turned his gaze toward Gohan and Trunks. These two half-Saiyans possessed immense potential. They merely needed the guidance of a skilled mentor. With proper training, overcoming the androids would be a straightforward task. Shaya also required Bulma's assistance to devise a method for his return, thus ensuring mutual benefit. Is it true that Mr. Shaya is willing to train us? Gohan and Trunks exclaimed with exhilaration. They had witnessed Mr. Shaya's formidable strength, which was undoubtedly comparable to the late Goku and Vegeta. Accepting his guidance would undoubtedly empower them, rendering the threat of the androids inconsequential. Bulma, taken aback, inquired. Did you not just mention that deities prohibit humans from researching time machines? I am requesting your expertise on a traverser, rather than a time machine along the temporal axis. Existing space-time can indeed be traversed, Shaya clarified. Bulma responded, to research a traverser, I would need to start from scratch, as it is an entirely new subject and could require considerable time. If I were to provide you with reference materials, would that expedite the research process? Shaya asked. Understanding that once the space-time connection was established, the flow of time in both parallel dimensions would synchronize, and he could not linger in this world for long. Bulma pondered, her violet eyes brimming with newfound confidence. If I had the materials, the research pace would certainly accelerate. Does Mr. Shaya possess relevant documentation? Shaya sighed in relief. Knowing that expediting the research on the traverser was crucial, he could not afford to keep Shilling and Mers waiting. Bulma, do you recall Dr. Dajing? In the original narrative, Bulma's childhood encounter with Dr. Dajing inspired her later aspirations to research time machines. Dr. Dajing's most notable achievement was halting the galaxy for 1 second. His documentation would undoubtedly provide valuable insights. Chapter 267, The Past Becomes Memory. Dr. Dashing? After a moment of contemplation, Bulma's perplexed expression revealed to Shaya that she was unfamiliar with Dr. Dashing. Nodding with a smile, Shaya remarked, Indeed, you were quite young back then. Many events may have faded from your memory. After all, you were just beginning to form memories during that time. It is perfectly normal to have a vague recollection of childhood events after so many years. However, it is rather incongruous for a young man in his 20s to refer to someone over 50 as young. Bulma, however, did not dwell on the matter. Regardless of Dr. Dashin's status, it was evident from his obscure reputation that he likely no longer graced this world. Otherwise, they could have engaged in fruitful discussions about science and technology. For now, having access to any relevant materials for reference would suffice. She glanced at Gohan and Trunks, then suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing, Look at me. You've been back for so long, and I haven't even prepared dinner. Gohan, when you have the chance, do visit Chi-Chi. She must be quite worried about you. Bulma said to Gohan, her admiration and empathy for the woman who had married Goku evident in her heart. Since Chi-Chi wed Goku, she had not experienced a life of ease. Goku, being a simpleton devoted solely to martial arts, left all domestic responsibilities to Chi-Chi, which aged her prematurely. Finally, just as their children began to grow, Goku fell ill and passed away, and with the emergence of the androids, the bonds of peace were irreparably severed. During that time, Chi-Chi bore immense pressure. All right, Bulma auntie, I will go visit, Gohan replied earnestly, recognizing the gravity of her words. Shortly, dinner was ready. In the cramped underground space, the setting was not spacious, and the meal was meager. The flickering dim fluorescent light illuminated the table, which held only a few steamed buns and vegetables. This is the ration just delivered by the Defense Force. Saiyans have a hearty appetite, so Gohan, do eat well, Bulma encouraged from her seat. Given that Gohan and Trunks were the last hope for this world, the Earth Defense Force provided Bulma's family with relatively generous rations. Sure, Gohan, seemingly unfazed by the lack of variety, perhaps accustomed to it, picked up a bun and began to eat heartily. Mr. Shaya, aren't you going to eat? Trunks inquired, noticing Shaya had yet to partake. Observing the paltry offerings on the table, Shaya sighed, fully aware of the hardships faced by Bulma's family in this timeline. With a swift motion of his fingers, steaming dishes of food materialized from the dimensional space where time stood still. Feast upon this. It is cuisine from another world, he announced. Wow, such authentic dishes. This is genuine Earth cuisine. I haven't seen this in years. Gohan and Bulma stared in astonishment at the suddenly abundant spread, their eyes gleaming with delight, while Trunks, having never encountered such exquisite food, was momentarily taken aback. Bulma, let us venture together tomorrow to seek out Dr. Dashing's secluded island. We may uncover some valuable information, Shaya suggested after Gohan and Bulma had indulged in a long-awaited feast. After all, so many years had passed, and the passage of time often brings change. Fortunately, Dr. Dashin's hidden island was far removed from civilization and might remain untouched. Absolutely, Bulma replied earnestly. The next morning, as dawn broke with a hazy light on the horizon, Shaya and Bulma boarded an orange-yellow flying vessel, uncertain of the precise location of Dr. Dashing's island. They could only search slowly with the aircraft. Gohan, I'm going out with Mr. Shaya. You should check on Chi-Chi, Bulma instructed, leaving Trunks to guard the home. Okay. Gohan nodded. Mr. Shaya, let us go? With that, the yellow vessel ascended, its engine roaring as a gust of wind swept through the sky, piercing the clouds before vanishing into the vastness above. As Gohan watched Shaya and Bulma disappear, hope filled his gaze. With Shaya's arrival, he felt as though this world was no longer shrouded in darkness, but instead, glimmers of hope began to emerge. Clenching his fists, he turned to Trunks and said, Trunks, you stay here and wait. Once I return, we will train with Mr. Shaya. Please do not venture out during this time. Yes. Trunks responded eagerly, invigorated by Shaya's presence. Nodding, Gohan called forth a shimmering cloud, a final legacy from Goku. Leaping onto the Nimbus, he gave Trunks a thumbs up and disappeared into the horizon. On the other side of the ocean, Shaya and Bulma, after an extensive search aboard their flying vessel, finally arrived at the waters once frequented by Dr. Dashing. Here, a myriad of small islands and reefs dotted the sea, clusters of brown rocks jutting out like bamboo shoots, crashing against the waves and splashing white foam. Dr. Dashing's hidden island should be around here, Shaya observed, glancing down at the solitary island spaced several kilometers apart, many of which had been developed into tourist areas. Now long abandoned. Regretting not having accompanied Dr. Briefs to Dr. Dashing's island during his initial arrival on Earth, Shaya felt the sting of his lack of foresight and not knowing where to search. This place seems familiar, Bulma remarked, surveying the terrain below. Mr. Shaya, can you tell me about your world? Bulma inquired curiously as she piloted the craft, her intrigue about the alternate timeline palpable. Nodding, Shaya began to recount tales from another world. It was during my second visit to Earth when I encountered your sister, Tais, on the street. As he recounted his experiences, the vivid scenes of that other timeline unfolded. When Shaya mentioned Tais had written a novel inspired by Vegeta, he asked, You and Goku were essentially childhood friends. Why did you not end up together? From a character perspective, Bulma was strikingly beautiful, spirited, and adventurous, with minimal age difference from Goku. As the second character introduced in Dragon Ball, she was once a lovely girl with lavender hair and eyes. Often, Shaya had assumed that Goku would ultimately end up with Bulma, only to be surprised by the eventual plot twist where Goku clumsily married Chi-Chi, while Bulma ended up with Vegeta. Sometimes, Shaya pondered whether it would have been more fitting for Goku and Bulma to be together. What? Bulma paused, having never contemplated this notion. She laughed, saying, Back then, Goku was just a kid. I always thought of him as a younger brother. Did you not have feelings for him once he grew up? Shaya probed. Noticing Bulma's silence and wistful expression, Shaya realized she might not have considered that possibility at all. In his youth, Sun Wukong was indeed diminutive. However, following his battle with the formidable Piccolo, he noticeably grew taller. By the time of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong had transformed into a handsome young man, and Bulma may have sensed the shift in her feelings towards him. She often reflected on how that little fellow had matured into a dependable man. Unfortunately, at that moment, Chi-Chi unexpectedly appeared, and in a moment of confusion, Sun Wukong agreed to marry her, causing that budding sentiment to fade away. Perhaps it was destined to be. Bulma sighed, recognizing that all had become a mere memory. It was futile to dwell on the past, for both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had long since departed this world. Chapter 268, Confronting the Androids subsequently. Shaya and Bulma continued to navigate their flying vehicle above the vast ocean, eventually discovering a secluded island amidst a rocky sea, where Dr. Daisuke had once resided. Due to years of neglect and abandonment, the island had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Upon reaching the docking area at the island's edge, they were greeted by a thicket of overgrown shrubs, while the stone path was blanketed in moss, rendering it almost unrecognizable. Venturing deeper into the island, they stumbled upon several low, dilapidated huts, now enveloped by creeping vines. Delicate green tendrils clung to the walls, with layers of interwoven leaves resembling a shroud of verdant fabric, creating an idyllic scene reminiscent of a hidden paradise. It appeared that no one had set foot on this island for decades, leaving them uncertain whether any of the doctor's research had been preserved. Bulma surveyed the surroundings and sighed in relief. Let us take a look, Shaya remarked, his brow furrowed. He pried open the door of one of the modest homes, revealing an interior thick with dust. The furnishings seemed to have endured the wrath of a tempest, with items scattered haphazardly and in disarray. On the workbench lay an assortment of archaic devices, likely remnants from Dr. Daisuke's experiments with time machines. The floor creaked underfoot, a reminder of the structure's age as Shaya and Bulma rummaged through the chaos in search of useful materials for constructing a time travel device. Bulma, could you assess whether any of these items are of value? Shaya asked as he unearthed a large cardboard box, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Upon opening it, he found it filled with meticulously bound tomes and notes, the paper yellowed and brittle with age, the handwriting barely legible. Bulma picked up one of the tomes, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Indeed, this is undoubtedly research on the time machine. Dr. Daisuke's studies are remarkably comprehensive. He seems to have established the fundamental framework. Temporal parameters, dimensional coordinates. So, it is like this. It was as if her innate curiosity as a scientist ignited upon encountering these valuable findings. Ahem. If we are to conduct research, we can do so once we return, Shaya interjected, clearing his throat. Ah, yes, Bulma replied, regaining her composure. She carefully closed the tome, treating it as if it were a sacred relic bearing divine wisdom, and gently stowed the documents into a universal capsule. After completing this task, she glanced around, noting the antiquated equipment. Realizing these tools were integral to Dr. Daisuke's time machine research, she decided to collect them as well, ensuring they were also secured in the capsule. Bulma approached scientific inquiry with her characteristic diligence and precision. All right, let us return. I am eager to delve into this research, she declared. A true scientist, faced with the prospect of unraveling the unknown, radiated boundless enthusiasm, much like a sapling yearning for nourishment. Indeed, let us go? Shaya nodded, but suggested they forego the flying vehicle for their return. With a surprised glance from Bulma, he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and activated his teleportation ability. In a flash of brilliant light, they found themselves back in Bulma's underground laboratory in West City. Bulma, momentarily stunned by the sudden transition from miles away to their current location, exclaimed, "Is this the instantaneous movement you mentioned?" Something like that, Shaya shrugged nonchalantly. Though his spatial abilities differed from the teleportation known on Yard Rat, he preferred to let Bulma assume it was the same. Suddenly, Shaya sensed an unusual disturbance in the atmosphere. "What's wrong?" Bulma inquired, sensing his unease. "It's Trunks' energy. He seems to be engaged in combat with someone," Shaya responded, his expression darkening. Upon further concentration, he realized with alarm that Trunks' energy was waning, an indication that the androids were closing in. "Oh no, what do we do?" Bulma panicked, her heart racing at the thought of Trunks battling androids. "I'm heading over now," Shaya declared, activating his teleportation once more, vanishing from the basement. Meanwhile, on the other side of West City, Trunks lay weakly on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he gasped for breath. Nearby, two androids, one male and one female, watched him with cold indifference, their ice-blue eyes devoid of emotion, reminiscent of merciless demons. "Trunks, if you reveal your mother Bulma's whereabouts, I may spare your life," the male android, designated as 17, gripped Trunks' hair and hoisted him up. "Never," Trunks retorted defiantly. In response, a brutal fist struck Trunks' abdomen, causing him to cry out in agony as the force threatened to shatter his insides. "I'll give you one more chance. Will you speak?" 17's face remained expressionless, yet a glimmer of malice flickered in his gaze. "You will face retribution one day," Trunks gasped defiantly. 17 raised an eyebrow, his patience wearing thin. With a surge of strength, he flung Trunks into the air, declaring, "If you wish for death, I shall grant it." A sinister smile crept across his face as he conjured a sphere of energy, hurling it toward Trunks. The energy surged through the air, a whirling tempest aimed at obliterating Trunks. Just as it seemed Trunks would be annihilated, a tall figure materialized in front of him, blocking the lethal projectile. With a powerful swing of his fist, Shaya deflected the energy ball, sending it careening off course. A resounding boom echoed through the air as the ground trembled beneath them, and a massive mushroom cloud erupted from a distant section of the city, sending shockwaves rippling outward. "Who are you?" 17 scowled, his demeanor darkening at the interruption of his plans. He recognized that this newcomer was the same individual who had thwarted his efforts to capture Gohan the previous day. Despite utilizing only a fraction of his energy, few on Earth possessed the strength to withstand such an attack, and 17 understood that this individual had repeatedly thwarted his ambitions. Shaya regarded the two androids with silent resolve, opting not to speak. Instead, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a Senza bean, offering it to Trunks. The young warrior was gravely injured, and without immediate healing, his life would be at risk. After consuming the Senza bean, revitalizing energy surged through Trunks' body, swiftly mending his wounds. "Thank you, Mr. Shaya." Trunks expressed his gratitude, relief washing over him. Shaya furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Weren't you supposed to guard the laboratory? How did you end up facing the androids?" With a rueful smile, Trunks replied, "These two androids were rampaging through West City, and I couldn't just stand by." "I understand. You must retreat immediately and take Bulma with you. West City is no longer safe," Shaya instructed firmly, urging Trunks to depart. "Understood, I'll leave at once." Trunks, now 13 or 14 years old, was capable of making rational decisions. Aware that West City would soon become a battleground, he promptly obeyed Shaya's directive, preparing to escort his mother Bulma to safety. "Indeed, if you encounter Sun Wukong, invite him to join you. Once the matters here are resolved, I shall seek you out." Upon hearing this, Trunks nodded firmly. Chapter 269. Androids 17 and 18. Shaya fixed his gaze intently on androids 17 and 18. Only realizing after Trunks had gradually flown away that the two androids appeared utterly indifferent to his presence, showing no inclination to engage him even as he departed. "Haha. 17, look, they don't even acknowledge you. You're in trouble now," mocked 18 from the sidelines, revealing no intention to assist. Perhaps in her mind, there existed no entity on Earth that could rival her and her brother. 17 curled his lip in disdain. Mere ants." Androids 17 and 18, Shaya stated blandly, his eyes scrutinizing the duo. They were markedly different from the versions in the original narrative. These androids had languished in darkness for far too long, their surfaces and souls tainted by a sinister, bloodthirsty essence. "I once thought there were no worthy opponents on Earth apart from Sun Wukong, yet here you are." 17 suddenly chuckled, as if he had discovered a rather intriguing toy. Shaya shook his head. Had they just awakened, perhaps communication might have been feasible. But it was now too late. It seemed to echo the adage that circumstances forge heroes. The environment could profoundly affect an individual. In the original tale, the newly awakened androids were not wholly malevolent. Their curiosity about the outside world retained a vestige of humanity within them, and their surrounding circumstances could lead them down divergent paths. In the future Trunks world, however, the androids, unrestrained and lacking oversight, became increasingly reckless, eventually reveling in slaughter. Conversely, in the original story, due to the later emergence of the android cell's threat and the relentless pursuit of the Super Saiyans, 17 and 18's power diminished in comparison to the formidable foes around them. Thus, their dispositions became somewhat tempered, influenced by a multitude of factors that ultimately prevented them from descending into complete darkness. In this realm of the Golden Flame Warriors, the androids were beyond redemption. Nevertheless, Shaya did not underestimate the power of 17 and 18. They had the capability to effortlessly overpower Son Gohan. While part of this was due to Gohan's inadequate training, it was primarily because the androids were indeed formidable, even if the androids in this world were not as powerful as their original counterparts. Shaya felt compelled to proceed with caution. Based on their previous battle with Gohan, their combat prowess was likely no less than 700 million. Such a level warranted my utmost respect, he mused. Shaya was acutely aware of his own abilities, although they had seen some enhancement following his confrontation with King Davido. The increase was not substantial. While he could manage a single android, facing two simultaneously was presumptuous. After all, his combat power was merely on par with theirs. Facing two androids alone served a dual purpose, to buy time for Bulma, as he feared that upon his departure, the androids might go on a rampage and devastate West City, potentially dragging Bulma into chaos. Moreover, he sought to gauge the strength of the androids in this world. If Gohan could fully harness his power, he could at least hold one android at bay, Shaya contemplated. Gohan's current training state resembled Shaya's own when he had journeyed from planet Selma to Earth. It appeared he had maximized his strength. Yet he was akin to a decorative pillow, impressive in size but lacking substance, easily compressed with minimal effort. However, the energies of 17 and 18 were perpetual in nature, posing a significant challenge. Shaya furrowed his brow, various strategic thoughts racing through his mind as he engaged his foes. The Super Saiyan transformation was explosive. Based on a foundation of normalcy, a sudden 50-fold increase in power would impose tremendous strain on the body. Explaining why Sun Wukong ceased using the Kaioken after transforming into a Super Saiyan, it was simply unsustainable. A swift resolution was imperative. In his contemplation, Shaya made a decisive judgment. He chose to confront the androids head-on, thus buying a moment of reprieve for Trunks and his allies. Resolute, he focused, uttering a sharp command, and in an instant, golden light enveloped him as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form, a vast surge of energy erupting forth, sending tremors through the ground beneath him. Golden Flame Warrior? 17's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of another Saiyan on Earth, especially not a second Golden Flame Warrior beyond Gohan. An inexplicable unease stirred within 17, as if he instinctively sensed that this youth before him posed a threat, a blow to his self-proclaimed invincibility. 18. Stop gawking and help me eliminate this pest. 17 commanded coldly. 18, somewhat taken aback that her proud brother would request her assistance, acknowledged, fine, and stepped forward to stand alongside him. The two androids stood side by side, their refined features exuding an icy demeanor as a gentle breeze caressed their ears, lifting delicate strands of hair into the air. Suddenly, 17 and 18 sprang into action simultaneously, their immense power evident as they unleashed a relentless torrent of energy. A dazzling display of lightning and fire cascading towards Shaya like an impenetrable net. Shaya floated calmly in midair, his peripheral vision attuned to his surroundings. As the onslaught of 17 and 18 approached, he deftly maneuvered, narrowly evading their strikes, then counterattacked with breathtaking speed, catching them unprepared. With a resounding clash, he unleashed a flurry of punches, enveloped in a radiant golden glow, as a terrifying surge of energy coalesced within him, launching a fierce assault against his formidable adversaries. Yet, he faced the daunting reality of the androids, who possessed boundless stamina and infinite energy. The longer the battle extended, the more disadvantageous it became for Shaya. He understood this well, opting to employ cunning angles in his strikes to secure victory through ingenuity. Although androids 17 and 18 wielded tremendous strength, their fighting techniques remained rather rudimentary. Shaya swiftly discerned this, attributing it to their inherent power. Having seldom encountered worthy opponents, they had neglected the nuances of combat training. Of course, it must be noted that the androids were not martial artists. They could rely on sheer strength to prevail. Their limitless energy was indeed their greatest asset. With a thunderous roar, 17 executed a sudden lateral strike, delivering a blow as hard as steel against Shaya. Even though Shaya managed to mitigate some of the impact through a skillful evasion technique, the residual force was still formidable. At the moment of impact, the energy surged through his body, converging behind him and generating a colossal shockwave that rippled outward, creating visible whirlwinds around him. With a jolt of pain, Shaya felt the struck area tingle, and he began to plummet rapidly. Just before colliding with the ground, he steadied himself and vanished from sight. Where do you think you're going? A crisp voice rang out as 18's lithe form appeared beside him, followed by a powerful punch aimed at him. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Shaya extended both hands, bracing for the impact. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 270. The next time will be your demise. Boom. A brilliant white energy layer surged into the sky, exploding at an altitude of 10,000 meters into a scattering of orange-red luminous spheres. Time seemed to stand still. And then the immense, blinding radiance broke through the clouds, akin to a rising sun illuminating the entire planet. The dazzling light, accompanied by a shockwave, enveloped the globe, momentarily halting its rotation due to the powerful vibrations. Far across the ocean, Son Gohan sensed the battle near West City. He froze, his expression filled with astonishment. This was the energy of Mr. Shaya. Was he engaged in combat with the androids? Gohan, is this the Mr. Shaya you mentioned earlier? Master Roshi gazed in shock towards West City, astonished by the sheer strength of his energy. Surely, even Vegeta in his prime could not match such prowess. Yes, but I never anticipated he could battle the androids for such an extended period. I must go assist him, Gohan exclaimed, for Mr. Shaya, hailing from another world, was fighting against the malevolent androids, and as a human of this realm, he could not remain idle. Gohan, be cautious if you decide to go. Your power level is vastly inferior to theirs, Master Roshi warned seriously without hindering Gohan's resolve. Due to the lack of foundational training, Gohan's path after transforming into a Super Saiyan had become fixed. Without extraordinary opportunities, further breakthroughs would be nearly impossible. A fact even Master Roshi could not counteract as he had lost track of the intricacies of Super Saiyan cultivation. Rest assured, Lord Karen, I understand. Gohan nodded vigorously. He then soared into the air, becoming a mere speck of light heading towards West City. Lord Karen, is Gohan truly safe going there? After Gohan's departure, Videl voiced her concerns. Indeed, Lord Karen, Gohan lacks the profound foundation possessed by his father and Vegeta. Chi-Chi expressed her worries. regretting her insistence on preventing Gohan from training with Goku. Have faith. We should trust in him. Perhaps with Mr. Shaya's assistance, he may indeed rescue this world. Master Roshi and the others expressed their hopes. In this dire time, the arrival of Shaya undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope for salvation. The battle in West City raged on. The android's stamina was indeed astonishing. Shaya engaged them with his exceptional combat skills, but facing two opponents, coupled with their seemingly inexhaustible power source, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. As time passed, the strain of maintaining his Super Saiyan form began to manifest. His energy had depleted rapidly, while the androids remained unscathed. Continuing the fight like this would eventually lead to his demise. Frowning slightly, Shaya wiped the blood from his mouth, gasping for breath as the rhythm of the battle became chaotic. The android's infinite stamina left him feeling helpless. This battle was proving more arduous than his encounter with King Vegeta. Being on Earth, which was so fragile it could crumble with a mere breath. Shaya was genuinely concerned that unleashing his full power could lead to the planet's destruction in an instant. Therefore, both he and the androids, 17 and 18, were careful to avoid causing harm to the Earth's crust. The result was a constrained battle, akin to puppets bound by strings, a most uncomfortable predicament. Ultimately, it boiled down to an insufficient mastery of power. With a sigh, Shaya recognized his shortcomings. Despite years of training, he had believed himself to have achieved a light grasp of power, only to discover he was far from true mastery. Quite impressive, 17 remarked with a grin. 18 nodded, shedding her tattered attire, her bright eyes sparkling. The energy expended in the previous attacks felt like a mere trifle to her. Since Vegeta and the others perished, we haven't had a proper opportunity to stretch our limbs. This golden flame warrior is far superior to Son Gohan, 18 remarked with a devilish chuckle, her eyes narrowing slightly. Then let us have some fun. 17 smirked, suddenly darting backward, his slender palm slicing through the air with a series of muffled thuds. In an instant, the sky seemed to shatter into countless fragments, and colorful energy spheres materialized, forming a dense array in the air, creating a sealed spherical formation. Not good. Shaya's heart raced. As 17 initiated a fierce attack, his expression shifted drastically. He executed several quick dodges, attempting to escape the perilous encirclement. However, the moment he broke free, his countenance paled as 18 mirrored 17's actions, immediately forming a larger array of energy spheres around the perimeter of 17's spherical formation. These two androids were indeed siblings. Their attacking techniques and coordination astonishingly refined, leaving Shaya in utter disbelief. In this assault, 17 was clearly leading the charge, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This attack would surely overwhelm the enemy. Meanwhile, 18's surrounding shield served as a failsafe. Although the wider array resulted in a decrease in energy density as a backup, it was more than sufficient. At that moment, Shaya lamented his fate. As he shifted direction, the energy explosion had already commenced. Realizing evasion was impossible, he spread his arms wide and hunched his body, creating a vacuum of energy around himself in preparation for the impending impact. Boom, boom. The sound echoed like a multitude of thunderclaps striking the earth, the deafening explosions reverberating in all directions. Subsequently, visible shockwaves emanated outward, forming concentric rings that sparkled like blades. Although the explosion occurred in midair, the resulting cyclone scraped away layers of the ground, leaving West City as if it had endured a catastrophic earthquake, with all structures obliterated. As the dense clouds of energy dissipated, clarity returned to the surroundings. Before him lay a vast expanse of scorched earth, with the landscape charred to a deep black and golden hue, wisps of smoke rising from the ground, gradually disintegrating into fine dust. Coughing, Shaya collapsed amidst the rubble. A few drops of blood trickling from his mouth, searing pain coursing through his body. This is dire. Several bones are broken, and I can no longer continue fighting. He managed a bitter smile as he struggled to rise, quickly assessing his injuries. His golden hair flickered dimly, nearly unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of energy approaching. It was Son Gohan, the very person he had not wanted to complicate matters. Surprised yet warmed by the thought, Shaya knew this was not the moment for Gohan to join the fray. Recognizing that Gohan's current strength was insufficient to contend with the androids, he reached into his pocket, retrieving a Senza bean. After placing it in his mouth and crushing it, the rich vitality of the bean rapidly healed his wounds. With a leap, he rose, his bones cracking audibly. Upon witnessing the transformation of this Saiyan after consuming a bean, 17 furrowed his brow and remarked, "That Saiyan just consumed a Senza bean? Aren't those supposed to be extinct? Perhaps it was secretly preserved," coldly remarked the 18th, while the 17th, with a sinister smile and an air of unwavering confidence, provoked a sense of irritation. As he spoke, his pupils constricted like those of a venomous serpent. Shaya, with a solemn expression, observed the 17th and 18th. Then sensed the energies of Son Gohan and Trunks. Sighing deeply, he realized that with his current power, he could not triumph over the androids. It was time to depart. With a smile directed at the 17th and 18th, Shaya waved farewell. 17th, 18th, until we meet again, but next time shall be your demise. Upon finishing his words, his form became indistinct, and with a fleeting glimmer, he vanished from their sight. The 18th widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "He disappeared. How could his speed evade my gaze?" The 17th, in anger, retorted, "He must have employed some technique." Meanwhile, Son Gohan was racing towards West City at full speed. Upon witnessing the immense flash emanating from West City, his heart sank, soon followed by an overwhelming tempest. Hissing, a powerful whirlwind surged from the direction of West City, catching Son Gohan off guard and causing him to stumble. Quickly, he raised his hand to shield his forehead against the storm's might. What a formidable tempest! West City has been utterly annihilated. A heavy weight settled in Son Gohan's heart. Chapter 271. Wu Tian and the Cat Sage. The immense storm sweeping in from West City profoundly impressed Sun Wukong with the ferocity of the battles that raged there, stirring within him an even deeper concern for Bulma and Trunks' safety. "Please, do not let anything happen to you," he murmured through clenched teeth as he quickened his pace. A faint golden light streaking across the sky, leaving behind a series of blurred phantoms. 300 kilometers from West City, Wukong spotted an orange-yellow spacecraft rapidly departing from West City, heading towards him. "Trunks!" he exclaimed in recognition of the craft, his heart brimming with joy. Trunks, having also spotted Wukong, descended the vehicle. "Wukong, what brings you here?" "Mr. Shaya instructed me to take my mother away immediately. Come with us," Trunks said, his voice laced with apprehension. Had it not been for Shaya's intervention against those two androids, he and Bulma would have perished alongside West City in the recent conflict. "No, Mr. Shaya is battling the androids alone. I cannot merely flee for my own safety." Wukong resolutely shook his head. "Please, Wukong," Bulma urged. "You are not a match for the androids right now. Do not act impulsively. Heed Mr. Shaya's advice." "But," Wukong clenched his fists, torn with frustration. Yet, he acknowledged Bulma's truth. His strength paled in comparison to Shaya's. Joining the fray would only complicate matters. As Bulma continued to dissuade him, Shaya's figure materialized before them, his clear voice resonating. "Bulma is right. To confront androids 17 and 18 head-on, you must continue your training. Mr. Shaya, it's wonderful to see you safe." Wukong and Trunks exclaimed with delight at Shaya's unscathed appearance, though Wukong noted the tattered state of Shaya's martial arts uniform with surprise. "Mr. Shaya, did you repel the androids?" Trunks inquired eagerly. Shaya shook his head, his expression devoid of excessive emotion. "No, their power is formidable. I could only manage a stalemate. Alone, I might have had a chance, but together, they are overwhelming. Moreover, androids 17 and 18 possess infinite stamina and energy, without a significant advantage in power. Engaging them in a war of attrition would spell certain doom. Unlimited energy." Wukong and Trunks exchanged glances, both gasping in astonishment. Such critical information had eluded them until now. Wukong grimaced, "So they have this hidden trump card. No wonder they were never in a hurry to eliminate me. They were confident in their superiority." This was dire news. If the androids truly wielded boundless energy, defeating them would necessitate overwhelming force for total annihilation. The transformation into Super Saiyan could not sustain a lengthy battle. However, knowing the enemy's strengths and weaknesses is key to survival. Wukong felt grateful for this early revelation. Had he rushed into battle without this knowledge, he would likely have met with failure, at which point, the androids would show no mercy. It's no wonder I sensed something amiss while studying the android schematics. The problem lay in their energy. Bulma suddenly realized, clapping her hands as she connected the dots. "The android schematics?" Shaya questioned, taken aback. Bulma nodded. "I obtained them from Dr. Gero's lab, but unfortunately they are incomplete. Many crucial details are missing." She lamented, recalling how, by the time they located Dr. Gero's hideout, he had already been slain by androids 17 and 18, and much of the documentation had been destroyed. Shaya merely nodded, acknowledging that the Earth Defense Forces and Bulma's efforts over the years had not been in vain. Yet, the thought of the androids' infinite energy made them even more formidable adversaries. Trunks, still a mere 13 or 14, could not hide his disappointment upon hearing such news. He exclaimed in despair, Shaya regarded him thoughtfully before turning to Bulma. This is not the place for discussion. The androids may soon pursue us. Bulma, please lead me to your base. With only 300 kilometers separating them from West City. And although the androids could not sense their energy, the proximity posed a significant threat. Who knew what other methods the androids possessed to locate them? Bulma nodded in understanding. Yes, let us reunite with Chi-Chi and devise a plan from there. She had already packed all her research materials and equipment into a universal capsule. As after West City's destruction, her only option for research would be Master Roshi's island. Aunt Bulma, let us depart at once, Wukong urged, summoning a nimbus cloud from the horizon and mounting it, seeking to conserve energy whenever possible. Very well, Bulma agreed. The orange-yellow spacecraft ascended steadily, making its way towards an island located offshore. Shaya observed closely, following closely behind. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, they left the continental shelf and ventured deeper into the ocean. Half an hour later, the vessel reached the opposite side of Earth, traversing through waves before landing on a modest island. Surrounded by the sea, the flat island featured only a few low-lying structures. Shaya sensed several discernible energy signatures, ranging from 50 to 100, with the strongest reaching 500 battle power. In times of peace, these individuals would be considered remarkable martial artists. Was Master Roshi training human martial artists here, perhaps hoping they could contend with androids 17 and 18? Shaya smiled, not finding their efforts laughable, but rather recognizing the slim odds of success. It was exceedingly difficult for Earthlings to produce another expert like Krillin or Tien. Perhaps Master Roshi understood this, yet remained unwilling to accept defeat. Bulma, you have returned. A somewhat aged woman approached, revealing herself to be Chi-Chi, Goku's wife. The two, having not seen each other in years, engaged in conversation. Is this Mr. Shaya? An elderly voice inquired as a bespectacled elder approached, accompanied by a plump white cat. To Shaya's astonishment, the cat sage was present as well. He had presumed the cat sage perished alongside Karen Tower, yet here he was, alongside Master Roshi. It was no wonder the Earthlings here possessed such formidable strength. Indeed, I am Shaya, he responded with a smile, addressing the cat sage. It is a pleasure to meet you, having heard of you from another realm. The cat sage stroked his beard. Ah, so you are aware of me. It seems the senzu beans you possess were indeed obtained from my counterpart in another world. His wise eyes narrowed slightly as he discerned the situation. Haha, indeed. Shaya readily acknowledged, finding their conversation comfortable and familiar, which made subsequent exchanges much more fluid. Upon hearing Shaya's detailed account of the androids, Master Roshi hunched over, his expression grave. It appears these androids are more formidable than we anticipated. Moreover, Wukong previously mentioned that androids 17 and 18 have grown weary of life on Earth. If they discover a spaceship to escape, Earth will be in peril. What currently restrains the 17th and 18th is the descent of the spacecraft. Once they acquire the vessel, they will be utterly unrestrained, and that will herald a true catastrophe. Chapter 272. Fortunately, the temple remains intact in this world. Sun Wukong, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, did not learn instant transmission on planet Yardrat, but returned directly to Earth. Thus, there are still a few intact spaceships on Earth. One is the Jinyu Force's ship, which Sun Wukong used to return from Namek, and the other is the ship utilized by Mechanical Frieza and King Cold during their invasion of Earth. Only 16 years have elapsed since that time, and it remains uncertain whether those two ships were destroyed in the android disaster. It is akin to a ticking time bomb that must not fall into the hands of androids 17 and 18. Sitting idly by is not an option. We need formidable warriors now, Master Roshi said, his gaze fervently directed at Shaya, hoping for his assistance. This Mr. Shaya possesses tremendous strength, as evidenced by his ability to withstand attacks from two androids. If combined with Gohan, there might indeed be a chance of victory. And if Trunks could transform into a Super Saiyan as well, confronting the androids would be much more assured. This was what Master Roshi was contemplating, with the core of everything revolving around this otherworldly Saiyan. Shaya smiled knowingly, perceiving Master Roshi's thoughts, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. Master Roshi felt his face flush under Shaya's knowing gaze. However, for the safety of Earth, he disregarded his pride and earnestly pleaded with Shaya. Please, Mr. Shaya, we hope you can assist us. Indeed, if you help us, I would be immensely grateful, a golden-haired woman exclaimed as she rushed forward, closely followed by a pig-headed figure in a flurry. Launch, please do not cause any trouble. Golden-haired Launch, is that you? Shaya was taken aback. In the original story, golden-haired Launch had not appeared since the Saiyan saga, and he was surprised to see her with Master Roshi and the others in this world. Oh no. This person seems to have angered Launch. What should we do? Oolong and Poir clutched their heads in despair, believing that golden-haired Launch's actions were indeed reckless. Wait. You know me? Golden-haired Launch inquired with curiosity. Shaya replied, yes, because in another world. You were sent to Master Karen to learn how to cultivate the healing beans from a young age, and now you're assisting me in growing them. What? I grow healing beans for you? Golden-haired Launch pointed at herself, incredulous. She thought, how could someone so free-spirited like her ever cultivate beans for another? Not you. But the gentle blue-haired Launch. You are simply too mischievous. You golden-haired Launch was not pleased with the remark, feeling offended. Yet upon realizing that the speaker was a formidable warrior from another world, her anger swiftly dissipated and she forced a smile. All right, Launch, you may step back. Master Roshi instructed, having discerned that Shaya's relationship with Launch was not ordinary, yet he did not allow her to linger. Shaya looked earnestly at Master Roshi and stated, with my current power, it is unrealistic to confront two androids. Master Roshi nodded, responding seriously, but what if we include Gohan and Trunks? I know their potential is significant. Unfortunately, my knowledge is insufficient to guide them. If we could have your guidance, Mr. Shaya, I believe they could be of great assistance. Shaya paused for a moment. Gohan and Trunks indeed possessed immense potential, as Gohan was the first to achieve Super Saiyan 2 in the original narrative, and although Trunks was not as exceptional, he was still quite capable. The hybrid offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings often exhibited extraordinary potential, stemming from their parents having achieved breakthroughs before their births, as well as the unique blend of bloodlines. Unfortunately, this potential tends to diminish in the second generation, losing the Saiyan essence. Nevertheless, even with their exceptional abilities, it was inconceivable for them to match androids 17 and 18 within the given time frame. No matter how adept one is in martial arts, it is impossible to induce such an unnatural leap in power instantaneously. At that moment, he glanced at Corinne, suddenly struck by an idea, and asked, Master Karen, since you are here, does that imply that the Karen Tower and Temple have been destroyed? Corinne shook his head, indicating he was uncertain. The Karen Tower had indeed been severed by the androids, and while it was likely the temple above had also suffered damage, he could not confirm whether it had been completely obliterated. Why do you ask, Mr. Shaya? I have conceived an excellent training location. If the temple has not been utterly destroyed, it may quickly enhance Gohan and the others' powers. What? There is such a place in the temple that can genuinely augment their strength? Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. Where is it? Corin frowned, deep in thought. The hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya slowly uttered. Upon hearing this, Corin shook his head. He was merely the guardian of the Karen Tower. Although he had witnessed several deities over the past 800 years, he was not privy to the specific conditions within the temple. However, all of this depended on whether the temple had not been destroyed. Shaya, unlike the others who were filled with hope, doused their excitement with cold water. Never mind. You wait here. I will return shortly. He then activated instant transmission and headed toward the temple's location, in a distant dimension high above, far beyond Earth. The azure sky appeared crystalline, unblemished like a mirror. The air was thin, the pressure low, and the temperature significantly cooler than below, with few clouds surrounding the high altitude. In the vast, expansive void, a strikingly red, hemispherical structure with ethnic characteristics floated alone, now appearing quite desolate. The once vibrant temple was nearly in ruins, its hard marble surface marred by numerous winding cracks. Shaya's figure materialized above the temple, gazing at 2 rows of withered coconut trees and sighing. A fierce battle must have transpired here, as evidenced by the collapsed pillars of the temple and the shattered roof. Ironically, the sky above the temple remained tranquil, the azure expanse seemingly untouched by rain. Yet, fortunately, the temple had not been entirely destroyed. Perhaps androids 17 and 18 merely regarded this as the residence of the deities, which is why they did not pay much attention to the structure after vanquishing Piccolo and Dend. Slightly relieved, Shaya moved aside a toppled stone pillar at the temple's entrance and adeptly navigated the winding corridor until he arrived before a magnificent golden door. Although the walls bore some cracks, the interior environment remained unaffected. After a cursory inspection of the hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya nodded and utilized instant transmission to return to the island where Master Roshi and the others awaited. How did it go? Upon Shaya's return, Master Roshi and the others hurriedly gathered around him. Shaya smiled gently, delivering the delightful news. The temple has not sustained severe damage. The hyperbolic time chamber is still operational for training. Really? That's wonderful. Not only Master Roshi, but Corinne, as well as Gohan and Trunks, appeared elated. The group was eager to hasten to the temple. "You all may go. I will stay here with Chi-Chi to oversee things and examine Dr. Brief's research." At that moment, Bulma declined, stating she was merely a scientist and had little understanding of martial arts. "Then I shall remain as well." Golden-haired Launch and Videl opted out of the journey. Shaya glanced at them and said to Master Roshi, Karin, Gohan, and Trunks, "Then let us proceed together. Hold on to my hand." The narrative briefly elucidates that Shaya swiftly utilized instant transmission to escort Sun Wukong and others, reappearing in a temple situated thousands of miles away. Chapter 273. The levels of Super Saiyan. So this is the temple. Taking a breath of the thin air at such a high altitude, Master Roshi began to cough uncomfortably. It was his first visit to the temple, and he had not anticipated arriving under such circumstances. The temple, situated in an exceedingly elevated space, possessed remarkably sparse air. Any vigorous movement would lead to physical discomfort, yet it also served as a form of cultivation. A sense of serene and distant tranquility washed over Shaya, prompting memories of his training in the temple many years ago, when he and Xiling were merely 6 or 7 years old. They had undergone training under the guidance of Master Roshi and Bobo on Earth, and it seemed like a mere blink of time had passed since then. "Follow me." Shaya instructed Son Gohan and the others as he led them towards the location of the hyperbolic time chamber. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the chamber, where Shaya gestured towards the golden door, stating, "Inside is the hyperbolic time chamber, where one day outside equates to a year within. The environment is exceedingly harsh, and one can only enter for 2 days in a lifetime. As per the rules, only 2 individuals can enter at a time, so this time, Gohan and I will go in first." Master Roshi and the others nodded in agreement, as the main focus was on Son Gohan and Trunks. Master Roshi and the Cat Sage were merely there for support, thus they had no objections to Shaya's arrangements. Pushing open the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, a void of white space unfolded before them. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, severing the flow of time between the inside and outside. From this point onward, a year would pass within while only a day elapsed outside, re-entering the sweltering and boundless expanse of the white world. Shaya understood that the slight gravity within the hyperbolic time chamber would not pose any issues for himself and Son Gohan. He then produced 2 wristbands, akin to Launchi's bracelet-style gravity devices, although one was designed to increase gravity while the other was meant to decrease it. "Put these on and activate the gravity." Shaya handed the wristbands to Son Gohan. As the gravity was activated, a tremendous weight bore down upon them, combining with the chamber's inherent gravity, rendering both Shaya and Son Gohan quite fatigued. In a flash of golden light, they simultaneously transformed into their Super Saiyan forms, their overwhelming auras sweeping through the surroundings and stirring up a layer of pristine dust from the ground. "From this day forward, I shall commence your training from scratch. I hope you can endure it," Shaya stated earnestly. "Yes, please train me," Son Gohan replied, standing tall and resolute. Having witnessed the brutality of despair, he deeply felt the inadequacy of his own strength. Now, with a senior who far surpassed him in Super Saiyan prowess willing to guide him, Gohan could not have wished for more. "Very well." Shaya regarded Son Gohan with admiration. Despite having squandered many years on his path of cultivation, Gohan had fortunately cast aside his childish dreams of scholarship. Driven by a fervent desire to become stronger, he was bound to make progress. However, Shaya was also acutely aware that even with Gohan's newfound determination, it was ultimately too late for him to reach the heights attained by Gohan in the original narrative. While training Gohan, Shaya also intended to utilize this year to reflect upon his own martial arts. If Gohan's problem lay in his power being unrefined and lacking foundation, then Shaya's challenge rested in achieving complete mastery over his strength. During his previous battles against androids 17 and 18, Shaya had clearly sensed a flaw in his control of energy when compressing it to a certain degree. This may well be the drawback of his long-standing reckless use of power. In past battles, he had never had to consider the limits of a planet's endurance. Even on planet Red Rock, he had never fought at full strength, especially after the Crystal Dragon Balls had enhanced it. Yet, a battle on Earth against the androids had brought his issues to light. The minutiae of understanding revealed that failing to fully control the intensity and destructive range of his attacks was a significant shortcoming. Recognizing this, Shaya resolved to rectify it. Thus, over the course of the following year, Shaya remained in this desolate and silent realm, gradually contemplating and refining his martial arts. Son Gohan diligently followed Shaya's instructions, engaging in rigorous training. Unlike the teachings of Piccolo, Shaya began training Gohan from the very basics, step by step. The training process was undoubtedly stringent, yet Gohan persevered, earning Shaya's respect. Excellent, maintain a steady breath during combat. If your focus wavers, the rhythm of battle will be disrupted. Do not rely on your eyes to observe my movements. Instead, sense with your heart and perceive with your energy. Shaya observed Gohan's movements while offering guidance, occasionally launching surprise attacks when Gohan was unprepared. Although these exercises were overly simplistic for Gohan's power level, the fundamental aspects were often the most crucial. Much like the study of mathematics, where complex and obscure formulas attract many researchers, few grasp their meanings. People often revel in unraveling intricate and profound equations, yet seldom contemplate why 1 + 1 = 2. This is a convention, a fundamental axiom so basic that it has become second nature. However, this simplicity encapsulates the essence of the physical laws governing our vast world. Why do our eyes perceive such results? What fundamental forces have contributed to this outcome? These foundational concepts are, indeed, what we should strive to understand. Once Son Gohan's training fell into a steady rhythm, Shaya gradually shifted his focus away from him. Glancing at the time, he realized that half of the duration within the hyperbolic time chamber had already passed. He needed to dedicate time to his own training. Consequently, Shaya distanced himself from Gohan and began his own rigorous practice. Now that he had attained the Super Saiyan realm, he recognized that this level encompassed a vast spectrum, which could be broadly categorized into 4 distinct tiers. The first tier is the initial state of Super Saiyan, characterized by a surge of anger. A prime example is Son Goku during the Namek saga. This form, born from fury, is inherently unstable, although it provides a 50-fold increase in power under normal circumstances, making it the weakest among all Super Saiyan forms. The second tier represents the ordinary Super Saiyan level, exemplified by Shaya himself upon his first transformation and Goku's return from Planet Yardrat. At this stage, one can effectively control the transformation, exhibiting immense strength, particularly in the mastery of one's own power. The principle of separation yet unity, energy flows through the veins, encapsulates this tier. It is also the most expansive tier within the Super Saiyan realm, showcasing the broadest variation among individuals. Therefore, even upon achieving the Super Saiyan form with relative perfection, different fighters may still exhibit markedly different combat capabilities. The third tier transcends the ordinary Super Saiyan state, showcasing a pronounced leap in power, to the extent that it can be considered a distinct level beyond the traditional Super Saiyan form. The representative figure who first emerged from the Room of Spirit and Time is Vegeta, whose power surpasses that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, enabling him to achieve even more formidable transformations. His strength is estimated to lie between the semi-perfect and perfect forms of Cell. The fourth tier is known as the Super Saiyan Full Power, a state that outwardly resembles that of a regular Super Saiyan. However, this form allows for a prolonged maintenance of the Super Saiyan state, effectively overcoming the significant stamina depletion typically associated with Super Saiyans during battle, thereby maximizing their combat capabilities. Consequently, the overall combat power sees a remarkable enhancement, positioning it at the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan hierarchy. In the original series, the first to attain the Super Saiyan full power state were Goku and Gohan, achieved through rigorous training within the Room of Spirit and Time. Beyond the aforementioned 4 tiers of Super Saiyans, the first level can also be delineated into several categories based on transformation states. The first is the False Super Saiyan, which does not qualify as a true Super Saiyan. The second encompasses the typical blonde-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyans, including the initial stages of Super Saiyan, ordinary Super Saiyans, and those who surpass the standard. The third is the muscular form, an erroneous transformation that, while bestowing immense power, sacrifices speed and is deemed unsuccessful. The fourth, as previously mentioned, is the full power, representing the highest overall combat strength. Shaya currently resides in the second tier of the first level of Super Saiyan, identifying as an ordinary Super Saiyan, albeit one of the more advanced within this category. He has long believed that the 4 levels of Super Saiyan represent a transition from a 50-fold increase in power to a 100-fold amplification. Upon achieving Super Saiyan status, the path to further strength advancement bifurcates into 2 avenues, enhancing combat power in the normal state or augmenting the intensity of the Super Saiyan transformation for greater power increments. Both the enraged Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan exhibit a 50-fold transformation increase, while those surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan in the full power state achieve even more potent transformations with greater power enhancements. Shaya is convinced that upon reaching a 100-fold increase, he will attain the state of Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 274. A significant breakthrough first and foremost. Shaya set a goal for himself to quickly surpass the level of a regular Super Saiyan. Vegeta had achieved this level after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, yet Shaya had already spent over half a year without attaining the same. However, even if he did not reach the level of transcending a regular Super Saiyan, Shaya believed he would not fall short compared to the so-called Super Vegeta, as he had naturally ascended to the Super Saiyan realm from a higher starting point. His capacity for endurance was greater. This meant that when Shaya's regular Super Saiyan form reached perfection, his power would be comparable to Vegeta's transcendence of the regular Super Saiyan level. When Shaya finally attained the level beyond that of a regular Super Saiyan, it would essentially equate to the full power of Goku and his companions. From the very beginning, Shaya had been half a level above Goku and the others in terms of transformation. As time passed slowly, 24 hours outside the hyperbolic time chamber swiftly elapsed. The day was nearing its end, and the turtle hermit wondered how Gohan and the others were faring in their training. Leaning on his cane, he paced back and forth, filled with anticipation for the effects of the training in the chamber. With Mr. Shaya's guidance, Gohan will surely grow stronger. Perhaps the androids will no longer be their adversaries, Trunks speculated. Kaio-sama, were you unaware that such a place existed in the temple? The turtle hermit inquired. The cat god shook his head. I had no knowledge of it. The temple is the residence of the Supreme Kai. I am merely the guardian of the Kaio Tower. In my 800 years, I have scarcely visited, thus remaining oblivious to many secrets. With a deep sigh, the cat god expressed a sense of regret, pondering that had he known the secrets of the temple earlier, perhaps Vegeta and the others would not have perished at the hands of the androids. Alas, it was too late. I hope that young Gohan can achieve great things, both the turtle hermit and cat god wished earnestly. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, an endless expanse of pristine white space enveloped them. The sweltering temperature rendered the atmosphere stifling, and the vast emptiness induced fatigue. Gohan wore gravity rings, the intense gravity forcing him to maintain his Super Saiyan form, which rapidly drained his energy. He had to regulate his breathing to sustain his transformation for longer periods. Suddenly, the surging flames of his energy ceased. Gohan gasped for air, collapsing onto the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his nose and stirring up a cloud of dust that quickly evaporated. My strength has vastly increased compared to a year ago. I should have no trouble against an android. Though exhausted, Gohan felt exhilarated. In just a year of training, his combat power surged from 500 million to 800 million, surpassing androids 17 and 18 by 100 million. More importantly, he had gained a clearer understanding of the path of the Super Saiyan. However, considering the android's limitless energy, Gohan could currently only confront one at a time and needed to finish swiftly. This progress was nothing compared to the original timeline's Gohan, who seemed to leap from a regular Saiyan to full-power Super Saiyan almost instantaneously, skipping the entire first stage of transformation. Such an enhancement felt somewhat incongruous, attributable only to Gohan's prodigious talent and the author's boundless favor. I wonder what level Mr. Shaya has reached, Gohan mused, rising from the ground and gazing curiously at the faint silhouette in the distance. During this year, aside from the initial half-year of training together, Mr. Shaya had seemingly remained in a meditative state. Could such a practice truly elevate one's power? Gohan felt skeptical. Wait, Mr. Shaya must have his reasons for this. Perhaps my understanding is too shallow to grasp the subtleties? Gohan pondered further. Just as he was lost in thought, Shaya's seated form began to stir, and an aura of tranquility and serenity enveloped him. In an instant, a whirlwind erupted in the vast white space, unleashing a formidable force that swept through the chamber. Before Gohan's eyes, a golden radiance burst forth with immense power as Shaya transformed from his normal state into his Super Saiyan form. His golden hair danced upward in the energy currents, and his emerald eyes remained calm and undisturbed, exuding an overwhelming presence far surpassing his own Super Saiyan form. Boom! Like a tempest unleashed, powerful spirals of energy swirled and layered upon one another, breaking the stillness of the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan stood in awe, his mouth agape as he murmured, Mr. Shaya's energy has surged to an unimaginable level. It is beyond description compared to before. Gohan felt that if Shaya wished to end his life at that moment, he could do so with a single strike. Could it be that Mr. Shaya's meditative state was a means of comprehending a certain realm? Gohan began to speculate, recalling how Master Roshi and Cat God had mentioned that some martial arts on Earth relied on insight. Master one technique, and you master all. Was Mr. Shaya experiencing something similar? At that moment, Shaya exhaled deeply, revealing that he had yet to transcend the level of a regular Super Saiyan. However, he felt more than capable of dealing with androids 17 and 18. Sensing the boundless power surging within him, Shaya smiled softly. With a combat power of 2 per billion, he was already comparable to the so-called Super Vegeta. A slight smile graced Shaya's lips. Despite not reaching the level beyond a regular Super Saiyan, his strength had significantly increased, soaring from 700 million to 2 per billion, an astonishing leap that matched Vegeta's strength upon first exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, slightly exceeding the power of Cell in his perfect form. Against the androids of this world, he would face them with ease. In my current state, my power has exceeded a 50-fold increase compared to my normal form. This clearly indicates the strength of transcending a regular Super Saiyan, yet I remain an ordinary Super Saiyan. Shaya acknowledged. At this rate, each of my transformations may well surpass those of Goku and his companions. Thus, achieving Super Saiyan 2 might not simply be a 100-fold increase. Shaya chuckled, recognizing that this was perhaps the advantage of naturally overflowing with power, fundamentally enhancing his transformation strength and enabling him to withstand greater transformations. It was indeed a significant breakthrough. Mr. Shaya, your power, Gohan gasped, struggling to breathe, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. It was astonishing to realize that a Super Saiyan could become so immensely powerful. Mr. Shaya had truly imparted a valuable lesson. Chapter 275. Stepping out of the time chamber, Shaya turned his gaze towards the approaching Gohan, offering a gentle smile. I've made some breakthroughs, but unfortunately, I have yet to transcend the realm of Super Saiyans. Despite expressing disappointment, a faint smile lingered on Shaya's face. Transcending the realm of Super Saiyans. Gohan's astonishment was palpable, his expression tinged with disbelief. He had never entertained such grand notions, his thoughts constrained by his own achievements. In his mind, the Super Saiyan was already an incredibly powerful warrior, and the idea of surpassing it seemed insurmountable. Shaya nodded at Gohan, explaining that the Super Saiyan form was essentially a unique state of heightened energy. To grow stronger, one could either elevate their base fighting power, a daunting task, or enhance the transformation of the Super Saiyan itself. I categorized Super Saiyans into 4 distinct levels, he continued, outlining the various tiers that corresponded to different amplifications of power. After hearing this, Gohan felt overwhelmed, his mind swirling with confusion over the intricate classifications of Super Saiyans. The initial Super Saiyan, the standard Super Saiyan, the beyond standard Super Saiyan, and the full power Super Saiyan. These concepts seemed fantastical and utterly foreign to him. Yet, he could not deny the conviction in Shaya's voice, which suggested that these ideas were indeed grounded in reality. If Goku or Vegeta were still alive, they too would strive to surpass the ordinary Super Saiyan limit, Shaya remarked, observing Gohan's reaction. Compared to Goku and Vegeta, Gohan lacked the relentless spirit of a true warrior. The very thought of transcending Super Saiyan status was beyond his imagination. This limitation stemmed from his scholarly pursuits, where he had overly embraced the persona of a refined scholar. Feeling a pang of shame, Gohan lowered his head. I am grateful for your guidance. Do not be disheartened. Shaya reassured him. I have witnessed your rigorous training over the past year. You should now be capable of confronting an android, correct? Shaya smiled warmly, his demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze. Gohan nodded vigorously, affirming that he possessed sufficient strength to face an android. Indeed, one-on-one, the androids are no longer my match. Shaya retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and offered it to Gohan. Transform into a Super Saiyan and unleash your full power against me. Let me witness your strength. Yes. Gohan responded with enthusiasm, bowing in respect as a disciple would to a master. He stepped back, focused his energy, and suddenly transformed into his Super Saiyan form. A surge of formidable power rippled through the time chamber, creating waves of energy around him. Sensing Gohan's newly solidified power, Shaya nodded slightly. Gohan's strength had become much more substantial, no longer as insubstantial as it once was. Attack me, Shaya commanded with a firm tone. Mr. Shaya, I am attacking now, Gohan declared, a glimmer of determination lighting up his emerald eyes. He assumed an offensive stance, and a whirlwind of motion ensued, as Gohan darted through the vast expanse of the chamber. In a flash, numerous afterimages of him appeared, cascading like an overwhelming tide. Whoosh! Gohan's combination of punches and kicks surged towards Shaya. Interesting, Shaya remarked with a subtle smile, remaining unfazed as he extended a finger, effortlessly tracing patterns in the air. Yet, to Gohan, that unassuming finger loomed like a colossal sword, imbued with an overwhelming aura. Clang! Gohan's powerful strikes stirred the air, but halted mere inches from Shaya, unable to advance further. With a gentle touch, Shaya tapped Gohan's arms several times, producing a series of dull thuds that reverberated through Gohan's body, sending tingling sensations coursing through his entire arm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gohan's heart raced, and he instinctively retreated. As he landed, he saw Shaya approaching leisurely. And feeling the intangible yet profound aura emanating from him, Gohan's spirit faltered. With a wry smile, he reverted to his base form. "Mr. Shaya, your presence is truly extraordinary." "It saps my will to fight," Gohan admitted with a sigh. Shaya, with a serious expression, remarked, "The Saiyans are a warrior race. One should never lose the will to fight, regardless of the circumstances. Though you possess only half Saiyan blood, as a Super Saiyan, do not forget this." "Understood." Gohan nodded earnestly. "Let us depart. Our time in the time chamber is drawing to a close, and we must prepare to confront those two androids." The rules of the time chamber dictated that one could only enter twice in their lifetime, and adhering to these rules was paramount until one could defy them. Shaya had previously entered a different time chamber on another Earth, and he pondered whether the durations would overlap. If they exceeded the time limit and the entrance sealed, he would be left in despair. The time chamber was stark and monotonous, with food limited to water and dry flour. Eager to leave, Shaya suggested to Gohan that they exit together. "Yes, it is indeed time to deal with them," Gohan agreed, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Together, they stepped out of the time chamber. At the crumbling temple, Master Roshi and Karin anxiously awaited the return of the duo, their eyes fixed on the entrance. With a sudden roar, the doors swung open, releasing a wave of steamy air that enveloped them. Emerging from the chamber, Shaya and Gohan appeared disheveled yet resolute. "Gohan, you have finally returned," Trunks exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Noticing the unusual aura around Gohan, he quickly inquired, "How has your training progressed?" "Thanks to Mr. Shaya's special training, I feel my strength is now sufficient to confront the androids," Gohan replied, scratching his head, his confidence evident as he laughed heartily. "Wonderful!" Master Roshi shouted in excitement, tears welling in his eyes beneath his sunglasses. This day had been long awaited, and he finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. "By the way, after defeating the androids, have you considered the reconstruction of Earth? The human population has dwindled to less than 10 million, which poses a significant challenge." Shaya interjected at an opportune moment. Master Roshi's expression grew serious. Previously, under the oppressive threat of the androids, they had barely managed to survive, leaving no room for future considerations. However, with victory within reach, the future of Earth's reconstruction must be addressed. To be honest, 10 million is not an insignificant number. But restoring the planet to its former glory before the android catastrophe will undoubtedly require considerable time. Shaya refrained from divulging the ominous threats that loomed ahead for Earth. Regrettably, ever since Piccolo and the Supreme Kai perished, the Dragon Balls on Earth have vanished, Master Roshi lamented. "Isn't there still the Namekian Dragon Balls?" Korin added. Bulma once contemplated seeking assistance from New Namek, but its distance from Earth, coupled with its unpredictable location, makes it nearly impossible to reach without a spaceship or star charts. Gohan and Master Roshi shared a look of disappointment, while Trunks remained unaware of the significance of the Dragon Balls and refrained from interjecting. "Could we not seek the help of the Kaishin? The North Kaishin should know the whereabouts of New Namek," Shaya proposed. It struck Shaya as peculiar that, despite the momentous events transpiring on Earth, the North Kai, who oversees the entire northern galaxy, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Of course, Shaya understood that the North Kai was often preoccupied with his duties, managing a multitude of planets, rendering it improbable for him to maintain a constant focus on the diminutive Earth. It is not uncommon for years to elapse without the North Kai noticing changes on a particular planet. Yet, one must ponder whether the deceased Dragon Ball warriors did not seek out the North Kai, or if they were simply denied the opportunity to visit the Kai's planet. Indeed, given the North Kai's exalted status, surpassing even that of the deities and the King of Hell, it is unlikely that mere mortals could approach the esteemed Kai without due cause. It stands to reason that the permission granted to Tien and his companions to traverse Snake Way and enter the North Kai's domain was a special arrangement made by the North Kai with King Yima. Chapter 276. The Search for Androids. Upon returning to the island, it was decided that the group would take some time to recuperate. Then, Gohan would accompany me to find the androids. After defeating them, I would make a trip to King Kai's planet to inquire about the coordinates of New Namek. Charismatic and eloquent, Shaya spoke with conviction. In truth, His mind held the star map of the entire seventh universe. Yet he remained uncertain as to which planet the Namekians referred to as New Namek. Is that true? Splendid. The end of the androids is finally at hand. Let us return and share this joyous news with everyone. Upon hearing Shaya's words, Master Roshi, Trunks, and the others erupted in cheers, their gazes towards Shaya filled with urgency. Trunks, who had initially planned to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training, promptly abandoned the idea. The accomplishments of Shaya and Gohan rendered his intervention unnecessary. That day, the entire group returned to their island deep beneath the ocean, swiftly relaying the good news to Bulma and the others. When they learned that Shaya and Gohan were confident in their ability to eliminate the androids, the atmosphere erupted in joy, with some even moved to tears. Launch. With her golden hair, excitedly brandished a submachine gun, firing into the sky in celebration. The fiery trails of bullets danced in the air, expressing their exuberance. That night, the camp was enveloped in a sea of jubilation. The following morning, radiant morning light ascended from the tranquil sea, casting a warm glow upon the azure waters, reflecting a breathtaking spectacle. After freshening up and finishing breakfast, Shaya found Gohan and the others eagerly awaiting him, fully prepared for the task ahead. Gohan donned the orange gi of Master Roshi's style, his short hair freshly trimmed, exuding vitality. Master Roshi and Bulma had not slept, their excitement lingering until dawn. Let us depart, Shaya stated calmly. Today's battle seemed almost assured, leaving him devoid of any anxiety. Indeed, let us set forth, Gohan replied, his spirits high. Be careful, Gohan. Mr. Shaya, Bulma and Chi-Chi expressed their concerns, brimming with anticipation for the impending confrontation. Understood, Gohan nodded, flashing a bright smile. With a whoosh, two beams of light shot into the clouds, continuing in a singular direction. As the androids emitted no energy, they commenced their search from West City. In a modest town, Android 18 stood before a mirror, trying on various outfits with a beguiling smile that, while beautiful, was as intimidating as a poppy flower. Nearby, several lifeless bodies lay on the ground, victims who had been in the clothing store when she entered. With a frown, Android 18 expressed her dissatisfaction, shouting at the terrified store owner, "You, bring me more outfits." Why yes, the shopkeeper, pale and trembling, hurriedly rummaged through unopened boxes to present several new garments. After trying them on, Android 18 remained unimpressed. Ugh, this world is deteriorating. 17, I truly do not wish to linger on Earth any longer, she remarked to her brother, who was casually lounging nearby. However, we have yet to locate a spaceship. According to Dr. Jero's records, there should still be two capable of interstellar travel on Earth. Surely you didn't destroy them, did you? Android 18 tilted her head in discontent. 17 shook his head vigorously. I assure you, I have never destroyed a spaceship. Well, since this store cannot satisfy your desires, there is no point in remaining here. Let me obliterate this little town. Higi, do as you wish. Android 18 tossed her gorgeous golden hair and sauntered out of the store. Spare me. I have many beautiful clothes left that this lady will surely adore. The shopkeeper, terrified at the thought of the two fiends destroying the town, fled the shop in a panic. Observing this, 17's face cracked into a cold smile as he extended his finger towards the mall, unleashing a devastating attack. Instantly, flames erupted like a rampaging dragon, mercilessly engulfing the store. Under the intense heat, the steel warped, and the massive energy from the explosion caused the concrete structure to collapse, sending a plume of scorching light into the sky, resembling a miniature nuclear explosion and forming a captivating mushroom cloud. As the smoke cleared, everything within a few hundred meters of the store was reduced to ashes. The destruction would soon extend to the entire town. Alas, it was morning, and the vivid fireworks would be far more spectacular at night. In the northern part of Earth, over 1,000 kilometers from West City, Shaya and Gohan followed the trail left by the androids. Initially, they had visited West City, now reduced to rubble, and continued their pursuit. Freshly disturbed sand and gravel suggested the androids had recently departed, with wisps of smoke still rising from the scorched earth. Clearly, they had faced setbacks in West City, their fury manifesting through destruction as they traveled over 1,000 kilometers, annihilating countless human settlements along the way. From their vantage point, the cities below lay in ruins, and Shaya's handsome brow furrowed, revealing a chill in his demeanor. The androids were truly deranged, disregarding human life entirely. Androids 17 and 18 were, like their counterparts in the original narrative, the very embodiment of malevolence that must be eradicated. In the myriad parallel worlds of the Dragon Ball universe, perhaps only the androids from the original storyline retained a semblance of humanity. The others were nothing but merciless killing machines. Even a beauty like Android 18 was merely a demon cloaked in allure, cold and cruel, evoking no sympathy from Shaya. Gohan, he said, we must swiftly locate Androids 17 and 18 and eliminate them. With each passing moment, countless innocents may perish. Indeed, Gohan nodded, his eyes reflecting a steely resolve. Not far away, among the ruins of a city, a portly middle-aged man named Yachirobe ambled down the street, dragging a large sword and clutching a bottle of alcohol, his belly protruding prominently. After a while, he opened the bottle and took a swig, displaying signs of inebriation. Alas, so many cities have been destroyed. Had I not escaped quickly, I would have perished alongside those in the refugee camps. Yachirobe swayed, his voice a mix of laughter and sorrow, uncertain if he was lamenting or venting his frustrations. Those poor souls, the gods have forsaken this world. Dead, dead. Wait, are my eyes deceiving me? Are those two androids appearing before me again? Yachirobe rubbed his flushed face, his vision clearing slightly as two figures emerged before him. Heh, is it really the androids? He muttered in disbelief. 17, do you recognize that drunkard? Android 18 squinted her azure eyes, curiosity lacing her voice. 17 chuckled darkly, that rotund fellow is Yachirobe. A friend of Goku's. Quite the survivor, isn't he? Chapter 277, The Death of Akalobe. Ah, so this is Akalobe, the friend of Sun Wukong? How fortunate he is to have survived until now. Number 18 smiled slyly, licking her lips, her demeanor reminiscent of a devil. Akalobe, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the android, was momentarily taken aback. The effects of his intoxication faded significantly, and a grin replaced his former dread. He realized that in this confrontation with the androids, escape was no longer a possibility. I have evaded for so long. I am weary and truly wish to flee no longer. Tears welled in his eyes, and his disheveled hair, matted with grime, reminded him of his prolonged state of disarray. You have reduced this planet to such a state. Are you not pleased? With a sudden motion, Akalobe hurled his bottle to the ground, shattering the glass and spilling its contents. A cold glint flickered as he drew a large knife from his waist and aimed it at number 18. Clang! His strike met a firm resistance. Number 18, with an amused expression, casually extended two fingers to intercept Akalobe's swift attack. Her frosty demeanor radiated an aura of hostility. With a chilling smile, she exerted force, launching Akalobe backward. He crashed to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Akalobe struggled to rise, leaning heavily on his weapon. Years of alcoholism, avoidance, and self-destruction had drained his vitality, leaving him a mere shadow of the martial artist he once was. He no longer harbored the delusion of being a true warrior. A genuine martial artist would stand against adversities to protect the earth, even at the cost of their life. He had never considered himself worthy of such a title. At that moment, he faced the androids not as a martial artist, but as a tormented human who had chosen to escape but could flee no longer. It truly hurts, he chuckled, his body trembling. Number 17 regarded him with indifference, viewing Akalobe as little more than an insect. Number 18, dispose of this one quickly. I have no desire to waste time on this waste. Very well. Number 18 replied without turning, licking her lips, her beautiful yet cruel smile revealing a hint of malice. With a swift motion, her pale arm rose. Her fingers danced as if stirring a clear surface of water, and suddenly, a mesmerizing array of lights flickered before her. Tiny orange energy spheres, as small as peanuts, coalesced, forming a dense cluster reminiscent of a swarm of wasps. Despite their size, the energy orbs emanated a terrifying aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crystalline orange energy spheres shot forth like bullets, leaving fiery trails in the sky, all aimed at Akalobe. In that instant, the air filled with flickering points of light, and rather than succumbing to despair, Akalobe felt an unexpected calm. A smile crept across his lips. He was no longer fleeing. He had lingered on in this world far longer than he should have, and now it seemed he was finally to depart. Akalobe laughed at his own predicament. The small spheres pierced through Akalobe's body, splattering blood across the ground. His corpulent form crumpled, stirring up a cloud of dust. Despite the bullet holes adorning his body, a semblance of a smile lingered on his face, a sight that was painfully striking. Number 17 glanced at him with displeasure before turning to number 18, saying, "Let us leave this town. I wish to wreak havoc elsewhere." Indeed. Number 18 replied with a smile, brushing her golden hair aside. At that moment, two formidable presences descended from the sky, bringing an unusual energy to the desolate city. Androids 17 and 18, your doom approaches. An orange figure materialized before them, as Son Gohan glared in fury. Throughout their rampage, the androids had obliterated hundreds of towns, resulting in countless lives lost, far exceeding 1,000,000. For a planet with a dwindling population, such devastation was utterly devastating. Suddenly, Gohan recognized the face of one of the victims. His heart sank, and his expression darkened. Akalobe, he murmured softly. Though he was not intimately familiar with him, he had seen Akalobe in passing during his childhood. However, given Akalobe's previous connection to his father, Sun Wukong, Gohan felt a surge of outrage at the loss of such a life to the androids. This was simply unforgivable. With a furious roar, Gohan transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his golden hair billowing in the energy waves, his emerald eyes void of any light. "Oh, it's you again, Gohan, and that golden flame warrior from before. How delightful. You have saved me the trouble of searching for you." Number 17 scoffed, a smirk spreading across his face. "Gohan, I leave number 17 to you," shouted number 18, her gaze shifting toward the android. "Understood." Gohan nodded, locking his focus on number 17. "Ha ha ha. You think you can defeat me, you pitiful loser? How absurd. You managed to escape last time, yet here you are, foolishly confronting me once again. You Saiyans truly know no bounds." Number 17's voice was low and menacing, his heart ablaze with fury. "I am no longer the same, today. You shall meet your downfall." Gohan's icy voice resonated. "Very well." Number 17 chuckled ominously, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Boom. A thunderous force erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently as sand was flung into the air. Number 17, lowering his stance, charged toward Gohan with overwhelming ferocity, a red aura gathering at his fist. He had no intention of toying with Gohan. His only goal was to eliminate him in one decisive blow. Unfazed, Gohan stood his ground, arms crossed before him, and took the brunt of number 17's assault. The earth quaked and cracked beneath them, yet Gohan remained steadfast. "What?" Number 17 was taken aback, instinctively retreating several meters. Gohan smiled calmly. From their earlier clash, he had gained confidence. In terms of power, his battle strength of 800 million now surpassed that of number 17. His only regret was the fleeting nature of the Super Saiyan transformation, which could not sustain prolonged combat. While the androids possessed limitless stamina. "How is this possible? Your strength has increased so dramatically overnight." Number 17 exclaimed in disbelief, his heart sinking. This damned golden flame warrior had concealed his true power. Had he known, he would have eradicated him sooner. For now, he had nurtured a formidable threat. Chapter 278. The arrival of peace. "I proclaim that today marks the end for you, artificial beings." As Son Gohan approached, his golden aura blazed with greater intensity, causing the formidable android 17 to stagger back a few paces in the face of such overwhelming pressure. "Nonsense," he roared coldly, and once again, the two engaged in fierce combat. In an instant, the sky and earth transformed into a battleground. Two blinding streaks of light darted across the expanse, colliding incessantly, illuminating the air with countless shimmering sparks that burst forth like vibrant blossoms in full bloom, reminiscent of buds bursting open at the opportune moment. The clash between Gohan and Android 17 was a test of brute strength, yet Gohan's battle prowess had already surpassed that of 17. From the outset, he held a relative advantage, though it was one he could not afford to maintain indefinitely. A swift resolution was imperative. With a clarity of purpose, Gohan resolved to seize the initiative at all costs. His roar seemed to unleash years of pent-up fury. As a Super Saiyan, his power surged with the intensity of his emotions. Greater anger equated to greater strength. In a flash, Gohan's presence intensified, overwhelming 17 with a relentless barrage of strikes. Android 17 soon found himself battered and bruised. Despite possessing boundless stamina and energy, his injuries could not heal as quickly as those inflicted by Majin Buu. Only by incapacitating his foe could Gohan secure a more advantageous position in the battle ahead. A glint of determination ignited in Gohan's emerald eyes as he commenced his strategy of dismantling 17's defenses. "Curse you, you wretched fiend!" Android 17 cried out in despair, realizing too late that Gohan's ferocious onslaught had robbed him of the upper hand. In the world of Dragon Ball, the pace of battle was akin to lightning. Once the rhythm was disrupted, one could only expect to be on the receiving end of punishment. Below, Android 18 gazed in shock, unable to fathom that her brother, 17, was being overwhelmed by Gohan. When had he grown so powerful? A flicker of fear crossed her mind. Yes, for the first time since their awakening, anxiety gripped her heart. If even 17 could not withstand Gohan, what chance did she have? With a sense of urgency, she yearned to assist her brother. Yet the imposing figure of Shaya stood firmly in her path, preventing her from moving. Gohan had seized control of the battlefield. The outcome of this confrontation was now a foregone conclusion. The apex of a Super Saiyan's power lay in their explosive release, once damage was inflicted upon an adversary. Unless a critical error was made, victory was all but assured. The demise of 17 was merely a matter of time. However, to prevent unforeseen complications, Shaya resolved to intervene personally, and his immediate focus turned to the formidable android 18. What a beautiful girl, yet a villainous creature, he mused, observing her with a sigh. Such beauty, yet she was a genuine menace. Shaya found himself strangely drawn to android 18, but the malevolence of her kind left him devoid of compassion. Suddenly, a presence more terrifying than Gohan surged forth like a colossal wave, rendering Gohan's aura as insignificant as a firefly compared to the rising sun, or a tranquil lake next to a vast ocean. In the face of Shaya's overwhelming might, even 18, who lacked the ability to sense energy, felt a profound tremor within her soul. The pressure of 2.4 billion battle power bore down upon her like a mountain, leaving her breathless. How frightening! 18's complexion paled, her face betraying a mix of horror as she instinctively recoiled. Stay back. In that moment, all traces of the indomitable spirit characteristic of her kind vanished, leaving her resembling a frightened child. Alas, it was too late. Shaya shook his head, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before 18, seizing her shoulder. The radiant golden locks and her cold, green eyes met in a fateful connection. No. Android 18 struggled against his grip, but the strength of Shaya's hand was insurmountable, and a flicker of panic coursed through her. How had the Golden Flame Warrior become so formidable? He had not possessed such power before. The unfeeling gaze of the Super Saiyan chilled her to the bone, rendering her entire form rigid. At that moment, Shaya raised his other hand, a sphere of brilliant light shimmering in response to 18's pleading gaze. I do not wish to die, she implored. Yet the orb of immense energy had already formed. With a swift motion, it expanded like a great water balloon, enveloping 18 entirely without resistance and without a sound. She vanished into the sea of energy. Given your lovely exterior, I shall grant you a swift end, Shaya sighed, dispersing the energy sphere, leaving no trace behind. With his current level of control, he could wield even the most terrifying energies with ease, as if they were mere playthings. The malevolent android 18, who had wreaked havoc for over a decade, was no more. Damn it, you have killed 18. Witnessing his sister's demise at the hands of the Golden Flame Warrior, 17 fell into a daze, spiraling into madness as he howled and charged toward Shaya. Your foe is me. Gohan interposed himself before 17, his stature unwavering. Curse you. Curse you. Curse you. You shall perish. Android 17 roared in fury, embodying the wrath of a wounded beast. 18's death had driven him to the brink of insanity, rendering him indifferent to the fate of the earth. Gohan, let me handle this. Shaya's eyes narrowed, appearing beside Gohan. In this moment, Android 17 posed the greatest threat. Gohan's strength alone could not contain him, and the risk of annihilating the Earth loomed large. All right. Gohan nodded, stepping aside to allow 17 to rush at Shaya. I was hoping you would come. Shaya's green eyes glinted with cold resolve as he gestured towards 17. In an instant, massive waves of energy surged forth, coalescing into a radiant web that ensnared Android 17, trapping him within. What is this? 17 screamed, his expression darkening as his hair whipped in the wind. Having lost his only sibling, he had succumbed to sheer madness. This world is riddled with flaws, and it is all your fault. Why can't humanity maintain its conscience? I warned you that our next encounter would herald your demise. Now it is time for you to meet your fate, Shaya declared, a brilliant light flickering at his fingertips, aimed directly at 17's heart. With a swift motion, a dazzling beam of light pierced the void, surpassing all other radiance in its beauty and allure. With a cry of anguish, 17 felt the laser-like beam penetrate his chest, bursting forth from his back as crimson droplets of blood scattered through the air. In that instant, his heart was shattered. Ha ha ha, the Golden Flame Warrior, truly a calamity. Had I foreseen this, I would have refrained from frolicking with you for so many years. The android 17 murmured, gradually losing consciousness. Despite undergoing modifications by Dr. Gero, the androids are not entirely mechanical beings. Although the nanocomponents within their cells grant them boundless stamina and energy, the loss of a heart would render them mortal, just like the inhabitants of Earth. Char, observing calmly, waved his hand, methodically obliterating the corpse of Android 17. From this day forth, the realm of the Golden Flame Warrior shall no longer endure the menace of androids. Mr. Char, thank you. Gohan soared towards him, bowing deeply, his eyes slightly reddened. After so many years, peace has finally returned to Earth, all thanks to Mr. Char. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Char for personally guiding him and aiding in the defeat of the androids. It is of no concern. Your tasks ahead remain substantial, for the reconstruction of Earth is no simple endeavor, Char remarked softly as he surveyed the desolate landscape strewn with remnants of destruction. Indeed. Gohan nodded vigorously, casting a glance at the distant ruins that lay scattered about, a surge of determination swelling within him, eager to restore what had been lost. Chapter 279. North Kai's planet. On that day, Shaya and Son Gohan returned to the small island in the sea, where Master Roshi, Bulma, and others awaited their return with eager anticipation. As they arrived, a flurry of questions ensued. What happened? Your powers suddenly surged. Did you encounter the androids? What was the outcome? Were the androids defeated? The crowd buzzed with excitement, relieved to see Shaya and Son Gohan safe, which indicated that the androids had not gained the upper hand during the recent battle. The androids have been eliminated, Son Gohan declared, shaking his head with a light-hearted tone. A brief silence followed as the gravity of his words sank in, and then an eruption of jubilant cheers broke forth from the crowd. Wonderful. The androids are finally dead. Those evil beings, dead? Peace has returned to the world, and humanity no longer needs to live in fear. Tears of joy streamed down Bulma's face, and Oolong and Por leaped about in elation. The shadow cast by the androids had oppressed them for over a decade, and now, with the clouds cleared, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, a lavish feast prepared in the kitchen was served, and it was time to celebrate. With the androids defeated, the focus now shifted to rebuilding. Master Roshi, with excitement, puffed on his beard and took a rare sip of strong liquor, his aged cheeks flushing slightly. If we could obtain the Dragon Balls from the new Namek, the prosperity of Earth would soon be restored. Shaya smiled as he picked up a dish and brought it to his lips, nodding. I will visit North Kai's planet to acquire the coordinates for the new Namek. Thank you. Just a small matter. For Shaya, it was merely a matter of instant transmission, but for Master Roshi and the others, it was a daunting task. Currently, Shaya's concern lay more with Bulma's progress on the time machine. He understood that developing such technology would not be a straightforward endeavor, as it encompassed numerous complex issues that would not be easily resolved. However, Shaya had little time to wait, since he had traversed to this world. The flow of time had synchronized with that of his original world. Shieling and Myers must be anxious at this moment, observing Son Gohan and Videl sitting together. A hint of nostalgia for Shieling and Myers washed over Shaya. After a hearty meal, everyone became pleasantly intoxicated, and they slept soundly for an entire day. Upon waking, Shaya felt a dull ache in his head. The effects of the hangover were quite unpleasant. After freshening up, he walked to the training ground on the island, where hundreds of young men and women were diligently honing their martial arts skills, the sun's rays piercing through the clouds and bathing them in warmth. Intrigued, Shaya settled into a nearby recliner, propping his legs up as he observed the Earthlings training. After some time, the sun's rays grew more direct, and the temperature soared. At that moment, he spotted Son Gohan and Trunks emerging, clad in orange and blue martial arts uniforms, seemingly preparing for their own training. Where are you headed? Shaya inquired. Mr. Shaya. Son Gohan greeted politely, explaining their purpose. Though the world is now at peace, we cannot predict the emergence of new foes. To prevent crises like the androids from arising again, I must strengthen my abilities. Trunks has yet to break through to Super Saiyan, so I plan to take him to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Since their previous experience in the time chamber together, Son Gohan felt he had gained significantly, and facing androids 17 and 18 was no longer an issue. With Master Roshi and Korin equally eager, they understood that each day the androids lived posed a threat to countless lives, thus preventing Trunks from entering the time chamber earlier. Now that the androids were defeated, it was time for Trunks to advance as well. Does your mother oppose your training? In the past, Chi-Chi had vehemently opposed her son's martial arts pursuits, while Bulma's parenting was considerably more lenient. Perhaps due to her status as the daughter of the richest man, Bulma did not pressure Trunks to excel, having herself embraced adventure from a young age and not harboring disdain for martial arts. Yes, over the years, my mother has come to terms with it, so she no longer opposes my training, Son Gohan replied with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Shaya glanced at the middle-aged woman instructing the young trainees in the distance. Time and circumstances truly have the power to transform a person. The crisis posed by the androids had shifted Chi-Chi's perspective. Remember, you can only remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for 1 year. Exceed that limit, and you will never return. Shaya reminded. Understood. Son Gohan nodded and then flew off with Trunks toward the lookout. How delightful it is to witness all these changes. A smile adorned Shaya's face. He still needed to make a trip to North Kai's planet. When he found Bulma and the others, they were staring at 7 rough stones, remnants of the Dragon Balls. Shortly after the androids appeared, they had collected the 7 Dragon Balls, yet a wish had never been made. With the deaths of Kami and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls had lost their power and turned to stone, but they had kept these 7 stones. Compared to the Dragon Balls crafted from the trunk of the mother tree of Lafly, the Earth Dragon Balls, now turned to stone, appeared quite unsightly. I'm glad to see you all here. I wish to inform you that I plan to seek out North Kai, Shaya announced. Really? Master Roshi's face lit up with surprise. Yes, please wait a moment. Once I obtain the coordinates for the new Namek, you can accompany me to search for the Dragon Balls. Mr. Shaya, we entrust all of this to you. Master Roshi and the others sincerely bowed to him, enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. As long as they could acquire the coordinates to the new Namek and use its Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by the androids, both Piccolo and Kami would return. At that time, the Earth Dragon Balls could be utilized once more, making the reconstruction of Earth significantly easier. However, the impact of the androids' reign of terror over the years could not be swiftly erased. The mindset of the Earthlings would require considerable time to adapt. Not to worry. I shall take my leave now. Shaya spoke casually, then activated instant transmission and vanished, arriving in an instant at the higher dimensional North Kai's planet. Higher dimension. The location of North Kai's planet was enveloped in golden clouds, with a small, emerald green planet floating amidst the ethereal haze. A serpentine path was faintly visible in the clouds above. Shaya appeared on North Kai's planet, which, compared to the North Kai's planet he had previously visited in the 6th universe, was significantly more diminutive, barely 1% of its size. This was the doing of the god of destruction, Beerus. Surely, North Kai must have endured his woes. A gentle breeze caressed the soft, tender grass, and golden clouds danced across the azure sky. North Kai's planet was small, apart from a lowly cottage and a modest path encircling the divine realm. There were only a few scattered saplings, rendering the environment lamentably bare. To be a Kai like North Kai was indeed pitiable. No wonder East Kai had always mocked him. Gently landing on the ground, Shaya approached North Kai's cottage. Upon reaching the door, a peculiar large gorilla gaped at him, tilting its head and letting out an unintelligible series of grunts and growls. Hello, Barbarous, Shaya greeted casually, but alas, the gorillas seemed too dull-witted to grasp the nuance. Only gesturing and screeching aimlessly at Shaya. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 280. Dr. Gero's laboratory standing quietly in front of King Kai's vehicle before Shaya could awaken him, but Beerus leapt onto the scene, striking King Kai squarely in the face. Ouch! King Kai exclaimed, his sunglasses falling to the ground. But Beerus, you mischievous rascal, cursing under his breath. He picked up his sunglasses and put them on, only to suddenly see Shaya standing before him. Adjusting his sunglasses, King Kai muttered. How could a human reach King Kai's planet? Didn't I instruct King Enma not to let anyone disturb me these past few years? It was no wonder that Piccolo and Vegeta had not come to see King Kai after their demise. Perhaps he believed that with Goku and a few others down on Earth, he could rest easy. Human, how did you arrive on King Kai's planet? He scoffed. Humph. To withstand 10 times the gravity of King Kai's planet, you possess commendable skills. Shaya gazed at King Kai in silence, frowning. King Kai, are you not aware of the dire situation on Earth? King Kai chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. What trouble could Earth possibly face with Goku and the others around? Ah, you come from Earth? As he spoke, King Kai scrutinized Shaya closely, noting that he indeed resembled an Earthling. Goku is dead, Shaya declared. What? Goku is dead? King Kai exclaimed, astonished and unable to fathom it. Goku, the mighty Saiyan warrior, had bested even Frieza. How could he possibly be dead? Shaya explained, Goku succumbed to illness. And in his absence, 2 demons emerged on Earth, far more terrifying than Frieza. Even Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, stands no chance against them. Is what you say truly the case? King Kai was taken aback by Shaya's words. Without waiting for confirmation, he sprang from the vehicle, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and hurriedly sought out Earth's position with his antennae to investigate the unfolding events. How could this be? How could those 2 androids be so powerful? After his inquiries, King Kai wore an expression of disbelief. The strength exhibited by androids 17 and 18 eclipsed even that of the former Frieza and King Cold, It was truly terrifying. Through his investigation, he also learned of Shaya's origins and looked at him in astonishment. "You are a Saiyan from another world." Shaya raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. It appeared King Kai was no ordinary being. He had deduced the happenings on Earth merely through his antennae. "Indeed. Remarkable. Those two androids are not your match. I dare say no one in the northern galaxy could defeat you," King Kai lauded, feeling immensely relieved to have someone like Shaya appear at such a critical juncture. Had those two androids left Earth unchecked, the northern galaxy would surely face calamity. "King Kai must have surmised my purpose for coming," Shaya inquired directly. King Kai nodded, unfazed by Shaya's impolite tone. A strong warrior commands respect and decorum. Shaya, as a Super Saiyan, had earned the right to stand on equal footing with him. And to some extent, even if Shaya showed him disrespect, he could not display hostility in return. For Shaya, King Kai completely set aside his pride, nodding, "Very well. I shall provide you with the coordinates to New Namek. Would you like me to contact the Grand Elder of New Namek as well?" "That would be splendid." Shaya smiled, realizing that having King Kai mediate would undoubtedly save him much trouble. Thus, King Kai nodded, locating the position of New Namek, and after handing the coordinates to Shaya, he proceeded to reach out to the Grand Elder. With these matters concluded, Shaya had achieved his goal. He waved farewell to King Kai and, with a swift motion, used instant transmission to return to Earth. Ah, what a marvelous skill. Could this be the instant transmission from Yardrat? How convenient. King Kai mused, feeling elated that a potential crisis that could have engulfed the entire galaxy had dissipated almost without a trace. On Earth, within a modest laboratory, Bulma was diligently studying the data left behind by Dr. Gero. Much of the information was fragmented, requiring her to sift through it painstakingly, a tedious and monotonous process. Fortunately, Bulma possessed the qualities of a true scientist, exhibiting ample patience for the drudgery of scientific inquiry. At that moment, Shaya had returned from King Kai's planet, successfully bringing back the coordinates for New Namek, which uplifted everyone on the small island. They were now preparing to journey to New Namek to gather the Dragon Balls for their wishes. However, before that, Shaya recalled a far more perilous entity lurking within Dr. Gero's base, Android Cell. According to the narrative, Trunks was supposed to use the time machine to warn Goku and the others about the androids 3 years later. At the age of 17, he would then return to the future, spending 3 years replenishing the time machine's energy before coming back to Goku's world to defeat the future versions of androids 17 and 18. However, just as he activated the time machine, he was abruptly killed by the emerging Cell. This meant that Cell was still in its larval form now, destined to awaken in 9 years. It is best to eliminate the larval Cell now, once Earth is free from danger. "We can use the Dragon Balls from Namek to resurrect everyone," Shaya resolved, subsequently sharing his thoughts with Bulma and the others. "What? There are other androids in Dr. Gero's base?" Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others were taken aback. Shaya clarified, "Those are androids created by Dr. Gero's computer. At present, it should still be in its larval form." King Kai mentioned that this android has absorbed the cells of Saiyans, Namekians, and Frieza. Once fully developed, it will pose a grave threat. Shaya conveniently attributed all his claims to King Kai, knowing that King Kai could not refute his statements. As Shaya anticipated, when he revealed the information regarding Cell, everyone's expressions tightened with concern. Cells from Saiyans, Namekians, and Frieza? Each of these types is immensely formidable combined. It sends shivers down one's spine. If that android were to emerge, Earth would undoubtedly face a greater crisis. It must be eradicated before it matures. Everyone, including Master Roshi and Bulma, shared the same sentiment. None of them possessed the combative nature of a Saiyan. Eliminating threats at their inception was paramount. "Bulma, accompany me to Dr. Gero's base." Master Roshi, leaning on his cane, was greatly invested in the matter of Cell's larval form. "Yes." Bulma nodded vigorously, determined to safeguard the hard-won peace. After deliberation, the group decided to set off immediately for Dr. Gero's base. Dr. Gero's base was situated in the frigid Chulin Mountains of the north. The area was perilously close to the Arctic's freezing point, with frigid temperatures and a blanket of white snow covering the peaks. From a distance, the mountains appeared as a stark, white expanse, while gusts of icy wind swept through, shaking the snow from the verdant pines. Bulma piloted the aircraft over the snowy summit, the tailwind generating swirling vortices that trembled the snow-laden slopes. Ahead lay Dr. Gero's base, which had likely collapsed over the years. They landed the aircraft at the foot of the mountain and proceeded to ascend on foot. Soon, A concealed research facility belonging to Dr. Gallo was discovered within the exposed rock of a mountain. At this moment, the entrance to the base was obstructed by azure stones, adorned with clusters of vibrant green moss. Chapter 281. A new adversary, allow me, exclaimed Shaya as he stepped forward, deftly rubbing his fingers together. A brilliant energy wave erupted from his hand, blasting open a gaping hole in the entrance, revealing a narrow passageway within. The base, having fallen into disrepair over the years, was a chaotic jumble, with various equipment strewn about as if ravaged by a tempest. It was here that Bulma had previously obtained the schematics for androids No. 17 and number 18. Let us proceed. Shaya called back to the group before leading the way inside. In a secluded corner of the base, he discovered another path leading deeper underground. The others followed him down the passage. Inside, the computers hummed with life, and colorful lights blinked rhythmically. In a container filled with a green solution, a small, cicada-like creature floated, curling and bubbling. Is this the perilous android? Asked the blonde-haired Lanchi, leaning closer to observe the incubator with curiosity. The creature, green and reminiscent of a cicada, bore a striking resemblance to a Namekian. Indeed, this is the one, Shaya remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the infant form of Cell. Currently, Cell is still in its larval stage. If left undetected, it could become a significant threat in a few years. Should we eliminate it at once? Lanchi asked, leveling her machine gun at the larva. There's no need for such trouble. Shaya scoffed, relishing the misfortune of the creature he had discovered. With a swift motion, he shattered the incubator, causing the green liquid to pour out as the larval cell fell to the ground, emitting a pitiful squeal before Shaya crushed it beneath his foot. This world shall not harbor android Cell any longer, he thought to himself, satisfied with the conclusion of Cell's existence. Mr. Shaya, look at this. A bright voice chimed in. Bulma had found something in a corner. Shaya approached her, and in a deeper recess of the underground chamber, he discovered several 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide stasis pods. Several of these pods had been opened, indicating this was where Dr. Gero had placed the androids in stasis. Among them were pods marked with the numbers 17 and 18. Beside the 17 and 18 pods were others labeled 13, 14, and 15, all of which had been opened, while pod 16 lay in ruins, its parts scattered across the floor. Shaya furrowed his brow, realizing that pod 16 had likely been destroyed by 17 and 18. However, the intact state of pods 13, 14, and 15 suggested they had departed long before 17 and 18 awakened. Had Dr. Gero released them, or were they deemed failures and subsequently disposed of? Dr. Gero was a genius scientist on par with Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, and Dr. Mascherito. The androids he created were formidable. Android 8, encountered by Goku in his youth, was merely an early prototype, while 13 through 18 were catastrophic forces. Androids 13, 14, and 15, were they developed with the assistance of a computer? Shaya recalled a Dragon Ball movie from his past life that depicted the pursuit of Goku by these androids, though the details had faded with time. Bulma, did Goku encounter androids 13, 14, or 15 before his illness and passing? He inquired. Bulma shook her head decisively, dispelling Shaya's hypothesis. No. We had no knowledge of other androids before the emergence of 17 and 18. How peculiar. Shaya mused, furrowing his brow. So, it appears that the trio led by 13 never manifested in our reality? Could it be that they were truly destroyed by Dr. Gero? Everyone, come take a look. Lanchi called out. Curious, Master Roshi and the others hurried over. Behind the computer's mainframe, they uncovered a minuscule secret passage that had collapsed, its excavation appearing to be of considerable age. Shaya's expression darkened. Had androids 13, 14, and 15 fled while Drive Gero was focused on 17 and 18? Had they refrained from returning out of fear of Gero's control device? Shaya realized this possibility was quite plausible. If true, it meant that 3 cunning androids remained hidden on Earth, having concealed themselves for so long with a significant agenda in mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Given the numerous cities that had been obliterated over the years, had all of that destruction been solely the work of 17 and 18? When he shared his thoughts with Master Roshi and the others, they were left in stunned silence. Indeed, during the initial emergence of the androids, several cities had been simultaneously destroyed, yet at that time, everyone had been too disoriented to question the cause, believing it solely to be the handiwork of 17 and 18. However, with only 2 androids, it was implausible for them to be present in multiple locations at once. Master Roshi suddenly exclaimed, realizing the truth. The narrative of this world was beginning to shift, Shaya reflected. He understood that androids 13, 14, and 15 should not have existed in this timeline. They ought to have been classified as failures and destroyed upon their creation. Yet, a divergence had occurred. Indeed, without Bardock's time travel to the ancient Dragon Ball world. Although the overarching events remained consistent, many details diverged significantly. Thus, it was now certain that other androids still lurked on Earth. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi and the others grew grim. They had believed that peace had finally graced the planet, only to discover this unforeseen complication. If androids 13, 14, and 15 were not eradicated, a dire crisis loomed ahead. As they made their way back, the group's expressions had turned somber, each one burdened with concern. The androids bore no detectable energy signatures, making it impossible to locate them should they choose to conceal themselves. Just as Shaya and the others were nearing the temporary island, a fiery sphere of energy erupted in their line of sight, sending violent gusts of wind that sent their aircraft reeling dangerously. It was evident that they were on the verge of crashing. Not good. The island is under attack, Master Roshi cried out, realizing the explosive force indicated the island had likely been obliterated. Oh no, Chi-Chi, Biddy, and all those children are on that island. How am I going to explain this to Gohan? Bulma's face turned pale, her lips trembling, tears glistening in her eyes, while Lanchi stood speechless. Those wretched androids refused to relent. Master Roshi gripped his cane tightly, his body trembling with rage, his beard quivering as a testament to his fury. That island held immense significance for him. The children there were the hope of Earth, and now they were all lost. Shaya composed himself. Glancing at the agitated expressions of Master Roshi and Bulma, he furrowed his brow. The current situation clearly indicated that androids 13 and their cohorts had launched an assault. Was this truly a consequence of his actions in slaying 17 and 18, leaving them without a means of cover? I will send you all to New Namek immediately. Earth is in grave danger, Shaya declared. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence as everyone contemplated the capabilities of Android 13. While their strength might not rival that of Androids 17 and 18, the true nature of these beings remained a mystery to Master Roshi. If they possessed the innocent disposition akin to 17 and 18, it would be one matter. However, should they be driven by madness? The Earth itself could face annihilation in an instant. Given the years of restraint exhibited by their adversaries, it was clear they were cunning and formidable. Shea observed them, clicked his tongue, and promptly activated instant transmission, transporting them to the new Namek. In a distant corner of the North Galaxy, the new Namek unfolded before them, a vast, verdant planet, strikingly reminiscent of the former Namek. Beside a pale green lake, the gentle breeze caressed the blades of grass, causing them to sway gracefully. Suddenly, a series of brief flashes illuminated the area as Master Roshi, Cat God, Bulma, and the blonde-haired launch materialized upon the new Namek. Bulma, this is the new Namek. You must immediately seek out the Namekians. The North Kai has already informed them to gather the Dragon Balls. I shall return to the temple to retrieve Gohan and Trunks. With that, Shea utilized instant transmission once more, returning to Earth. Chapter 282. A new wave emerges indeed. Just as one wave settles, another rises. When will this turmoil come to an end? The cat sage squinted, surveying the surroundings. Let us seek the Namekians. Our immediate priority is to request their assistance. It seems we have no other choice, sighed Master Roshi, casting a gloomy nod towards the group, his spirit visibly deflated. At that moment, Bulma perked up. Retrieving the Dragon Radar. The Dragon Balls on Namek are located within the villages. We can pinpoint the Namekians based on the radar's readings. Then let us depart at once. Mr. Shea is buying us time, and we must not delay his retreat, Master Roshi declared. Precisely. With renewed determination, the group rallied. Bulma produced a capsule from her pocket, and with a resounding pop, a cloud of smoke enveloped them, revealing a hovering motorcycle. Since the emergence of the androids, the production of these capsules had dwindled significantly. The group mounted the hovering motorcycle and set off towards the Namekian village. Meanwhile, on Earth, Shea's figure reappeared above a small island. The island that once thrived in the ocean had vanished, leaving only a few stone pillars jutting from the water, remnants of a lost land. The androids have vanished. How cunning, Shea muttered in frustration. The sea was devoid of any trace of the androids, making their detection increasingly challenging. First, to the temple. Gohan and Trunks are still in the room of spirit and time. We cannot allow the androids to destroy the temple, Shea thought, calming himself. Truth be told, the fate of this earth held little significance for him. His presence was merely an attempt to lend a hand. If all else failed, he could only do so much. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of the sea, creating ripples, as Shaya gazed ahead impassively before swiftly heading towards the temple. At the temple, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. The soft rays of sunlight cascaded down like fine grains of sand, gentle and not at all scorching like those near the equator. The temple square was riddled with cracks, giving it a distinctly dilapidated appearance, as if it could scarcely withstand the slightest gust or shower. Shaya hovered above the temple, coiled in anticipation of Gohan and Trunks' emergence from the room of spirit and time. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy, resembling a water sphere, cascaded from the distant sky, rushing like a torrent. This was pure energy of the highest purity, devoid of any human essence, and thus far more difficult to detect. Have their attacks finally commenced? Shaya stood upright, observing with a calm demeanor, a slight smile curving his lips. With a flick of his fingers, he snapped, and the tranquil void around him distorted. Several radiant energy waves materialized from thin air, launching forth to intercept the incoming energy waves. Boom! The space trembled as the fragmented energy erupted, transforming into wispy mists that swiftly dissolved into the vast horizon. Shaya's expression darkened slightly. He remained unable to unearth the androids' whereabouts. Their ability to conceal themselves was commendable. The androids bore no traces of humanity, making their detection reliant solely on the naked eye. In this expansive realm, it would typically be simple to spot their presence. However, Shaya feared this could be a ploy to draw him away from the temple, so he resolutely maintained his vigil. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Shaya resumed his meditative position atop the temple. He surmised that the powers of androids 13, 14, and 15 were likely inferior to those of 17 and 18. Otherwise, they would not have remained in the shadows all these years while 17 and 18 wreaked havoc. Their patience was indeed admirable. As time passed, the sun began its descent, ushering in the night. The vast sky was crystal clear, adorned with twinkling stars that flickered like precious gems against the dark canvas, radiating an alluring and enchanting brilliance. As the hours slipped by, dawn broke on the following day. A full day and night had passed. Gohan and Trunks should be emerging soon. Shaya opened his eyes, a glint of anticipation flickering in his dark gaze. Sure enough, it wasn't long before two immense auras surged from the temple, their presence akin to a dragon in flight, brimming with formidable power. In an instant, the crumbling temple trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. But this moment was imperceptible. The two auras quickly subsided, retracting their might. With combat powers of 1.5 billion and 400 million, Gohan had made significant strides, nearing the zenith of a typical Super Saiyan. Even Trunks had attained the Super Saiyan form. Shaya chuckled softly, teleporting before Gohan. The year of rigorous training within the room of spirit and time had enabled Gohan to achieve yet another breakthrough. Now just a step away from surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan. However, from Shaya's perspective, Gohan's hopes of transcending in the near future seemed rather slim. Mr. Shaya, how did you come to be here? Gohan inquired, astonished by Shaya's presence. This story is extensive. Shaya shook his head, relaying the grim news regarding Android 13. As Shaya recounted the events, particularly the part about Chi-Chi and the others being killed by the androids alongside the island, Gohan's complexion paled, trembling uncontrollably as his aura became increasingly unstable. With a sudden eruption, his energy surged violently, causing the sky to shift hues and the very earth to tremble. With a resounding crack, the already dilapidated temple could no longer withstand the overwhelming energy radiating from Gohan, collapsing spectacularly. Fragments of the Crimson Dome shattered into thousands of pieces, plummeting toward the ground, illuminating the atmosphere like meteorites. Calm down, do not let anger consume you, Shaya observed, sternly admonishing him. At his words, Gohan snapped back to reality, his energy immediately subsiding. Mr. Shaya, where are those androids? Gohan, now composed, gazed at Shaya with icy determination. Shaya shook his head, stating, the androids 13 and the others emit no energy, making their detection impossible. However, we can utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek to reveal their whereabouts. Dragon Balls? Gohan's eyes widened in realization, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he implored, please, take me to New Namek. At this moment, Trunks, his fist clenched and his complexion pale, added, Mr. Shaya, my mother. Fear not, they are all on New Namek, currently gathering the Dragon Balls. Shaya reassured them gently, grasping their shoulders as he activated his teleportation ability. The once serene expanse of sky became an emptiness, and the temple, which had stood for countless years in the dimensional heights, finally crumbled into dust. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow as he gazed down below. Just moments ago, The power unleashed by Gohan's fury had startled him. That little brat Gohan has become remarkably powerful after all these years, and that youth beside him surpasses even Goku. He mused. I must consult King Enma about the whereabouts of Piccolo and the others. Earth still requires their aid. The North Kai contemplated. Recognizing that the Dragon Balls were essential to completely eradicate the influence of the androids. The resurrection of warriors like Piccolo would significantly ease his management of the Northern Galaxy. Chapter 283, Androids number 13, 14, and 15 on the verdant shores of a picturesque lake on Namek. Shaya, accompanied by son Gohan and Trunks, arrived after briefly sensing the position of Master Roshi. Nearby, aside from a few faint energy signatures belonging to Lan Chi and others, there were thousands of more potent energies. These belonged to the Namekians who had settled here, gathered in clusters, engaged in earnest discussions. Upon their arrival, Master Roshi immediately spotted them. Gohan, I failed to protect your mother, he lamented, shaking his head in shame as he approached Gohan. Gohan, shaking his head in response, reassured him. I am already aware of what transpired. It was the fault of the androids. With a heavy sigh, Master Roshi expressed his sorrow. At that moment, Shaya noticed the Namekians standing behind them, particularly one short and stout Namekian who held a large Dragon Ball, roughly the size of a soccer ball, indicating that they had gathered the Namekian Dragon Balls prior to Shaya's arrival. These Dragon Balls sparkled beautifully, yet after witnessing the grandeur of the Super Dragon Balls, the Namekian one seemed rather unremarkable. Suddenly, a young Namekian approached, grasping Gohan's hand with excitement. Gohan, it's been so long. Are you Dandy? Gohan asked, puzzled for a moment before recognition dawned. Indeed, it's me, Dandy affirmed, then shifted back to the matter at hand. The events on Earth are truly regrettable. Lord King Kai has instructed us to prepare the Dragon Balls. Dandy was indeed the friend Gohan had met on Namek over a decade ago, who had become the new guardian of Earth in the main storyline, a commendable Namekian among the Dragon Clan. Dandy's grown appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of Nail. And as someone who struggled to distinguish between Namekian features, Shaya found that most adult male Namekians appeared quite similar to him. Then let us summon the Eternal Dragon, Shaya declared. The new Grand Elder, Muley, chuckled heartily, proclaiming, the new Dragon Balls have been reconfigured. They can now resurrect many individuals at once. Since assuming the position of Grand Elder, Muley had taken inspiration from the Earth Dragon Balls to enhance their own, resulting in a more formidable Shinran, Purunga. That's wonderful, Gohan exclaimed, brimming with joy. Without further hesitation, the group found a relatively open space, arranged the 7 Dragon Balls in a neat circle. As the soccer-sized orbs touched, they began to flicker with a golden aura, resonating with a sound akin to a dragon's roar. Come forth, Shinran, Dandy called out in the Namekian language. Although Shaya could also summon Purunga using the Namekian tongue, it felt more appropriate to let the Namekians take the lead in this new Namek. As soon as the words left his lips, dark clouds enveloped the sky, transforming day into night. Brilliant lightning struck from above, multiplying rapidly until the sky was interwoven with serpentine bolts. The thunderous sounds resembled a drumroll as a radiant light bridged the gap between heaven and earth. And the robust form of Shinran Purunga materialized high in the sky. Those who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Purunga boomed with his usual grandeur. Dandy turned to Gohan, inquiring about his wish. Gohan glanced at Shaya, who pondered for a moment before declaring, let the dragon mark the androids number 13, 14, and 15, rendering them unable to hide. Dandy nodded, conveying the wish to Shinran Purunga. With his head lowered, Purunga's antennae, resembling snail tentacles, floated in the air as a booming voice resonated. This wish is quite simple. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson as a peculiar energy enveloped the androids. Although Shinran Purunga lacked the power to annihilate the androids or alter their physical structure, he could mark them with a noticeable hue based on their locations. This wish has been granted. Please state your second wish, Purunga declared. Shaya regarded Shinran Purunga and said to Dandy, let the other 2 wishes wait until next time. For now, dismiss Shinran. Reflecting on the current situation, Shaya concluded that it was not the right moment to restore Earth or resurrect those slain by the androids. Especially with the presence of androids number 13, 14, and 15, whose strength remained uncertain. It was prudent to reserve the remaining wishes for after the androids were dealt with. Dandy comprehended Shaya's intent and, with a glance at Shaya and Gohan, who nodded in agreement, instructed Shinran Purunga to vanish. Once Shinran disappeared, the night swiftly gave way to daylight once more. Shaya addressed Bulma and the others. You are all aware of the dangers posed by the androids. Gohan and I will return to Earth to eliminate androids number 13, 14, and 15. You should remain here on New Namek. After speaking, he gestured for Gohan to follow, who promptly complied. Be careful, Master Roshi implored sincerely. In this era, the glory of Master Matedo had faded. He was now merely an elderly man with some knowledge, leaving the confrontation with formidable foes to the younger generation. At that moment, Trunks stepped forward, eager to join the battle. Wait, I am a Super Saiyan now. I can fight too. Shaya scrutinized Trunks for a moment. While his power as a Super Saiyan was commendable, Shaya ultimately shook his head in refusal. No, while Android no. May 13th not match the strength of number 17. This battle must be swift. It will suffice for Gohan and me to handle it. But Trunks insisted. Yet Shaya remained resolute. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was a significant leap, and Trunks' combat power, though notable, was not sufficient. He was still too inexperienced, and it would be a risk to involve him. Trunks, you must listen. Bulma interjected, attempting to dissuade him. Reluctantly, Trunks stood aside, visibly frustrated. Let us go, Shaya commanded. And in the next moment, he and Gohan returned to Earth. As they arrived, 3 brilliant red beams of light shot up like lighthouses, visible from afar with their vibrant hues. Shaya smirked, nodding at Gohan. This time, no matter where the androids try to hide, they will have nowhere to escape. Gohan's expression was equally steely as they rapidly accelerated towards the location of the androids. On a desolate island, the sea breeze whipped up waves, and 3 androids stood atop the rocky outcrop, their faces filled with disbelief. Among them, number 13 was a towering figure clad in a cap, over 2 meters tall, dressed in a jacket and green trousers. Number 14 was even larger, sporting long black hair tied in braids, his upper body bare, draped with a green coat, while no. 15 appeared rather foolish, dressed in an eccentric manner. His diminutive stature belied any signs of strength. Boss, what is the meaning of this? Why do we emit such a radiant glow? Number 14's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that old coot Dr. Gero left his mark on us? Number 15 replied. His expression darkened. Number 13 also wore a grim countenance. Such conspicuous markings on their bodies would make it impossible for them to evade Son Gohan and his companions, no matter how far they fled. This bodes ill, for if those Golden Flame warriors were to discover them, they would be in dire straits. Chapter 284. Super 13. These 3 androids were engineered by Dr. Gero in conjunction with computer technology. Due to their antiquated design, they were deemed defective and were meant to be destroyed. However, upon awakening, they stealthily escaped from Dr. Gero's laboratory. Fearing the device in Dr. Gero's possession that could incapacitate them, they refrained from returning. Unbeknownst to them, Dr. Gero subsequently created androids 17 and 18, leaving them feeling vastly inferior. For over a decade, they had to remain hidden. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. Found you. 2 figures radiating golden light hovered in the air. Alarmed, androids 13, 14, and 15 trembled. They had witnessed the immense power of these golden warriors. Even the formidable androids 17 and 18 were no match for them, particularly the one named Shaya, who had once obliterated 18 with a single energy sphere. He was an overwhelmingly powerful entity. Run! An instinctive thought flashed through their minds. Yet, Son Gohan would not grant them the chance to flee. These androids had killed his mother, and with vengeance in his heart, he would not allow this opportunity for retribution to slip away. Like a streak of rainbow light, Gohan charged toward the androids. A cacophony erupted as waves of golden energy erupted into the sky, cascading like countless cherry blossom petals. Each petal, though delicate in appearance, concealed the devastating potential of a blade capable of obliterating the very fabric of existence. The swirling petals danced across the air like spring breezes sweeping over the land. A sight to behold, yet for androids 13, 14, and 15, an icy dread gripped them. Each petal was a harbinger of death. In a state of rage, Gohan's battle power of 1.5 billion was not easily withstood. Shaya understood Gohan's current emotions, allowing him to take the lead in this confrontation while he monitored from the sidelines, ready to counter any threats posed by the androids. As the battle commenced, androids 13, 14, and 15 swiftly evaded Gohan's onslaught. They were no match for him and sought any refuge they could find, yet their bright crimson exteriors made them conspicuous, easily discernible to Shaya and his companion. A torrent of energy swept across the ocean, transforming the tumultuous sea into a chaotic frenzy akin to an apocalyptic wave, surging to towering heights. Panic-stricken, the androids felt a wave of terror wash over them. They deeply regretted provoking the Golden Warriors. Had they not drawn the ire of these two beings, perhaps they would not have faced such dire consequences. Previously, they had grown overly confident, believing that years of hiding had rendered them untouchable. With the demise of androids 17 and 18, they felt liberated from a significant threat and could not resist the temptation to flaunt their existence. Little did they realize that even if they had not instigated a confrontation, their mere existence had already made them targets for Shaya and his allies. In an instant, a razor-sharp blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing, sliced through Android 14's chest, shattering his heart. With a thunderous explosion, 14's head was obliterated, his upper body careening toward Android 13, reacting instinctively. Android 13 caught the remnants of 14, the tremendous force causing his arm to tingle. However, his claws gripped tightly around 14's energy core, and in that moment, he felt an electrifying surge of power coursing through him. My strength has increased currently. Shaya's combat prowess is comparable to that of a fully matured cell, making this confrontation exceedingly challenging. Gohan, exercise caution. This Android 13 has absorbed the energy packs and computer chips of other androids, transforming into Super Android 13, whose strength should not be underestimated. Shaya cautioned. Understood. Gohan replied, his expression grave and contemplative. In stark contrast, Super Android 13 had entirely cast aside any fear. Laughing maniacally as he reveled in his newfound elation, he marveled at the unexpected strength of the androids. Had he known this was possible, he would not have spent over a decade evading Android 17 and his companions. However, it is not too late, now. There exists no one on Earth capable of challenging him. Even the two Golden Warriors are far inferior to his might, Super Android 13 thought with pride. Chapter 285. The final battle. Super Android 13 was in high spirits, feeling as if he had traversed a treacherous path only to discover a hidden glade. Just moments ago, he had faced the dire fate of annihilation, yet in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the master of the battlefield, akin to a king among warriors. With a rush of pride, Super Android 13 sprang into action, his blurred silhouette forming a straight line as he initiated the assault. His speed was astonishing. Shaya, alert and focused, swiftly adjusted his stance. Suddenly, a formidable and sharp kick materialized in front of him, a striking display of agility that stirred the air like a tempest, sending waves crashing. Shaya narrowed his eyes, observing coldly before vanishing from sight, reappearing behind Super Android 13 to deliver a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, Super Android 13, overconfident, was sent crashing into a mountainside on the nearby island. Though his strength had significantly increased, he resembled a newly affluent individual whose refinement had not kept pace with his power. To Shaya, he seemed somewhat hollow. Exchanging knowing glances with Gohan, the two nodded and swiftly moved into action. In that moment, they ceased to hold back, unleashing the full might of their Super Saiyan forms. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Thunder rumbled, and the sounds of combat erupted. Numerous afterimages filled the sky, and each clash reverberated like thunder, the heavens quaking as if struck by massive drumbeats. At that moment, the earth was enveloped in a potent energy, and the skies grew dark and ominous. "Huh!" Gohan shouted, accelerating suddenly before launching a flurry of attacks. Each strike precise and relentless, aimed at Super Android 13. Despite lacking comprehensive training in his youth and only recently resuming his training amid a crisis, Gohan's noble lineage shone through. His attacks were methodical, not allowing his opponent a moment's respite. For Shaya, whose prowess surpassed Gohan's, there was no room for complacency. As Gohan's assault paused momentarily, Shaya immediately followed up, bombarding Super Android 13 without allowing him a moment to breathe. Shaya's gaze was grave as he assessed Super Android 13's formidable power. While still inferior to his own, the android's energy was remarkably enduring. Despite the ongoing battle, Super Android 13 showed no signs of exhaustion. "Let us end this swiftly and with all our might. We cannot afford to hesitate," Shaya urged Gohan, recognizing his companion's hesitance, likely stemming from a concern for the Earth. However, with the new Namekian Dragon Balls in play, such worries were now trivial. "Understood," Gohan replied, fully grasping the urgency of vanquishing Super Android 13, knowing that even if the Earth were to perish, it could be rebuilt. The lives lost were a sorrowful consideration, but he could not dwell on it. If they failed, all would perish regardless. With a fierce cry, Gohan unleashed an even greater surge of power, his punches and strikes growing more ferocious and terrifying. Super Android 13 felt the mounting pressure, his fist struggling against their overwhelming force. What is happening? Do they truly care nothing for the Earth's safety? Super Android 13 pondered, feeling increasingly anxious, particularly in the presence of Shaya, whose cold gaze unsettled him. The android's expression grew serious, his nearly pupilless eyes darting as he sought openings to count beside them. But Burus was shouting wildly and darting about, seemingly oblivious to his master's urgency. Gohan, how are you? Shaya flew to son Gohan's side, who was now battered and his martial arts uniform tattered. Gohan managed a bitter smile. Super 13's attacks are too formidable. I am no match for him. Shaya nodded, aware that Gohan possessed a mere 1.5 billion in battle power, while Super 13's strength exceeded 2 billion. It was commendable that Gohan was still alive. Consume the sins of being and then stand aside. The battle ahead may prove disastrous for Earth. Gohan took the sins of being and ate it, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Shaya. Gohan stepped back, recognizing that the conflict was escalating, and he could no longer contribute. Rather than disrupt Shaya's rhythm and distract him, it was wiser to observe quietly from a distance, perhaps even aiding in some way. Thankfully, he had not brought Trunks along. That would only add another burden. Shaya understood his own advantage as well. His strength, nearly on par with a mature cell, was his asset. Moreover, in critical moments, he could employ his time-space abilities in combat. To him, Super 13 appeared as a makeshift machine, powerful yet clumsy. With a mighty roar, he summoned the full force of a Super Saiyan, feeling his blood boil. Perhaps this battle would allow him to shatter the limitations of a regular Super Saiyan. At that moment, Super 13 had gone berserk, fury etched across his face. In the blink of an eye, Shaya's form rapidly traversed the battlefield, moving with grace, dodging at times, engaging in combat at others. Energy beams erupted chaotically through the sky, spreading to every corner in an instant. With eyes bulging in rage, Super 13's muscles trembled violently as an even greater surge of energy coursed through his body. Shaya sneered, then swiftly vanished, launching his counterattack. Chapter 286, The Awakening of All Things. Boom. Boom. The atmosphere was thrown into chaos by an overwhelming surge of energy. Fierce currents forming spirals of wind that obscured the heavens. These storm cyclones accelerated to several hundred times the speed of sound in an instant, resembling sharp blades that cleave through space, creating vacuum vortices. A powerful tempest that consumed the world descended, revealing one translucent hole after another. Bang, bang, bang. A series of striking sounds echoed like the beating of war drums. The battle raged on. On the battlefield, Shaya executed a series of perfectly coordinated maneuvers. His strength, already comparable to that of Super 13, allowed him to seize the upper hand as Super 13 descended into madness, driving him to the brink of despair. Silent and brooding, Super 13's face darkened, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through his body, an agonizing pain surging forth, leaving him cold and astonished by the power of his opponent. This oppressive sensation was utterly unbearable. A heavy aura of malice enveloped him. Super 13's icy visage contorted further, the previous arrogance dissipating, replaced by a profound sense of dread. How could this fiery warrior be so formidable? I am Super 13. A chill gripped Super 13's heart, and fear surged once more. Just then, the anxious voice of King Kai echoed in his mind. Shaya, Gohan, the Earth can no longer withstand this immense power. It is on the verge of collapse. Do not concern yourselves with its safety. Unleash your full strength. The annihilation of the androids is paramount. The Earth can be restored with the Dragon Balls. Understood, Shaya responded. He had initially intended to use Super 13 to break through the limitations of a regular Super Saiyan, but it appeared he still lacked the necessary power and would have to seek another opportunity. I am Super 13. Die. With bloodshot eyes, Super 13, who had concealed his true strength for so long, finally wielded the power he had long desired. He could not bear the thought of becoming a helpless victim once more. Seeing the moment ripe for action, Shaya discreetly signaled to Gohan, who nodded in response. The two unleashed their final assault simultaneously. Time Shatterfist. Kamehameha. A white and a blue beam of light plunged from the heavens, merging their pure, overwhelming energy into a dazzling explosion of light. The vast energy transformed into a round, buoyant water sphere, and if time slowed, one would witness its plump form distorting at the edges as faint crimson ripples emerged in the warped space. Those were blood-red fissures in the fabric of reality. No. Super 13's face contorted in horror. He understood that he could never withstand this attack. Flee. The thought surged uncontrollably within him. At that moment, Super 13 prioritized his survival above all else. Yet, just as this notion crossed his mind, An immense force propelled him from behind, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body being thrust toward the water sphere. His body twisted violently under the tremendous force, bending backward as his head spun around, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure Shaya. No. Super 13 cried out in futile resistance, feeling an unbearable searing heat. Under the monumental energy, his body was subjected to relentless bombardment and erosion, rapidly drawn toward the Earth's core, where it was slowly incinerated until nothing remained. The surrounding smoke continued to swirl downward, not dissipating but rather heading toward the Earth's core. Let us go. The Earth is about to perish. Shaya's expression shifted, and he hurried to Gohan, grasping his arm to initiate instant transmission. With Shaya's enhanced powers, the feeble energy field of the Earth could no longer impede his ability to teleport. Even when the planet exploded during his battle with King Vegeta, it could not disrupt his instant transmission now. Shortly after their disappearance, a brilliant flash illuminated the cosmos as the Earth vanished from existence. On New Namek, Shaya and Gohan appeared in disarray, gasping for breath upon landing. Gohan, what became of that android? Seeing their battered state, Master Roshi approached with concern. After catching his breath, Gohan recounted the events on Earth. Though we ultimately defeated Android 13, the Earth was destroyed in the process. Alas, there was no other choice. Fortunately, we still possess the Dragon Balls, which can restore the Earth. Master Roshi reassured. Shaya turned to the nearby Namekian and inquired, by the way, we have already used one wish on the Dragon Balls. How long must we wait before making another wish? Dandy replied. The recovery period for Namekian Dragon Balls is equivalent to 3 months on Earth. If only one wish has been used, we can make another wish after 1 month. Understood. Shaya nodded. The Namekian Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes within 3 months, with a 1-month recovery period for each wish. They were far superior to Earth's Dragon Balls, crafted from shards of the Super Dragon Balls. Then let us reside on New Namek for a month, Shaya proposed. Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison. The Namekians welcomed their old friends to stay on New Namek. Though Bulma frowned, this means the research on the spacecraft will be delayed. Shaya replied. There is no other option. If it comes to that, I will think of alternative solutions. Bulma's research would indeed be postponed, an unavoidable circumstance. Shaya could not hold it against her, but his time was limited, and he would have to prepare a backup plan. I am truly sorry, Bulma expressed, feeling guilty for the burden placed upon them, given the immense assistance they had received. No need for concern. Time flowed like a river, and a month slipped by unnoticed. Dandy once again summoned the Namekian dragon. Dragon, please restore the Earth. Dandy wished, following Gohan's instructions. The dragon, Porunga, with its blood-red eyes, declared, this wish is easily fulfilled. The Earth has been restored. In the distant solar system, a cerulean planet reappeared in its orbit, and in the far reaches of higher dimensions, the Ko Tower and Temple reemerged. The first wish had simply restored the planet known as Earth, but the lives upon it had not yet returned. For the second wish, please restore the lives of those who perished directly or indirectly because of the androids, provided their souls have not yet reincarnated. Dandy continued. If their souls had already reincarnated, restoring their bodies would be futile. A crimson light enveloped the Earth, and the dragon's power manifested across its streets, where countless soulless bodies suddenly appeared in the debris. For the third wish, please resurrect those who died because of the androids. As soon as the third wish was uttered, countless souls from the afterlife, whether in hell or paradise, were revived, returning to life if they had perished due to the androids. Amid the ruins of a city, a rotund Yachirobe rubbed his forehead and rose, bewildered. Didn't I just die? How am I alive again? Moments before, he had felt as though he were in the afterlife, yet now he found himself back on Earth. Could it be the Dragon Balls? Surely. It must be Gohan and the others using the Dragon Balls. Does this mean the androids have been eliminated? As she gazed upon the Earthlings, bewildered and climbing forth on the streets, a wave of emotion surged within Akilobe, bringing tears to her eyes. What has befallen us? Oh, divine beings! Surely the gods have manifested their presence. Across every corner, the Earthlings rejoiced, then humbly prostrated themselves in gratitude to the deities who had resurrected them. Within the sacred temple, the ancient god and Bobo awakened, smiling down upon the realm below. Gohan is more deserving of the title of deity than I. The deity, Bobo, remarked. In days of yore, Goku had declined the position of god. Surely Gohan would not do the same. In a desolate canyon, Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, and Lepin, one by one, the Dragon Ball warriors stirred from their slumber. Chapter 287, the method of return after fulfilling their wish with the Dragon Balls of the New Namek. Shaya and his companions bid farewell to the Namekians and returned to Earth. In West City, the reconstruction efforts unfolded in an orderly fashion, faced with the throngs of people. The once desolate West City could scarcely accommodate them, leaving many to reside in makeshift tents. Reuniting with long-lost friends, Bulma and Launch exchanged smiles and joyfully approached. Gohan, you've done remarkably well. I've been watching your progress from the afterlife these past years. Piccolo, draped in his cloak, managed a rare smile. Though Piccolo was not one to openly express his emotions, he genuinely cared for Gohan, often surpassing even Goku, Gohan's father, in his concern. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, filled with excitement as he rushed forward. Meanwhile, Trunks stood awkwardly before Vegeta, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity towards his father, whom he had never met. With a dismissive snort, Vegeta remarked, your performance has been adequate, though it pales in comparison to Kakarot's son. He crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Trunks. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan at just 14, Vegeta was indeed pleased, but his Saiyan pride made it difficult for him to openly express his emotions. Father, Trunks called out tentatively. Vegeta paused for a moment, then cleared his throat. From now on, you will train with me. I will ensure that you learn how to cultivate your strength and surpass that little brat Gohan. You are the offspring of our royal Saiyan lineage. You cannot be outdone by the son of a lower-class warrior, understand? Yes, Trunks replied, his face lighting up with joy. His father was indeed as his mother had described, proud and fiercely protective, albeit not adept at displaying his emotions. Nevertheless, Trunks could sense that Vegeta genuinely cared for him. Clearing his throat to shake off Trunks' enthusiasm, Vegeta approached Shaya. Mr. Shaya, I am truly grateful, the proud Saiyan said politely. Shaya was taken aback but smiled and nodded. It seemed that years in the afterlife had changed him significantly. Could you share with me the circumstances of the other world? Vegeta inquired. Certainly, Shaya replied with a smile, recounting the events of the other world. As he spoke of how he had saved over 10,000 Saiyans during the destruction of Planet Vegeta and established a new home on Planet Red Mountain. Vegeta's face flushed with excitement. In his heart, the Saiyan race held immense significance. Even news from a parallel universe about their flourishing brought him joy. The Saiyan people are fortunate to have a leader like you, Vegeta remarked, recognizing that under Shaya's leadership, the Saiyans had far surpassed their former glory. I have heard of that Mers. He was once a genius on par with me, but tragically perished on Planet Vegeta. However, I had not heard of your name, Mr. Shaya, Vegeta said, puzzled. Why had someone who achieved greatness in another timeline gone unrecognized in his own? Shaya mused to himself that it would be extraordinary if anyone had heard of him, even if a Shaya had existed in this world. He would have been merely an ordinary mid-level warrior, not the time traveler he was. Meanwhile, the counterparts of this world, Shilling and Mers, had long since perished. Perhaps the course of history diverged slightly, Shaya offered casually, deflecting the question. Vegeta nodded in agreement. To him, those events were mere remnants of the past. This world lacked even the legends of Super Saiyans, indicating a clear disparity between the two realities. Dwelling on it seemed pointless. By the way, regarding your mention of the hierarchy among Super Saiyans, I pondered this during my time in the afterlife. I believe that beyond the full power of a Super Saiyan, there could be even more formidable transformations. Unfortunately, I lacked a physical form at that time to train, Vegeta reflected. Impressive, Shaya exclaimed in surprise. Vegeta had seemingly deduced the existence of Super Saiyan 2, which made sense, considering his innate intelligence. Yet, his inability to train in the afterlife for over a decade likely meant he had intensely contemplated the nature of Super Saiyans. Perhaps there are even higher transformations beyond the first stage of Super Saiyan, Shaya suggested. Indeed, I now have ample time to explore this further. It's a pity that Kakarot is presently in the afterlife. He may have already advanced to that stage, Vegeta cursed suddenly. Unlike Vegeta, Goku had performed great deeds and retained his physical form after death. He might have already reached Super Saiyan 2 or, perhaps, even developed Super Saiyan 3 by now. Mr. Shaya, you wish to return to your world, correct? I was thinking that perhaps we could use the power of the Dragon Balls on Earth to help you. Bulma chimed in, approaching with a plate of delicacies. Shaya shook his head, knowing that the Earth-S dragon could not assist him in traversing time and space. Yet, a sudden epiphany struck him. Bulma was right. While the dragon might not facilitate time travel, it could provide a means to discover how to return. He recalled that later in the story, the god of destruction, Beerus, sought the Super Saiyan god by making a wish with the dragon. Yes, the dragon might have a solution, Shaya exclaimed, filled with newfound enthusiasm. Bulma smiled and called out to Trunks, Quickly, fetch the Dragon Balls from Earth. Long before the emergence of androids 17 and 18, Bulma and her team had begun gathering the 7 Dragon Balls in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. But before they could make a wish, Piccolo had already fallen to the androids. All right, Trunks responded, hastening into the house. Moments later, he emerged with a large dish holding 7 shimmering orange Dragon Balls. With a call, the sky darkened, and soon, the elongated form of the Earth Dragon floated above, its green scales glistening as it weaved through the ominous clouds, lowering its fierce head. Shaya's expression turned solemn as he addressed the dragon. Dragon, do you know of parallel universes? The dragon remained silent for a moment before responding. I was unaware previously, but I am now informed. Please tell me how to traverse time and space. Shaya called out anxiously, waiting for the dragon's response. The dragon lowered its head, stating, time travel is strictly forbidden by the deities, as it can lead to irreparable consequences. However, if it concerns an already existing parallel universe, there is a means to traverse. What method? Shaya inquired eagerly. By utilizing the time ring of the Kaioshin, it is indeed possible to jump between parallel universes. However, only the Kaioshin can wield the time ring, and it cannot be used to transport mortals. In a sense, Kaioshin are unique beings whose purpose is to maintain the order of the universe. Even when traversing time, they would not engage in actions detrimental to the universe. Time ring, Shaya murmured, committing the name to memory. As for whether only the Kaioshin could use it, he planned to test it for himself. On the high-dimensional Kaioshin planet, the North Kaioshin gazed in astonishment at the scene of Shaya summoning the dragon. Lord Kaioshin, so there truly exists a Kaioshin in this world. I had thought it was merely a legend. As the leader of all Kaioshin and Grand Kaioshin, the existence of the Kaioshin was exceedingly noble and shrouded in mystery. Even the North Kaioshin, who governed a quarter of the galaxy, had never seen the visage of a Kaioshin. Alas, if indeed the great King Kai exists, one must ponder why he did not manifest when the god of destruction first graced our realm. My poor King Kai's planet. The North Kai, overwhelmed by sorrow, wept inconsolably, feeling utterly forsaken. Had the great King Kai intervened during the god of destruction's assault on his planet, it might not have dwindled to its current diminutive state. Yet, this plight of the North Kai unjustly cast blame upon the great King Kai. It is essential to recognize that in ancient times, a cataclysmic calamity swept across the universe, culminating in the great King Kai's demise at the hands of the fiend known as Majin Buu. Consequently, the lore of the god of destruction, Beerus, faded into obscurity. The only surviving East Kai, still in his youth, remained preoccupied with the affairs of Majin Buu, entirely oblivious to the existence of such a deity as a god of destruction. Beerus, who spends his time either in slumber or indulging in games in the lower realms, seldom intervenes in the matters of the King Kai's realm. Thus, a convoluted situation emerged where the King Kai was unaware of the great King Kai's existence. The great King Kai was ignorant of the god of destruction, and yet the King Kai of the lower realm had encountered the god of destruction. What a chaotic entanglement. Chapter 288. The realm of the Kais. After learning from the dragon that the time ring could traverse time and space, Shaya committed the name time ring to memory, intending to request it from the Supreme Kai as a contingency. Naturally, this was merely a backup plan, as he had little hope for success. Shaya said to Bulma, let us set aside the matter of the time ring for now. Please expedite the development of the spacecraft. Yes, I understand. Bulma nodded, her spirits lifted by the revival of Vegeta and the others, making her feel considerably younger. Mr. Shaya, do you plan to seek out the legendary Supreme Kai? Gohan and Biddy approached, astonished. Did not the dragon say that only the Supreme Kai can utilize the time ring? Shaya regarded them and nodded. Indeed. The dragon did state that only the Supreme Kai can wield the time ring, yet I cannot shake the feeling of regret if I do not at least attempt it. He then surveyed Gohan and Biddy, recognizing that in this world, they would still come together. The narrative of this world had diverged significantly from the original story due to the rampage of androids 17 and 18. For instance, while Shaya was certain that Majin Buu existed in this world, much like in the main universe, he had yet to arrive on Earth. The awakening of Majin Buu required immense energy, perhaps the desolate state of Earth, reminiscent of Hell with its dwindling life forms, prompted Babidi to abandon his plans for Buu's revival here. However, now that Earth had rejuvenated, with even the Dragon Ball warriors like Vegeta revived, it was conceivable that Babidi might once again set his sights on Earth. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, Shaya could not ascertain. Ahem, Mr. Shaya. The Supreme Kai is elusive, and you may find it impossible to locate him. A gentle voice suddenly resonated from the sky, captivating everyone's attention in the courtyard. It was the voice of North Kai. North Kai, Shaya exclaimed, slightly taken aback. The North Kai's voice continued, if it weren't for your summoning of the dragon, I would remain unaware of the Supreme Kai's existence in this world. Your attempt to borrow the time ring from him is virtually impossible. If you cannot even find the Supreme Kai, the notion of borrowing the time ring is moot. However, the North Kai was unaware that Shaya possessed a comprehensive star map of the universe, which included the realm of the Kais. Shaya replied with a smile. It is all a matter of determination. Besides, I am aware of the Supreme Kai's whereabouts. The North Kai was taken aback. What? You know the Supreme Kai's location? The existence of the Supreme Kai had only just come to his knowledge, and yet a mere mortal claimed to know where he resided? Nonetheless, considering that the individual before him was a Saiyan from another dimension, it was plausible he might possess some insight. Shaya nodded and recounted the details of the realm of the Kais. The Supreme Kai resides in the highest dimension of the universe, within the realm of the Kais. In ancient times, there were 4 Kais, east, west, north, and south alongside the Grand Kai who oversaw all, totaling 5. However, due to a particularly powerful demon that disrupted the world, only the East Kai remains. You possess such extensive knowledge. These events transpired in another world? The North Kai inquired, astonished. Indeed, Shaya affirmed. The North Kai sighed. Matters of time and space are indeed intricate. If you are fortunate enough to meet the Supreme Kai, please convey my regards. Certainly, Shaya readily agreed. After conversing with Bulma and the others for a while longer, he excused himself to train, needing to elevate his powers before venturing to the realm of the Kais. Currently, Shaya stood at the pinnacle of an ordinary Super Saiyan, nearing the threshold of transcending that state. His current power level was comparable to that of Vegeta upon his first emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. However, this strength was insufficient for his journey to the realm of the Kais. Sometimes, possessing adequate strength is essential for fruitful discourse, whether through forceful intimidation or equitable dialogue. Power is an indispensable asset for achieving balanced communication. The realm of the Kais, situated in the highest dimension of the 7th universe, was a realm so elevated that even deities found it challenging to access. The Supreme Kai dwelling within this realm was exceedingly sacred, endowed with the paramount authority to govern the universe. Typically, the Supreme Kai was tasked with creating life on planets and maintaining the fundamental equilibrium of the cosmos. However, unlike the destructive judgments of Beerus the Destroyer, the Supreme Kai's power leaned more towards preservation, lacking the absolute might of a destroyer. Nonetheless, this did not imply that the Supreme Kai was weak. Rather, his strength was formidable, albeit relatively weaker in comparison to Majin Buu and the Destroyer. Each Supreme Kai possessed the capability to obliterate Frieza with a mere gesture. Although the East Supreme Kai appeared rather inadequate before Majin Buu, Shaya knew that his power was indeed substantial, possibly not on par with the Demon King Dodoria, but certainly close to the full power of a Super Saiyan. The East Supreme Kai's temperament was relatively gentle and accommodating. The challenge lay with his attendant, Kibito, who harbored a degree of disdain for mortals. A sentiment not entirely unjustifiable for a deity. Thus, to borrow the time ring from the East Supreme Kai, Shaya needed to further enhance his own strength. To forge iron, one must be strong. The foundation for equitable dialogue is having commensurate power. Consequently, Shaya sought out a lush plateau to train, aiming to swiftly achieve the state of transcending the ordinary Super Saiyan. With the augmentation of his superior power, he could aspire to attain the strength of a fully realized Cell. Training can be a monotonous endeavor. Shaya practiced alone on the plateau for 2 months until Vegeta could no longer resist joining him. Their progress was rapid. 3 months later, Shaya successfully shattered the limitations of the ordinary Super Saiyan and ascended to the realm beyond it. The initial stages of the Super Saiyan transformation and the ordinary Super Saiyan state yielded a standard power increase of 50 times, while transcending the ordinary Super Saiyan state resulted in a 65-fold increase. The full power of a Super Saiyan, accustomed to the transformation, could achieve an approximately 80-fold increase during battle. At this point, Shaya had surpassed the threshold of the ordinary Super Saiyan, reaching the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan 1. His method of attaining the Super Saiyan level differed from that of Goku and Vegeta, suggesting that rapid advancement leads to successive progress. His current power increase was no less than that of a fully powered Super Saiyan, achieving a remarkable 80-fold enhancement. Shaya, your transformation strength exceeds mine by such a margin. Vegeta, with golden hair and blue eyes, gazed at Shaya's Super Saiyan form in astonishment. Despite both having transcended the ordinary Super Saiyan state, Shaya clearly surpassed him. Perhaps it is a matter of foundational strength. Shaya chuckled. With an 80-fold power increase, his battle power soared to 4 billion, placing him at the level of a fully realized cell. In the 7th universe, only a handful of warriors surpassed him in strength. Vegeta, maintaining a stiff expression, scoffed without retort. As a pure-blooded Saiyan and the noblest among their kind, he had a decent rapport with Shaya. He recognized that Shaya's ascent to the Super Saiyan state was not fueled by intense rage, but rather achieved through a natural breaking of physical limits. A distinct advantage in his method of breakthrough. In the realm of the King of Worlds, countless celestial bodies traverse the vast and sacred expanse. A lush, verdant prairie stretches beneath a cerulean sky adorned with round stellar patterns. The atmosphere is imbued with a divine essence. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes across the grassland, heralding the arrival of Shaya in the King of Worlds. The realm remains as desolate as ever. Inhaling the refreshing air of this divine domain, Shaya reflects upon his journey. After transcending the ordinary Super Saiyan threshold on Earth and sensing that Bulma's research had yet to yield significant progress, Shaya ventured alone to the King of Worlds, hoping to encounter a stroke of fortune. Chapter 289. The Time-Space Ring. Upon entering the realm of the Supreme Kai, Shaya did not conceal his aura. His immense presence surged forth like a beacon, swiftly engulfing a considerable portion of the divine star amidst the tranquil darkness of the cosmic sea. Before long, two figures materialized before him, one tall and one short, both adorned in the garb of the Supreme Kai. They were East Supreme Kai Asen and his attendant, Jebet. With a smile, Shaya regarded the two before him. Jebet, who held a disdainful view of mortals, particularly those audacious enough to tread upon the sacred ground of the Supreme Kai, scolded, "Mortal, who are you to intrude? This holy place is not for your kind. Depart at once." Although he was perplexed as to how a mere mortal had discovered and arrived in the realm of the Supreme Kai, he deemed it essential to protect its sanctity from contamination by the likes of Shaya. Indeed, as the legends foretold, Jebet exhibited a haughty demeanor, seemingly born from an innate superiority of divine beings. Yet, such arrogance could not withstand the weight of absolute power for long. Shaya focused his energy and transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his power now rivaling that of the complete cell, radiating an overwhelming force akin to a terrifying black hole. Sensing the boundless energy emanating from Shaya, Jebet faltered, his expression becoming increasingly complex. Could this mortal be here to challenge the Supreme Kai? When did such an adept emerge from the lower realms? East Supreme Kai Asen cast a surprised glance at the human before him. The power displayed was nearly on par with that of the demon King Dodoria. However, sensing no malevolent aura akin to Dodoria's, he maintained his composure. "East Supreme Kai, I have come seeking the use of the time-space ring," Shaya stated plainly, revealing his purpose. East Supreme Kai furrowed his brow, repeating, "The time-space ring? How audacious to speak so disrespectfully to the Supreme Kai." At this moment, Jebet interjected loudly. "This mortal dares to address the Supreme Kai in such a tone. This is utterly unforgivable." Shaya cast a chilling glance at Jebet, his emerald eyes devoid of warmth. "Jebet, stand down," East Supreme Kai commanded. Recognizing that he held no bias against mortals, especially since he could discern that Shaya was not an ordinary foe, it would be unwise to provoke him needlessly. "Yes," Jebet complied obediently, stepping aside. East Supreme Kai turned to Shaya and said, "Sir, though I do not know how you learned of the time-space ring, I must caution you that it is a divine artifact reserved solely for the Supreme Kai's use. Even if you were to obtain it, it would serve you no purpose." Shaya replied with a smile, "I am already aware of that. To be frank, I am not of this timeline. Thus, I require the time-space ring to return to my own world." "You are not of this timeline?" East Supreme Kai was taken aback, his expression growing serious. "The act of time travel is expressly forbidden, and your actions could potentially lead to the destruction of worlds." Shaya met East Supreme Kai's gaze, understanding that he would need to present something of value to persuade him to lend the time-space ring. He recounted how he had arrived in this world. "I possess time-space abilities, and while drawn to a black hole, I leapt into a rift, unwittingly entering this realm." After listening, East Supreme Kai quickly discerned the veracity of Shaya's words and nodded, stating, "So, you did not traverse time, but merely crossed parallel dimensions. This does not necessarily invite catastrophe. You hail from an existing parallel timeline, hence your presence here is indeed ill-suited." With that, he lowered his head in contemplation, weighing the implications. Shaya chuckled lightly, recognizing that East Supreme Kai had softened his stance. He then offered a significant piece of information, If you are willing to lend me the time-space ring, I can provide you with crucial information regarding the villainous Majin Buu. Majin Buu. East Supreme Kai gasped in surprise. How do you know of Majin Buu? He pondered aloud. Ah, you come from a parallel timeline. Perhaps the history there has diverged. East Supreme Kai looked intently at Shaya and insisted, if you can furnish clues about Majin Buu, I would consider lending you the time-space ring. The existence of Majin Buu was a source of great concern for East Supreme Kai. A thorn lodged in his throat for years. With only one Supreme Kai remaining in the universe, all was attributed to the menace of Majin Buu. He felt utterly unsettled until the issue of Majin Buu was resolved. Shaya stated, to confront Majin Buu, there are two methods. First, you must find warriors in the lower realms capable of defeating him. I can guide you in this regard. On Earth, located in the North Galaxy, there are several formidable Super Saiyans. With a few years of training, they would be sufficient to aid you against Majin Buu. How can that be? Mere mortals could not possibly contend with Majin Buu. Jebbit interjected, his disbelief evident. Even the ancient Grand Supreme Kai was no match for him. How could mere mortals hope to prevail? Is it truly impossible for mortals? Shaya replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. For a moment, Jebbit was rendered speechless. The golden-haired figure before him possessed power rivaling that of the Supreme Kai, a reality that left him at a loss for words. Jebbit, temper your impatience. East Supreme Kai instructed, gesturing for Jebbit to stand aside. He turned to Shaya with courtesy, his curiosity piqued. Do you truly believe the mortals of the lower realms possess such potential? Indeed, just as I am a Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyans on Earth are similarly potent. Shaya affirmed. Ah, East Supreme Kai nodded, committing this information to memory. As for the second method, it is rather simple and should not pose a challenge for you. Seek out the god of destruction, Beerus, who resides in the realm of destruction. Wait, what is this realm of destruction, and who is this god of destruction? East Supreme Kai inquired, perplexed. During ancient times, the Grand Supreme Kai and other divine beings had perished at the hands of Majin Buu, and East Supreme Kai had been too young to grasp the intricacies of such high-level divinity. The realm of destruction corresponds to the realm of the Supreme Kai. It is home to the god of destruction, Beerus, and his attendant, while Supreme Kais oversee creation according to the laws of the universe. The god of destruction ensures balance through destruction, Shaya explained, recalling his unforgettable encounter with Beerus on Planet Vegeta. Shaya fixed his gaze upon East Supreme Kai, enunciating each word. The power of the god of destruction, Beerus, far exceeds your imagination. A being as formidable as Majin Buu could be extinguished with a mere flick of his hand. That. How can this be? East Supreme Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. If such an unfathomable being truly existed, what then was the significance of Majin Buu? At that moment, East Supreme Kai found himself at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, he fell silent, understanding that in the cosmic cycle of life and death, creation and destruction must coexist. Yet, was the god of destruction truly as formidable as Shaya claimed? Indeed, the power of the god of destruction is utterly incomprehensible. Shaya asserted confidently, if you doubt my words, you may consult the North Kai of the galaxy. He has encountered Beerus himself. Thank you for imparting such crucial information. East Supreme Kai suddenly expressed his gratitude towards Shaya, discerning the value of the revelations provided. Shaya chuckled and said, in that case, I kindly request the East Kaishin to lend me the time ring for my use. The East Kaishin did not decline. After speaking, he led Shaya to another location within the realm of the Kaishins, a residence shared by the Kaishin and his attendant, Jebbit. There, in a spacious loft resembling a corridor, the East Kaishin retrieved an exquisite wooden box from among countless cabinets. Shaya estimated that there must be at least 10,000 of those densely packed cabinets. The East Kaishin presented the ornate wooden box to Shaya, opened it, and remarked, inside lies the time ring. The white ring symbolizes our current temporal realm, while the several green rings represent parallel dimensions. Chapter 290. Before returning, Shaya took the time-space ring and observed it closely. Inside the wooden box lay 3 rings, 1 white and 2 green. Besides the white ring representing the world of the Golden Flame Warriors in this timeline, the other 2 belonged to parallel universes. Shaya recognized one as his original world, while the other was the main world from the original narrative, untouched by his influence. The time-space rings only function when worn by the Supreme Kai, the East Supreme Kai advised. Understood. Shaya nodded earnestly and sought out an open area to begin his research. Meanwhile, the East Supreme Kai and Jebbit hurried towards North Kai's planet to inquire about the god of destruction, Beerus. The time-space ring was a product of the universe's laws, and Shaya pondered its true significance. It was said that the entire universe encompassed 12 existing universes, each representing a distinct time-space. In theory, these parallel universes should operate independently, without interference, as they were not part of the same system along the time-space continuum. Could the existence of the time-space rings be to facilitate the management of time travelers, such as himself or the future greats? Shaya mused, yet he found these thoughts devoid of meaning. The entirety of the universe was overseen by the Omni King and the Grand Priest, seemingly without the need to intervene in other timelines. Each time a new parallel universe was formed, a new Omni King would emerge, ensuring that cosmic order remained intact. Thus, what purpose did the time-space rings serve? Merely to indicate the existence of several parallel universes? Shaya felt there must be some hidden intricacies. Never mind, these matters are not my concern. I should focus on finding a way back to my original world. Shaya chuckled at himself, then resumed his careful examination of the time-space rings. Crafted from an unknown material, the rings were exquisitely designed. Every time he harnessed his time-space powers to touch a ring, a faint resonance would occur, as if the power within him yearned to break free. The time-space rings appeared to be a condensation of time and space, a miniature representation of the universe, corresponding to different stages of time and space. Remarkably, my time-space abilities seemed to be drawn towards them, Shaya discovered with astonishment. Upon lifting one of the green rings, his internal time-space power resonated significantly. Energized, Shaya scrutinized the green ring, which presumably represented the world he once inhabited. He diligently released his time-space abilities. However, an unexpected event transpired. As Shaya unleashed a considerable amount of time-space energy, the ring emitted a radiant, jade-like glow, while simultaneously, his time-space power surged uncontrollably. What is happening? Why is my time-space energy out of control? Shaya exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to sever his connection with the ring. Alas, it was too late. The emerald green ring exerted an irresistible force, akin to a powerful magnet, continuously drawing in his time-space energy. This is bad. Shaya realized the gravity of the situation. Attempting to resist, but it felt futile against the overwhelming force. The silvery time-space energy flowed out ceaselessly, draining him, and his complexion turned pale as he ruefully remarked, "It appears that everyone has their moments of folly." The time-space ring continued to absorb his abilities until it had taken every last ounce. Then it underwent another transformation, bursting forth in a dazzling array of colors that floated above Shaya's forehead, sending vibrant energies back into his being. As these multi-hued energies entered him, every cell in Shaya's body seemed to awaken, invigorated, as a warm sensation surged from within. After a brief moment, the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated. Shaya observed the changes within him, and to his astonishment, the once silvery essence of his time-space origin had vanished entirely. Logically, this should have meant the loss of his time-space abilities. Yet he realized they had not disappeared, rather, they had been elevated. Previously, he relied on the time-space origin and mental strength to harness his powers, but now, each of his cells was infused with vibrant time-space energy. This was no longer merely an ability. It had transformed into an intrinsic part of his being. My abilities have seamlessly integrated into my very essence, akin to breathing, requiring no conscious control, Shaya pondered, perplexed by the magnitude of this transformation. What had transpired? The advantages of this metamorphosis were evident. Although his time-space abilities had always been formidable, they were heavily constrained by spatial conditions, temporal factors, and mental focus. For instance, while near a black hole, the immense gravitational forces rendered instantaneous movement nearly impossible. However, with his newfound capability, it was as if he had gained an elevated perspective, unaffected by external interferences. Regardless of black holes, gravitational fields, mass, or energy, everything existed within the realm of time and space. Each of his cells acted like a time-space ring, harmonizing these influences at a higher level. An idea sparked within Shaya. Without consciously invoking his powers, a slender, crimson fissure resembling a worm appeared within the solid confines of the Supreme Kai's realm. This new time-space ability consumed only his physical stamina and was completely immune to external factors, leaving him astonished. He understood that by overcoming external influences, his time-space abilities had grown immensely stronger. With this power, I can return to my original world, Shaya exclaimed, exhilarated. He felt akin to a time-space ring, capable of traversing the already existing parallel universes with ease. In a sense, he had transcended the spatial realm, though he still lacked the ability to navigate the timeline freely. Nevertheless, this was already a source of great joy for him. An unexpected boon, Shaya mused, standing up to return the 3 time-space rings to the wooden box. Realizing they were no longer necessary for him, he then admired the sacred, verdant landscape of the Supreme Kai's realm. The azure sky was pristine, dotted with a few round stars, while the tender grass bowed gracefully to the gentle breeze. Nearby, in the pond adjacent to the Supreme Kai's palace, golden flowers blossomed vibrantly. The highest dimensions of space held immense constraints, yet Shaya was able to instantly move about as freely as the Supreme Kai, unaffected by spatial limitations. He found the Supreme Kai sword, buried atop a mountain peak, and, grasping the hilt, attempted to draw it, but it remained firmly in place. Though the sword contained the potential to unlock one's latent abilities, it seemed he was not yet worthy to wield it. After some time had passed, the East Supreme Kai and his attendant Jebet returned, their faces beaming with smiles, suggesting they had confirmed news regarding the god of destruction, Beerus, from the North Kai. With a long-standing concern finally resolved, the East Supreme Kai felt a significant lift in his spirits. "Thank you so much, my dear sir." The East Kaiishin was immensely grateful, and his expression towards Shaya softened considerably. Were it not for this human, he would have been unaware of the existence of such powerful deities as the god of destruction in the universe. If only the god of destruction were willing to intervene, then Majin Buu would pose little threat. Moreover, the few Super Saiyans on Earth were exceptionally formidable beings with great potential. He had previously tested these Super Saiyans through the divine power of the Kaiishin, and although they did not possess an absolute sense of justice, their value in this world was undoubtedly positive, which brought him great comfort. Shaya nodded slightly and returned the wooden box containing the time-space ring to the East Kaiishin. "Please keep this time-space ring safe. I must take my leave. Will you not continue your research?" The East Kaiishin inquired as he accepted the time-space ring. "There is no longer a necessity for that." "Very well." The East Kaiishin nodded, refraining from further questions, and watched as Shaya departed. After leaving the Kaiishin realm, Shaya made a brief return to Earth to bid farewell to Vegeta and the others. He also informed Bulma that she could cease her research on the time machine. However, judging by Bulma's relentless dedication, it seemed she would continue her studies regardless. Let her pursue her research, Shaya thought, as he cared little for the matter. Following his instantaneous departure from Earth, he prepared to harness the new power of time and space to traverse parallel dimensions. Chapter 291. Mei Ling and Zanjia under the vast expanse of the starry sky. Shaya cast a glance at the distant flickering starlight, nodded slightly, and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a dazzling array of colors surged into the air, vibrant hues bursting forth like fireworks. Shaya stepped forward and instantly entered a corridor formed by radiant, multicolored light. Here, there was no beginning and no end, no time nor space. Various crystalline flashes dazzled in a riot of colors, resembling ribbons and rolls of film, residing in an inexplicable realm beyond time and space. As Shaya surveyed his surroundings, the opening of the time-space tunnel drained his energy rapidly. He traversed through the corridor of rainbow light, and suddenly 3 immense azure spaces materialized before him, each suspended with 12 gigantic transparent spheres, their vibrant colors intertwined, forming 6 delicate balances in the azure expanse. It was akin to the scene he had witnessed on Namek when the Grand Elder had awakened his potential. These 3 azure realms represented distinct universes across the cosmos. Shaya murmured to himself, a smile curving upon his lips, before he soared towards one of the worlds that resonated with him. With a splash, it felt as if he had pierced a bubble, and Shaya re-entered the universe. As he was traversing the 7th universe, he emerged directly into its celestial sphere. Gazing at the resplendent stars twinkling around him, Shaya smiled, knowing he had returned to his own time and space, and then he utilized instant transmission to head towards Red Mountain Star. Unbeknownst to him, a fierce battle was erupting on Red Mountain Star, where a petite woman with orange hair and teal skin was causing chaos. She donned a white jacket atop and similarly colored trousers, her golden boots fitting snugly around her calves, while black gauntlets adorned her arms, and a purple scarf was tied around her waist. This was Zanjia, who had awakened on Bacht Star. After parting ways with her companions Gekwa, Buchan, and Peter, Zanjia had set out to locate their leader Bojack's sealed location, her designated area being the entire Eastern Galaxy. Years passed without a trace of Bojack, yet she inadvertently stumbled upon news of the Saiyans. This recollection brought back memories of the grievous injuries inflicted upon her by the Saiyans many years ago. Had it not been for that red-haired Saiyan 200,000 years ago, she would not have been gravely wounded and subsequently fallen into a 200,000-year slumber on Bacht Star. Nor would their leader Bojack have been defeated by that Super Saiyan, leading to his current mysterious sealing by the 4 kings of the universes. Damn Super Saiyan. A fierce expression crossed Zanjia's beautiful face as her eyes fixed intently on the girl battling her. This girl was also a Super Saiyan, and astonishingly, her power was on par with Zanjia's. The Super Saiyan on Red Mountain Star was unexpectedly formidable. Taking a deep breath, Zanjia noted that apart from this female Super Saiyan, the male Super Saiyans she had previously encountered were hardly worth mentioning, having been easily subdued by her. Across from her, Mei Ling remained enveloped in golden flames, exuding an imposing aura, her strength rivaling Zanjia's. Since the battle with King Davido half a year ago in the D-Land star system, Mei Ling had become acutely aware of her own limitations. After dismantling King Davido's forces in the Western Galaxy, she and Myers had dedicated themselves to arduous training on Red Mountain Star, only for Zanjia's sudden appearance to shatter their tranquility. Before Shaya returns, I will not allow anyone to harm Red Mountain Star, Mei Ling declared, her golden hair swirling in the winds of energy. With a rush, their figures shot into the sky, flashing like lightning. They collided repeatedly, unleashing fierce combat, momentarily separating before entangling once more. Mei Ling's power was extraordinary, clearly surpassing that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, yet Zanjia proved even stronger, pushing Mei Ling to the brink. When Shaya arrived at Red Mountain Star, he witnessed the intense battle between Mei Ling and Zanjia. Recognizing Zanjia as Mei Ling's opponent, Shaya was momentarily taken aback. How did that woman end up on Red Mountain Star? He was also astonished to see Mei Ling's combat power had risen to 2 billion. She must have trained diligently during this time. As the battle in the sky escalated, the tide began to turn in Zanjia's favor. Mei Ling's Super Saiyan transformation began to falter, shifting from a stalemate to one-sided assaults. At that moment, Shaya intervened, an overwhelming force cascading from the heavens, a chilling presence flooding the area. Ah, it's Shaya's energy, Mei Ling exclaimed, her actions momentarily pausing in excitement. Alas, to be distracted in the midst of battle, Zanjia scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in her azure eyes. Unfazed, she charged towards Mei Ling, a radiant energy illuminating her fist, the ferocious power distorting the surrounding space into a chaotic mass. With a thud, her attacking fist abruptly halted, a strong hand intercepting her advance, gripping her delicate wrist with an iron-like grasp. Zanjia winced in surprise, struggling to move, only to realize her wrist was ensnared as if by a vice. What is happening? Zanjia gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the figure standing before her. It was a striking young man, towering like a mountain, radiating an imposing and fearsome aura that commanded respect. One of his hands firmly grasped her wrist, while the other encircled the waist of the female Super Saiyan, who seemed to melt into his embrace. Upon recognizing his face, Zanjia's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Her eyes widened in astonishment. How can it be him? How has he become so powerful? Zanjia realized that the man holding her wrist was none other than the male Super Saiyan she had flung away years ago on Bach Star. In just a few short years, he had transformed into a formidable force. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Zanjia stood frozen, while Mei Ling nestled into Shaya's embrace, savoring his presence and feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility wash over her. Yes, I have returned, Shaya replied, releasing Mei Ling and inquiring, what is the situation? Why are you two fighting on Red Mountain Star? Mei Ling cast Shaya a sidelong glance, seeming displeased with his lack of affection. Who knows what her intentions are? Upon arriving at Red Mountain Star, she declared she sought revenge on the Super Saiyans. Have you wronged her in some way? Chapter 292. You have been captured by me. Zaya cast a glance at Zanjia, and the petite woman instinctively took a few steps back, shaking her head as she spoke to Mei Ling. How could I have offended her? I believe there must be some misunderstanding. After saying this, she approached Zanjia, only for the latter to suddenly vanish in a puff of smoke, fleeing in the opposite direction. Zaya couldn't help but smile, finding the orange-haired woman quite amusing. He extended his finger and, with a flick, conjured a transparent blue cage that enveloped Zanjia completely. No matter how much she struggled within, escape was futile. Let me go? Zanjia cried, her panic evident as she realized her predicament. Mei Ling looked at Zaya with astonishment, feeling a sense of satisfaction at seeing the woman captured. That technique of yours is quite effective. Just look at her. She was so arrogant when she first arrived, waving her hand as if she could annihilate the Saiyans. Zaya chuckled and floated to Zanjia's side with Mei Ling. What exactly are you? Why did you attack Red Mountain Star? Having previously utilized his spiritual eye technique on this woman during his visit to Bod Star, he recognized her as a being who had lived for 200,000 years. Moreover, she could immediately identify him as a Super Saiyan. Did she have a past grievance with the Saiyans? If one of the Saiyans' ancestors had wronged her, her desire for retribution would be understandable. Zangia glanced at the two Super Saiyans, realizing escape was impossible, and cooperatively replied, 200,000 years ago, when I ruled the galaxy with my leader. I encountered your Saiyans. It was a red-haired Saiyan who gravely injured me, causing me to sleep for so long. When I heard there were Saiyans here, I came for revenge. She raised her chin defiantly. A red-haired Saiyan? Zaya murmured thoughtfully. Myling, however, interjected with surprise, 200,000 years? How long have you been alive? 200,000 years, a span so vast that for ordinary Saiyans, life typically lasted only 70 or 80 years. Even with the elixir of immortality, one might only live for a few centuries. Observing Zanjia's youthful appearance, Myling felt a pang of jealousy and imbalance within her. What race are you? How can you remain so youthful after all these years? Myling inquired loudly. Zanjia candidly revealed her origins. I am Zanjia, a super warrior created by the Fidarians. Wait, did you say Fidarians? The race that resides on Fidaia in the northern galaxy? Zaya interrupted, astonished. When he had encountered the Fidarians in the northern galaxy, it had been due to the ancient warriors attracting Frieza's attention. If this woman was indeed a warrior of the Fidarians, then Frieza was courting death. Zanjia nodded sagely, indeed. From the northern galaxy, but that place no longer exists. Perhaps it was destroyed by someone. You mentioned your leader. How many of you are there? Zaya asked. 5 of us. Besides myself, there are my leader Bojack, Gokuya, Bukin, and Peter, Zanjia replied. Upon hearing this, Zaya almost choked in disbelief, exclaiming, You are the Galactic Warriors. The ones who once wreaked havoc across the galaxy? The name Bojack triggered memories of their appearances in the films. Bojack's power was comparable to that of the fully formed Cell. And with Zanjia and her formidable companions, the absence of Super Saiyan 2 strength in the original story would have indeed made them formidable adversaries. Zaya's gaze towards Zanjia shifted. In the films, she hesitated to confront Gohan when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, leading to her demise at Bojack's hands. However, since North Kai was still alive, Bojack must still be sealed away. Is your leader still sealed? Zaya inquired. Yes, we have yet to locate the place where he is sealed. Bukin and I have each taken charge of a portion of the galaxy, and I am searching in the eastern galaxy. Zanjia lamented, regretting her impulsive decision to come to Red Mountain Star upon hearing about the Saiyans. Myling, now intrigued, asked, Zaya, how do you know her? Is she connected to the Fidarians? This Zanjia is an ancient warrior created by the Fidarians. Do you not recall how Fidaia was destroyed? Frieza sent Shampa to attack the Fidarians in search of these individuals. Oh. Myling's bright eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Zanjia, taking in her orange curls, aquamarine skin, and petite stature, features that bore resemblance to the Fidarians, though Zanjia's ears were pointed like an elf's, and she was not quite as diminutive. Having just returned to Red Mountain Star, Zaya felt quite pleased. Although he understood Zanjia was not to be trifled with, her connection to the Fidarians gave him pause. He did not wish to annihilate her completely. However, allowing her to leave could lead to an unfortunate conclusion reminiscent of the film, which would be a pity. Thus, he addressed Zanjia. You have offended Red Mountain Star today. Had it not been for Myling, the Saiyans here could have suffered severe losses. You must bear the consequences of your actions. Zanjia nodded eagerly, her timid demeanor clear. So long as her life was spared, she would comply with anything. Zaya found her amusing. Starting today, you are under my house arrest. You will reside on the floating island above Red Mountain Star and safeguard its security. Should you attempt to flee, know that I have locked onto your energy signature. No matter where you go, I can retrieve you in an instant. Zanjia's face paled as she nodded, realizing she had truly lost her freedom. At this juncture, Zaya's expression turned serious. From now on, do not contact your companions. Your leader Bojack is not a benevolent figure. Aligning with him will only lead to your downfall. Then, his tone softened. Your former kin reside on Red Mountain Star and Myshun Star. Protecting Red Mountain Star is akin to safeguarding the Fidarians. Fidarians also live on Red Mountain Star? Zanjia exclaimed with excitement. Yes, on Myshun Star. But there are indeed some Fidarians on Red Mountain Star as well. I understand, Zanjia replied, appearing quite willing. Zaya waved his hand, releasing Zanjia from her confinement and allowing her to fly off in another direction. As for whether she would adhere to the rules and protect Red Mountain Star, Zaya had his ways to ensure her compliance. Are you really letting her go? Myling puffed her cheeks. Zaya glanced at her. As long as she remains obedient. Red Mountain Star needs a permanent guardian, and Zanjia is undoubtedly suitable for the role. Chapter 293, Shaya's wedding a few minutes later. The moment for Miling's fusion arrived, and with a whoosh, they transformed back into Saiyan and Myers. As soon as they separated, the two girls clung to Shaya like tree kangaroos, their delicate and soft bodies pressing against him, the faint fragrance of youth wafting from their noses. Saiyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her hands gripping his arms tightly. Meanwhile, Myers wore a playful grin, playfully rubbing against him. After a brief moment of calm, Shaya gazed earnestly at Saiyan and stated, "Saiyan, after all these years, it is time for us to marry." Saiyan responded with a whisper, as if it needed saying. They had grown up together, their love and familial bond intertwined long ago. "Ah!" Myers exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening. "How could it be so soon?" Shaya shot her a look. "What do you mean so soon? Saiyan and I are both 21. We should have married long ago." But, Myers murmured, lowering her head in distress. "What's wrong? Do you not wish to see me marry Shaya?" A fierce glare shot from Saiyan, her bright eyes fixed on Myers for a long moment. Myers whimpered and waved her hands in resignation, flying off alone. "What is with Myers? It seems she does not want to see us wed," Saiyan observed as she watched Myers' retreating figure. "Why? Humph. Think for yourself." Saiyan huffed dismissively. Having fused with Myers before, she understood her feelings well enough. Yet, knowing didn't compel her to speak. After all, it was an inevitable occurrence, and she was already mentally prepared for it. Upon returning home with Saiyan, Adley, Rebecca, and others gathered around. After more than half a year apart, they had been deeply concerned for Shaya's safety. And he recounted his recent experiences. When they learned he had ventured to another world, gasps of astonishment filled the air. "No wonder when we wished upon the dragon. Even it didn't know your whereabouts. You were in another realm," Saiyan remarked, her expression one of realization. "That world even has a Prince Vegeta, sigh. That Gohan must be Kakarot's son." Shaya's experiences in another timeline provided Bardock and the others with glimpses of the future, leading to much contemplation. However, the absence of Shaya in that world had resulted in the annihilation of all Saiyans at Frieza's hands, leaving them in deep sorrow. "The me from another world actually perished," Myers said, shaking her fist in disbelief, her mind wandering back to the destruction of Planet Vegeta 9 years prior. Had it not been for Shaya's timely intervention, she too might have fallen to the hands of that alien. Her gaze towards Shaya brightened, glinting with admiration. "In a few days, I plan to hold a wedding with Saiyan, so I need your assistance in the arrangements," Shaya announced, holding Saiyan's hand before everyone. "At last, that day has come." Adley and Rebecca beamed with joy, while Parody and Baruch wore smiles, having awaited this moment for quite some time. Alice, filled with excitement, pounded her chest in assurance, exclaiming, "Ah, we must organize it splendidly. Rest assured, we will take care of everything." The wedding was set for a month later. Naturally, the leader of Red Mountain Star's wedding would be grand. A month was sufficient for many Saiyans engaged in missions to return. Consequently, the entire Red Mountain Star transitioned into a festive atmosphere, with even those stationed far away concluding their tasks to prepare for the leader's wedding. "By the way, where's Lanchi? I haven't seen her," Shaya inquired as the wedding approached. Saiyan, seated on the sofa fiddling with a decorative item, replied, "Oh, she has gone to Earth to play the role of a bandit. It seems that blonde Lanchi has become addicted to her thievery. This year's harvest of the sacred beans has just begun, and she's dragged me and Myers along to Earth. That blonde Lanchi, how truly troublesome," Shaya chuckled helplessly. Turning to the idle Myers, "Could you please go fetch Lanchi?" "All right." Myers nodded, munching on a snack in agreement. A month later, the wedding took place. Shaya and Saiyan's wedding was exceptionally grand. Saiyan wore a wedding gown specially designed by the Fidaians, a light gold gown with red trim, featuring a long train and adorned with exquisite hairpieces. Her youthful, flawless figure was accentuated beautifully by the attire. Shaya held Saiyan's hand as they welcomed their guests. "Captain Shaya, I never expected you to be the first to marry." A statuesque female Saiyan approached, her battle attire emphasizing her curves. It was none other than Atasia from Shaya's former team. Now, the comrades who once shared missions had all joined elite forces under Shakta's command, making waves on Red Mountain Star. "Atasia, don't change the subject. When are you and Balit marrying, and what about Rida and Jelen?" Shaya teased with a smile, surprised that the once proud Atasia had ended up with the burly Balit, along with Rida and Jelen, which he had never anticipated. "Captain, today is your wedding." Atasia huffed playfully, greeting him before turning to chat with Saiyan. Shaya chuckled, glancing in another direction only to burst into laughter upon seeing blonde Lanchi engrossed in conversation with the orange-haired Zanjia, discussing the grandeur of their bandit exploits. with Zhanjia's eyes sparkling with admiration. Shaya's wedding concluded by midday, but the celebrations on Red Mountain Star continued unabated. That night, Shaya carried Saiyan into their bridal chamber, which had been completely renovated by the Fidaians. The villa had undergone significant structural changes, now divided into 4 levels, including a dining room, a grand hall, an indoor garden, and an aquarium. Shaya and Xianying's room was on the 3rd floor, while Myers resided on the 4th. Gently removing the gossamer gown from Xianying's form, her snow-white skin was revealed before him. Even after countless glimpses, Shaya found her utterly captivating. From this day forward, Xianying would be his wife. Xianying, it is time for us to rest, Shaya murmured softly, embracing her velvety body, his hands wandering over her form. Xianying sighed softly, casting him a playful glare. Her fair cheeks flushed. After a day of exhaustion, following moments of passion with Xianying, he held her close and drifted into slumber. Chapter 294. Stealthily ascended the bed. The following day dawned with a hazy light. At the crack of dawn, Myers commenced an impetuous barrage on their door, an act of such uncouthness as to be utterly unbearable. What is it? Xia, having donned his sleeping garments, inquired with ill-concealed annoyance. I seek Shilling for training. As she passed Xia, her large eyes cast a severe glare upon him. In the ensuing days, life persisted in its customary rhythm, with Xia and Shilling indulging in nightly revelries, leading a life of unbridled hedonism, until one night, a meticulously orchestrated event shattered his tranquility. Under the cloak of night, a furtive figure, capitalizing on an unguarded moment, stealthily infiltrated Xia's chambers. The subsequent morning arrived. There's nothing to explain. This was my own volition. Xia, momentarily rendered speechless, gently tousled Myers' diminutive head. It may be of your own accord, but the issue lies in your tender age. Should Aunt Rebecca discover this, we shall both suffer dire consequences. The Saiyan race lacks a clearly defined marital structure, and polygamy, while uncommon, is not unheard of. Oh, what shall become of us? Myers, at this juncture, succumbed to panic. 14 years of age. Had Myers been older, it would have been a different matter, but she was far too young. Xia found himself at a loss. At this moment, Shilling, her visage devoid of emotion, entered the room and, seizing Myers, declared, "Very well, you have achieved your aim. Now, rise." Shilling, how shall we broach this matter with mother? Myers inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation. Shilling cast a sidelong glance at her, exclaiming with schadenfreude, "Now you feel fear? When you implored me, you gave no thought to the consequences. Explain yourself." Sharing her husband with Myers was already a stretch. She was doing well not to strike the girl down. Myers emitted a muffled sob or two before retreating into the lavatory, enveloped in a sheet. Observing Myers' retreating figure, Xia drew Shilling down to sit, his gaze fixed upon her. "Why have you done this? Do you realize the predicament you have placed me in?" Shilling responded, "Was this not inevitable? With Myers residing in our home from such a young age, surely mother and father had this planned all along. Besides, Myers must harbor affection for you. Otherwise, she would not have clung to me so." Xia was momentarily struck dumb, shaking his head. "But it is far too premature. If only a few more years had passed, at least until Myers reached adulthood. We Saiyans sit here to know such constraints," Shilling whispered, drawing closer. "Moreover, I suspect mother would confine Myers if she knew. So that was your intention." "Indeed. For the next few years, at least, Myers shall not disturb me. Consider this compensation," Shilling declared matter-of-factly. Xia had never conceived of Shilling possessing such a calculating nature. At Edley's residence, Myers, her head bowed, knelt upon a rug, her demeanor akin to that of a wrongdoer. Beside her, Rebecca observed her with an impassive expression. After a moment, Rebecca sighed. "Myers shall return home for the next few years. It seems I must impart a proper education to you." "Mother, no," Myers exclaimed in alarm, her voice rising in protest. "You must return," Rebecca decreed with finality before turning to Xia. "You are far too impetuous. Myers' body has yet to fully mature. What if you were to injure her?" Yes. Xia assented repeatedly, casting a helpless glance at Myers' pleading eyes. Myers had truly walked into a trap. In Aunt Rebecca's mind, she had undoubtedly tacitly approved of both Shilling and Myers eventually being with Xia. However, Myers had acted with undue haste. Shilling had barely been married when this transpired. How could Rebecca not be incensed? However, Xia swiftly realized that Shilling's typically muddle-headed nature hardly lent itself to such machinations. Could this have been Aunt Rebecca's scheme? Encountering Aunt Rebecca's knowing smile, Xia felt a pang of unease. It was indeed possible. For the sake of her daughter's happiness, Myers would have to endure a few years of hardship. 3 years, then. Myers shall return when she is 17. These years shall allow her to learn a thing or two from me, Rebecca conceded, setting the term at 3 years. Yes. Myers nodded eagerly, her disposition mirroring Shilling's, such that she would likely assist in counting the money even if she were being sold. Rebecca regarded her with satisfaction before addressing Shaya. After 3 years, Myers cannot return empty-handed. By then, she will be a young woman. You must hold a wedding ceremony for her as well. Myers was also her goddaughter, and Rebecca intended to treat both girls fairly. Very well. What else could Shaya say? He thumped his chest in agreement. In the ensuing years, Shaya and Shilling lived as a couple, as they had in their youth, while Myers resided in Edley's home. During these years, Shaya relentlessly augmented his power. He knew that he was currently at the 3rd tier of the Super Saiyan first stage, still a considerable distance from the pinnacle of Super Saiyan full power. Shaya trained with Shilling and Myers, and in the 2nd year, both women attained the Super Saiyan transformation. Upon transformation, they possessed a power level of 320 million. However, due to Myers' reliance on intense emotions during her breakthrough, Shilling and Myers were somewhat affected. Consequently, their Super Saiyan level was stronger than that of ordinary Super Saiyans, but fell short of Shaya's. Another factor was Myers' strength. Perhaps because the base power of Shilling and Myers, the fusion partners, had not significantly increased, Myers' power, despite breaking through to the Super Saiyan state, remained above that of ordinary Super Saiyans, failing to reach the Super Saiyan 3 level achieved by Gotenks in the original story. Super Saiyan 3 represents an 8-fold increase over Super Saiyan 1. Myers did not reach this level. However, through subsequent training, Myers' power finally matched that of Shaya upon his return, reaching the level of perfect cell. In addition to Myers' remarkable progress, Shaya's power also continued to grow. Shortly after Myers' breakthrough, Shaya finally shattered the barrier and attained Super Saiyan full power. As he had anticipated, his power increased by a factor of 100, equivalent to the increase of Super Saiyan 2. In other words, Shaya's power was effectively at the Super Saiyan 2 level. Time elapsed, flowing by imperceptibly. 3 years later, another grand wedding was held on Red Mountain Star, where the esteemed leader Shaya took another powerful Saiyan woman, Myers, as his wife. This was a fact well known to many Saiyan dignitaries. Following the wedding, both Shilling and Myers became Shaya's wives. Thus, even Myers. The fusion of Shilling and Myers had a clear marital relationship with Shaya. Chapter 295, The Beginning of the Story on Earth. At the serene Baotou Mountain, a tranquil region enveloped by majestic peaks. This secluded area, due to its difficult access and frequent appearances of ferocious beasts, resembles a hidden paradise. Largely uninhabited. Not far from Baotou Mountain, in a gorge, a crystalline pool reflects soft light like a mirror. As the breeze stirs, gentle ripples dance across the surface. Today's breakfast is set to occur here perched upon a towering cliff beside the pool. A slight figure gazes intently into the water for a while, before carefully removing his training attire and folding it neatly to the side. With a sudden leap, he dives off the cliff, splashing into the water. The figure glides through the depths like a nimble fish, reveling in the aquatic embrace. The water is frigid in early spring, and prolonged exposure can easily lead to frostbite. The youth surfaces, taking a deep breath, then plunges back beneath the surface, eyes wide open as he searches for sustenance. At that moment, from the depths of the pool, a sinister shadow notices the boy and swiftly approaches. The youth, spotting the ominous figure, grins with delight, closing his eyes as he floats on the water's surface, seemingly preparing his breath as a martial artist would before a critical move. As the shadow draws near, he suddenly opens his eyes, and his demeanor shifts dramatically. He extends his hand, clenches his fist, retracts, then strikes with force. A thunderous splash erupts, akin to a high explosive detonation underwater, sending a towering column of water soaring several meters high. Alongside a grotesque fish, its massive, purple head and ghastly features are repulsive. In a burst of energy, the youth propels himself upward, delivering a powerful kick to the monstrous fish. With a resounding thud, the creature is sent flying onto the bank, its eyes spinning in a daze. The boy erupts in laughter, swiftly jumping back to the cliff, donning his clothes, and dragging the fish as he heads toward Baotou Mountain. This boy is Kakarot, the son of Bardock, sent to Earth, now known as Sun Wukong. His abode is a square brick house, its corners elegantly arched upwards, embodying the essence of Chinese architecture. In front lies a spacious area where he practices, beside a pile of chopped firewood. Surrounding bamboo groves and cedar trees whisper in the breeze. Carelessly discarding the unsightly fish, Sun Wukong rushes into the house, bows before the incense altar on the wall, where a bright orange 4-star Dragon Ball sits. "Grandfather, after breakfast, I shall visit Master Roshi. I must prepare breakfast first," he declares, bowing to the altar. He gathers a few sticks of wood, cleans the fish, and impales it on a stick to roast over the fire. Soon, the mouth-watering aroma wafts from the fish. Salivating, Sun Wukong disregards the heat and devours the fish hungrily, leaving only a skeletal frame behind. After his hearty meal, he burps contentedly and returns to pack his bedding and clothes, placing the 4-star Dragon Ball into his pocket, shouldering a large bag in preparation for his journey. "Grandfather, I am setting off." He waves to the house and heads down the mountain, his bag feeling cumbersome. However, trained by Son Gohan from a young age, he finds it no burden at all. His grandfather had told him that Master Roshi, his teacher, is revered as the god of martial arts. Wukong is eager to learn more advanced techniques after mastering the basics with Gohan. Exiting Baodo Mountain, he enters a desolate area strewn with rocks. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembles slightly, and Wukong hears a commotion behind him. Turning, he sees a 4-wheeled vehicle barreling towards him, with a person inside shouting frantically. His grandfather had once taught him that this contraption was called a car, a means of transportation. Inside the vehicle, the driver appears frantic, steering the Jeep while frequently glancing back, as if something were pursuing them. Upon closer inspection, Wukong notices a cloud of dust trailing the car, an enormous, pale yellow dinosaur, towering around 7 or 8 meters high. "What a gigantic dinosaur!" Wukong murmurs, rooted to the spot. "Ah, get out of the way." A girl in the Jeep screams in panic. Strangely, the person appears frozen in fear, standing still. "Why isn't the person moving?" she exclaims, tears brimming. Realizing the imminent danger, Bulma, feeling overwhelmed, frantically spins the steering wheel. This was her first adventurous trip, and being chased by a dinosaur in this desolate rocky terrain was far from ideal. Just as the Jeep skids past Wukong, he quickly tosses his bag aside and leaps into the air, narrowly avoiding the collision. Upon landing, he steadies his large bag, only to hear a resounding crash behind him. Turning back, he sees the Jeep has collided with a large rock, emitting plumes of black smoke as a girl with light purple hair crawls out. "Are you all right?" Wukong approaches her. In this world, due to Gohan's foresight and warnings, he avoided the tragic fate of being crushed by his giant ape transformation. Though Gohan had passed away a year ago, he had imparted wisdom and teachings to Wukong. Compared to the Navi version of himself in the original tale, Wukong now possesses a greater understanding of the world. "Wow, it's all your fault. My car is ruined. Now I can't escape," Bulma laments, staring blankly at her wrecked vehicle, then glancing at the pursuing dinosaur, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, so you're afraid of that giant dinosaur? Leave it to me." Wukong suddenly comprehends, recalling his grandfather's words about women being weaker. He thumps his chest confidently, setting his bag aside. Wukong retrieves his red power pole and stands protectively in front of Bulma. Chapter 296, A Fated Journey. "Hey, do you really think you can handle that dinosaur all by yourself? That's preposterous. You lack the means to defend yourself and would only meet a grim fate," Bulma exclaimed, her voice raised as she gazed at the diminutive child before her. She certainly did not wish to witness the demise of this young one. "Fear not. I am a martial artist. My grandfather trained me from a young age. A mere dinosaur is no match for me," Sun Wukong responded earnestly, thrusting his Rui Bang into the ground. Bulma stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his small stature, there was an undeniable air of masculinity about him. At that moment, the pale yellow dinosaur drew closer, prompting Bulma to shut her eyes in a panic. Though she possessed the heart of an adventurer, having been raised in luxury, she could not bear to witness the impending brutality. However, after a considerable pause, rather than a scream, she heard the heavy thud of something collapsing. Cautiously, she opened her eyes and was shocked to see the enormous dinosaur lying unconscious on the ground, while the peculiar-haired boy was striking its head with a red stick. Did you truly defeat that dinosaur?" Bulma gazed at him, her expression one of disbelief, as she felt as though she no longer recognized this world. How could an ordinary child possibly vanquish such a colossal creature? This contradicted everything she had ever known. Sun Wukong nodded, stating confidently, "Indeed, this beast was utterly useless. It was taken down with a single blow." "Wow, you're incredible. That's a dinosaur. Even a fully armed police force would require a dozen men to subdue one." Bulma's interest peaked as she circled around Sun Wukong, contemplating how much safer her journey would be with this young warrior by her side. Yet, a practical thought crossed her mind, as a girl adventuring alone, It would be exceedingly perilous without a protector at her side. So, where are you headed? Would you consider joining me? Bulma fluttered her eyelashes, attempting to entice him. I'm off to Kame House by the seaside, Sun Wukong replied, pointing towards the direction of the rising sun. Kame House? What is that place? Bulma inquired. Her curiosity ignited as she gazed at him with wide, violet eyes. My grandfather mentioned it's on a small island to the east. Sun Wukong explained, gesturing. But there are countless islands to the east. Do you know which one Kame House is on? Bulma pressed. Sun Wukong shook his head. I'm not sure. But I believe we will find it if we head east. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she produced a Dragon Ball from her bag. I am here to search for these orange red spheres. Legend has it that if one gathers all 7 scattered across the world, they can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant any wish. I've heard tales of someone who collected all 7 and became a king. So, I've taken this holiday to search for the Dragon Balls and restore the ones lost in various places. Since I'll be heading east anyway. How about we travel together once I finish my business here? She blinked playfully. Sun Wukong remained silent as he examined the Dragon Ball in her hand. Noticing it bore 2 stars. Oh, I also possess one of these. Mine has 4 stars. He exclaimed in surprise. What? Bulma gasped, quickly checking her dragon radar. Indeed. The screen displayed 2 shining points. One was her 2-star ball, and the other was undoubtedly the 4-star ball Sun Wukong mentioned. How about you give me your 4-star ball? I assure you, you won't regret it, Bulma urged eagerly. Sun Wukong shook his head, resolutely refusing. No way. This Dragon Ball is a keepsake from my grandfather. I cannot part with it. I don't want to keep your Dragon Ball, just let me borrow it when I summon the Eternal Dragon. You can have it back afterward, Bulma pleaded, pointing at other bright spots on the screen. Look, the radar indicates 2 more Dragon Balls to the east. Since you're heading to Kame House, we could travel together. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, but I will only lend it to you once. It must be returned after use. Deal. Bulma replied, her expression triumphant. The 2 then set off toward the east, with Bulma's vehicle damaged. She retrieved a half-enclosed sand motorcycle from her capsule. As the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, owning multiple modes of transport was quite customary. Come on, hop on. This will speed things up. Stow your belongings in the capsule. You do have one, don't you? I don't have that kind of thing. My grandfather never bought me one. Never fear. I'll gift you a capsule. Bulma generously handed him an empty capsule. After he organized his belongings, they mounted the motorcycle and sped towards their destination indicated by the dragon radar. By the way, do you have any money on you? Bulma asked. None. That's all right. Just stick with me, and I'll cover all expenses. Bulma smiled, unconcerned. Your skills are impressive. Did your grandfather teach you? Indeed. Then, what do you think of me? Could I become as strong as you? Would you teach me? Bulma asked with hopeful anticipation. Sun Wukong shook his head. No, you lack the muscle. Your body is too soft. Your punches would lack power. He demonstrated by squeezing his own arms, confirming her softness. It seems you lack the talent for this. Bulma paused, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You imbecile, lower your hands. Ah, Sun Wukong complied, confused by her sudden anger. Then, Bulma abruptly twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward. Racing quickly, Sun Wukong, experiencing this mode of transport for the first time, was filled with excitement. Shortly after their journey commenced, they were attacked by a pterosaur aiming to snatch Bulma as its meal. However, Sun Wukong swiftly dispatched the creature with a single strike of his Rui Bang. Yet, akin to the original tale, Bulma found herself clinging to a cliff, terrified to the point of losing control over her bladder. They subsequently encountered bandits and robbers, all of whom Sun Wukong effortlessly defeated. As days passed, the bond between Sun Wukong and Bulma deepened, and he eventually agreed to assist her in the quest for the Dragon Balls. A few days later, they approached the eastern coastline. On a peninsula mostly surrounded by the ocean stood a modern city built against the mountains and by the sea. The morning light gradually ascended from the waters, casting a shimmering reflection that merged the azure sea with the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The vibrant sun dispelled the nighttime humidity, making it appear particularly grand by the seaside. The sky was crystal clear, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. On one side of the island city lay a serene and picturesque suburban village, featuring several opulent villas. On this day, the owner of one such mansion reclined in the garden, basking in the sun's warmth, which enveloped her in a gentle embrace. Shaya lounged comfortably, his green eyes surveying the bustling figures around him. Among them was a woman with deep blue hair, her tresses flowing gracefully in the breeze. Lanchi, let the others handle these tasks. Your diligence will only make them lazier, he remarked, observing the industriousness of the blue-haired beauty, though he was somewhat indolent himself. Even Shaya felt a twinge of guilt for the laxity of those around them. "It's all right. I enjoyed doing this," Lanchi replied cheerfully, with her azure hair. Lanchi grasped a broom and responded nonchalantly with a radiant smile. Shaya gazed at her in a daze, sighing softly, however, with Lanchi's diligent care. Their home was undoubtedly more orderly. If it were left to Shieling and Myers to manage the household chores, he pondered, would they end up in a quarrel? The thought of his two wives prompted another sigh from Shaya. "Shaya, are you speaking ill of me again?" Emerged the voices of two lovely maidens as they stepped forth. One appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, standing tall at 1.7 meters, her physique both robust and gracefully feminine. Her charming visage seemed to have been sculpted with great care, exuding an undeniable allure. The other girl, though slightly more youthful and shorter, also possessed a curvaceous figure that unmistakably signified her maturity as a woman, having drunk from the fountain of youth and benefiting from the Saiyans' prolonged adolescence. Both Shieling and Myers appeared as youthful as ever, completely oblivious to the fact that they had already reached the age of 24. Following a 3-year seclusion, Myers, at 17, duly married Shaya, joining Shieling as one of his wives. Shortly after the wedding, Myers, seemingly fleeing, whisked Shaya and Shieling away to Earth, where they commenced their unabashed life as a trio. Shaya shot them a knowing glance, playfully scolding, "Do you two even need to say anything? Just look at Lanchi, what a diligent person she is." Chapter 297. Yukong and Bulma. Ah, Lanchi is indeed my dear sister. At this moment, Shieling shamelessly stepped forward to embrace Lanchi, as if Lanchi's industriousness were her own. Shaya waved her hand dismissively, too lethargic to engage, and picked up a freshly unwrapped hardcover book beside her. "Hey, Shaya, is this the new work by Tais?" Mers leaped over, resting her chin on her hand in curiosity. Shaya nodded, acknowledging that the novel in his grasp was indeed Tais' latest creation, a hefty tome of over 400 pages, rich with information reflecting the actual distribution of powers in the North Galaxy, thus rendering it a rather realistic piece. Tais spent nearly 3 years crafting this book, revising it multiple times before it was deemed complete. She wishes for me to review it before it is published through cosmic channels in the East Galaxy, Shaya remarked with a smile. Hee, quite the ambition. Mers chuckled, pulling out a vibrant orange 5-star Dragon Ball from her pocket, fiddling with it. Although this Dragon Ball lacked the potency of the crystal ones, its orange hue was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Do you think Kakarot will come looking for it? This 5-star Dragon Ball had been discovered by Mers in a remote mountain forest after her arrival on Earth. According to the storyline, it was supposed to be found shortly after Bulma embarked on her quest, but fate had placed it in Mers's hands, complicating Bulma's search for Dragon Balls. Certainly. Look at the Dragon Radar. It already indicates 2 light spots approaching this way, Shieling chimed in, pointing at the device. Higi, Bardock's son. Based on Shaya's experiences in another parallel universe, he is destined to become a Super Saiyan. Mers laughed, contemplating how Kakarot, a mere low-level warrior, could eventually transform into a Super Saiyan was almost unfathomable. However, Shaya's cross-temporal experiences and Bardock's prophecies strongly suggested that this possibility was indeed plausible, a notion Mers wholeheartedly embraced. Kakarot is merely a low-level warrior, not particularly powerful at present, so Mers, do not go too far. If you prevent Kakarot from becoming a Super Saiyan, Bardock will surely seek you out. Shieling interjected with a teasing smile. Mers rolled her bright eyes with a hint of mischief, responding alluringly, I understand. I've heard Bardock has also become a Super Saiyan. He is now the 4th Super Saiyan of Red Mountain Star, and I will certainly give him the respect he deserves. Bardock's breakthrough occurred recently, a culmination of years of perseverance and accumulation, finally allowing him to transcend the limits of a Super Saiyan. By the original narrative's timeline, Bardock's evolution into a Super Saiyan had been delayed by countless years. Being the first Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball universe, he had finally broken through. Of course, Bardock was not the only one to have achieved significant progress in recent years. Shaya's accomplishments in his Super Saiyan transformation were equally remarkable. Currently, he maintained full power as a Super Saiyan, capable of amplifying his strength by 100-fold, a feat characteristic of Super Saiyan 2. Similarly, Shieling and Mers had also experienced enhancements in their powers, with Mers, who had shown great talent from a young age, nearly catching up with Shieling when they combined forces. They nearly reached the level of full-power Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Bulma and son Wukong drew ever closer to the eastern coastline. One evening, Bulma retrieved a portable building from her capsule corporation and filled the bathroom with warm water, preparing for a relaxing bath. Thanks to Wukong's protection over the past few days, she had not encountered any dangers, and now, contentedly soaking in the warm water, she thought, insisting on Wukong accompanying me was undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, who exactly is that child? Not only is he incredibly strong, but he also has a tail, resembling the Saiyans described in my sister's novel. Alas, one is fiction, and the other is reality. What a remarkable coincidence. After her bath, Bulma draped herself in a towel and stepped outside, holding a bottle of milk while enjoying the gentle warm breeze. Without hesitation, she lifted her long legs and sat on the balcony, situated in a remote mountain forest. Far from civilization, other than Wukong, there was no one else around, so Bulma felt no concern about anyone witnessing her unreserved demeanor. Outside, Wukong was focused and serene, practicing the martial arts taught by his grandfather. He raised his hands high, slowly bringing them to his waist, and performed the standard motion of the Kamehameha. With a decisive shout, a beam of azure energy, as thick as a thigh, shot from Wukong's palms, racing through the air and creating a significant hole in a small stone pillar several dozen meters away. Bulma stared in awe, not even realizing when the milk slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. With a look of disbelief, she pointed at the charred hole in the distance and exclaimed, "What on earth did you just launch?" "Kamehameha," Wukong replied matter-of-factly. "What?" "It's the energy wave my grandfather taught me, and I practiced for a long time to master it," Wukong explained, for in this world, Gohan had lived longer and imparted much knowledge to Wukong. At that moment, Wukong suddenly pointed at Bulma and said, "Hey Bulma, your towel fell. Honestly, why aren't you dressed after your bath? You look completely naked." Bulma's face flushed crimson as she realized her towel had somehow fallen to the ground, and she was indeed exposed. With a startled gasp, she quickly shut the door behind her, hurriedly donned her underwear, and dashed out, angrily tugging at Wukong's cheek. "Did you just say my body looks unattractive?" Bulma scolded, but then she felt an odd discomfort in her words. "No, you need to forget what you just saw, understand?" Wukong nodded earnestly. His grandfather had taught him that a girl's body should not be viewed casually. Exactly. Returning to her room, Bulma sat on her bed and asked Wukong, "So, Wukong, how old are you now? How can you be so powerful?" "I'm just 12 years old. I've been training with my grandfather since I was little. The Kame sage I'm looking for is my grandfather's master, and he told me to find him when he passed away." Wukong lifted his innocent eyes. "Your grandfather's master must have lived for many years," Bulma said wistfully, realizing that Wukong was 4 years younger than her. At this age, being seen naked by him felt quite embarrassing. "Why does it smell so awful?" "Wukong, when was the last time you bathed? Hurry up and take a shower." "Oh," Wukong replied, heading toward the bathroom. The next day, true to the original tale, Wukong encountered a nearly parched sea turtle and, disregarding Bulma's objections, insisted on returning it to the ocean. Eventually, Bulma had no choice but to accompany him. "This troublesome fellow. I still need your protection," Bulma exclaimed. "Are you scared to be alone?" "Not at all." Wukong turned back at her exclamation. After vanquishing a tiger bandit just as in the original story, Wukong carried the turtle to the ocean's edge, where the turtle promised to repay Wukong and Bulma, asking them to wait on the shore. Shortly thereafter, a hunched old man emerged from the sea, riding on the turtle's back. He was none other than the martial arts master Wukong sought, Kame Sennin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 298. Master Roshi. The turtle sage. "Ah, so it was you two who saved my sea turtle?" The turtle sage approached Sun Wukong and Bulma, clad in a breezy shirt, his eyes scrutinizing them carefully beneath his sunglasses. "Indeed, it was us." Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively. "Ah. The poise and natural grace of this young lad is remarkable. He must have undergone rigorous training." The turtle sage mused silently, his interest piqued as he observed Sun Wukong. "Since you have rescued my sea turtle, allow me to present you with a token of gratitude." Sun Wukong quickly waved his hands. "No, thank you, Grandpa. It was my duty." At that moment, the sea turtle crawled over to Sun Wukong, saying, "This is Master Roshi, who resides in the Kame house, known as the god of martial arts. The gift from the turtle sage is quite precious." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly pointed at the turtle sage and exclaimed, "Ah, you are the turtle sage my grandpa told me to seek out." He then retrieved a letter from his pocket. "Grandpa asked me to deliver this to you." "A letter from your grandfather?" The turtle sage looked at Sun Wukong, perplexed, as he accepted the letter and began to read. "Oh, so you are the child that Gohan adopted?" "Yes, yes, we are all disciples of the King school." The turtle sage recalled that over a decade ago, Gohan had found a child in need and had taken him in. Little did he know that this child was the very one standing before him. The turtle sage studied son Wukong intently, nodding in approval. "Your name is Wukong, isn't it? Gohan mentioned in the letter that I should take you as my disciple, but I have not taken on students for many years and had no intention of doing so. However, let me assess your abilities, demonstrate your most powerful technique, and if it impresses me, I shall accept you as my pupil." "All right," son Wukong responded enthusiastically. When his grandfather passed away, he had instructed him to find the turtle sage, so the earnest son Wukong was eager to comply. He assumed a stance, ready to perform the Kamehameha. The turtle sage was unaware of the extent of training son Wukong had received from Gohan, and he had only intended to gauge his foundation. However, when he saw son Wukong assume the starting position for the Kamehameha, he was taken aback, adjusting his sunglasses and thinking, could it be that Gohan has already taught him the Kamehameha? Yet, it seems improbable that he could execute it without decades of training. But son Wukong's stance appeared anything but superficial. "Kamehameha!" son Wukong shouted, thrusting his palms forward as if a dragon were ascending to the heavens, his energy surging forth. A vibrant blue wave of energy, imbued with tremendous destructive power, shot toward the ocean, creating a chasm in the calm waters. A straight beam of energy pierced the surface, vanishing into the horizon. He truly executed it. What manner of creature is this? The precision and destructive capability surpass even my own. The turtle sage was momentarily stunned, beads of sweat forming on his brow, utterly astonished. It is no wonder the turtle sage was so taken aback. Few martial artists on Earth could wield the Kamehameha, and those capable could be counted on one hand. As the signature technique of the King school, the Kamehameha demands a nuanced mastery of energy, something unattainable without decades of diligent practice. Among the turtle sage's disciples, only his eldest pupil, Gohan, had achieved the requisite standard. Yet here stood a boy of merely 11 or 12, adeptly performing the King school's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha, leaving the turtle sage utterly astonished. Ahem! The turtle sage cleared his throat, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at son Wukong, increasingly pleased. "Wukong, if you're willing, I can accept you as my disciple right now." With Gohan's letter of recommendation and son Wukong's exceptional potential, even the long-retired turtle sage could not suppress his desire to nurture talent. "Wonderful," son Wukong replied joyfully. Subsequently, as in the original tale, the turtle sage intended to give son Wukong a phoenix as a welcoming present, but due to the phoenix's unfortunate demise, he ended up bestowing upon him a cloud of instant transportation. Son Wukong soared through the skies on the cloud, akin to a bird in flight. Meanwhile, Bulma, standing aside, marveled at the unexpected connection between son Wukong and the old man. Master Roshi, that name sounds somewhat familiar. As the daughter of the world's wealthiest man, Bulma was not as pretentious as other affluent youths. Rather, she relished adventure. It was no surprise that she had embarked on a quest for the Dragon Balls during her vacation. Thus, she was not entirely oblivious to the martial arts world's gossip, and surely she would remember someone as renowned as Master Roshi, who had garnered significant fame in high society. At that moment, Bulma noticed the orange crystal ball hanging around the turtle sage's neck and froze, quickly retrieving her Dragon Ball radar. To her delight, 3 bright spots converged in one location. "Ah, is that a Dragon Ball you are wearing?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh, this orb? I found it in the ocean over 100 years ago. I had no idea it was called a Dragon Ball," the turtle sage responded with newfound realization. Bulma, feeling a bit shy, hesitated before asking, "Could you possibly give me that Dragon Ball?" The turtle sage eyed Bulma, the delicate girl with lavender hair, clad in a red dress, his gaze turning somewhat lecherous. "Well, I could give it to you, but there's a condition." "What condition?" Just as in the original tale, the turtle sage made a rather inappropriate request to see Bulma's undergarments. However, son Wukong, possessing a modicum of social understanding, interjected, "Grandpa, you shouldn't look at a girl's undergarments. I saw them yesterday and got scolded by Bulma. They aren't even nice." "You saw them?" the turtle sage asked, enviously. "Enough. What are you two discussing, you ruffians?" Bulma exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. The turtle sage coughed awkwardly, casting an envious glance at son Wukong, thinking to himself how fortunate the lad was. However, in order to preserve his image, he ultimately abandoned his lecherous scheme. All right, you can have this orb." He then removed the 3-star ball from around his neck and handed it to Bulma. Upon receiving the 3-star ball, Bulma immediately forgot her earlier embarrassment and joyfully stowed the Dragon Ball in her satchel. Wukong, will you accompany me back to Kame House? Or do you wish to stay with your friends? Of course, if your friends would like to visit Kame House as well, they are most welcome. Who would want to go there? Bulma made a face at the turtle sage. Grandpa passed away and told me to find you. So I promised Bulma I would help her search for the Dragon Balls. She is rather helpless and could easily be captured and eaten by monsters. Once we find the Dragon Balls, I will come to your place, all right? Sun Wukong replied, casting a concerned glance at Bulma. Bulma, upon hearing this, was so moved that tears welled in her eyes. She hugged Sun Wukong's head tightly, burying it in her chest. Wukong, you are truly amazing. Once we gather all the Dragon Balls, I will be sure to express my gratitude. Through their days together, Bulma realized that despite Sun Wukong's youth, his combat prowess was undeniable. With him as her protector, her safety felt considerably more assured. Moreover, having a companion made the prospect of returning to solitary travel far less appealing. The turtle sage gazed enviously at Sun Wukong, wishing to exchange places with him. As he reveled in the close company of a beautiful maiden, clearing his throat, he mused to himself, Wukong truly inspires a sense of envy. At that moment, Sun Wukong, feeling uncomfortable, pushed Bulma away and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, I'm suffocating here. Bulma, you ought to lose some weight. What are you talking about? Bulma retorted, her eyes widening with indignation. Well, since you plan to seek the Dragon Balls with your friends, do come to the turtle house afterward. The flying Nimbus knows the way. The turtle sage said, unable to endure the stench of youthful decay any longer. Indeed, his turtle house held a far more fragrant air. With a wave of his hand, he mounted his sea turtle and bid farewell to Sun Wukong and the others. All right, I'll come by later, Sun Wukong called out, waving at the turtle sage's retreating figure. Fortune is on our side this time. We've easily acquired the 3rd Dragon Ball. Bulma pressed the button on the Dragon Ball radar, gradually widening the search range, soon identifying a 4th glowing several dozen kilometers away. Wukong, look. The 4th Dragon Ball is not far from here. Let us head along the coastline. Bulma pointed towards the horizon, where the azure waters met the sky, revealing the faint outline of a distant city. Sure, but Bulma is rather impure of heart and cannot ride the Nimbus, Sun Wukong said, resting his chin on his hands atop the cloud with a smile. I'll ride my motorcycle. Bulma replied nonchalantly, her laughter ringing with cheer. Thus, Sun Wukong and Bulma set forth once more, with the radar indicating their next destination was merely a few dozen kilometers away. With the speed of the Nimbus and the sand bike, they would arrive in just a matter of minutes. Chapter 299. The Shaya family. It was a city perpetually caressed by the waves, with a beach shimmering white on one side and towering verdant peaks on the other. The entire topography gradually descended from south to north, adorned with undulating hills, the melodies of birds and beasts filling the air, and a modern city nestled within. At this moment, early spring had graced the landscape, draping the city in a breathtaking display of cherry blossoms, creating a picturesque scene where petals danced through the air. On a charming path lined with cherry trees, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it a fragrant and serene essence. Bulma and Sun Wukong strolled along this path, soon arriving at the outskirts of the island city. Indeed, the radar indicated that they were close to their destination. They halted near the coast, where the nearby vegetation had been meticulously manicured, and the pathway was adorned with potted flowers. Within their line of sight stood an opulent villa, elegantly constructed to complement the natural terrain. Ah, the 4th Dragon Ball must surely be inside this residence. I wonder if it could be purchased, Bulma lamented, her heart heavy with apprehension. The prospect of acquiring it with money seemed futile, as the grandeur of the estate suggested its owners were not lacking in wealth. Leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened, while Bulma wrestled with her anxieties, Sun Wukong admired the beauty of the villa, oblivious to her concerns. With a carefree demeanor, he strode towards the luxurious abode, pushing open the door to enter. Noticing Bulma lagging behind, he turned to call out, Hey, Bulma, aren't you coming? Fool, this is someone else's home. It's inappropriate to just walk in, Bulma exclaimed, reluctantly following him inside. As they wandered through the courtyard of the lavish villa, they were greeted by a stunning artificial hill and an array of exotic flowers that rivaled the beauty of Bulma's own home in West City. This family appears to be quite affluent. I wonder if they would part with the Dragon Ball, Bulma mused, her frustration growing. She despised the predicament. Had the Dragon Ball been found in the depths of a remote forest, it would have been hers without question. But now, it was clearly situated within someone else's home. As they rounded the artificial hill, Bulma and Sun Wukong spotted a girl in a green dress, humming a cheerful tune as she tended to the plants. Upon noticing the newcomers, she paused, momentarily taken aback, before approaching them. "Who are you?" the girl asked, her blue hair catching the sunlight. Upon spotting Sun Wukong's brown tail, her eyes lit up with recognition. "Wait here. I'll go get someone," she said, dropping her watering can and vanishing in an instant. "Oh no." "Yes, definitely going to call the police," Bulma fretted. Sun Wukong, however, gazed in the direction the girl had disappeared, a serious expression crossing his face. She seemed incredibly powerful. Bulma, taken aback, swatted Sun Wukong on the head in frustration. "Now is not the time to be thinking about that." "Ouch, why did you hit me?" Sun Wukong complained, rubbing the spot where she had struck him. Moments later, the girl returned from the villa, accompanied by 3 others. In the center stood a striking young man with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding an alluring charm that made him unforgettable. Flanking him were 2 exceptionally beautiful young women, their delicate features resembling finely crafted works of art, radiating an elegance that was rare to behold. These were Shaya, Shilling, and Meyer. "Those 2 are truly stunning," Bulma remarked, momentarily spellbound by the beauty of the girls beside Shaya. Having encountered many beautiful women, she shamelessly considered herself among them. Yet the striking presence of these 2 was indeed a rarity, so much so that it took Sun Wukong tugging at her to bring her back to reality. "Why have you 2 come here?" Shaya inquired, his gaze appraising Bulma and Sun Wukong with curiosity. With her striking features, standing over 5 feet tall, and her light purple hair, it was evident that Bulma was indeed a product of the Briefs family. At 16, she radiated youthful vitality, a stark contrast to the nearly middle-aged Bulma from another world. Shaya then turned his attention to Sun Wukong, a smile breaking across his face. Just a glance was enough for him to discern Sun Wukong's abilities. He noted that Sun Wukong had achieved a fighting power of 140, a significant increase since the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon seeing the owner of the villa emerge, Bulma hesitated, unsure of how to approach the conversation. Sun Wukong, with his innocent and straightforward nature, boldly stated their purpose. "We're here to find the Dragon Balls. Have you seen any of them?" He produced his 4-star ball for Shaya to see. "What a beautiful glass sphere." Shaya feigned ignorance, examining the 4-star ball as if he were an old scholar scrutinizing an artifact under the sunlight. Shilling couldn't help but laugh at his antics. "All right, Shaya. Stop teasing them. If they want the Dragon Ball, just give it to them." With a smile, Shaya decided to relent, having initially intended to amuse himself at their expense. "Wukong, Bulma, it has been a while since we last met." "Wait, how do you know our names?" Bulma gasped, taken aback. Did they have some sort of acquaintance? Given the wealth of the family, it was entirely plausible they had connections within the upper echelons of society. Yet, how could they know Sun Wukong's name? After all, he was merely an ordinary boy from the mountains. Shaya chuckled, "Haha, it's understandable you might not remember. You were only about 5 or 6 years old the last time we met. But you must know of the Hongshan Star Group, right?" Bulma's blue-violet eyes flickered as she recalled the name. The Hongshan Star Group was closely associated with the Universal Capsule Corporation, and she had heard that their higher-ups had good relations with her sister, Ties. However, she had never known where their headquarters was located. "Ah, so it's you." Bulma beamed, feigning recognition of his identity. Regardless of whether she truly remembered him, she believed that having some connection would aid in acquiring the Dragon Ball. Shaya, seeing through Bulma's pretense, chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Wukong, or perhaps I should call you Kakarot, how's your grandfather?" "Son Gohan? You knew my grandfather?" Sun Wukong expressed surprise. "He passed away over a year ago." Shaya remained unfazed. "Oh, I see. What a pity." "Yes, he died from illness." Saiyan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He couldn't help but reflect that despite having cautioned him about the full moon, Son Gohan had still met his demise. Although his death was not under the colossal form of Son Goku as depicted in the original narrative, he nonetheless passed away. Life inherently encompasses the cycles of aging, illness, and death. Even martial artists are not immune to this reality. Unlike Master Roshi, who had consumed the elixir of immortality, Son Gohan, having reached an advanced age, was unable to withstand certain trials. Casting another glance at Son Goku, Shaya nodded once more. Son Gohan had survived many years longer than in the original tale, imparting much of his profound martial knowledge to Son Goku. It is no wonder that Son Goku appeared significantly more formidable than in the original story, seemingly possessing a heightened understanding of the world around him. Chapter 300. A simple trial. Shaya understood that the figure before him, Sun Wukong, had diverged significantly from his original portrayal. Although the essence of his straightforwardness remained intact, and his physical attributes showed little change, his approach to life revealed a deeper understanding. He was no longer a blank slate, oblivious even to the most basic distinctions between genders. However, his knowledge was still limited. Xayah approached and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, introducing him to Bulma. "I am Xayah. This enchanting girl with blue hair is Lan Chi. The two beside me are Shilling and Myers, my wives." "Hello. Greetings." Lan Chi, Shilling, and Myers waved at Bulma, particularly Myers, whose curious eyes surveyed Sun Wukong as if he were a rare treasure, pondering. "So this is Bardock's son, destined to become a Super Saiyan? And he has two wives." In stark contrast to Myers' intrigue, Bulma was taken aback, internally criticizing the two seemingly celestial sisters for marrying the same man, thinking, wealth truly breeds decadence. He must be a notorious philanderer. It would be wise to keep my distance. Bulma's gaze flitted between Shilling and Myers before subtly distancing herself from Xayah. She had encountered many affluent individuals before and knew their private lives were often scandalous, thus deciding it best to tread carefully. Unbeknownst to Xayah, his introduction had instilled such a negative impression in Bulma, but even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Enjoying the blessings of companionship naturally required some sacrifices in other realms. Didn't you just mention you would give me the Dragon Balls?" Bulma recalled the purpose of her visit, squinting her eyes in a feigned innocent manner, demanding the Dragon Balls. Xayah smiled in response, "Of course. We can provide you with the Dragon Balls." He gestured to Myers, who cheerfully produced a Dragon Ball adorned with 5 stars. This 5-star Dragon Ball was discovered by Myers in a remote mountain forest, ahead of Bulma's search. "Ah, a 5-star ball." Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached out eagerly, but Myers playfully withdrew her hand, refusing to relinquish it. "Hey, didn't you say you'd give us the Dragon Ball? Don't toy with us." Bulma protested, her voice laced with indignation. Myers stepped forward, mischievously wrapping her arm around Bulma's shoulder, adopting a playful demeanor. "We can give you the Dragon Ball, but it won't be for free." She glanced at Sun Wukong and added, "That little brother seems quite skilled. How about a friendly match with Lan Chi to showcase his abilities? Regardless of the outcome, we will hand over the Dragon Ball. What do you say?" "Really?" Bulma's face lit up at the proposal. She had witnessed Sun Wukong's strength and knew combat was his forte, quickly agreeing. "Wukong, it's up to you. Make sure to perform well." Bulma encouraged him. Sun Wukong, with a serious expression, regarded the formidable-looking Lan Chi, feeling a sense of intimidation akin to facing Master Roshi. Bulma gasped in astonishment. "No way. Are you able to win?" "I don't know," Sun Wukong replied honestly. He lacked confidence against Lan Chi, yet this uncertainty invigorated him, his excitement palpable as he clenched his fists in anticipation. At this moment, Sun Wukong's power level stood at 140, neither strong nor weak, but in a rather awkward position. He was particularly sensitive to external energy, and if he surpassed this phase, he would be able to harness his energy without fear of dispersing it. However, Lan Chi's energy field, with a power level of 480, imposed immense pressure upon him. Xayah smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Kakarot is also a Saiyan. He can withstand this pressure." He recognized that Sun Wukong's growth often stemmed from facing challenges, which might explain his repeated triumph over limits. Nonetheless, Kakarot's current power level is rather pitiful, Myers remarked, frowning. As a naturally gifted prodigy, she would not have paid much attention to this weak Saiyan child had she not known that he would eventually become a Super Saiyan. Yet, this very realization made her more observant, eager to discern what potential lay within this seemingly inferior child. While Xayah and Shilling conversed, the battle between Sun Wukong and Lan Chi commenced. However, to characterize the encounter as a battle would be a misrepresentation. It was more akin to a one-sided onslaught. Sun Wukong, in both speed and strength, fell significantly short of Lan Chi's formidable prowess. This scenario starkly contrasted with the previous skirmish between Tianjin Fan and Lan Chi, where both adversaries operated within a comparable realm of combat capability, engaging primarily in a contest of skill. Yet, when the clash transpired between Sun Wukong and Lan Chi, the disparity in their power levels rendered Wukong's relentless assaults as ineffective as flailing in quicksand, effortlessly countered by Lan Chi's nonchalant defense. It is worth noting that the golden-haired Lan Chi, recalling Shaya's prior counsel, refrained from deploying her true strength during this confrontation. Otherwise, a single exchange would have sealed Wukong's defeat. "Ah, this little rascal is the son of Aunt Gina. How delightful it will be to hone his abilities." Lan Qi smiled, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity akin to ice. During her time on Hanshan Star, she had received considerable care from Jin Na. And now it was time to reciprocate, bit by bit. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their fierce combat, the velocity of their exchanges surpassing the capacity of the ordinary eye to discern. Two radiant streaks, one violet and the other green, danced through the courtyard. Their presence only audible, leaving spectators in a state of bewilderment. "Go, Wukong!" Bulma exclaimed, her gaze slightly dazed as she cheered for Sun Wukong. Her large blue-violet eyes sparkling with the thrill of discovery. She had never envisioned that martial artists' battles could be so exhilarating, though she struggled to grasp the intricacies. The rapid exchanges captivated her senses. Who would have thought that Wukong possessed such remarkable strength? Initially taken aback, Bulma's shock transformed into a sense of numbness, her heart rippling with excitement akin to the gentle waves of a lake disturbed by a tossed stone. Sun Wukong, despite his diminutive stature resembling that of a younger brother, exuded an astonishing potency. Well, he is quite innocent, albeit a tad young. The more Bulma observed, the more intrigued she became, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she waved her hands in encouragement for Wukong. Chapter 301. Halfway through the journey in the eyes of Shaya, Shilling, and others, the battle between Lan Qi and Sun Wukong was nothing short of child's play. Every encounter between them was keenly observed, and as Sun Wukong found himself gradually cornered, Shaya chuckled and shook his head, declaring that the outcome of the battle was imminent. The victory or defeat of this contest had already been predetermined. But after such a prolonged struggle, the golden-haired Lan Qi was undoubtedly growing impatient. Sure enough, it wasn't long before her attacks became increasingly ferocious. If her previous strikes had been as delicate as a willow swaying in the wind, they had now transformed into a tempest, fierce and relentless. With every movement, kicking, crossing, punching, and striking, she unleashed a barrage of simple yet effective actions that left Sun Wukong unable to defend himself. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing into the courtyard wall. The granite enclosure buckled inward, cracking like spider webs with dense fissures radiating from the impact point. "Wukong, are you all right?" Bulma shouted in concern, rushing forward to help him up. Rubbing the spot on his back where he had collided, Sun Wukong grinned, displaying his characteristic innocence, and shouted at the golden-haired Lan Qi, "Wow, you're amazing. I can't even hold a candle to you." Sun Wukong's straightforward nature allowed him to admit his defeat without pretense, which moved Myers somewhat. Unlike Kakarot, who was always magnanimous, Myers often clung to Shaya, seeking various excuses after losing their sparring matches, albeit mostly in a playful manner, yet she was aware of her own tendency to rationalize her losses. Bulma, concerned, examined Sun Wukong's bruised body, quickly retrieving a medical spray to treat his injuries. The portable wound treatment spray took effect immediately, rapidly diminishing the bruises on him. At that moment, Lan Qi swaggered over, crouched before Sun Wukong, and playfully patted his head. "You have decent skills, but I'm still stronger." With her chin held high, she was in high spirits. Back on Red Mountain Star, she had struggled against even the youngest Saiyans, but now she had triumphed over the son of Aunt Giny, filling her heart with a profound sense of accomplishment. "Lan Qi, you're incredible. I'm no match for you at all. No wonder Grandpa said the outside world is so fascinating. I need to continue my training." Sun Wukong beamed at her. "Ha ha ha, I'm really strong, right?" Lan Qi beamed with pride. Bulma interjected, "You two are both monsters. Ordinary earthlings can't compare to your prowess." Her attention soon shifted to the Dragon Ball in Myers's hand. Understanding Bulma's intent, Myers smiled and handed over the 5-star Dragon Ball, saying, "This Dragon Ball is now yours." "Thank you," Bulma exclaimed cheerfully, gingerly placing the Dragon Ball into her bag as if it were a precious treasure. At that moment, Shaya glanced at the time and remarked, "Lunch is approaching. Why not stay and join us for a meal?" "Sure," Sun Wukong replied joyfully. "No, thank you," Bulma countered, offering a response entirely different from Sun Wukong's, politely declining Shaya's repeated invitations and promptly leading Sun Wukong away toward their next destination. It was better for her to leave this affluent environment as soon as possible. Observing Bulma hastily departing as if fleeing from a great peril, Shaya shook his head, wondering if he truly appeared as a monster to instill such fear. Did she just take the Dragon Ball and run? "Tai's sister is quite amusing," Shilling chuckled, covering her mouth. "She sees you as a tyrant, fearful you might forcibly seize her away." "Sai, is it really that serious? I intended to invite them for lunch." Shaya lamented. Shilling then turned serious, questioning, Kakarot's strength has fallen behind so much. Will he still be able to become a Super Saiyan? She expressed doubt about Sun Wukong's current exhibited power. Of course he can, Shaya replied cheerfully. Despite Sun Wukong's current weakness, his gradual growth has its advantages. His understanding at each stage is far deeper. Did you not notice his pure and innocent nature? That is the key to his success. Xieling's doubt stemmed from her ignorance of Sun Wukong's battle power. When he first appeared in the original story, he was already significantly stronger than in the original. Indeed, Kakarot's simplicity is truly unique among the Saiyans, Xiling mused, agreeing after a moment's thought. Most Saiyans exhibited a certain volatility, with varying degrees of intensity. Both Xiling and Myers were relatively rational. The martial arts atmosphere on Red Mountain Star had improved compared to Vegeta, yet it could not completely eradicate its influences. We shall wait and see. Shaya smiled, choosing not to interfere too much with Sun Wukong's journey, allowing him to develop freely. It wasn't that he feared disrupting Sun Wukong's growth trajectory. He simply felt it unnecessary. Shaya had already reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power, his combat prowess rivaling that of Super Saiyan 2. With such immense strength, he hardly needed to concern himself with a mere Earth. To speak bluntly, the small pond of Earth held no significance for him. For Shaya, the true stage was the entirety of the seventh universe and beyond, rendering the original plotlines trivial and merely a source of voyeuristic amusement, incapable of stirring his heart. Perhaps it was due to his elevated status that the small pond could no longer contain the vastness of his being. In the past, before attaining Super Saiyan status, Frieza and the androids appeared as insurmountable peaks. However, as Shaya's strength grew, so did his perspective. Frieza and the androids were no longer his adversaries. And now his sights were set on surpassing the formidable Majin Buu, and even the mightier god of destruction, Beerus. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bulma and Sun Wukong, having departed from Shaya's villa, hastened toward their next target indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. With Bulma's vacation lasting only a month and now half elapsed, they felt a sense of urgency, as they had only collected 4 Dragon Balls so far. However, their previous successes had lifted Bulma's spirits immensely. Just 3 more? And I can summon the Eternal Dragon, Bulma thought gleefully. At that moment, Sun Wukong, seated on his nimbus, suddenly asked Bulma, Bulma, what wish would you make once you find the Dragon Balls? Hee, I want to find a handsome boyfriend. Bulma giggled, lost in her daydreams. At this point, Bulma's fantasies were typical of a girl her age, bordering on infatuation. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's slightly more worldly understanding than in the original story, Bulma's character might have led her to be taken advantage of long ago. After all, in the early chapters of Dragon Ball, Bulma had certainly provided her share of favors. Oh, Sun Wukong responded. And you, Wukong? Are you going to train with that lecherous old man? Yes, Master Roshi is very skilled. I need to keep getting stronger. Reflecting on his earlier battle with Lan Chi, Sun Wukong recognized his many shortcomings. Training is fine, but please don't pick up that old man's lewd habits, otherwise I won't be your friend anymore, Bulma warned, recalling Master Roshi's lascivious demeanor, her irritation flaring as she cautioned Sun Wukong not to go astray. Indeed, understood. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly. The two conversed intermittently as the days of their journey passed by. The plot continued to unfold, as Sun Wukong and Bulma acquired the 5th Dragon Ball in a small village besieged by monsters. They also captured a pig named Oolong, and to prevent him from causing further mischief, they decided to bind him and take him along on their travels, administering a pill invented by Bulma to him. However, at this juncture, Bulma inadvertently lost an entire box of universal capsules. With no other option available, they were compelled to continue their journey in Oolong's double-decker mobile home. According to the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, their next destination was the sweltering Frying Pan Mountain, an area characterized by intense heat due to volcanic activity beneath the Earth's surface, extending for miles around. Chapter 302, If Fate Does Not Favor. It may not be a bad thing. The desolate landscape of Pan Fry Mountain is situated in a sweltering region. As Bulma and Sun Wukong approach, the abundant water sources gradually diminish, and the environment becomes increasingly harsh, with soaring temperatures. A vast expanse of yellow sand and blazing flames engulfs the area, devoid of trees or vegetation, save for clusters of hollow stone pillars that pierce the sky. Such a peculiar environment is commonplace in the Dragon Ball world. On Earth, these stone pillars and the rugged hills, though unconventional, are ubiquitous. Here, Sun Wukong encounters the desert bandit, Lu Ping. But Lu Ping's strength is no match for the current Sun Wukong, who swiftly overpowers him. As Sun Wukong's display of martial prowess eclipses Lu Ping's, Bulma finds herself less inclined to favor him. Are you alright, young Master Lu Ping? After Sun Wukong and the others depart, Pu'er flies over to assist the face-down bandit. Cough, cough, I'm fine. I never expected that little brat to be so formidable. I was indeed careless. What shall we do next? Should we abandon this pursuit? Pu'er asks, concern evident in her voice. Lu Ping, brandishing his hefty sword, responds coolly, I am the desert bandit, Lu Ping. I shall not easily concede. Let us follow them. We must seize their money and universal capsules. Understood. Pu'er nods, and the duo begins their pursuit. Soon, Bulma and her companions arrive at Pan Fry Mountain without incident, while Lu Ping follows closely behind. Upon witnessing the mountain engulfed in fierce flames, both Sun Wukong and Bulma are taken aback. The Ox King, upon seeing the flying nimbus, begins to establish a connection with Sun Wukong, soon realizing that he is the grandson of his old friend, Son Gohan. If only I had Master Matato's banana fan, I could extinguish this fire. Though the flamboyant Ox King appears fearsome, he is not malevolent and holds great respect for his teacher, the Turtle Hermit. At this moment, he serves as a pivotal character in the unfolding narrative, expressing his admiration. Is it merely a matter of extinguishing the flames? Indeed. Leave it to me, Sun Wukong proclaims. Leaping from the nimbus, thumping his chest, and focusing his energy towards the blazing castle. Observing his actions, Wulong inquires, what is Wukong planning? Does he intend to extinguish the fire single-handedly? Bulma smacks Wulong on the head. Pay attention and stop chattering. She then turns her serious gaze to Sun Wukong. Unlike in the original narrative, while she still sees him as a younger brother, her trust in him has visibly deepened. Standing firmly at the base of Pan Fry Mountain, Sun Wukong gathers his resolve, his expression gravely serious. His aura intensifies as he steadies himself, raising his hands above his head, fingers splayed wide, then gradually bringing them together to form the iconic stance of the Kamehameha. As he brings his palms together at his waist, an almost imperceptible vortex of energy begins to swirl, the potent aura coalescing between his hands and generating heat. The energy intensifies, transforming into a dazzling blue glow, accompanied by an overwhelming presence that evokes a dreamlike sensation. The Ox King suddenly realizes, that is Master Matato's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. No wonder he is the grandson of Son Gohan. He has mastered it. Bulma beams with pride, sharing in the glory of Wukong's prowess. This scene is witnessed by Lu Ping and his companion Pu'er, who gawk in disbelief, feeling an unprecedented pressure. So, this is the legendary Kamehameha. How infuriating that this little fellow possesses such a fabled technique. Defeating him will be even more challenging. Lu Ping clenches his fists, frustration evident in his expression. As Sun Wukong's energy continues to amass, the radiant sphere shines like the sun, given the immense size of Pan Fry Mountain. Extinguishing the flames will require all of his strength, necessitating an extended period of concentration for the Kamehameha. With the final syllable uttered, it feels as though all of his energy converges and begins to surge forth. Sun Wukong thrusts his palms forward with all his might. Instantly, a brilliant energy shockwave pierces the sky, resembling a colossal pillar stretching across the heavens. A previously unseen, powerful energy wave, radiant with blue light, shoots forth, accompanied by swirling cyclones of energy that whip the surroundings into chaos, akin to a tornado. The onlookers are blinded by the dazzling blue light, instinctively closing their eyes as the winds howl and the earth trembles violently. A massive fireball ascends from Pan Fry Mountain, obscuring their vision. As calm returns, and the thick smoke and energy dissipate, Bulma and Lu Ping open their eyes, aghast at the unbelievable sight before them. In their blurred vision, the flames have been extinguished, and astonishingly, the entire mountain has vanished from sight. The mountain has been destroyed. Bulma stands frozen in shock, as Sun Wukong's formidable image takes root in her heart, an impression that will not easily fade, stirring her emotions deeply. Lu Ping, hiding in the shadows, is equally terrified, his clenched fists trembling as he stammers, "Monster." This monster has obliterated the entire Pan Fry Mountain. With gritted teeth and a fierce expression, he feels as though he stands before an insurmountable peak. I will not be defeated by him. Afterward, Sun Wukong and Bulma triumphantly discover a 7-star Dragon Ball amidst the ruins of the Ox King's collapsed castle. Thus, only one Dragon Ball remains in their quest. Bidding farewell to the Ox King, Bulma and Sun Wukong continue their journey, while Lu Ping, filled with reluctant frustration, abandons his pursuit. He understands that with his current strength, defeating them is impossible. He must continue to train, vowing that one day he will personally overcome Sun Wukong. Wait for me, Wukong. I will defeat you one day. Liu Ping silently swears. However, the trajectory of the narrative has diverged here. In the original story, Sun Wukong would have made a marriage promise with Chi-Chi at Pan Fry Mountain, sowing the seeds for his future. Yet, Chi-Chi, the Ox King's daughter, is en route to the Turtle Hermit's abode, missing the opportunity to meet Sun Wukong. Thus, their fate remains unspoken. If Shaya were present, he would lament the deviation of the plot. He had concealed a Dragon Ball within the Ox King's castle specifically to preserve the bond between Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. But fate has other plans, rendering such aspirations futile. Conversely, this turn of events may not be entirely unfavorable for Chi-Chi. In the original tale, the two young souls hastily committed to marriage in their naivety. Chi-Chi's initial attraction to Sun Wukong was perhaps a reverence for strength, which gradually evolved into love over time. While this choice may seem romantic, the cost was substantial, nearly consuming Chi-Chi's youth in a life of hardship. Sun Wukong is a character who lacks the ability to provide for his family, dedicating himself entirely to his training, leaving all mundane household responsibilities on the shoulders of Chi-Chi alone. Just a few years into their marriage, Sun Wukong met his demise due to the arrival of the Saiyans. After returning from Namek, he lived for only 3 more years before perishing during the Android Saga. In the brief span that followed, leading up to the saga of Majin Buu, Chi-Chi appeared to age significantly, unable to compare with her peer Bulma. It can be said that after marrying Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi hardly experienced a few years of happiness. If fate had taken a different turn, perhaps it would have been a blessing in disguise. However, as the saying goes, one cannot truly understand the happiness of another. Perhaps in the original narrative, Chi-Chi found contentment in her simple, albeit burdensome, domestic life. With the progression of the storyline, the future seemed to take a different course. Returning to the main narrative, upon acquiring the 6th Dragon Ball, Bulma and Sun Wukong encountered the Rabbit Army, swiftly defeating them. Subsequently, Sun Wukong faced the first boss of the Dragon Ball saga, Emperor Pilaf. It is important to note that the term boss refers to the original storyline. For Sun Wukong at this juncture, Pilaf was merely a minor character, easily dispatched without the dramatic encounter resulting in his imprisonment and transformation into a great ape. At this moment, all 7 Dragon Balls had come into Bulma's possession. Bulma, you can summon the Eternal Dragon now, Sun Wukong exclaimed with a grin, lending her his 4-star ball. Chapter 303, a temporary farewell to the journey. Bulma gazed excitedly at the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls on the ground, her heart swelling with gratitude as she cast a thankful glance at Sun Wukong. With a determined voice, she recited the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. Come forth, Shenron. No sooner had the words left her lips than the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a dazzling golden light. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, quickly engulfing the surroundings in a terrifying darkness. Ah, why has it suddenly turned so dark? Bulma, summoning Shenron for the first time, felt a shiver of fear at the eerie transformation. As the sky darkened, she instinctively retreated closer to Sun Wukong, who stood in front of her, gripping his Rui Jingu Bang like a warrior bracing for battle. In a small town miles away, Kaiatsu sipped his tea, glancing outside at the now pitch-black sky. Pondering how swiftly Sun Wukong and Bulma had managed to summon the dragon, he wondered if they would squander a wish as depicted in the original story. In the original narrative, Shenron was summoned at night, yet now, under the bright daylight, he had appeared, leading Kaiatsu to suspect that the plot might have diverged somewhat. Little did he know, the alterations to the story were far more significant than he could have imagined. Simultaneously, people around the globe began to speculate about the sudden inversion of day and night, questioning whether an eclipse had occurred. Boom, boom. Golden lightning slashed through the darkened sky like furious electric serpents. After a moment of brewing tension, a resounding roar echoed through the realm as Shenron's green form weaved through the stormy clouds. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. The thunderous voice resonated throughout the wilderness, instilling a sense of awe that sent nearby creatures scurrying into hiding. So this is what Shenron looks like. He appears quite fearsome. Bulma, momentarily taken aback by Shenron's overwhelming presence, took a moment to collect herself. Shenron, I wish for a handsome boyfriend. Oh wait, never mind. I hope for my family's perpetual health. With caution, Bulma articulated her wish, only to retract it almost immediately, opting instead for the well-being of her family. Perhaps, deep down, she recognized the absurdity of wishing for a boyfriend from a dragon. That wish is quite simple. Shenron fell silent for a moment before his eyes glowed red, releasing Bulma's desire into the universe. In that instant, she felt a rush of clarity, her body becoming notably more robust. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shenron soared into the sky, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which spun gracefully before scattering across the world, including Sun Wukong's 4-star ball. Oh, I'm sorry, Wukong. I didn't realize the Dragon Balls would disperse after granting a wish. Bulma apologized, clasping her hands together as the sky regained its brightness. Sun Wukong shook his head. It's all right. I can find my grandfather's 4-star ball again later. However, records indicated that the Dragon Balls would not reappear for another year. Bulma looked at him apologetically. No worries. But Bulma, didn't you want to find a boyfriend? Why did you change your mind? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied. I initially intended to, but I suddenly felt it would be meaningless. Do you think someone as naturally beautiful as me would struggle to find a boyfriend? Indeed. Bulma is very beautiful, Sun Wukong reassured her. Exactly. Bulma's eyes sparkled like clear water, her face blooming with a smile akin to peach blossoms. By the way, Wukong, you're going to train under Master Roshi soon. I must warn you, don't pick up any of his bad habits. Understood, he nodded, then turned to Bulma. Are you heading back now? Yes, I came out during my vacation, and I need to return to school afterward. If you ever have the chance, come visit me in West City. Just ask anyone there, and they'll point you to my home. All right. Afterward, Sun Wukong and Bulma journeyed together to a nearby city, where Bulma treated him to a hearty meal at a restaurant. The sounds of clattering dishes filled the air as the small table quickly piled high with plates of food. Bulma rested her chin on her hand, astonished at Sun Wukong's voracious appetite, thinking that if she hadn't brought enough money, she wouldn't have been able to afford such a feast. Wukong, you have quite the appetite, she remarked. Well, I'm a martial artist. I can eat a whole dinosaur in one sitting. Sun Wukong's head popped up from the mountain of dishes. Bulma rolled her eyes. That's just your appetite. I've never seen a martial artist who could eat as much as you. Sun Wukong chuckled, urging the owner to bring out more dishes. While the restaurant owner wiped the sweat from his brow, hurrying the kitchen staff along. Leaning against the table, Bulma found the peculiar boy amusing, leaving a lasting impression on her. After their feast, Bulma and Sun Wukong formally parted ways. Bulma set off for her home in West City, while Sun Wukong headed to train with Master Roshi to further hone his martial arts skills. Wukong, be sure to visit me in West City. Here as my communicator. Let us keep in touch. Bulma handed him a small device, placing the dragon radar into his hands as well. Yes, let us stay in touch. Sun Wukong nodded, curiously fiddling with the communicator. Thus, after a brief but memorable journey together, the two young souls set forth on their respective paths. The memories of their month-long companionship etched indelibly in their minds, reminiscent of a captivating cinematic tale. On the other side of the earth, in a modest town surrounded by majestic mountains, a tall young man sat serenely at the base of a cascading waterfall, undeterred by the forceful torrents crashing against him. The roaring waters created immense pressure, yet he remained composed, resembling a sage in deep meditation. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, brilliant sparks of light shooting forth from them. He spread his muscular arms wide, and for a brief moment, the raging waterfall paused in its descent. Moments later, the water resumed its free fall from 100 meters above. Nearby, a smaller figure floated in the air, skillfully manipulating hundreds of rocks to move in a synchronized dance. Upon noticing the waterfall's sudden stillness, the small figure commanded the sizable stones to plunge toward the waterfall, creating a flurry of splashes as the young man below swiftly punched and kicked, shattering the boulders into fragments. Tien, my training is complete, the small figure declared as he descended to the ground, his green martial attire soaked from the water's spray. Tien Shinon replied, leaping out from beneath the waterfall and landing on the shore to redress himself. The two individuals training by the waterfall were none other than the disciples of the Crane School, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Chapter 304. A turning point in the plot. 8 years ago, Tien Shinhan was defeated by the golden-haired Launch, after which he and Kaiatsu left their master to venture into the world. Over these 8 years, they roamed the globe, challenging various martial arts schools, continuously honing their skills. By now, there were hardly any martial artists capable of defeating them, prompting them to further refine their abilities in the wilderness. They caught several plump fish with stones and set up a campfire by a pond, where Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu began their evening meal. Kaiatsu, have we received any news from our master about returning? Tien Shinhan inquired. No, it seems we are meant to continue our training out here, Kaiatsu replied. What exactly is the identity of those people from 8 years ago? Why have we been unable to find them after all this time? Tien Shinhan cast a fishbone aside, which struck the rock with a sharp crack, leaving a small hole. The battle with Launch had left a profound impression on him, and the ambiguous remarks from his uncle, Tao Pai Pai, only served to confirm the extraordinary nature of their adversaries. Despite challenging countless martial artists over the years, he had yet to uncover any clues. With Tien Shinhan's current strength, aside from a few notable figures like Master Roshi and Crane Hermit, it was increasingly difficult to find worthy opponents. In fact, he mused, even Master Roshi might not stand a chance against them. This realization intensified Tien Shinhan's yearning to encounter those individuals again and to triumph over them. Tien, where shall we go next? Kaiatsu asked. After a moment of contemplation, Tien Shinhan's face broke into a sly smile. Let us seek the legendary Master Matedo. He has kept the Crane School beneath his shadow for so long. Surely, he will surprise us. Very well, then we shall find Master Roshi. I have heard he resides on a small island overseas. Meanwhile, at Frying Pan Mountain, when Chi-Chi returned from Master Roshi's, it had been 7 or 8 days since Goku and Bulma had departed. Suddenly, she found her family's castle reduced to rubble, leaving her in a state of shock. Chi-Chi, did you borrow the banana fan from Master Matedo? Ox King approached, carrying building materials for a new castle, dropping them with a thud that shook the ground and created a large crater. He had initially asked Chi-Chi to borrow the fan, but it was now unnecessary. No. Master Matedo said he has lost it, Chi-Chi replied, bewildered as she surveyed the devastation. What happened to our home? Where is Frying Pan Mountain gone? Ox King laughed heartily, his booming voice nearly causing her ears to ring. This was the doing of Goten's grandson, Goku. You wouldn't believe it. He used Master Matedo's legendary technique, the Kamehameha Wave, to completely obliterate Frying Pan Mountain, extinguishing the flames in the process. What? A single wave destroyed our castle? Is that person truly that powerful? Chi-Chi stared blankly, struggling to comprehend. Indeed, I witnessed it myself. Goku has inherited Goten's true teachings. Master Matedo would be overjoyed to know, Ox King chuckled. It was astonishing what a martial artist could achieve. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled as she envisioned a new world. Daddy, I want to learn martial arts. Will you teach me? Ox King erupted in laughter. If you wish to learn, I can certainly teach you, but I haven't mastered Master Matedo's true teachings. So I may not be of much help. I will seek out Master Matedo and ask him to teach me, Chi-Chi declared suddenly. She had met the martial arts god. Master Matedo, a few days prior, he had appeared to be just a lecherous old man. Initially, she had doubted his strength, but witnessing the destruction of her castle by his techniques made her realize he might indeed be a hidden master. Yet, it had been many years since he last accepted a disciple. Ox King was delighted by his daughter's desire to learn martial arts, but he worried whether Master Matedo would be willing to teach her after so many years. Although Ox King had not grasped the profound depths of the Turtle School's martial arts, he had gained a modicum of fame in the surrounding regions through sheer brute force. If Chi-Chi were to study under Master Matedo, her intelligence would surely lead her to significant achievements. The challenge lay in convincing the master to take her as a student. Don't worry, Daddy. I will make Master Matedo teach me, she assured him, recalling the old man's lecherous demeanor. She was confident he would not refuse to teach her. Let us hope so, Ox King thought, filled with anticipation. The following day, Chi-Chi packed her belongings and set off towards Master Roshi's abode, escorted by Ox King. This time, she donned a blue martial arts uniform instead of her previous, peculiar costume reminiscent of a superhero, her long black hair cascading down, making her appear particularly petite and charming. At Master Roshi's island, surrounded by azure waters, the crashing waves created a soothing symphony. The small island floated solitary, akin to a lonely boat. On this day, Goku arrived at Master Roshi's home riding his Nimbus cloud. Master Roshi had been preparing for Goku's arrival for some time. As soon as Goku landed, Master Roshi presented him with a heavy tortoise shell for him to carry, weighing hundreds of pounds, an arduous task for an ordinary person. However, this posed no challenge for Goku. In many ways, he had surpassed Master Roshi's strength. What he lacked was the experience of a martial artist and a guide for his journey. Though Master Roshi was indeed lecherous, he adhered to a strong moral code and possessed sufficient theoretical knowledge to be an effective teacher for Goku. While Goku trained under Master Roshi's guidance, a small boat approached from the distant sea. As the boat docked, a bald man in monk's robes leaped ashore, Krillin, brandishing a stack of adult magazines, hoping to apprentice under Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi was fond of such magazines, he firmly declined Krillin's request. However, after persistent pleading, Master Roshi offered Krillin a chance. If he could return with a beautiful girl, he would accept him as a disciple. Subsequently, Master Roshi instructed Goku to assist Krillin in searching the world for a lovely maiden. In the original tale, Krillin and Goku brought back the blue-haired Launch, allowing them to become Master Roshi's disciples. However, in this version, Goku had already become a disciple, and Launch now resided with Shaya, making it impossible for them to bring her along. Fortunately for Krillin, although they did not find Launch, they unexpectedly encountered another girl, similarly pursued by the police, near a stretch of barren land. This girl possessed golden curls akin to Launch's and donned a striking yet revealing blue coat, with crimson armor strapped to her shoulders and knees. At that moment, she faced off against several officers, brandishing a handgun. As the gunfire erupted, the police were forced to retreat, seeking cover behind their patrol cars. Haha. The bullets erupted from the gun, sparks flying as the golden-haired girl laughed triumphantly, her hair dancing in the breeze amidst the acrid scent of gunpowder. If Shaya were present, he might have questioned Launch about this strikingly similar girl. Could she truly not be her sister? Chapter 305. Apprenticeship. Hey, Sun Wukong. What do you think of that girl down there? Do you think Master Wutian would like her? Kellen remarked, his eyes glinting with mischief as he pointed at the girl engaged in a fierce confrontation with the police below while they hovered above on the Nimbus cloud. Sun Wukong tilted his head, observing her for a moment before exclaiming, "She resembles someone I encountered before, but that individual was far more formidable." He paid little heed to the girl's beauty, merely assessing her skills as inadequate. "Well then, let's choose her." "We can't take someone more powerful," Kellen replied, his mind racing. Recognizing that the girl was in trouble, he saw a significant opportunity to rescue her. However, with the police brandishing firearms, it was imperative for Sun Wukong to take action. Indeed, Sun Wukong concurred after a moment's consideration. He promptly leaped from the Nimbus, landing directly between the blonde girl and the police. "Are you out of your mind? They have guns. We could get shot." Kellen exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom why Sun Wukong would leap into the fray. Sun Wukong merely smiled nonchalantly. "Don't worry. They can't harm us. That's not for you to decide." Kellen regretted his choice to accompany such a reckless individual. "I'm serious. They truly can't hurt us." With that, Sun Wukong waved his hand towards the barrage of bullets hurtling towards them, and in a blur of motion, he caught several bullets in his palm, the sound of them clattering to the ground echoing around them. He caught the bullets with his bare hands. Both the blonde girl and the police were taken aback, a hushed silence enveloping the scene. Moments later, the police, mistaking Sun Wukong and Kellen for accomplices of the girl, turned and fled in terror. "Is that it?" Kellen was pleasantly surprised by the turn of events, his curiosity about Sun Wukong deepening. "Hey, what's your name? We just saved you, so we're taking you with us." Kellen stepped forward, looking up at the girl. "What? You want to take me away?" "No way." The blonde girl was still in shock. "Hey, miss. My brother here is quite powerful. You should come with us willingly," Kellen said, patting Sun Wukong's chest in a half-hearted threat, determined to bring a girl back for his apprenticeship. "You." The blonde girl hesitated, fear evident in her eyes. Finally, through gritted teeth, she relented. "I will go with you, but you must guarantee my safety." "Absolutely." Kellen was elated by her agreement. "My name is Kellen, and this is Sun Wukong. Who are you? And why were the police chasing you?" "I am Haoseki, and I simply stole a jewel from a wealthy tycoon's safe. They wouldn't stop pursuing me," she scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Honestly, do they think those inept fools could catch me?" "So you're a thief?" Sun Wukong exclaimed. Haoseki widened her eyes, instinctively wanting to deny it but realizing she couldn't argue against someone who caught bullets barehanded. "I am the greatest thief in the world. There is nothing I cannot steal." "Still a thief?" Sun Wukong remarked, astonished. "The greatest thief." Haoseki corrected him. This girl was, in fact, the famed super thief Haoseki, who had made a fleeting appearance in the animation. She had been hired by the Red Ribbon Army to steal the Dragon Balls that Sun Wukong had found, disguising herself as a kidnapped Arab girl to get close to the others, but was ultimately thwarted by Sun Wukong. With her striking resemblance to the character from the animation, many mistook her for the same persona. "Regardless of whether you're a thief or the greatest thief, you'll be living with us at Kame House, where you won't be able to steal anything anymore." Kellen chuckled, reveling in the thought of training alongside such a beautiful girl, secretly admiring Master Wutian's foresight. "Ugh." Haoseki struggled briefly but ultimately chose to comply, following Sun Wukong and Kellen to Kame House. Upon seeing the return of Sun Wukong and Kellen with a beautiful girl, Master Roshi seemed to rejuvenate, his spirit brightening as if he had regained decades of youth. Despite this, he was still a centuries-old man. Master Roshi then seriously presented a bikini, claiming it was the uniform of the Kame school, only for Haosiki to incinerate it in an instant, leaving him embarrassed. Ahem. Well then, from today, Kellen will also be my disciple. This is the turtle shell to wear during training. You are not to remove it without my permission. Master Roshi instructed, disregarding Haosiki, and handed Kellen a turtle shell. Under Master Roshi's guidance, Sun Wukong and Kellen began their first training session. They assessed their abilities, showcasing their strength and speed, from which Master Roshi devised a tailored training regimen. Although his combat prowess wasn't the highest on Earth, his expertise in guiding others was unparalleled. With Master Roshi's mentorship, Sun Wukong and Kellen's training progressed steadily. Meanwhile, Haosiki found herself bored in Kame House, surrounded by the ocean with nowhere to go. She opted to observe their training, occasionally mimicking them and learning quite a bit. One day, the Ox King arrived at Kame Island with his daughter, Chi-Chi, Master Wu-Tian. Please teach Chi-Chi martial arts. The Ox King bowed deeply to Master Roshi, showing immense respect. Ah, it's the Ox King. Good to see you again. This lovely girl looks absolutely stunning today, Master Roshi said, leaning on his cane and gazing appreciatively at Chi-Chi, Master Wu-Tian. Chi-Chi glared at him, her voice firm. Master Roshi, mesmerized by her gentle tone, eagerly replied, yes, indeed. If Chi-Chi wishes to learn martial arts from me, I would be more than delighted. Realizing that teaching 1 or 3 students made no difference, and particularly thrilled to teach such an adorable girl, Master Roshi felt invigorated. Thank you, Master Wu-Tian. I'm thrilled that my daughter can study under you. The Ox King beamed with pride. Not at all, Master Roshi waved dismissively. Hello, I am Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King. You are Sun Wukong, the one who destroyed my home? Chi-Chi approached Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong replied honestly. I was a bit too forceful at the time, but it was necessary to extinguish the great fire. Well then, I look forward to your guidance, senior brother. Chi-Chi extended her hand for a handshake. Thus, Kame House welcomed its 4th inhabitant. Master Roshi assigned Sun Wukong and Kellen to share a room, while Chi-Chi and Haosiki shared another, making the modest dwelling feel somewhat cramped. After a brief training session with Chi-Chi, Master Roshi was astonished to discover that she was an exceptional martial arts talent. She grasped theoretical concepts swiftly, demonstrating far superior aptitude compared to Kellen. However, it is noteworthy that, in the original text, Chi-Chi only trained for a few years under the guidance of the Ox King and achieved a commendable top 8 finish in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, demonstrating her remarkable aptitude. Nevertheless, the methods of Chi-Chi's training warrant careful consideration. The turtle hermit pondered privately, having previously trained only male disciples. The introduction of a female disciple necessitated alterations in many training techniques. He imagined the picturesque sight of a lovely young girl burdened by a heavy turtle shell. A truly enchanting image. The following day, the turtle hermit devised a new training regimen and summoned Sun Wukong, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and others. Their training location would shift to a small town not far from the turtle hermit's abode, specifically the peninsula city where Shaya and his companions resided. In this exquisite locale, where island and city coalesced, Sun Wukong and the others embarked on a new phase of their training. Initially, they engaged in tilling the land for the island's villagers and delivering milk, all accomplished by hand. During their milk deliveries, the turtle hermit would often unleash ferocious beasts to chase them, and at times, they would chop wood and fetch water for a temple perched upon the majestic green mountains, their lives resembling that of laborers. In comparison to Sun Wukong and the others, Chi-Chi's training was considerably less arduous. She practiced atop a vast net woven from slender ropes strung between tree trunks, engaging in sparring with the turtle hermit while adhering to a strict rule of never touching the ground, a training regimen specifically devised by the turtle hermit, the efficacy of which remained to be validated. Days passed, and unbeknownst to them, the strength of Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Chi-Chi gradually transformed. At that moment, Tenshinhan and Xiaozhu from the Crane School were also making their way to the city. Chapter 306. The turbulent night sky. The training ground of Sun Wukong and his companions is situated in a suburban area of an island surrounded by the sea. Although it is referred to as an island, a small portion is actually connected to the mainland. This locale is adorned with clusters of thriving urban centers, towering green mountains, and serene countryside. Such splendid scenery is meticulously arranged along the majestic mountains that dominate the island's center, creating a harmonious tableau of nature. On a particular day, under the gentle embrace of a warm afternoon, fluffy white clouds floated in the sky, morphing shape under the caress of a clear breeze. In the valley of Shaya, verdant foliage flourished. The lush leaves spread in layers, casting dappled sunlight that danced upon the ground. Surrounding the courtyard, vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, white, red, and purple, emanating an intoxicating fragrance that delighted the senses. Within the training room, Shaya sat serenely on the ground, the gravity effect being moderate. A flickering golden light enveloped him, suddenly erupting with the boiling sound akin to water in a kettle, followed by a series of explosive noises. After ascending to Super Saiyan, his training speed had begun to decline. Frowning slightly, Shaya muttered to himself before stepping into the shower and emerging from the room. Shilling, seated on a small bench in the courtyard, handed Shaya a collapsible communicator upon his exit. This is a message from Hanshan Star. Recently, a civilization known as Begao Star has made contact with us. Begao Star? Shaya's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the name. What is their purpose in contacting Hanshan Star? If his memory served him correctly, Begao Star was a civilization of advanced technology, having transformed their entire home planet into a metallic structure, wandering through the galaxy. Shilling let out a cold chuckle. What else could it be? They aim to acquire Saiyan blood from Hanshan Star, perhaps for some research. However, this matter has been firmly rejected by Shaylin. The technology of Begao Star surpassed even that of the Fidaians. Their desire for Saiyan blood was evident. They likely intended to conduct scientific experiments to create biowarriors. However, the blood of the Saiyans could not be casually entrusted to others. In the original tale, they could fabricate metallic quira, which could inadvertently lead to unforeseen troubles. As Shaya perused the intelligence from Hanshan Star, he discovered that the blood they sought was not ordinary but belonged to several candidates likely to become Super Saiyans, including Shaya himself, as well as Shilling, Melz, and Bardock. Quite an audacious request. A glint of cold light flashed in Shaya's eyes as he promptly placed Begao Star on the blacklist. Should Begao Star be unable to obtain Saiyan blood openly from Hanshan Star, they might resort to underhanded tactics. Send word to alert the Saiyans outside and keep the warriors of the guard vigilant. If they dare to provoke us, we shall eliminate them without hesitation, Shaya declared resolutely. In recent years, Hanshan Star had embraced a stance of friendliness and peace, allowing for fruitful development. However, it seemed this had led many to forget the bloodthirsty nature of the Saiyans. Let us not forget, the Saiyans are indeed a race of warriors. Their amiability stems from the absence of threats. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, they must be made to witness the ferocity of the Saiyans. Any civilization bold enough to reach for the Saiyans must prepare for destruction. The Saiyans of Hanshan Star have amassed enough merits and are unafraid of minor losses. Hanshan Star's special operations teams have existed for so many years without ever revealing their fangs, Shaya remarked with a cold smile. Shilling rolled her eyes. You needn't worry about that. I've already sent out notifications. I believe we should monitor Begao Star closely, just in case. We must remember, a civilization with advanced technology could produce unforeseen consequences. If they were to create biowarriors like Zanjia again, it would be disastrous. Speaking of Zanjia, how has she been living on Hanshan Star these past few years? Has she kept in touch with her former companions? She remains quite straightforward, indulging in leisure and occasionally displaying her prowess on Maishan Star. However, the rest of the galaxy is suffering. I've heard from the Galactic Patrol that aside from the East Galaxy, the South, West, and North Galaxies are in chaos due to Zanjia's associates. Shaya laughed upon hearing this. That's quite amusing. Those rascals are determined to turn the entire galaxy upside down in search of Bojack's seal. Still, this does not concern us. We need not interfere. Even if Bojack were to escape, what would it matter? He is merely at the level of perfect Cell, and without my intervention, Melon alone could subdue him. Those worthy of my attention must at least possess the strength of Super Saiyan 2. Others below that are inconsequential and do not warrant excessive concern. Speaking of which, it has been 6 years since I ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan, yet I have yet to find a way to break through to Super Saiyan 2. Reflecting on his own strength, Shaya sighed. The bottleneck of Super Saiyan had troubled him for quite some time. It had been a while since he reached full power. Yet he still could not touch the essence of Super Saiyan 2, as if a thin film lay before him, preventing his breakthrough. By the way, Kakarot is also training on this island. I can sense his energy, Shilling suddenly remarked. And there's an old man carrying a turtle shell, not particularly strong. Yet he is instructing them in their training. Shaya smiled in response. That old man is known on Earth as the god of martial arts, Master Rashi. He received guidance from the Cat Master on Korin Tower 300 years ago. Oh, so that's why he's called Master Rashi. No wonder he carries a turtle shell. He has lived for so many years. Shilling's bright eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ah, they are approaching us, she said suddenly, sensing Sun Wukong's energy drawing near. A few minutes later, Master Roshi, this is the place I mentioned. Inside, there's an incredibly powerful sister named Lan Shi. Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing toward the villa ahead. Indeed. Master Roshi nodded, his expression turning serious. To be deemed incredibly powerful by Wukong certainly indicated exceptional prowess, and Master Roshi felt a sense of anticipation. As Sun Wukong and the others neared the villa, the spacious door swung open, revealing Lan Shi with her blue hair, who greeted them with a smile. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come inside. Ahem, then we shall intrude, Master Roshi said apologetically. Following Lan Shi, Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Bulma entered the estate, quickly taken aback by the villa's stunning interior. At that moment, Master Roshi did not notice the beauty and instead quietly remarked to Sun Wukong, "Is this the powerful person you spoke of? There is indeed an aura of strength about her." Though Lan Shi in her blue-haired form was not as formidable as in her golden-haired state, a subtle aura of power emanated from her, which Master Roshi keenly sensed. Sun Wukong shook his head, clarifying the situation for Master Roshi. Master Roshi, I was referring to her golden-haired form. She is far more powerful, and I am no match for her at all. She is that formidable. Master Roshi was taken aback. He was well aware of Goku's formidable strength. Even in his prime, he wouldn't dare assert that he could secure a guaranteed victory. Was this girl truly that powerful? Adjusting his sunglasses, Master Roshi's thoughts grew convoluted. Kakarot, here you are again. Shaya called out to Goku, while Launch presented them with fruits and refreshments. This visit was quite intriguing. To Shaya's surprise, in addition to Goku and Krillin, Chi-Chi had also accompanied them, along with a girl strikingly similar to the blonde Launch, leaving Shaya momentarily puzzled about her identity. How delightful. Even Chi-Chi was present. It seemed she too had become a disciple of Master Roshi. This narrative was not as predictable as one might think. However, this was a welcome development. Shaya grinned, memories of his conversation with Bulma in another realm flooding back to him. Perhaps in that world, Bulma had harbored feelings for Goku as well. But various twists of fate had led them astray. Goku, why does he call you Kakarot? Krillin whispered. Goku shook his head, saying, this person is the master here. I have no idea why he calls me Kakarot. Chapter 307, Disciples of the Crane School. Krillin's expression of doubt had yet to dissipate when he noticed Shaya's gaze lingering momentarily between him and Sun Wukong, resulting in an awkward chuckle. At that moment, Myra stepped forward and, upon seeing Haseki, inquired, Lan Shi, is this person your sister? Why do you resemble each other so closely? As she spoke, she playfully tugged at the ends of Lan Shi's hair, causing Lan Shi to sneeze and transform into her golden-haired self. Who are you? The golden-haired Lan Shi asked. While Haseki stared back, both wide-eyed. Aside from their clothing and adornments, their personalities, professions, and even appearances bore striking similarities. One was a notorious pirate, while the other was a world-renowned thief. After this brief interlude, Master Roshi began to scrutinize the golden-haired Lan Shi earnestly. Although she did not exude an overt aura, he could still sense a formidable presence emanating from her. Indeed, as Wukong had suggested, this girl was not to be underestimated. Master Roshi felt a surge of astonishment and instinctively pondered her origins, wondering which martial arts faction had nurtured such a prodigy. When he became serious, Master Roshi truly embodied the demeanor of a martial arts grandmaster. This innate aura was unmistakable. He introduced himself and then inquired about Lan Shi's martial arts lineage. I don't belong to any particular school. I began my training at the Korin Tower when I was 8 and stayed there for several years. If I had to name a teacher, it would be that fat cat. Lan Shi replied nonchalantly, showing no concern. Master Roshi was taken aback, but upon reflection, found it entirely plausible. He nodded. You trained under Korin? Indeed. Aside from Korin, who else on earth could cultivate a talent like you? The golden-haired Lan Shi pouted, tempted to inform the old man that the fat cat was no longer her match. However, appreciating the compliment of being called a strong fighter, she decided to let his assumption stand unchallenged. Grandpa, what is the Korin Tower? Sun Wukong asked keenly. Yes, I'm confused too, Chi-Chi added. Master Roshi glanced at his students and replied calmly, you will naturally come to know about it in due time. It is too early to explain now. When you graduate, I shall tell you. For now, I wish to discuss martial arts with this young lady. After Master Roshi spoke, he smiled apologetically at Shaya, who shrugged it off with indifference. Master Roshi then earnestly engaged in a discussion about martial arts with the golden-haired Lan Shi. However, Lan Shi quickly grew impatient with the topic, offering only a few words before falling silent. Nonetheless, Master Roshi persisted in his conversation with her. Meanwhile, Shaya, Myris, and the others relaxed in the shade of a tree, sipping tea and chatting casually, occasionally exchanging words with Chi-Chi and Haseki, resembling carefree Saiyans of affluent families. Shilling moved gracefully, pouring tea for Shaya with an air of refinement, while Myris clung to Shaya's side, offering to massage his shoulders. Unbeknownst to anyone that they were among the most powerful beings in the galaxy. After a considerable duration, Master Roshi noticed the day waning and concluded his discussion with the golden-haired Lanchi, preparing to take his leave. At that moment, Shaya calmly surveyed the clear sky, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What a day it is today. We have yet another 2 guests arriving." Someone is coming? Are they with you?" Lanchi suddenly asked, sensing 2 relatively strong presences approaching them, certainly stronger than Sun Wukong, but not by much. Master Roshi pondered briefly, then focused to sense the energies nearby, soon detecting 2 powerful auras drawing near. He was taken aback by Lanchi's keen perception. Had she not mentioned it, he would have been unaware of the approaching individuals. While he marveled at her perceptive abilities, he also grew more convinced of her formidable strength. Indeed, their power seems quite substantial, Sun Wukong exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. Clearin questioned, "How do you know? Is someone really approaching?" Chi-Chi explained, "I heard my father mention that once one's martial arts reach a certain level, they can intuitively sense the presence of other strong fighters. It's quite profound. I don't possess that ability yet." Clearin nodded, somewhat understanding, while Haseki remained perplexed, sensing the impressive aura around them, but unable to grasp the nuances. Moments later, a fierce wind swept through the air, and 2 shadowy figures darted in from afar, swiftly halting several meters above the villa's estate. They were 2 figures clad in green martial arts attire, one tall and one short. "Ah, what a rare sight. It is Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu," Shaya exclaimed, his eyes brightening upon recognizing the newcomers, before resuming his light-hearted banter with Shilling and the others. "Is that really them?" Shilling mused, surprised by the appearance of the duo. She recalled that they had been defeated by Lanchi many years ago, and now they had come seeking them out. Wow, they can actually fly in the air. Is that possible for humans? Clearin, who had seen much since joining Master Roshi, reflected on his past ignorance at the Dorian Temple, now boldly declaring himself a disciple of a prestigious lineage. Yet witnessing Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu float effortlessly in the air left him in awe, making him realize that the world of martial arts was far more complex than he had imagined. Sun Wukong observed intently, recalling his grandfather's words that mastering Ki could allow one to fly. The sky dance technique, they are disciples of the Crane School. Master Roshi's voice was low and serious. Upon seeing them hover in midair, he immediately recalled his rival, Master Crane, who had created the Crane School. This sky dance technique was indeed a hallmark of the Crane School. As a fellow disciple of the martial arts master, Master Roshi and Master Crane had been rivals in their youth, each refusing to yield to the other. Even after parting ways to establish their respective martial arts schools, they continued to vie for superiority in secret. The Turtle School and Crane School had never coexisted peacefully. When Gohan was alive, Master Roshi could still maintain an edge over the Crane School, but after Gohan's passing, he could no longer contend with Master Crane and Tao Pai Pai alone. Fortunately, Master Roshi had a broad-minded nature and chose to live in seclusion on a small island, not letting Master Crane's rivalry trouble him. Now, upon seeing the emergence of 2 promising disciples from the Crane School, Master Roshi mused that crafty Master Crane has indeed trained competent disciples. They have successfully mastered the sky dance technique. If it weren't for the presence of Wukong, Chi-Chi, Clearin, and the others in the Turtle School, we might truly be outclassed. The sky dance technique was an advanced application of Ki, accessible only to the strong, indicating that the newcomers possessed considerable skill. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu hovered above, gazing down at the group, and as Tien Shinhan's eyes fell upon the old man with the white beard, an evil smile crept across his face. That man was the master he intended to challenge. Suddenly, his expression shifted as a haunting vision of a golden-haired woman entered his line of sight, reminiscent of a nightmare. Tianjin Fan's expression suddenly froze. Even after all these years, he recognized her at once. The golden-haired woman was none other than the one who had defeated him 8 years prior. How amusing it was to discover her presence here, and that she was acquainted with Master Roshi. A sense of arrogance surged within Tianjin Fan as he laughed heartily, momentarily forgetting his intention to challenge Master Roshi. His heart was now singularly focused on one goal, to vanquish Lanchi and redeem his honor. Defeat her. Defeat her. Defeat her. The echoes of his fervent calls reverberated in his ears. At last, I have found you. Tianjin Fan descended before the golden-haired Lan Qi, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted like a tempest, swirling around him as he approached. The fierce winds transformed into a resounding drumbeat, pounding insistently at the hearts of those present. Thump, thump, thump. The tension among the onlookers heightened in that moment. This disciple of Crane School was incredibly formidable. Master Roshi was taken aback, the oppressive aura making him uneasy. If it affected him so, Krillin and Chi-Chi were even more overwhelmed, their faces paling as they struggled under the immense pressure. Among Master Roshi's disciples, only son Wukong managed to maintain his composure, though his expression was grave, lips slightly parted, eyes gleaming with fervor, his blood boiling with the desire for battle. Chapter 308. The challenge of Tien Shin on the combat prowess of Tien Shinhan has astonishingly reached 170, marking him as a rare talent. Beneath the shade of a tree, Shaya unexpectedly cast a glance at Tien Shinhan, rising to affectionately wrap his arm around Shiling's waist. Only 170. That's merely talk on earth, he remarked dismissively. Shilling shot him a glance, unfazed, and smiled lightly. In truth, the modest display of power from Tien Shinhan could hardly impress her. However, for earthlings with an average strength of merely 2 or 3, it was indeed extraordinary. I challenge you. With a whirlwind of energy, Tien Shinhan approached the golden-haired Lan Qi. Who are you, and why do you challenge me? Lan Qi furrowed her brow, having no recollection of Tien Shinhan. To her, he was but an inconsequential figure. Tien Shinhan's expression darkened, feeling insulted. 8 years ago, in that mountain village, I was defeated by you. Over the years, I have trained relentlessly around the world to enhance my strength, all to one day defeat you. Lan Qi's eyes lit up in recognition, her golden hair dancing in the breeze as she laughed heartily. Ah, so you are the three-eyed one from 8 years ago? I must say, on this earth, no one stands a chance against me. Care to test that? No sooner had she spoken than a powerful aura, even stronger than Tien Shinhan's, erupted around her. You think you can defeat me? With your current strength, you're far from worthy. Arrogant, Tien Shinhan retorted coldly. I acknowledge that your aura is strong. It seems we have both grown over the years, but I will certainly defeat you and reclaim my honor. With that, Tien Shinhan's expression turned serious. Without any warning or announcement of the impending fight, he suddenly launched an attack towards Lan Qi, his movement swift. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Lan Qi, caught off guard by his sudden assault, felt a surge of annoyance. However, now was not the time for anger. As Tien Shinhan attacked, she calmly sidestepped his oncoming blows, gracefully evading with ease. She leaped into the air, delivering a swift kick before Tien Shinhan could respond. With a resounding thud, Lan Qi's kick struck Tien Shinhan's arm, producing a dull sound that reverberated through the air. The force of the blow compelled him to bend down, retreating several steps before finally halting, leaving fine cracks in the ground beneath him. What immense strength, Tien Shinhan thought, his wrists aching from the impact, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, the watching Master Roshi grew solemn, realizing that this girl named Lan Qi was far stronger than he had anticipated, stirring a sense of nostalgia for the emergence of a new generation in martial arts. As for Goku's excitement, Krillin's astonishment, and Chi-Chi's confusion, those reactions were self-explanatory. I never imagined she would possess such formidable power. Tien Shinhan's face darkened, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow as he faced a formidable opponent. From their brief exchange, he understood that he was likely not a match for her. Though reluctant, he knew he must employ his ultimate techniques. He did not wish to stumble over the same obstacle twice. Resolute, Tien Shinhan leaped back several meters to create space between them before striking a combat stance. He clenched his fists, his body sinking slightly as he gathered energy, veins bulging, embodying the essence of exertion. For demon fists, he shouted suddenly, his back muscles rippling as if countless insects were crawling beneath his skin. In an instant, 2 additional arms sprouted from his back, granting him a significant advantage in battle. Yet, the strain of this technique was evident on his fierce visage. What is this technique that allows him to manifest 2 extra arms? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, his enthusiasm palpable as he yearned to join the fray. Master Roshi, in a hushed tone, explained, this technique is called the 4 Demon Fists, an ancient martial arts secret from the southern region. I never expected a disciple of the Crane School to master it. Lan Qi gazed on in a daze, having never witnessed such a peculiar technique before. This is a flaw, Tien Shinhan bellowed. His body shot forward like a bullet, attacking Lan Qi with furious intensity. His forearms flailed like an octopus, delivering a series of rapid, relentless strikes akin to lightning. In this moment, he embodied the ferocity of a powerful predator, launching dozens of attacks in a mere breath. A flurry of afterimages surrounded him, stirring the air into a tempest. Tien Shinhan's assaults were swift and merciless, aiming to incapacitate his opponent, yet Lan Qi remained undeterred, flawlessly countering his every blow with precision. How is this possible? Is there such a vast chasm between us? Tien Shinhan thought, a sense of disbelief washing over him as he realized Lan Qi was unflinching even under his doubled attacks, an experience he had never encountered in his years of training. Tien Kaiatsu, observing the match, grew anxious as he saw Tien Shinhan struggle against Lan Qi. He contemplated using his psychic abilities to assist his friend, but ultimately decided against it. On the battlefield, Tien Shinhan, recognizing his inability to gain the upper hand, shifted his strategy. Lowering his body, he prepared for another assault. DD Wave. For beams of dark red energy shot forth, while simultaneously, he executed another attack. Solar Flare. He shouted. A blinding flash erupted, resembling another sun in the sky. The dazzling light was too intense for anyone, save for Master Roshi and his sunglasses, to withstand. Goku, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Kaiatsu instinctively shut their eyes, overwhelmed by the brilliance. What is happening? My eyes. They cried out in pain and confusion. Such impressive power. What an extraordinary technique. Master Roshi observed intently, astonished by Tien Shinhan's diverse skill set. However, he was even more surprised by Lan Qi, who remained utterly composed, fighting with her eyes closed. With a resounding crash, Tien Shinhan and Lan Qi's fists collided, creating a whirlwind that dispersed in every direction. While Lan Qi stood unwavering, Tien Shinhan was forcefully propelled back several meters, crashing into a nearby wall. With a thunderous noise, the granite wall collapsed, shattering into countless fragments. Tien Shinhan, bruised and battered, struggled to rise from the debris. Tien Kaiatsu called out in a panic, rushing towards him. This is infuriating. Tien Shinhan pounded the ground, acutely aware of his inadequacy against Lan Qi. Despite years of rigorous training, he felt more powerless than ever. 8 years of dedication had not only failed to bridge the gap between them, but had only widened it. Remarkable! Goku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Though the battle had not lasted long, and Tien Shinhan had been decisively defeated, the impact of such a thrilling confrontation was monumental for him. In the subtle depths of his being, he sensed the allure of battle. Wukong, did you catch their movements just now? Chi-Chi inquired. I couldn't see clearly, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. But if my eyes fail, I shall feel with my heart, as my grandfather once advised. Their speed is astonishing. I could only faintly perceive a fraction. Krillin was taken aback. So they are all that formidable. The prowess here was not solely attributed to Tien Shinhan of the Crane School and the golden-haired girl, Lan Qi. But even his comrade, Sun Wukong, possessed remarkable strength. Through this brief encounter, Krillin realized that compared to them, he and Chi-Chi had a long journey ahead. Ahem. Now you understand that there are always greater heights beyond, Master Roshi remarked, noting the impact on his disciples. Upon your return, you must diligently train. The Turtle School disciples are not inferior to the Crane School, and you too can reach their level. Yes, Master Wutian. Understood. Sun Wukong and the others nodded earnestly. The battle between Tien Shinhan and Lan Qi had profoundly impressed them, broadening their horizons. Sun Wukong, in particular, gazed intently at Tien Shinhan, silently encouraging himself that he too would grow stronger. Chaos, let us depart, Tien Shinhan declared, his expression solemn, emanating an air of icy resolve. He had nothing more to say and felt no inclination to linger. Chaos nodded, supporting Tien Shinhan as they exited together. As they watched the two disciples of the Crane School gradually fade from view, Master Roshi adjusted his glasses, reflecting, the Crane Master is fortunate. These two, if they stay on the right path, will undoubtedly become exceptional martial artists. His gaze then shifted to the determined Sun Wukong, acknowledging that Wukong was in no way inferior to them. Following this minor episode, Master Roshi took his disciples to bid farewell to Shaya, who did not insist on their stay, watching them leave. Interestingly, the golden-haired Lan Qi seemed to regard Haoseki with newfound respect, perhaps due to their shared interests and appearances. In the ensuing days, Shaya lived a tranquil life, occasionally reaching out to Hongshan Star, while consistently maintaining his Super Saiyan form at full power to ponder and transcend the Super Saiyan realm. 1 month later, Tien Shinhan and Chaos returned once more. Chapter 309, The Contest of Heights. What are you here for? I've already told you that you are no match for me, so don't seek trouble. Upon seeing Tien Shinhan, they approached again. The fiery-tempered Lan Qi spoke with impatience. I'm not here to find you today. Tien Shinhan cast a deep glance at Lan Qi, then suddenly stepped forward to face Shaya. Sir, please accept us as your disciples and impart your martial arts. Huh? You wish to take me as your master? Shaya found it somewhat amusing, but was intrigued nonetheless. Indeed, Tien Shinhan asserted decisively. The turtle hermit and the others might have been oblivious, thinking Shaya was merely an ordinary young man, as he had never revealed his strength before them. However, Tien Shinhan understood that the man before him was even mightier than Lan Qi. 8 years prior, he had offered Tien Shinhan guidance, helping him avoid many missteps. If he is willing to take me as a disciple, I could certainly grow stronger, Tien Shinhan thought earnestly. Shaya suddenly regarded Tien Shinhan with newfound respect. He stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before saying, if you wish for me to accept you as a disciple, it is not a matter to be taken lightly. You must first complete several trials. Only upon passing will I accept you. In the original text, Tien Shinhan's fervor for martial arts was evident. He could be seen as an even more devoted martial enthusiast than Sun Wukong, with no joy in life outside of training. Unlike Krillin and Yamcha, who later abandoned martial arts for a mundane life, Tien Shinhan relentlessly pursued advancement, striving to surpass Sun Wukong at that time. However, Sun Wukong's Saiyan bloodline meant their gap only widened, eventually leading Tien Shinhan to fade into the annals of time. Though Tien Shinhan's plight was tragic, his spirit was commendable. He remained a formidable warrior, possessing a unique charm. Shaya suddenly recalled that Tien Shinhan was not purely human, but rather a hybrid of the three-eyed people and earthlings. Tien Shinhan was indeed worthy of cultivation. Seeing his dedication, Shaya thought it might be worthwhile to support his dream of becoming a strong warrior in this different time and space. Compared to Krillin and others, Shaya found Tien Shinhan, with his ascetic demeanor, more agreeable. Even though Tien Shinhan had yet to shed his dark thoughts, so what? They Saiyans were not pure embodiments of goodness either. Shaya extended a finger towards Tien Shinhan and articulated the trials. In the distant Korin sacred land, there stands a towering divine tower. My first challenge for you is to climb the Korin tower and gain the recognition of the Korin sage at the top. Of course, this should not pose a difficulty for you. The true challenge lies in the trial of the spirit. Yes, Tien Shinhan replied loudly. He had heard his master, the Crane Hermit, speak of the Korin sacred land, and hearing Shaya mention it again piqued his curiosity about the place. Now for the second trial. Shaya raised another finger. In 6 months, the World Martial Arts Tournament will take place. I want you to participate and secure a championship title. Complete these 2 trials, and I shall agree to take you as my disciple. Very well, it is settled. I will accomplish your trials without hesitation. Tien Shinhan readily agreed. With 6 months remaining until the tournament, he prepared to challenge the Korin Tower first. Going to bid farewell to Shaya and the others, Tien Shinhan, accompanied by Chaozu, set off towards the Korin sacred land. If he were nurtured from this stage onward, he might indeed become an unparalleled warrior in the future. Furthermore, with Tien Shinhan's three-eyed lineage, perhaps once his power reached a certain level, unforeseen events would unfold. The future was not a stage solely for Sun Wukong. Whether one becomes a dragon or a worm depends entirely on one's choices, Shaya mused with a light chuckle. Meanwhile, in the distant, profound reaches of outer space, in a region shrouded by nebulae, several stars flickered intermittently, shining like beacons in the dark expanse filled with nebulous remnants. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be stout, balloon-like green spaceships. These vessels moved in a seemingly chaotic yet ordered manner, transporting supplies to a designated location. Adjacent to a colossal star, a massive object, silver with hints of green, quietly hovered in the serene cosmic realm. Its immense size made it appear as though it were a planet entirely composed of metal, with one side illuminated by the star's rays, casting a verdant sheen. The stout spaceships approached the metallic planet and entered within. Inside, a kaleidoscope of indicator lights blinked incessantly, and in the core of the metallic planet lay a labyrinth of indistinct structures, densely packed like a beehive, where small flying vehicles moved in an orderly fashion. Mr. Manuel, the Saiyans have rejected our offer, unwilling to provide their blood for our research, reported a half-biological, half-mechanical being to a man. Manuel scoffed, those wild monkeys are quite cautious. Sir, the Saiyans have been active around the Bakuf star. Should we dispatch some biological warriors to capture a few Saiyans? There's no need. The Saiyans are merely a race slightly stronger than ordinary beings. Do they truly believe themselves to be a martial race? The half-biological, half-mechanical being replied. However, I have heard tales from the Eastern Galaxy that the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star possess some formidable prowess. Formidable? Humph, perhaps it's mere self-aggrandizement. Mond, you have been to Red Mountain Star. What did the scanners reveal about their combat capabilities? Did they meet the experimental standards? Mond's mission to Red Mountain Star was ostensibly a blood trade, but his covert objective was to assess in situ whether they met the experimental criteria. The being named Mond hesitated. The general combat power of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star hovers around 3,000, with a few exceptional ones reaching 5,000. Is that all? That aligns closely with the data collected from the Northern Galaxy. Forget about those Saiyans, Manuel concluded. Understood. Mond replied and proceeded to report on the findings gathered from the box star. 6 years prior, a probe from the Bai Gao star discovered a corpse with a complete body but lacking a head. Experiments indicated that this being possessed an unimaginably terrifying energy during its lifetime. Preliminary analysis of the peculiar life form's tissue yielded astonishing results. The existence of such a powerful being in the universe was indeed hard to believe. If we could integrate its muscular structure into new metal-cultivated beings, we could undoubtedly produce even more formidable warriors. What is the current status of the preliminary scale? Sir, please take a look. Mond smiled as a massive screen materialized in the void. The screen displayed an array of spherical cultivation dishes, meticulously arranged in rows and columns. Their overwhelming quantity dazzling the eye. Within each dish floated a half-biological, half-mechanical metal cultivator, immersed in a solution, their muscles connected to countless slender tubular circuits. We have a total of 10,081 initial cultivation metal cultivators. Mr. Manuel, look. It is truly remarkable. The energy intensity of these prototypes has already reached 1.2 million and continues to rise, with the entire Bai Gao star now providing power for them. Excellent. Continue the production. When these metal cultivators come to fruition, the entire universe will belong to Bai Gao star. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 310. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, on a distant planet in the North Galaxy, a swordsman clad in traditional attire sat gracefully upon a rock, cradling his knees with a long sword resting against his back. He was none other than Gokuya, one of Zanjia's 3 companions, who had journeyed to the North Galaxy in search of the sealed location of their leader, Bojack. Gokuya had been in the North Galaxy for quite some time, and with his formidable strength, he traversed numerous planets, even the forces under the control of Abo and Carter, stemming from the original Frieza, dared not confront him. However, as time passed, he had yet to uncover any leads regarding Bojack's sealed whereabouts, which left him feeling quite despondent. Buchan, I still have no clues about the boss. Gokuya communicated via his device to his companion. Neither do I. The West Galaxy has been turned upside down, yielding no results. I just spoke with Peter, and he reported no leads from the South Galaxy either. Are we possibly searching in the wrong direction? What? Buchan inquired. Gokuya shared his speculation. The boss was sealed after sustaining grave injuries by the combined efforts of the 4 kings of the East, South, West, and North. Given their ranks, they would likely not select any location within the 4 major galaxies for the sealing. A deviation in positioning would hinder their ability to exert their powers effectively. Indeed, the 4 kings wielded their powers from their respective planetary realms, and the construction of the seal requires a balanced force. The choice of the sealing location must not deviate significantly from the 4 kings' planets, Gokuya continued. This implies that the place where the boss was sealed may lie equidistant from all 4 galaxies, near the very heart of the Milky Way. He conveyed his hypothesis to his companions, suggesting they focus their search on the center of the galaxy, particularly near the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Yes, that makes sense. Buchan and Peter concurred. Hey, it's been years since we've heard from Zanjia. Does anyone know where he has gone? Peter's raspy voice interjected. No idea. Perhaps he is off slacking or recovering. He just awoke and might not have fully recuperated, Buchan replied. Peter grumbled, that guy? When we meet again, I'll give him a good talking to. After reaching a consensus, they decided to disregard Zanjia and hasten toward the center of the Milky Way, unaware that their comrade was currently living as a captive on the Red Mountain Star. In the North Galaxy, on Earth, 6 months swiftly passed, and the day of the 21st world's greatest martial arts tournament was fast approaching. During this time, Sun Wukong and Krillin, under the guidance of Master Roshi, tirelessly delivered milk and cultivated the land. Their solid foundational training, complemented by Master Roshi's profound yet accessible martial arts philosophies, led to an unnoticed enhancement in their abilities. Especially for Sun Wukong, whose prowess had surged dramatically compared to 6 months prior. Even the petite Chi-Chi had grown increasingly formidable due to her training during this period. In a subsequent assessment, Master Roshi pointed to a boulder the size of a small hill and instructed them to push it aside. Sun Wukong stepped forward and effortlessly accomplished the task, while Krillin, though struggling, managed to push with all his might. Although Chi-Chi did not move the boulder, she excelled in a separate test arranged by Master Roshi, demonstrating her agility. Master Roshi was quite pleased with his disciple's performance, nodding thoughtfully. Sun Wukong is a monster. But let's set that aside for now. I didn't expect Krillin to meet the target, and I am particularly satisfied with Chi-Chi. She is developing her skills comprehensively, with an overall strength surpassing Krillin's. If an energy detector were present, it would reveal that Sun Wukong's combat power had reached 185, while Krillin and Chi-Chi stood at 110 and 120, respectively. As the day of the tournament drew near, Sun Wukong and Krillin donned suits that Master Roshi had mysteriously procured, while Chi-Chi wore a stylish dress. Under Master Roshi's guidance, they boarded a plane, setting off towards the tournament venue. On another front, how could Shaya possibly miss such an exhilarating event? In the days leading up to the tournament, he closed the doors of his villa and, accompanied by Shiliang and Mels, made his way to the venue, with the blue-haired Lan Shi following with an umbrella. On the way, Mels excitedly remarked, "Shaya, what is the point of watching those feeble humans compete? Shouldn't we join them on stage?" Shaya quickly interjected, "No, I won't even allow Lan Shi to participate." "How could I let you? Then what's the point of going?" Mels pouted. Lan Shi, holding her umbrella as a gentle breeze fluttered her dress, chimed in. "Because that Tianjin fan will also be participating, which is Shaya's second test for him." "So, you truly intend to take that three-eyed fellow as your disciple?" Mels raised an eyebrow. Shaya smiled, "Why not? Tianjin fan's dedication to training surpasses even yours. If it weren't for your Saiyan lineage, your power might not even match his." Mel scoffed, "Ha! I would never fall short of that three-eyed guy. I refuse to accept that." The group animatedly boarded a private plane, with Shaya in the cockpit, finding delight in piloting such advanced technology. At the Kailinta Peak, a hemispherical structure, Tianjin Fan diligently trained his body, beads of sweat dripping from his taut muscles. The cat sage sat nearby, leisurely filling his cup with tea while observing the diligent figure before him, nodding approvingly. Though both men bore traces of their past grievances, the tension had considerably lessened since their arrival, as their martial instincts began to awaken. "Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, the day of the tournament is approaching. You may descend now," the cat sage announced. "Thank you for the reminder, Master Kylin," they replied in unison. Tianjin Fan inquired, "Master Kylin, how does our current strength compare to Lan Shi's?" The cat sage chuckled heartily, took a sip of warm water, and replied with a squint, "You cannot compare. At least for now, Lan Shi is the strongest human on Earth. And you still have a significant gap to bridge. With another 2 or 3 years of training, you may catch up to her." "Is it really that far off?" Tianjin Fan's expression tightened. The cat sage shook his head. "The gap is indeed considerable, but there is no need for fear. If you maintain your current trajectory of effort, surpassing Lan Shi will be a matter of time, and perhaps you might even reach greater heights." As he spoke, the cat sage lifted his gaze to the higher skies, pondering whether the two beings within the temple were also observing the world below. "I will continue to strive," Tianjin Fan resolved, sighing thoughtfully. The cat sage nodded approvingly, advising, Lan Shi only trained with me for a few years. Her subsequent growth was fostered by Shaya. If you can train under Shaya, you will undoubtedly become stronger." Tianjin Fan was taken aback by this revelation but understood the underlying truth. If the cat sage held him in such high regard, then his choice was indeed wise. He realized that Shaya was an exceptional master, and to his surprise, it was he who had guided Lan Shi's development. "By the way, I will gift you 2 clouds of Wudo. They will transport you directly to the tournament venue." With a flick of the cat sage's staff, 2 dark clouds swiftly approached from a distance. Unlike the somersault cloud, the dark clouds bore no demands on the souls of their riders. "There is no time to waste. You must set forth," declared the cat sage. "Then, farewell, Celestial Kylin. Indeed, safe travels." After bidding farewell to the cat sage, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling leaped onto the dark clouds and soared directly towards the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, located in the Southern Hemisphere, as a direct flight would prove too time-consuming. Chapter 311, the venue of the World Martial Arts Championship. As the date of the event drew near, renowned martial artists from all corners of the globe converged upon the venue, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. With a sense of exhilaration, son Wukong followed Master Roshi, surveying the bustling surroundings. Senior brother Wukong, senior brother Krillin, it seems that the energy of these individuals is rather faint. Are they here for the World Martial Arts Championship as well? Chi-Chi, newly aware of the presence of energy, extended her senses and discovered that, aside from their group, there were scarcely any formidable energies among the crowd. The competitors' fighting capabilities seemed to peak at a mere dozen, with even the best among them not surpassing 50. This realization left Chi-Chi somewhat disheartened. Could it be that true power is so scarce? Let us proceed to register first, then we can head to the preliminary venue. Do not wander off. We mustn't get lost. Master Roshi admonished, bending slightly as he guided the overly enthusiastic Wukong and Krillin towards the registration area. At that moment, Shaya was leisurely wandering with Shilling and Myers. Shaya, have you not seen your apprentice? Has he not arrived yet? Shilling asked with a yawn and a smile. Shaya shook his head. They have arrived and should be registering now. Shortly thereafter, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi emerged from the throng, noticing the blue-haired Lan Qi with slight surprise. Yet they were aware of her unique ability to switch personalities. Teacher, you have arrived, Tianjin Fan said, suppressing his pride and speaking humbly. Do not call me teacher. I shall only accept you as a disciple once you have won the championship, Shaya replied, waving his hand dismissively. Understood, Tianjin Fan replied with solemnity. Soon after, they encountered Master Roshi and his group, by which time Wukong and the others had donned the distinctive martial arts uniforms of the Turtle School, having completed their registration just as the preliminary rounds were about to commence. Ah, Wukong, you didn't inform me of your arrival. I've been waiting for you. A cute girl with a ponytail squeezed through the crowd, accompanied by Oolong. Bulma, you arrived so early, Wukong exclaimed. Bulma, visibly annoyed, retorted. Did we not agree that you would contact me? I waited for so long in vain. Hee, I forgot, Wukong sheepishly admitted. At this moment, Krillin quietly inquired, Wukong, who is this lovely girl? You seem quite familiar with her. Oh, her name is Bulma. She was a companion of mine on my travels, Wukong explained. Introducing Krillin and Chi-Chi to Bulma. Bulma gazed at Chi-Chi with astonishment, unable to fathom how the rugged Ox King could have such a petite and charming daughter, a fleeting surprise crossing her mind. Hello, Bulma greeted everyone warmly, standing beside Wukong. Ha ha ha, Bulma has also come. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Master Roshi unexpectedly appeared. Bulma shot him a glare. You old pervert, keep your distance. Such an ungracious young lady, Master Roshi lamented, retreating to a corner with a pout. Wukong, Krillin, Chi-Chi, this is your moment to showcase the fruits of your training. I heard from Shaya that the Crane School's 2 participants will also compete. Although their intentions remain unclear, Turtle School disciples must not lose to the Crane School. Do you understand? Of course. Krillin nodded vigorously. Yes, Master Wutian, Chi-Chi affirmed. Since they are also participating, I must step up my game, Wukong said, his expression turning serious upon hearing that Tianjin Fan would be competing. He had been itching for a rematch since witnessing the battle between Tianjin Fan and the blonde Lan Qi. At that moment, a loud gong resonated as a staff member announced through a loudspeaker, competitors in the Martial Arts Championship. Please proceed to the combat arena for the preliminary rounds. Let us go. The preliminaries are about to begin. Strive to secure a place among the top 8 for the semifinals, Master Roshi instructed. The preliminaries were a matter of luck as much as skill. Wukong scanned the crowd, searching for Tianjin Fan, wondering why he had not spotted them yet. Perhaps they have already entered the combat arena. We should be able to find them inside, Master Roshi calmly suggested. Seeing Wukong nod, he discreetly slipped away, disguising himself with a wig to register under the guise of a different name before entering the arena. Inside the combat arena, the venue was filled with competitors, an eclectic mix of martial artists from across the world, including werewolves, giants, and even the traces of ferocious beasts. Quite an odd assortment indeed. However, these peculiar beings would mysteriously vanish in the later stages of Dragon Ball, their roles reduced to mere background figures. On the podium, the organizers laid out the rules of the competition. The 137 registered participants would be divided into 4 zones, with 2 from each zone advancing to form the top 8. Subsequently, all competitors began to draw lots. Wukong, Krillin, and Chi-Chi drew numbers 69, 93, and 124 respectively, fortunate not to be placed together. As anticipated, that fellow named Sun Wukong was indeed participating in this martial arts event. In a corner, a short-haired Lepin focused intently on Wukong, as he too had come to compete. I have trained diligently for half a year and overcome my fear of women. Let us settle this on the arena. Lepin declared, clenching his fists in eager anticipation, the force causing them to tremble slightly. At this moment, Wukong spotted Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi and approached them with a smile. Wow, so you are here. I will give it my all when the competition starts. So, it's you, that turtle school brat. I must admit you possess some skill, but the championship is certainly mine. Tianjin Fan scoffed, turning away with Jiaozi. Outside the combat arena, Shaya led Shieling and Myers over to Bulma. Upon seeing Shaya, the wealthy young man from her memories approach. Bulma's expression shifted unexpectedly. Bulma, it is good to see you again, Shaya greeted. Hello. Bulma's lips twitched slightly. After returning, I inquired about you from my sister and discovered that you are indeed the owner of the Hongshan Star Group. My sister said you are quite an accomplished martial artist. Yet I find it hard to believe. You appear to be nothing more than a playboy, accompanied by two beautiful women, which is hardly the image of a martial artist in my mind. A true martial artist should resemble Wukong, or at the very least, someone like Krillin. Bulma mused inwardly. Is that what Tai said about me? Shaya grinned. Humph, that must be a lie. You cannot possibly compare to Wukong. Bulma muttered. Shaya merely chuckled, choosing not to dispute the thoughts of this young girl. After a while, the preliminary rounds in the combat arena approached their conclusion, resulting in the 8 finalists: Sun Wukong, Krillin, Chi-Chi, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Jackie Chan, Lepin, and the blonde beauty Lan Fang from the original story. The dinosaur man Kirin and the foul-smelling individual failed to secure a place among the top 8. Through Jiaozi's subtle maneuvering, the matchups of the 8 competitors were established. Commencing with the first match, Sun Wukong versus Nam. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 312. The competition begins in the afternoon. The quarterfinals of the martial arts tournament officially commenced. On the fighting stage, the host, microphone in hand, passionately declared the long-awaited return of the world's foremost martial arts competition, which had been absent for 5 years. This marked the 21st edition, with martial artists from across the globe having battled through the morning's eliminations to secure their place in the top 8. The arena featured a fighting stage measuring over 30 meters on each side, constructed from specially laid stone slabs. Between the martial arts platform and the surrounding walls lay a verdant lawn, designated for staff to maintain order during the event. The venue itself was enclosed on 3 sides, separated from the audience by a modest brick wall, creating a distinct boundary between the competitors and spectators. The expansive fighting stage was flanked by towering walls, with only a single entrance leading directly to the martial arts temple, restricted for use by participants and staff. The first match pitted Sun Wukong from the Turtle School against Nam from a southern village. Sun Wukong trained under the esteemed Master Wu Tian, while Nam had fought valiantly to reach this stage. As the host introduced both competitors, the crowd erupted in excitement. With the declaration of the match's commencement, the once congested audience surged forward, creating a tidal wave of fervor around the viewing area. A bewildered blonde girl clutched a balloon, attempting to squeeze through the throng of eager spectators, but the adults' enthusiasm proved insurmountable. After much effort without success, she resigned to standing at the back, her disappointment evident. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to leave. Meanwhile, Bulma and Oolong exerted considerable effort to secure a spot near the front of the stands. In contrast, Shaya and Shieling merely glared at the crowd, instantly commanding a path to open before them. The onlookers instinctively parted, leaving Bulma and her companions in awe. I detest crowded environments. Shaya chuckled lightly, her mental presence dissuading anyone from encroaching upon their space. Bulma gasped in astonishment. It's truly incredible. The blonde girl, however, did not wander far, and upon noticing the sudden opening, joyfully raced towards it. Yet as she approached, an invisible wall of energy emerged, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Oh dear, how careless. Did you hurt yourself? Myers turned to see the girl on the ground, nudging Shaya aside before helping the child to her feet and guiding her to the front of the viewing area. Thank you, sister, the girl beamed, her spirits lifted by the prospect of watching the match. Boom. The officiating monk struck a large gong, producing a resounding echo that signified the official start of the competition. Nam, with Indian features, entered the tournament with the intent of winning the 500,000 yuan prize to improve his hometown's living conditions, driven by an unwavering belief in his victory. As the bout commenced, Nam assumed a defensive stance, gauging Sun Wukong's strength and posture. He initiated the attack, Rapidly closing the distance like a darting arrow, his body propelled forward with astonishing speed. In an instant, he was upon Sun Wukong, launching a fierce kick. Sun Wukong tilted his head, feigning vulnerability before leaping into the air, soaring 7 to 8 meters high to evade Nam's strike. He then descended with incredible velocity, counterattacking with ferocity. Nam was caught off guard by the swiftness of Sun Wukong's movements, leading him to retreat to the side to avoid the onslaught. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong's palm struck the ground, sending vibrations through the stone slabs and causing cracks to appear. Nam's confidence wavered. He had anticipated an easy victory. Yet here he faced an unexpectedly formidable opponent, prompting a more cautious approach. With a twist of his body, Sun Wukong unleashed a whirlwind of movement, vanishing from sight and creating a powerful gust that forced spectators to shield their eyes from the swirling dust. Kakarot is vastly superior to Nam. This match holds no suspense. Shieling remarked with certainty. For half a year, Kakarot's skills had surged to new heights, yet in her eyes, he still fell short. Myers nodded in agreement. If he cannot win this match, then he is utterly lacking. Their banter, reminiscent of martial arts experts, caused Bulma to roll her eyes in disbelief at their self-assumed prowess. In the meantime, the battle on stage shifted dramatically. Bang! Before the audience could fully register the event, Nam was sent soaring from the platform by Sun Wukong's whirlwind attack, landing unceremoniously on the grassy area outside the ring. The spectators were momentarily stunned into silence before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Nam has been knocked out of the tournament. Sun Wukong emerges victorious. The first match concluded in mere seconds, leaving the audience craving more. In the background, the disguised Master Roshi approached Nam, offering him a universal capsule to transport water back to his drought-stricken village. Next up was the second match, featuring Lu Ping against Jiaozi. This encounter promised a significant disparity in skill levels. Although Lu Ping had trained rigorously for over 6 months, his opponent, Jiaozi, had honed his abilities alongside Tianjin, further enhanced by mentorship under Master Karen, far surpassing his peers. As the host announced the commencement of the second match, Lu Ping and Jiaozi took their positions on opposite sides of the stage. The battle erupted with intensity, both competitors exchanging blows in rapid succession, their movements blurring beyond the capacity of the human eye. The two fighters collided, their palms meeting with a resounding crack. The force shattered the stone slabs beneath them, sending debris flying in all directions, creating a whirlwind of chaos. Remarkably, Lu Ping was propelled backward, spinning through the air before landing on his hands, quickly rebounding like a cheetah charging back into the fray. Meanwhile, Jiaozi appeared to defy gravity, suspended midair. This is the Crane School's sky dance technique. The host exclaimed. Incredible. Jiaozi is truly floating above the ground. This is no illusion. Both competitors are performing exceptionally well. The diminutive host, crouching at the edge of the stage, found himself retreating from the swirling winds generated by the fierce clash. Who is this small fellow? How can he float in midair? Is it some form of superpower? Lu Ping, perspiring and focused, scrutinized Jiaozi, who hovered 7 to 8 meters above the ground, rendering Lu Ping's usual tactics ineffective. If this continues, the hope of victory will dwindle, and it appears that a decisive move is imminent. Lu Ping furrowed his brow, wiping the sweat from his face, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination, his entire demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. What follows is my ultimate technique, the Wolf Feng Wind Fist. Lu Ping bellowed, an intimidating aura emanating from his entire being. A cold light flickered in his gaze, resembling a solitary wolf emerging from the wilderness, exuding a ferocious and bloodthirsty presence as he launched a fierce assault on the dumpling. Bang! Lu Ping forcefully stomped his foot onto the ground, creating a powerful tremor. And in an instant, he soared upward like a stone released from a slingshot, reaching the same height as the dumpling. Prepare for my attack, Lu Ping shouted coldly, his fingers curling into claws like a ravenous wolf, executing a swift and merciless strike aimed directly at the dumpling's vital points. Chapter 3:13. The champion Lu Ping's assault was both powerful and swift, with each punch and claw as unyielding as steel. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong, he had been diligently refining his Wolf Feng Fist, and now he had made considerable progress. This technique was as fast as a gale, striking with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, ensnaring his opponents in an endless ocean from which they could not escape the brutal onslaught. For an ordinary martial artist, evading his strikes would be utterly impossible. However, alas, Lu Ping faced Jiaozi, who, after rigorous training under the cat sage, had surpassed Lu Ping in sheer physical strength, even without relying on superpowers. Stop! Jiaozi suddenly extended 2 fingers, pointing at Lu Ping from a distance. In an instant, it felt as though countless chains had been shackled upon him. Lu Ping's movements abruptly halted, his face reflecting confusion. This mere fraction of a second's pause was enough to be fatal. With a light chuckle, Jiaozi unleashed his power. And with a resounding crash, Lu Ping plummeted from the sky, the ground beneath him shattering under the immense force. As he collided with the stone floor, the impact propelled him forward, sliding out of the arena and leaving behind a deep, half-foot trench. "Young Master Lu Ping!" Outside the ring, Pua cried out, tears brimming in his eyes, filled with urgency. The crowd, having experienced a momentary silence, erupted into an extraordinary cacophony of cheers. Lu Ping had been sent sprawling from the arena. In the second match, Jiaozi emerged victorious. The next contest would feature Tianjin Fan against Chi-Chi. As the bell tolled, Tianjin Fan and Chi-Chi commenced their battle. This match held no suspense, for Tianjin Fan's combat prowess far exceeded that of Chi-Chi, who succumbed in mere moments. Watching from the sidelines, Master Rashi observed with a grave expression, "This Tianjin Fan is far more formidable than he was a few months ago. Even I would not stand a chance against him. Truly, it is the heir of the youth." With the emergence of exceptional talents like Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, Master Rashi felt a poignant sense of the shifting tides of time. The fourth match pitted Jackie Chan against Krillin, a contest reminiscent of the original narrative, culminating in victory for Jackie Chan. With the conclusion of these 4 bouts, the 4 strongest contenders were determined: Sun Wukong, Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan, and Jackie Chan. After a brief respite, the semifinals would commence. Shaya observed the proceedings with a keen eye, already aware of the outcome from the very beginning of the tournament. As anticipated, the finalists were Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, while Jiaozi and Jackie Chan fell in the semifinals. This result mirrors the structure of the 22nd martial arts tournament. Only it has arrived prematurely. The final showdown was set: Sun Wukong versus Tianjin Fan. As the host announced the matchup, both fighters stepped onto the stage. Representing the mightiest martial arts schools on Earth, Turtle Hermit and Crane School, captivating the attention of countless spectators with a chorus of admiration and praise. "I shall undoubtedly claim the championship," declared Tianjin Fan, bare-chested and arms crossed, exuding confidence. "The title belongs to me," retorted Sun Wukong, equally unyielding. The ensuing battle was of an extraordinarily high caliber. The 2 warriors locked eyes, and the air crackled with tension. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished, moving at incredible speed, leaving behind only the faint sound of his footsteps while his figure remained elusive. After-image fist, Tianjin Fan scoffed, swiftly following suit. In a flash, both combatants seemed to evaporate from the arena, the only evidence of their clash being the sporadic sounds of impact and the emergence of deep craters on the stage. "Hurry, capture the action on camera," the host urged, regretting his lack of preparation and missing such a spectacular display. With a swift motion, Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes darted, pinpointing Sun Wukong's location. He then pressed a foot into the ground, unleashing a terrifying explosive force. DD wave. With a piercing roar, a dark red beam shot forth from his fingertips, propelling Tianjin Fan like lightning, the stone floor shattering beneath the overwhelming pressure, forming a shallow crater surrounded by interwoven cracks. Sun Wukong grinned, altering his body's angle with astonishing speed, narrowly evading Tianjin Fan's DD wave. Yet, at that moment, Tianjin Fan miraculously appeared beside him, arms poised to strike. Bang! The blow landed squarely, both fighters moving with such swiftness that their actions were a blur, the sounds of their clashes echoing like thunder. "How terrifying! Their speed is phenomenal," Krillin observed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Although he could keep pace with their velocity, executing similar maneuvers was beyond his capability. Master Wukong's strength is truly formidable, but that Tianjin Fan seems even more powerful, Chi-Chi remarked, her eyes alight with brilliance. Their level of skill had transcended that of their peers. It was evident that either of them stood atop the pinnacle of martial arts. Jackie Chan maintained a serious demeanor, pondering the formidable potential of their youth and what heights they might reach in the future. Meanwhile, Lu Ping gazed on, a sense of despair washing over him as his legs trembled. He felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in comparison to them. Is there truly no hope for me to surpass them? No, one is a disciple of Master Wu Tian, and the other is a protege of the renowned Crane Master. Perhaps if I could also receive Master Wu Tian's guidance, I might surpass them. In that moment, a fervent desire ignited within Lu Ping, though it may have been self-deception. He understood that only through the mentorship of a master could he hope to advance further. The decisive strike. Both Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong unleashed their most powerful techniques simultaneously, an extraordinary pressure emanating from their beings. Standing at opposite ends of the arena, Sun Wukong's hands transformed into claws as he slowly condensed his energy into a tangible form, while Tianjin Fan, equally focused, shaped his fingers into a triangle. The chaotic energy surged forth with a cataclysmic force, resembling a celestial dragon soaring into the heavens, creating an atmosphere thick with suffocating intensity. Is this? Master Roshi's eyes widened in realization as he discerned their movements, a wave of anxiety flooding his chest as an ominous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the Crane Master has even imparted such techniques to him? Below, Shaya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Shilin, saying, "Look at Tianjin Fan's technique. The energy he has gathered is several times his own capacity. However, such high-intensity techniques impose an extraordinary burden on the body. Techniques like Sun Wukong's advanced Kamehameha, Tianjin Fan's energy cannon, Krillin's Kyinzan, and Piccolo's special beam cannon could unleash multiple times their inherent combat abilities. Yet even a slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic physical failure. Let us observe. As the two stood at the center, a powerful whirlwind engulfed the entire arena, scattering sand and dust, prompting spectators to shield their eyes. Kamehameha, energy cannon. As Sun Wukong and Tian Shinon completed their energy buildup, they each shouted and forcefully unleashed their formidable attacks. Behold, two radiant waves of energy erupted forth, reminiscent of a roaring dragon and the rumblings of thunder. The brilliant flashes illuminated the entire arena, compelling spectators to close their eyes against the dazzling light. Boom! The glaring energy waves collided with tremendous force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwaves, imbued with immense power, radiated outward. In that moment, a tempestuous whirlwind, accompanied by deafening sounds, swept across the venue, enveloping it in thick smoke. Gradually, the haze began to dissipate. The two combatants stood panting in the arena. However, Sun Wukong, unable to bear the strain, was the first to collapse, yet his face bore a contented smile. "Wukong," Bulma called out with concern. "Do not worry, he has merely exhausted his strength." "A brief rest will suffice," Lan Chi reassured Bulma as she assessed the situation. Indeed, Bulma finally settled, though her eyes remained filled with anxiety. The results were announced. Tian Shinon emerged victorious. He was crowned the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The host leaped onto the stage, proclaiming the outcome with fervor. The audience erupted into a frenzy, thunderous applause and cheers resonating throughout. As they felt immensely fortunate to witness such a battle, their spirits ignited with fervor. Chapter 314. The little girl who nearly lost her life. As the Grand Martial Arts Tournament drew to a close, the throngs of spectators gradually dispersed. The blonde little girl who had the fortune of watching the entire competition from the front row, thanks to Mel's, waved goodbye to Shaya and the others. Shilin gazed at the girl, clutching her balloon as she walked away, and remarked with a smile, "That little girl is truly adorable." Indeed, Shaya nodded, though he did not dwell on it. After the event concluded, noticing the sky had darkened, Shaya, along with Master Roshi and the others, sought a nearby inn for lodging. "Master, where did you go earlier?" Tangent asked, having completed the 2 trials Shaya set for him, thus earning the right to address him as master. "I went to the restroom." "Did you really take all day for that? We hardly saw you. Is Goku all right?" Bulma supported Sun Wukong, who was nearly exhausted from the competition and lacked the strength to walk. "He'll be fine. He looks robust. A good meal will do him wonders," Shaya reassured. "You're so carefree," Bulma exclaimed, to which Shaya chuckled, leading Shilin and Mel's toward his room. Upon reaching the door, they found Tianjin waiting for them. "Master," he called out, eager to receive guidance. "Your skills are commendable, but there are areas for improvement. Take today's match for instance. You could have secured victory more easily but ended up in a stalemate," Shaya advised, and Tianjin listened intently. "Once we return, I will train you properly. For now, go rest." "Yes," Tianjin replied eagerly, saluting Shilin and Mel's before retreating to his own room. The night passed in silence, and the following day, Shaya and his companions prepared to return to their villa. However, Shaya thought it a fine opportunity to purchase some gifts for Shilin and the others, intending to bring them a delightful surprise. He sent Shilin and the rest back first while he strolled through a nearby town. The cities chosen for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament are typically well-developed, facilitating ease of access for the competitors. As Shaya wandered through the bustling streets, admiring the myriad of shops, he casually entered a jewelry store. Under the enthusiastic persuasion of the staff, he generously spent a considerable sum, purchasing the store's most exquisite pieces, leaving the staff beaming as they escorted him to the exit. Suddenly, A series of blaring sirens pierced the air, and a white van sped recklessly from the south to the north, pursued by police cars that were desperately trying to keep up. Another band of robbers. How brazen they are in broad daylight, Shaya mused, glancing briefly before dismissing the commotion. At that moment, a police bullet struck the van's tire, causing the robbers inside to lose control. The vehicle careened towards a storefront, and just as it did, a little girl, clutching a balloon, emerged from the entrance. She stood frozen in shock, unaware of the impending danger. In an instant, as if propelled by lightning, Shaya dashed in front of the van, scooping up the girl and leaping aside just in time. The van crashed into the stone wall of the store, contorting like a twisted pretzel, and a significant portion of the wall collapsed. The little girl, stunned, crumpled to the ground, and after a moment, burst into tears. "Mommy!" Onlookers rushed over, and the police apprehended the robbers from the van. Shaya, observing the scene with detached amusement, turned his attention to the sobbing girl, furrowing his brow slightly. There. Don't cry. Your family will be here shortly," he said, unable to bear her tears. Yet the little girl remained inconsolable, her golden hair matted with tears against her delicate cheeks. Shaya crouched down, gently lifting her into his arms. "Little one, your mother will come back soon. Please, stop crying." "Really? Mommy will come back soon?" she asked, her sobs subsiding as she looked up at him with wide, questioning eyes. "Yes," Shaya affirmed. He had never liked seeing girls cry, especially not little ones. He remembered how obedient Shilling had been at that age, requiring no coaxing whatsoever. The blonde girl, still somewhat bewildered, held her balloon tightly, awaiting her mother's return. Shaya took a moment to observe her and couldn't help but smile, recognizing her as the same girl from the day before, still clutching the balloon she had then. He engaged her in light conversation, attempting to soothe her. However, after a significant time had passed without her parents arriving, her eyes reddened once more, and she was on the verge of tears again. In response, Shaya quickly retrieved a delicate white necklace from his pocket, shaped like a crescent moon, its luxurious craftsmanship indicating it was no ordinary trinket. "This necklace is for you. Please don't cry," he said, fastening it around her neck. Upon receiving the necklace, the little girl's tears ceased, and her face lit up with a charming smile as she giggled and clutched the necklace. This little one must be quite spoiled, Shaya thought to himself as he watched her joy. Not long after, a beautifully dressed woman rushed over, frantically embracing the little girl and repeatedly thanking Shaya. He waved his hand dismissively, ready to leave when the girl piped up again, her sweet, melodious voice ringing out like a lark. "Big brother, thank you. I really like your gift." Shaya smiled sheepishly, thinking it was merely a necklace, and waved goodbye, soon forgetting the encounter entirely. Upon returning to the villa, he found Tianjin and Jiaozi waiting for him. He then commenced training with Tianjin. Overall, Tianjin displayed decent aptitude and commendable martial skills, yet to Shaya, every move he made was rife with flaws. "Attack me with all your strength," Shaya commanded. "Yes," Tianjin shouted earnestly, focusing intently. In the next moment, he moved swiftly, his figure appearing like a blur in the spacious courtyard. Shaya nodded slightly, acknowledging Tianjin's solid foundation, but still found his speed reminiscent of a snail, each motion akin to a film played at a fraction of its normal speed. Suddenly, Shaya casually extended a finger, precisely tapping Tianjin on the chest, robbing him of his momentum. With a gentle nudge to his knee, Tianjin fell to the ground. Shaya shook his head. "No, your reactions are still too slow. A true martial artist has internalized their techniques as instinct. Only beginners make preemptive poses for attack or defense before a match begins." "Again, wrong again. When attacking, one must leave room for error. I instructed you to eliminate unnecessary movements, not to be completely defenseless. Once more, in a position of confidence. Attack is the best form of defense. Seizing the initiative should be the hallmark of a martial artist." Shaya continued to critique him, and Tianjin pondered Shaya's words deeply. Although each attack resulted in his defeat, he felt he was making significant progress, experiencing a speed of improvement he had never before encountered. The teacher-student relationship is a mutual endeavor. No matter how skilled the teacher, if the student is unyielding, the lesson becomes futile. And if the student is exceptionally talented while the teacher merely average, the student's potential remains unfulfilled. In this world, many matters are intertwined, flourishing only through mutual cooperation. Much like the historical figures of Huang Shigong and Zhang Liang. Had Zhang Liang returned to the bridge at Xiapi without finding Huang Shigong waiting, it would have rendered him foolishly sentimental, despite his youthful complexity of thought. Conversely, if Huang Shigong had remained at the spot, only to find Zhang Liang absent, he would appear foolish himself, akin to Jiang Taigong fishing without catching a single fish. It is only when both Zhang Liang and Huang Shigong reach a certain level of understanding, confident in each other's anticipated responses, that a truly remarkable tale can unfold. In contemporary times, we see a similar dynamic. Shaya, with his profound insights, adapts his teachings to individual needs, while Tianjin Fan, possessing keen intellect and dedication to rigorous training, enriches their relationship as both teacher and student, thus imbuing their interactions with significance. Indeed, the teacher is a hidden master among us. Are there many such individuals left? Tianjin Fan pondered, recalling how he once believed that Shaya and the others hailed from the sacred land of Kailan, but after ascending the Kailan Tower, he realized that his teacher's strength extended far beyond mere appearances. Meanwhile, at the Kame House, Krillin and Chi-Chi continued their training under Master Rashi. Now joined by a new disciple, Lepin, who also sought to learn the ways of the Kame school following the conclusion of the martial arts tournament. As for Sun Wukong, after the tournament's end, he embarked on a solitary journey of cultivation, wielding the dragon radar gifted by Bulma in search of the relics left behind by his grandfather. Chapter 315, The Downfall of the Galactic Patrol Organization in the heart of the Milky Way, near the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Organization. 3 beams of azure light converged. With their orange hair and pale blue skin, adorned with bronze earrings, they were unmistakably the companions of Zanjia, the galactic warriors Buchan, Gakuya, and Peter. Buchan, of diminutive stature, gazed up at the distant starry sky and remarked, "Ahead lies the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Organization. The seal of our leader likely resides within that starry expanse." Peter nodded in agreement. The center of the Milky Way is the smallest area among the galaxies. We can swiftly locate it by searching systematically. Why go through all that trouble? Let us storm the headquarters directly and demand the information on celestial bodies that appeared 200,000 years ago. I hardly believe they would dare refuse us. Peter bellowed with a hearty laugh, realizing the brilliance of the idea. The trio exchanged banter, entirely dismissive of the Galactic Patrol Organization. As they approached, their figures soon appeared on the patrol's radar, triggering a cacophony of alarms throughout the spinning headquarters. Alert! Intruders detected. The patrol's warriors sprang into action, forming a barrier before Buchan and Gakuya. Sensing the overwhelming strength of the intruders, the news rapidly spread to nearby mercenaries. This was the most significant crisis the Galactic Patrol Organization had faced in years, more blood-soaked and brutal than the last time Zanjia had arrived. Before long, the cosmos was illuminated by countless brilliant fireballs, each erupting with the ferocity of exploding stars, akin to a ravenous beast opening its gaping maw. With scarcely any resistance, a multitude of patrol ships and supporting mercenaries were obliterated in the dazzling explosions. "Ha! These feeble ants are truly irksome," Buchan declared, reveling in the destruction. His energy blasts never ceased. Wherever life was detected, he unleashed his fury, and soon, the death toll at his hands became incalculable. Peter observed with a cold demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Buchan, hasten your actions. Once we eliminate these foes, we shall penetrate the headquarters." "Understood." Buchan's attacks intensified, crimson fireballs erupting one after another, flickering from brilliance to dimness, then to utter silence, resembling the breathtaking fall of meteors. "Let us proceed. The residual forces have been vanquished. We shall enter the headquarters." As the 3 ventured towards the spiraled structure of the Galactic Patrol Organization, within the interior, a hexagonally divided chamber resembling a beehive. The anxious Galactic King paced back and forth. The battle outside was decidedly one-sided, and he recognized the unprecedented catastrophe confronting the Galactic Patrol Organization. Is there truly no one left to thwart them? He lamented, knowing the adversaries were far too formidable. Even the strongest warriors of the patrol stood no chance against them. Moreover, any hope for distant reinforcements had evaporated. Distant waters could not extinguish nearby flames. At that moment, Gak and a commander with tentacles sprouting from his head stood before the Galactic King. "Your Majesty, this is no time for hesitation. You must immediately board a ship for evacuation," Gak insisted. The vessels employed by Gak and his allies were the most advanced in the galaxy, capable of traversing the expanse in a mere 7 days, a staggering improvement over the usual interstellar journeys that took months or even years. Hence, the communication efforts of the Galactic Patrol Organization were always remarkably swift. The Galactic Patrol Organization cannot collapse at this juncture. The king hesitated, aware that if the headquarters fell, the organization would be rendered defunct, and how many members would remain loyal thereafter. Surely, the merchant alliances would revel in such a demise. Who are these foes, and why are they so formidable? Gak inquired, his bulbous golden eyes wide with disbelief. The Galactic King sighed. These individuals are the Galactic Warriors. Once the harbingers of chaos across the galaxy. Our organization was established with the purpose of guarding the seal of our leader, Bojack. Bojack? Gak queried. Confusion etched on his face. The king elaborated. Bojack is a notorious villain who traversed the 4 great galaxies with the intent to wreak havoc. He harbored grand ambitions and committed atrocities that threatened the entire galaxy. Even the later ice demons pale in comparison to his malevolence. 200,000 years ago, the 4 lords of the realms united to seal him away on a distant planet after severely injuring him. 200,000 years, such an eternity, Gak gasped. Indeed. So many years have passed. How many still remember his existence? If his comrades succeed in breaking the seal, Bojack's resurgence would spell disaster for the entire galaxy. But we currently lack the power to thwart them. Gak and the nearby commander exchanged glances before swiftly advancing to bind the Galactic King. We apologize, Your Majesty. But the Galactic Patrol Organization may not survive this crisis, yet we must take you with us. Days later, news of the Galactic Patrol Organization's obliteration spread among the various factions, eliciting mixed reactions. Some rejoiced while others mourned. Those who had long awaited the organization's downfall celebrated exuberantly, while those committed to maintaining peace in the galaxy lamented the ensuing chaos. The Galactic Patrol Organization had indeed perished. When Xia received this news, it was already 10 days after the event. He stared blankly at the document in his hand before dismissing it as if it were inconsequential. The downfall of the Galactic Patrol Organization bore no direct impact on Hanshan Star. Although their relationship was one of cooperation, it was merely a mutual exploitation. There was no need for Hanshan Star to intervene at this moment. As long as Hanshan Star was not provoked, let the deluge rage. The Saiyans were not a benevolent race. They would not shoulder burdens that did not belong to them. They were a warrior race, and pure combat sufficed. At that moment, in the center of the galaxy, on a dim, dark red planet devoid of stellar light, the surroundings were shrouded in shadows. Had it not been for Buchan and his companions acquiring concrete data, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a concealed world beneath the veil of darkness. According to the information, it was highly probable that their leader was sealed upon this very planet. Buchan pointed towards the nearly imperceptible orb of darkness ahead, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. This place bears the combined seal of the Realm Lords. We must work together to dismantle it. Gakuya observed earnestly. The atmosphere around them was hazy and the spatial fabric complex, for the seal had been cast by the Realm Lords. To break it, 2 methods existed. 1. If a member of the 4 lords perished, time would inevitably erode the seal. Or 2. Through sheer force. With the combined might of Buchan, Gakuya, and Peter, any planet could be destroyed. In an instant, Buchan, Gakuya, and Peter separated, forming a circle around the dark red planet, and then unleashed their energy simultaneously. A serene yet cataclysmic wave of power erupted forth, rendering the surrounding cosmic space extraordinarily unstable. The seals of the 4 celestial kings were subjected to a violent upheaval, as a formidable stream of energy cascaded through the fabric of space, eroding its creases like a gentle rain. With the exertion of the trio's powers, the darkened planet diminished significantly in size, and the layer of sealing became as pallid and fragile as parchment on a window. In no time, the seal shattered. A low rumble echoed as the dark red planet grew even more obscured, before suddenly erupting in a surge of sanguine light. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as a chilling wind swept across the profound starry expanse, cleansing the very essence of the soul with its piercing cold, instilling an involuntary shiver within all who felt its touch. Chapter 316. The Metal Cultivators. As the seal was broken, a chilling wind howled with increasing ferocity, threatening to rend the very planet asunder. A dark portal creaked open, seemingly a gateway to hell, from which countless ebony hands emerged, emitting a demonic shriek. A sound reverberated through the cosmos, a tremor that seemed to ripple like invisible waves, as from the planet's core surged a grotesque mass of foul, dark substance. Simultaneously, a thick green mist billowed forth from the center of the planet, intertwining with the black matter, swirling violently as if boiling. Moments later, a figure over 2 meters tall materialized amidst the cosmic expanse. The figure was adorned with a black headscarf, white trousers, and a flowing blue cloak that cascaded to the ground, its black belt loosely tied around the waist. Upon his emergence, a wild and maniacal laughter echoed, followed by the release of an energy sphere that instantly turned the crimson star below to ash. I, Bojack, have finally broken free from my confinement. His malevolent cackle reverberated, plunging the heart of the galaxy into an atmosphere of unrest. Upon witnessing their leader's liberation, Buchan and the others rushed forward joyfully. "Boss, we have finally rescued you." Bojack nodded, surveying his former subordinates. "Ha ha ha, I owe my freedom to you all. By the way, where is Zanjia? Has she not yet recovered from her injuries?" Buchan shook his head. "Perhaps not. A few years ago, we encountered her. But after we split up to search for your whereabouts, she was tasked with the Eastern Galaxy and has since gone dark." After pondering, Bojack replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with her for now. Tell me what has transpired during my absence." "Of course, boss." Buchan nodded and recounted the overall situation of the universe. After a moment of contemplation, Bojack remarked, "It seems the changes are quite significant. For now, I shall recuperate until I regain my full strength. This time, I must settle accounts with those celestial kings. Indeed, those celestial kings have become brazen. They deserve a lesson. Yes, we must meticulously tally this debt. And those super Saiyans, they are also culprits," Buchan added. "Rest assured, I have not forgotten them." Bojack replied with a sinister grin. Years prior, they had encountered a red-haired Saiyan, who, after suffering grievous injuries, was further assaulted by a golden-haired super Saiyan. Fortuitously surviving, he fell prey to the Celestial King's machinations, resulting in years of entrapment. Bojack gazed at the resplendent starry sky, a smirk playing on his lips. "Of course, soon the entire galaxy shall be under our dominion." Meanwhile, on East Kai's planet, the short and stout East Kai realized the moment the sealing energy dissipated that Bojack had escaped. "Damn it, once Bojack breaks free, my East Galaxy will surely suffer." In a frenzy, East Kai thought, they were not as fortunate this time to encounter him in a weakened state. Bojack's return posed a grave threat to the Celestial Kings. "Quickly, contact Lord Grand Kai. We must draw upon the power of Grand Kai's realm." After deliberating, East Kai concluded that only the might of heaven could contend with Bojack. The celestial realm housed formidable warriors, renowned for their great deeds, who had retained their corporeal forms to train in the heavenly domain, with many being exceedingly powerful. In South Kai's realm, the tall, square-faced South Kai also grew anxious. In West Kai's domain, the bespectacled West Kai began reaching out to Grand Kai. Meanwhile, in North Kai's territory, after the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus, on Vegeta's planet, North Kai had ceased observing the lower realms, but the shattering energy of the seal jolted him awake. "What is happening? How could that rogue Bojack seal be broken?" North Kai exclaimed in astonishment, then extended his tendrils to survey the lower realms, only to be rendered speechless by the changes occurring in the North Galaxy. "Where is Frieza? And King Cold, Kvila, Shrag? What has happened to their forces? Only Frieza remains. Could it be that Lord Beerus intervened? But if Lord Beerus did act, why not eradicate that scoundrel Frieza as well?" North Kai pondered, perplexed, unaware that most of these developments were due to Shaya's actions. As the four celestial kings grew increasingly frantic in a distant region of the East Galaxy, shrouded by nebulae, within the core experimental zone of Big High Star, massive cultivation tanks housed half biological, half mechanical cultivators, continuously absorbing external energy. 10,081 cultivation capsules were meticulously arranged. The green-hued metal cultivators nearing completion, their form strikingly reminiscent of Frieza's ultimate state. "Mr. Manuel, these metal cultivators will soon be fully developed," Mond reported with enthusiasm. Manuel smiled. "What of their energy? Can we ensure absolute obedience to commands?" Mond patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, sir. Each metal cultivator is fitted with a biological chip, guaranteeing unwavering loyalty to Big High Star. Regarding energy intensity, the infusion for these 10,081 cultivators has reached an astonishing 170 million energy units, yet it has not hit the limit. We prepared one metal cultivator for energy testing, and astonishingly, we discovered that each can be infused with up to 1 billion energy units." Mond elaborated, his face reflecting disbelief. "This headless corpse received from Bodstar, what creature was it?" The metal cultivators, having absorbed its cells, could withstand such immense energy infusion, knowing that previously, the strongest cultivators on Big High Star only reached 14,000 energy units. Increase the energy input. With these 10,081 metal cultivators, the entire galaxy shall be ours. And now, news from the front lines. The Galactic Patrol has been annihilated. Truly a heavenly opportunity. Manuel laughed heartily. Was this not destiny granting them a chance? A month later, all 10,081 metal cultivators had completed their growth. As the doors of the cultivation tanks opened, the liquid within poured forth, and the delicate neural connections fell away. The 10,081 metal cultivators stood in orderly formation. A magnificent sight to behold. These beings, half biological and half mechanical, boasted muscular physiques, their bodies elongated and exuding power. Particularly striking were their blood-red, gem-like eyes, cold and merciless, akin to deities looking down upon mortals. Mond dispatched 4,000 metal cultivators to test their might, targeting several key planets in the East Galaxy. Manuel commanded coldly, selecting 4 prominent planets from the East Galaxy star map. Additionally, send another 1,000 metal cultivators to Red Mountain Star to eliminate all the Saiyans there. Manuel ordered once more. Mr. Manuel, sending 1,000 metal cultivators may be excessive? Not at all. After conquering Red Mountain Star, we shall also seize the surrounding star regions. Having hidden for so long, it is time to reveal our presence. Understood, sir. I will relay orders to cultivators numbered 1 to 5,000 immediately. On Earth, for months have elapsed since the conclusion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. A year has passed, and the Dragon Balls have returned to their original state. Son Goku, wielding the Dragon Radar, diligently trains while searching for the Dragon Balls. In the frigid expanse of snow and ice, he encounters a red-haired girl named Suno and embarks on an adventure in the Moss Ruth, where he rescues Android 8. However, this inadvertently incurs the ire of the Red Ribbon Army, setting off a series of conspiracies aimed at seizing the Dragon Balls in Goku's possession. At this juncture, Goku finds himself compelled to seek Bulma's assistance in West City due to the malfunction of his Dragon Radar. Wow, Goku, you've come to West City to see me, Bulma exclaims with delight, warmly welcoming him and proudly showcasing her latest invention. What is that? Goku inquires, pointing at the watch adorning Bulma's wrist. With a shake of her finger, Bulma reveals, this is my newest invention, a shrinking watch. With that, she demonstrates its capabilities in front of Goku, instantly reducing herself to the size of a fist. Chapter 317, The Assault on Red Mountain Star with a Curious Gaze. Sun Wukong observed Bulma shrink down to the size of a plastic figurine. He reached out, lifted her, and gently pinched her in the palm of his hand, marveling at her diminutive form. Let me go. If you squeeze me like that, you'll crush me, Bulma exclaimed in exasperation. Chuckling, Sun Wukong released her. Bulma deactivated her watch's function and returned to her original size, donning a refreshing outfit. Now that you're here, I shall treat you well, and afterward, we shall seek the Dragon Balls together. You're coming too? Of course. Staying home alone is dreadfully boring. Shortly after, Bulma's mother enthusiastically served Sun Wukong juice, exclaiming, so? This is the Sun Wukong Bulma often speaks of. Why not become her boyfriend? Mom, what are you talking about? Bulma retorted. Dr. Briefs approached with a smile, teasing. With Bulma being so fierce, she may end up alone. Mind your own business. Wukong, let us go find the Dragon Balls. Unable to tolerate her parents' antics, Bulma grabbed her backpack and pulled Sun Wukong outside. He smiled at Dr. Briefs, summoned his flying Nimbus, and concealed the once again shrunken Bulma in his collar. Remember, if you collect the Dragon Balls, wish for a beautiful girl to return with you. Dr. Briefs called out, cigarette in mouth. Enough of that. You're both incorrigible, Bulma shouted back. As they sat atop the Nimbus, Sun Wukong remarked, your parents are quite amusing. Soon after, Sun Wukong and Bulma embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls once more, a year having passed since their last adventure. They navigated through underwater mechanisms to discover the pirate's treasure, which had accumulated wealth anew. There, they encountered the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai, whom they easily defeated. Later, from UPA's father, Bra, Sun Wukong learned of the legend of Karen Tower, recalling that Master Roshi had also hinted at it. Thus, he ascended the tower to receive guidance from the Cat Sage. After vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army, Sun Wukong returned Bulma to school, while he continued his journey of cultivation. On Red Mountain Star, after imparting several months of martial arts experience to Tien Shinhan, Shaya sent him off to train independently. He returned to his old lair with Shieling and another female companion. During his time on Earth, Shaya sensed he had brushed against the barrier of Super Saiyan 2 and believed that a breakthrough might be imminent. Thus, he returned to Red Mountain Star, intending to focus and refine his skills in the training environment. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is a process of layering power upon a foundation of strength. And as power escalates, so too does the strain on the body. Without robust physicality, forcing a transformation could overwhelm one's body instantaneously. Shaya understood this well. Theoretically, a Saiyan with a battle power exceeding 100,000 is eligible for the Super Saiyan transformation. However, A genuine breakthrough typically requires a battle power of at least 3 million. Catalyzed by extreme rage, Shaya recognized that to ascend to Super Saiyan 2, he needed to enhance his physical fortitude. Essentially, both Super Saiyan 2 and its successor, Super Saiyan 3, are extensions of the Super Saiyan form, representing the same phase but differing in power amplification, ultimately revolving around the enhancement of energy. However, such transformations inevitably reach a limit. The body cannot endlessly bear the burden, and Super Saiyan 3 is likely the ultimate form. In the training chamber, Shaya sat cross-legged, experiencing the energy within his body amidst a high-gravity environment, contemplating deeply and peeling back the layers of his own state. The pinnacle of Super Saiyan should be the full power of the first level, where energy is perfectly controlled, surpassing the earlier stages of Super Saiyan 1. Super Saiyan 2 represents an expansion of this transformation, where excessive energy manifests as lightning phenomena, indicating imperfect control. As for Super Saiyan 3, the physical strain escalates further, making energy increasingly difficult to manage. In this stage, the burden on the body peaks, leading to the highest energy expenditure. In reality, the full power of Super Saiyan 1 strikes a balance between explosive energy and control, while greater levels of energy lead to a disruption of this equilibrium, rendering it unsustainable. Considering this, Shaya deemed it improbable for a so-called Super Saiyan 4 to exist, as Super Saiyan 3 already represents the limits of physical capability. Should a more domineering transformation be attempted, the body would collapse in an instant, unless Super Saiyan 4 evolves into a different being, akin to the ape in GT. It remains uncertain whether this constitutes an evolution or regression. Moving forward, the transformation of Super Saiyan will ultimately encounter a limit, and subsequent power enhancements must rely on standard increases. Yet, what if that standard also reaches its limits? Shaya pondered, recognizing that the enhancement of Super Saiyan has only two paths. One is to augment the transformation's intensity and develop a new state, provided one can withstand the ensuing pressure. The other is to enhance base power. When both avenues reach their limits, mere physicality cannot progress further. What troubled Shaya was that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he noticed his base power's enhancement slowing considerably. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong's transformations, whether into Super Saiyan 1 or the subsequent forms, primarily relied on breakthroughs and transformation states to elevate strength, repeatedly unleashing powers many times over his base capability until reaching Super Saiyan 3. Due to capacity limitations, he could no longer develop higher multiples of transformation, while his base combat power progressed very slowly. Now, Shaya faced a similar dilemma. His base combat power, when not transformed into a Super Saiyan, seemed to be improving at an exceedingly limited rate. Setting those thoughts aside, he resolved to push his transformation to Super Saiyan 2 first. Dismissing his worries, he acknowledged the vast potential for improvement he still possessed, leaving considerations of what lay beyond Super Saiyan 3 for another day. After a dedicated morning of training, Shaya emerged draped in a towel, only to find Shaylin and several commanders from the guard team at his residence. Lord Shaya, here is the data on the science of Red Mountain Star. Shaylin presented a stack of documents. Shaya perused the files, which detailed the overall status of the Red Mountain Star science in recent years. Currently, there are 240 scions on Red Mountain Star, the majority being children, a testament to the contributions of the female scions over the years. Among these, 108 are ordinary warriors, 100 are elite warriors, 28 are super warriors, and 4 are Super Saiyans. Red Mountain Star has grown tremendously compared to 12 years ago. By the way, did visitors from Bigao Star come by recently? Shaya inquired. Yes, but we sent them away. Make sure the Saiyans remain vigilant. This technological civilization poses a significant threat. Shaya stated earnestly. Dr. Jero from Earth has developed androids, the ancient warriors created by the Fidaians, galactic warriors, and the metallic choir manufactured by Bigao Star in the movies. All possess power surpassing that of ordinary Super Saiyans and are formidable foes. At that moment, a thunderous tremor suddenly reverberated across the surface of Red Mountain Star, followed by a piercing sound reminiscent of a kettle boiling. Brilliant patches of light erupted from the cerulean-hued planet's surface. What was happening? Sir, Red Mountain Star is under external assault. Numerous unidentified energy beings have landed on the planet. The Guard and Special Forces have already been deployed, but they are no match for the adversaries. Soon, a report arrived. Shaya's expression darkened, and a chilling glimmer flickered in his dark eyes, exuding an aura of terror. It had been many years since the frozen demon Rooter's invasion of Red Mountain Star, yet here they were again, facing an assault on their homeland. They must be utterly reckless. Shaylin and the other Saiyans were equally incensed. Shaylin, prepare the warriors for full-scale combat. Yes. Red Mountain Star quickly mobilized. Shaya, Shieling, Mel's, Zanjia, Bardock, and others all surged toward the front line. As they caught sight of the invaders from afar, an expression of astonishment crossed Shaya's handsome face. He instinctively began to discern the identity of the assailants. Could they be? Suddenly, the view sharpened. Green figures stood upon the hillside, their merciless gazes sweeping over the surrounding Saiyans. These vibrant, emerald-hued figures, with bodies of metallic composition, bore a striking resemblance to Frieza. Chapter 318. Metal Kvera is this. Metal Kvera? As he discerned the visage of the adversary, Shaya's pupils constricted sharply, his expression darkening instantly. He pointed at the intruder across from him and murmured, Metal Kvera. It seems this is all the work of Big Star. However, hadn't Kvera already perished? Upon hearing the name Kvera, Mel's leaped up in astonishment. Isn't this the one I crushed with a single kick? Has he transformed into a bio-warrior like myself? Zanjia inquired with keen interest. How infuriating, Shaya remarked, scrutinizing the Metal Kvera. Unlike their cinematic counterparts, these Metal Kvera lacked self-awareness, entirely controlled by chips as metal cultivators. The true Kvera had long been vanquished by Zanjia. These Metal Kvera were mere killing machines bearing his likeness. Shaya, with clarity of mind, attempted to gauge their energy intensity using the secret art of spiritual eyes, relieved that, unlike Big Star's cultivators, these were half biological and half metallic. Thus, the technique remained effective. Metal cultivators, combat power 1 billion. Quite formidable indeed, stronger than the original Kvera. Everyone take heed, these entities possess a combat power of 1 billion. All Saiyans should retreat. Shaya stated, furrowing his brow, leaving Bardock and the others utterly astonished. 1 billion combat power. On Red Mountain Star, only Shaya, Zanjia, and the fused Melling are qualified to fight. Even Bardock, a fellow Super Saiyan, lacks the requisite strength. Quickly, all Saiyans must withdraw. Shaya, Zanjia, Shieling, and Mel's advanced, conveying. Let us finish this swiftly. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming. Each of us shall take on multiple foes, ensuring the planet endures minimal damage. Understood. Only 1 billion energy. This should be entertaining, Zanjia remarked. Shaya shot her a cold glare, prompting Zanjia to promptly seal her lips. Subsequently, the group's energies erupted, spiraling upwards. As the clouds above roiled like waves, enveloped in golden flames, Shaya's aura surged, amplifying his might beyond that of a Super Saiyan, his emerald eyes radiating a chilling intensity. With a resounding crash, Shieling and Mel's fused to become Melling, achieving Super Saiyan form. Golden flames ignited, golden hair, and azure eyes alight. Wow, you all have become so formidable, Zanjia exclaimed, her voice brimming with envy, for as a bio-human, she lacked transformation abilities. Her capabilities irrevocably limited compared to the unleashed power of Shaya and Melling. The Metal Kvera remained expressionless, their demeanor somewhat robotic. The metallic sheen of their faces exuding a frigid aura. Within their minds, only combat skills were retained, all rudimentary thoughts governed by Big Star's central computer. With a low growl, the Metal Kvera emitted a feral roar, sweeping its arm to conjure vast orbs of radiant energy in the sky. In the next moment, an astounding force surged toward Shaya and the others. They met the assault with cold smiles, effortlessly batting the energy spheres away. Were this on an ordinary planet, such energy would reshape the terrain, turning towering peaks into vast oceans. However, this was Red Mountain Star, fortified by the dragon's blessings, rendering the planet exceptionally sturdy. A wave of orange light erupted as the energy hurled by Kvera collided with the ground, dissipating into a massive cloud of smoke. The planet merely trembled slightly before restoring tranquility under the core's repair. Annihilate these scrap heaps, Shaya commanded fiercely. As his words echoed, a piercing beam sliced through the air. Shaya's palm slammed onto a Metal Kvera's head. With a sudden surge of force, he twisted its head a full 180 degrees, followed by a resounding crash as a key blast struck the verdant shell, melting a deep cavity into the half-mechanical structure within, where neural-like circuits flickered with sparks of electricity. Though the Metal Kvera's power was formidable, it was no match for Shaya at that moment. The two were on entirely different levels. The confrontation culminated in a swift defeat, dismantling the Metal Kvera with ease. Consequently, the sky was littered with shattered arms, heads, long tails, and other fragmented remnants. Witnessing this, Zanjia and Melling narrowed their eyes, unwilling to be outdone, and swiftly showcased their combat prowess, joining the fray. At that moment, The Saiyans observing from the sidelines wore expressions of astonishment. They understood that Super Saiyans were powerful, yet had never truly experienced their might. The battle of Shaya and his comrades left them in awe. Before them, the metal Kvera appeared exceedingly fragile, yet they were not naive enough to mistake this as weakness. Rather, it was a mere illusion created by their overwhelming strength. The leader's power was astonishing, rendering those metallic foes as insignificant as mere chaff. Ha ha ha, exhilarating, some Saiyans shouted with excitement. Invisible figures darted across Red Mountain Star, stirring the winds into a tempest followed by a deep thundering roar. Each impact sent shockwaves through space, erupting in blinding flashes, as Shaya and the others launched their attacks. Saiyans everywhere followed instructions, seeking refuge and safety.